Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 301 Chapter 36 The Rising Night of Novel School. Li Qingshan wakes up from the entrance. It is already in the sky, the silver is like a wash, and the earth shines. The rows of bamboo buildings are cut into pieces of light and shadow. On the ground, there is also a beam of light rising from the sky. He suddenly found himself in the pillar of light, which is the aura of formation. In the Danshan Chi Si, true Chi became more and more full. Under the suppression of Spirit Turtle, the purification of the spatial ring was like a pure lake, and Bo looked down. But as long as he needs it, he can also make waves and destroy everything that is in front of him. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. With this form help, Chi refining will not become his obstacle. He walked out of the formation and walked along the corridor of light and shadow to his residence, a bamboo building on the lake. After the morning selection, haven't had time to clean up. He will be staying at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy for a long time and will have to clean up. In the bamboo raft, the lights loomed, and the voice was faintly heard. Li Qingshan smiled and pushed the door open. Liu Kunfing and Sun Fubai are sitting opposite each other and turning their heads together. Qingshan. Li Qingshan went to the table and sat down with the Dewey. He asked, "Is it decided?" "Decision." Liu Kunfing's eyes are red. It seems to be crying. Agreeing with Li Qingshan said that it is tantamount to negating all efforts in the past, and more means that the personal object that he condenses will leave him forever and will never appear on this world. Although they are false and lifeless, they have actually spent countless days and nights with him. If it wasn't for Sun Fubai's advice, he would never have made a decision in such a short period of time. Sun Fubai said, "When the day is bright, I will tell people to recall and destroy those novels." Li Qingshan said, "That doesn't have to be, let them fade naturally." "Ah?" Liu Kunfing's eyes wide open. Li Qingshan said, "What I need is just a determination. I hate that. I don't want to sacrifice anything. I just want to sit still and wait for others to save." "Fortunately, you are not." Liu Kunfing is like a life, grabbing Li Qingshan's hand and saying thank you. When his mood was calm, Li Qingshan said, "Let's get started." "How come?" Liu Kunfing and Sun Fubai face each other. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. "Of course it is the way to teach me novel school." Are you willing to learn?" Liu Kunfing can't believe that. Li Qingshan's attitude at the beginning was quite determined. "Not necessarily. First understand, but may learn. I am not a savior. It is impossible to save novel school without knowing novel school." Li Qingshan, "Of course." He said that the principle is that either dry, do it to the end. Liu Kunfing is full of faces, but Sun Fubai is worried. A fresh and powerful blood is injected into this decaying body. Can it be brought back to life? Even this blood is wasted. But in any case, novel school, which has been stagnant for many years, once again, is moving forward. "Senior brother, let's talk about it." Sun Fubai cleared the scorpion and began teaching. The method of novel school is not difficult in cultivation. It does not even require another cultivation. It only needs to be based on 10th water condensate chi technique. Just need to condense a divine symbol with the body. Divine symbol is a type of spirit talisman. But unlike the unusual spirit talisman, the spirit talisman is a heaven and earth instrument. The cultivator can communicate with heaven and earth, but divine symbol can communicate with another special power. The power of faith from the heart of the soul. With the cultivator of divine symbol, there is a world. The special character of God that mortals think is the name of the divine symbol is called Great Amplifying. In the distant past, the ancient cultivator, which recreated the twisted form of the subterranean world spirit vein, was the prototype of the Great Amplifying. And the first step of the novel school disciple was to condense it. Divine symbol comes. This is not difficult for Li Qingshan. It is expected that it can be done for up to 10 days, and the Xing on the water armor plays a vital role. But for the novel school disciple, this is the easiest step. How to gather the power of faith and expand this divine symbol is the hardest. It is not easy to write a novel that can become a legend. But in Li Qingshan's previous life, he saw it with his own eyes. and many people did it. He witnessed the birth of many legendary characters, and if the world great amplifying divine symbol exists, they will certainly live on this world. So what is he going to do now? Find one of them to copy? See Li Qingshan, who is willing to learn novel school, without destroying his own novels. Liu Qunfeng has regained his spirit and is proud of saying, while you look down on me, it is really not easy to write this novel. If you write it yourself, I am afraid that it is not as good as me. Li Qingshan is deeply convinced that he was not sitting down to write novels, and he did not say that he couldn't remember the words of previous life. Even if you remember, can you change this? Those stories full of modern tastes may not meet the idea of this era person. They will only be regarded as a madman nightmare. Even if you really copy a classic legend, how many years will it take to precipitate? Even if he succeeded in the end, it was only his own business, and he could not save the novel school. Sun Fubai also thought of this problem early, and some worried sighs. This is not easy. Li Qingshan Xung has a well-established road. We think you have made the most important question wrong. What? The novel is also good. Divine symbol is just an opportunity. The most important thing is the medium. What does the medium mean? This new vocabulary makes Sun Fubai and Liu Qunfeng somewhat confusing. Li Qingshan explained a little. It is the channel of communication. Even if you write the novel out of flowers, no one will look at it. It is also awkward. Liu Qunfeng disapproved of saying, if you think this is the problem, it is too underestimated us. Li Qingshan realized, Sun Fubai, in the real world, there is also a huge industry. All the big bookstores in Clear River Prefecture. It's all under his name. As long as Liu Qunfeng writes it, no matter how bad the content is, it can be printed by Mohist School's printing press and placed in local bookstores. Each one is cheap, even free gift. It is useless. Li Qingshan smiled and said, is it all? What else? Liu Qunfeng said. Li Qingshan said, I was born in a small mountain village. There is no bookstore there. I haven't seen a book for more than 10 years. The literate people can count it with a slap. What about that? Liu Qunfeng suddenly, it is normal for the fools in the mountain village to be illiterate. Those people, even the mortal reading people look down on, let alone the chi-refining warrior. Sun Fubai seems to be aware of it. Li Qingshan added, you just said that the Confucian school guards one of the bureaucrats and will also condense a divine symbol with the body. Yeah, that divine symbol is called the Great Sage, which is actually the original merit of Taoism. Merit is a crucial vocabulary for the ancient cultivator. The difficulty of cultivation is high, and the demon ghost is a threat. Force them to use all the power that can be used. The two divine symbols use two distinct forces in the human heart. One is to believe. The other is to be grateful. After the ancient cultivator did good deeds, there were often small people who were willing to set up longevity tablets, and they would be enshrined in the day and night. The merits can't be faked like the great amplifying. Unreality is a reality. However, there is a deep blessing and a good effect. In that chaotic era of demon chaos, luck is even more important than power. Cultivators often encounter the dilemma of the corner meets the dog. Look at Monster General. Regardless of what you are, an innate skill wizard. Also only when the snacks are off the court. What? Foundation establishment cultivator, when you don't come out for a walk in Monster Marshall. There is also a powerful eccentric strong man. The horrible demon our cultivator, the power of the individual. It is too small. Even if it is a cultivation for a lifetime, it is inevitable that people sit at home and come from heavens. Therefore, learning divination and accumulating merits has become an essential subject for cultivators. It is essential to predict this situation, and even more luck than this. In this era, there is no need to worry about this situation. The cultivators are still fighting each other, but compared with the demon ghost, eccentric demon Dao, it is very gentle and lovely. It takes a lot of money to pay for the merits. The Confucian school has only a disintegration of the discipline, and it will take the road of the official side. Many cultivators lament the moral collapse and the people are not. Sun Fubai said, King Shan, what do you mean? Li Qingshan said, I mean, You have misunderstood your identity from the very beginning. What novel school is concerned about is not how to make a story, but like the bureaucrats from Confucian school, to run this vertical and horizontal 1,000 miles of land, try to make as many people as possible become the spreader of the story. You may think that those people are ignorant, but when do we need wise men? Isn't it just a group of fools who believe in the ghosts to make the ghosts come true? To be honest, I have no prejudice about the things you write, just don't I like it. But what I don't like doesn't mean that everyone doesn't like it. I believe that they are not so demanding for the story, even compared to the poems written by the great Confucianism. They will prefer the ones you write, novels. The audience of Yang Chun Baixiu is always better than the Libyan people. Liu Kunfing's eyes lit up. If it was that step, he would not be difficult to break through the foundation establishment realm. But I was also annoyed, but they don't know how to read. No pop-ups, no ads. It can't take a few years to teach the old farmers to recognize the words. This is only the longest-term planning and strategy. Can't teach old farmers to study, can't you teach children? We don't need money, we have to organize hundreds of thousands of hopes. Teach children to read and read words for free. One day sooner or later they can be the cornerstone of novel school. Sun Fubai was also stunned by Li Qingshan's plan. This kind of vision completely surpassed their imagination. Even if it is taught to be classless, the Confucian school of Fukazawa will not think about what to hope. See, it is best for them to not know big characters in their lives, and to be their own small people. The partiality of this plan seems to be so reasonable. They always think about how to write a touching novel, but they don't think about cultivating readers, or they are trained from these lowest and ignorant peasants. Perhaps he comes from the mountain village. Can you think of this? I hope C's ideas are so good. They can even use the novels as a reading book. Of course, they can't use Liu Kunfing. This is the intention of his determination to let Liu Kunfing destroy those books. It was like lighting a bright light in front of the eyes, and as Lenovo went deeper, the bright light quickly burned into the sun. Li Qingshan gave them time to digest, and then continued, if you look closer, it's not just words. You can spread the story. In his era, there are still not many people who are willing to sit down and study, but through various media, more than 2,000 years have passed. Sun Fubai's ideas have been opened. What do you mean? We need to speak, sing, play, and everyone who can spread the story for us, and then unite them to form one association, called Illusory Cloud Association. Li Qingshan stretched his right hand, a fierce grip then, with a big hand. Let them go to every corner of Clear River Prefecture to tell the story we wrote. These people, in this world, are real in the others, and they are despised everywhere, and their status is even lower than that of the farmers. Chi Refining Warrior and these people, do not know how much world is separated, but now they say they want to use their power. Liu Kunfing and Sun Fubai didn't even think about it, but when they thought about it, they felt it makes sense. Originally, Li Qingshan said that he could save novel school. They still can't believe it, just thinking about it. But now, they all believe that this method works. If you follow Li Qingshan's ideas, novel school has a future. Don't write at the desk again. Going out and setting up all of this may take a little while, but as long as it succeeds, we are saying that the year is the end of the world. And many people will believe that we can use what power? The power of the end? Li Qingshan smiled. Sun Fubai and Liu Kunfing are both unable to move themselves. There is only one thought in mind, and novel school is saved. Fubai, this thing will be very troublesome. You need to use the energy of the mortal, to find as many helpers as possible, to bit by bit to complete. Sun Fubai smiled and waved his hand. Not afraid of trouble, not afraid of trouble. At his age, the cultivation base has long been stagnant, and the meaning of cultivation is not great, but if you can really make this thing, his cultivation base, it is not necessary to go to the first level building to reach a realm that could not have been imagined. The power gathered by divine symbol, originally is a regular force of detachment cultivation, whether it is for novel school or himself. he will go all out. The rise of novel school, the cause of this moonlight night! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 302. Chapter 37, New Beginning. In the original corrugated, an old man wearing an old blouse stands at the table above the high platform, and the story of Saint Ancestor Emperor is a slogan. Although it is a well-known old thing, but after him the mouth, the swaying and screaming, is still listening to the full-fledged tea drink, and forgetting the fruits in the dish. Sun Shuping is a scholar, but like most of his peers, he did not read the famous church. There is no one to use it as a scholar. Once the fame is hopeless and mixed, then he will give the person to be a master. If you are bad, just open a private school and be a gentleman. Of course, it's not that there is no such thing as falling into the streets. He is not good or bad, because of his convenient mouth. He worshipped an old storyteller as a teacher, became a storyteller, and because he was able to read and write words, he read books, and his accomplishments in this line are still above the masters. Unexpectedly, it has been a few decades, and it has also been a bit of a name. A string of piercing birds rang, and Sun Shuping kept on his mouth, frowning, seeing a fat body full of scorpions and brains, and carrying a bird cage into the corrugated big, squeezing to the front of the stage sit. The bird seemed to be frightened, and the more sharp it was called, causing everyone to glare, but it seemed to fear this fat power, daring and not saying. Sun Shuping had to stop and laughed and said, "This grandfather, you can't bring a bird in the corrugated, do you bother to hang the bird outside?" Fat Eyes turned over, "Hang on the outside. Do you know how much silver my bird is worth? Lost you to pay? You tell me, it is called it. You compare, see who is good. Rest assured, you have a penny inevitably, you give more than this gang of poor people." Sun Shuping's brow wrinkled as awesome, a shot of the shocking wood, predicting what happened afterwards, and listening to the next decomposition. With this sentence of the old words unchanged for 1,000 years, this paragraph was collected and went away. In the corrugated, there are good voices. Obviously it is not only for the book, but for the storytelling of the storyteller. Many copperplates are thrown onto the stage. The apprentice Scorpion came to the stage, and while he was paying for money, he was squatting on all sides, and he was like a little monkey, which attracted a laugh. "Hey!" The little stone screamed and fell to the ground. The forehead sheds blood, and a blood-stained silver corner is on the stage. Sun Shuping is busy going up to raise his brother, and pointing at the fat angrily said, "You speak, tell me another paragraph, the Lord has money." Fat sneer, throwing a piece of broken silver in his hand. "Hey! Hold you, you are a horn. Don't hold you, you are a stinking book. Dare to play with your temper. Do you know who the Lord is? Kill your old things with money." A golden light flew upstairs, hitting the fat head, and falling on the stage. It was a gold. "Look at that fat, it is already bloody," directly fainted Mr. Sun. "We have the treasurer of the shopkeeper. A fine robust man, I do not know how to flash a flash," came to Sun Shuping. The small stone saw the gold, busy slamming his head, and picked up the gold, took a bite, and said with surprise, "Master, really gold, a big piece." I suddenly felt that my head didn't hurt. He is so big. I have never touched gold. The child who grew up in the corrugated is not so expensive. Sun Shuping's heart is somewhat uncomfortable. The storytelling is a slap in the face. Anyone can swear a few words. He has experienced so much in this kind of thing, but he does not want this child to follow him and be determined to give him a different business. In my head, I thought about it, followed the hand to the second floor, and opened the bamboo curtain. The old man with a crane and a child's face sat there. The clothes on his body did not look particularly luxurious, but at first glance, it was a comfortable fabric, and there was no pride. She flowed you, but sitting quietly there is a kind of standing out. Based on his many years of experience, I feel that the elegant person in front of me is not like a person who will come to such a place to hear a book. It may be a cultivator. The more he does not dare to neglect, respectfully respects the ceremony, Late birthday Sun Shuping, thank you for your help. Sun Fubai looked at the famous storyteller who was very famous in the area. He was slightly decapitated and satisfied. He reaffirmed Li Qingshan's thoughts. If it is through the mouth of the storyteller, the usual story will become vivid. Wonderful. Brother, have you heard of the Illusory Cloud Association? No. Now you have heard of it. Here is not the place to talk. Come with me. Sun Fubai straightened up and walked out the door. The small stone was holding his head in one hand, holding gold in one hand, and probed the brain outside the door. But I can only talk about books. Sun Shuping stunned. I really couldn't think of such a noble person who would throw gold away. The legendary cultivator, and what would happen to him when he was a storyteller. That's enough. Sun Fubai touched the head of the small stone. There is gold. When the small stone arrived, it felt that the head did not hurt, and the blood did not flow. After leaving the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Sun Fubai immediately convened the treasurers of several major bookstores to announce the recruitment of personnel to the entire county of Clear River Prefecture. At the same time, he personally visited the famous songwriters in the area of Clear River Prefecture. According to Li Qingshan's plan, these people's role is not to sing songs, but to become a mentor, to pass on their lifelong experience and become the core of the Illusory Cloud Association. At the same time, in the corner of Clear River Prefecture City, a manor was also found. As the headquarters of the Illusory Cloud Association, the Illusory Cloud Association envisioned by Li Qingshan was rapidly established under the impetus of absolute power and absolute financial resources. It is still unclear when it will be able to exert its strength and how much power it can exert. When Sun Fubai was running around, Li Qingshan also came to Divine Machine Island at Mohist School to prepare for the first class after 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Came to the iconic giant arch on Divine Machine Island, where Hao Pinyin and Jiang Lanking wait. The island is full of quirky machinery and tall buildings, a group of wooden horses running past, full of a quirky vitality. Entering a magnificent building like a conch, Li Qingshan feels like a bowel movement. It is also a spiral of spirals, stopping at the height of the second level or third level and entering the room in the center of the spiral. The round room is like a conch, which is stepped. There are a lot of people sitting there waiting to talk in groups of 3 or 5. In addition to the Mohist school, who is dressed in dark blue, there are also many other younger brothers who are dressed in other colors. Li Qingshan, this bamboo green gown is a unique one, but it is not obvious. But Chi Refining Warrior is a savvy, squinting, and the topic of discussion has quietly changed. Hey, isn't this the younger brother of Novel School, Li Qingshan? Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 303, Chapter 38. First reading. Refining. A voice with a sneer sounded from the crowd. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and looked back to see which one did not open his eyes and dared to jump out to provoke him. Is that Taoism disciple of old Taoist, or is it a dissatisfied Buddhism disciple? I only saw a white boy dressed as a Confucian student, followed by 2 beautiful little NV. Huh? Confucian school disciple. Which one are you? Chutan coldly said, don't pretend not to know. This son is Chutan. Li Qingshan vaguely felt familiar, suddenly remembered. This is not the day when the test is Xing, the genius boy with 5-element body. But there is no Jiao collection in each other. How do you see that your nose is not the nose, the eyes are not the eyes, and you are completely ignorant of the fact that you have lost 1,000 spiral stones by Chutan? Even if you know, you should sigh. Seeing the other party is not good. He is also welcome, faintly said, for the name of the small fish and shrimp. I have always been too lazy to remember. Chutan's eyebrows are full of anger, and he is angry. He grew up from small to large, and no one has ever dared to despise himself. Well, you Li Qingshan, this son has humiliated you. 2 sentences. You are honestly accepting it. Let this son happy. It is your blessing, but dare to jump up and repay. But I do not know that it has caused a big disaster. I see that you are a personal talent. Now give me a mistake, call me a boss. Everyone is a brother. Li Qingshan, who was listening to it, was stunned. I really didn't think that there were such wonderful characters in the world. Even the anger disappeared. I frowned at Chuten and pointed to Hao Pinyin. Is this person a problem? Hao Pinyin and Jiang Lanqing were also surprised. Hearing this statement, he was deeply impressed. He did not expect that Chuten, one of the three genius characters who opened the hospital, was not normal. Li Qingshan Novel School Chief Disciple Identity. Although it attracted a lot of contempt and even hostility, but here will be new recruits, which will be the enemy for the sake of the moment. It is the head squeezed. But the genius Chuten, obviously, didn't think about it, and said something that even the onlookers felt shocked. Chuten is next to the little NV Joust said, "How dare you say our elder brother Tan? You know our elder brother Tan." Her words have not been finished. Li Qingshan has been pulling Hao Pinyin, hiding like a neuropathy, and her face suddenly rose red. Chuten angrily said, "Li Qingshan, you stand for me. Are you afraid of this son? If you are afraid, you will call a boss. Otherwise I will never let you go." Li Qingshan said, "It is worthy of my boss. It will be one in this life. You are like him. It is like a bowel movement. Stay away from me. Don't think that you are a bowel movement. I will not step on you." The dispute between the two has attracted many people to watch. This statement is a sneer. Hao Pinyin haha smiled. This metaphor is wonderful. Hua Chenglu and Yu Zijian are also on the sidelines. They also have guidance from their predecessors. In each refining class, the professor at Mohist School teaches the best. Hua Chenglu smiles. This Li Qingshan is still like the first time he saw him. Extremely arrogant. Chuten didn't expect that he turned into a laughing stock, and he was very angry. He was waiting for the attack. I don't know who shouted, "The professor is here." Disciple have returned to their place. Chuten, although hateful, but did not dare to fight in front of the professor. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy looks open and free, but it is not without rules. And those rules, however, it is maintained by the legalist school, which is known for its severe punishment. Hao Pinyin and Jiang Lanqing took the opportunity to leave. They are considered senior disciples of Mohist school, and it is impossible to spend time. Then listen to these basic courses. Just pick him up after class and take him to Divine Machine Island. Li Qingshan didn't look at Chuten again, and found a position to sit down. The whole lecture hall is shaped like a big whirlpool, and he sits on the edge of the whirlpool. Still from the distant previous life, let him feel a little bit. But he just sat down. Immediately outside of the room, especially a Confucian school's NV disciple, it was a look of disgust, hiding 7 or 8 steps away. Li Qingshan smiled and didn't care. The ear suddenly remembered the voice of Chuten. "Now you know who is the bowel movement." Li Qingshan frowned, and the body was moving, and Qian Rongzi sat beside him and smiled slightly. "The clothes are good." Chuten was surprised. Qian Rongzi, but the NV person he fancy, suddenly felt a betrayal. Hate turned his head. "What?" Li Qingshan did not squint. A thin old man with a hair white came in with some boxes and stood in the center of the whirlpool, on the circular podium. "Then, start drinking tea from the beginning." Everyone was surprised, but they didn't dare to pick up their ears and talk with true Qi sound transmission. "Zhao," Qian Rongzi asked, "what about little An? Why didn't you go with you again? We don't seem to be good enough to talk about her topic." Qian Rongzi Tun renewed the morning say. Li Qingshan could not judge the true and false. She learned Cloud Tip's 7 signs from Yin Yang Jia and Ma Buai. Something to say. Li Qingshan is arrogant about the so-called genius of Chuten, and can be dismissed and immediately squat back. But talking to her, she has to be more vigilant, not willing to be evil with her in such a small matter, and always feel that her concern for little An is not false. Even if Chuten hates his teeth, he doesn't take it seriously, but if one day feels hostile from her, then there is only one word for killing. "Thank you. Why Zong Yun, do you have time? So urgent?" Qian Rongzi held his hand on his cheek. "Revenge is going to be early, and it is not for you to kill him now. I still need to plan." "Chu, is yours still mine?" "Of course it is mine." Qian Rongzi Mo with a smooth cheek, "that slap, She wants to return 10 times 100 times. Leisurely said, I can't wait to talk to Y Deputy Master. I am how to torture Y Yingji to death, and then use the same means to show it again on him. Oh, the joy of life is nothing more than this. In the principle that the enemies of the enemy are friends, Li Qingshan is deeply took a breath, pressing the impulse of swearing, and his mother is a dead metamorphosis. Gian Rongzi is very happy to appreciate Li Qingshan's expression, as if the inner voice finally found the listener, and that person has to listen. In return, I can inquire about the background of Chu Ten for you. He will not be willing to give up, and the NV teaching that is intended to be unfavorable to Little An. Let's talk about it later. The old man began to talk. Li Qingshan casually said, neither agree nor refuse. Anyway, Y Zhongyi Yuan must die. As for the NV teaching, he will be killed when he meets, and he can also enjoy his body and mind. I don't know how to think like this. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is no different from metamorphosis. On the podium, the professor finally stopped drinking tea, revealed a satisfied expression, and coughed twice. Fellow Taoist, old gentleman Menksiki. The two stopped talking and listened attentively. The professor named Menksiki said that it would be like a river break, a mile, from the origin of refining to the development of refining. The voice returned to Dang in this swirling lecture hall, and it was clearly introduced to everyone. Some people say refining concocting pill. It's all external way. This is a good thing, but it's these external ways, and it's safe to sit here. Don't worry about demons' infringement, and those are really only repaired. The demon of the Tao can only escape from hiding in the subterranean world. Li Qingshan is the first time to contact refining. Listening is especially serious. The Menksiki is also as good as Jiang Lanking. It is very good, interesting and fascinating. Although the cultivation base is only the Qi refining 8th level, it is an expert in terms of refining. After talking about the history and meaning of refining, Menksiki began to really teach refining. Li Qingshan listened to the realized road, the refining way. There is such a subtlety. From the initial changes and fusion materials to the injection of spirit talisman, burning formation, every step is extremely difficult. I didn't expect these external ways to be so closely related. The reciprocating spirit talisman and the talisman's spirit talisman are not the same, but they are essentially the same. Character is a kind of text, with the words of heaven and earth Jiao stream. There are nearly 1,000 common ones, and the combined effect is even more numerous. In the process of refining, injecting spirit talisman is an indispensable step, so it is necessary to understand the talisman way. Above the spirit artifact, magical artifact, is to engrave the form for refining to derive more powerful and complex effects. Qi refining warrior naturally does not have this ability, but to become a true refining master, it is also necessary to understand some basic forms. Li Qingshan knows that his curriculum has to be revised again, but it is like finding a direction in the darkness and a joy that cannot be said in the heart. Menksiki talked about an hour and returned to the basics of refining to change the state of the material. A good blacksmith has a sword. It takes many steps. Basically, there are many tools such as stoves, sledgehammers, hammers, bellows, water tanks, grindstones, etc. But with us, in terms of it, as long as a refining tripod is enough, don't even dare. After the explanation, the raft brought to the pickup, there are many square small wooden blocks placed in the hole, and the front row of the discipline is passed backwards. Menksiki asked them to turn them into spheres without destroying their wood grain. The material of the wooden block is pine, which is soft and easy to change shape. To learn to refining, it must be able to change the shape of the matters with its own power. Li Qingshan also got a pine block and immediately began to practice. Slowly injecting true Qi, according to Professor Menksiki's method, let true Qi gradually merge with the wooden block. When he started to change true Qi, the shape of the block was also distorted and changed with the bit by bit. As if it was no longer wood, it became water with the heat of 10th water true Qi. Sure enough, this rhythm is more suitable for me. to subtly regulate my own psychology like refining. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 304. Chapter 39. Heaven Reincarnate. Original Li Qingshan's confidence increased greatly. After trying for a long time, I finally removed the 8 sharp corners of the pine block, but the wood grain was broken. The broken piece was ruined. I want to start wonderfully. I was so anxious that I couldn't help but increase true chi. Injecting, the wooden block immediately smashed. Look at Qian Rongzi next to him, no better than him. Qian Rongzi crushed the pine block and smiled. It seems that we are not heaven. But it is not too bad. Li Qingshan believes that as long as he is a little more stable, the whole ball is not a problem. But how the texture of the pine is constant, you have to carefully understand. There are also many chi-refining warrior who have tried for a long time. Even the first step of the combination of gas and material can't be done. Naturally, the shape of the pine can't be changed. If it is anxious, it will inevitably break the wood. Menksiki said, if you can't even do this, prove that you don't have an innate skill for refining. You can stop listening and save yourself some time. Chi-refining warrior has a high-spirited generation, and the cultivation base of Professor Meng is only chi-refining, and some people stand up and go out. After that, Menksiki smiled and said, in fact, when I first refining, I also failed. Everyone is amazed. Menksiki said, pride is learning is a big obstacle. If you don't have this patience, you don't have to learn refining. Don't forget, you can make up your mind, well, and raise your results to me. Many pine balls were lifted. Of course, it was too embarrassing to take it out. Menksiki's eyes fell in the hands of Chutan. The wooden balls in his hands were round and the texture was clear. There was no interruption, like carving from wooden blocks. Come out the same. This fellow Taoist. Please stand up. What is your name? Chutan. Well done. Chutan proudly enjoys the eyes that everyone admires. The heart, of course, I am the god. What diligence can make up, but it is a fool. I never looked back at Li Qingshan. Qian Rongzi sound transmission said, I will say it. This year, such a simple and lovely enemy, it is rare. Li Qingshan smiled, but did not know she understood. There was no rest in the middle, until after the 2 hours of lectures. Menksiki stopped his words and pressed his neck and stretched. Said, today is here, the age is big, and standing for a while will feel tired. He twisted his neck and suddenly Kaka screamed. His head fell from his shoulder and rolled down to the podium. The scarlet blood rushed out like a small fountain. This warm classroom suddenly became a horrible scene of murder. Exclaimed in the lecture hall. The Confucian school, who was disgusted with Li Qingshan, screamed loudly. Chutan's face changed greatly. I didn't expect to enter the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy on the first day. I witnessed a murder case, and with his cultivation base, no one saw it. Who did it? How to do it? The instinct releases the shield true chi. Within the lecture hall, everyone is at risk. Menksiki's body stood still straight, and the head on the ground said, Aya, the strength is too big. The headless body walked down the stage. Put your head on your shoulders and put Kaka on. There was no sound in the lecture hall, and everyone was dumbfounded. Li Qingshan chuckled. I didn't expect the professor of the Mohist school to be so boring, and it would be a trick to teach. I also played this trick afterwards. He had already noticed the one who was teaching on the stage. It's not a living person at all, but a flaw. Although it looks exactly the same as human race on the surface, and it really exudes the breath of chi-refining warrior, the smell of the body is extremely strange. Drinking tea and light coffee are all about creating an illusion, deceiving most people, but deceiving his sixth sense, and those who spurt out are not human blood at all. However, Mohist school's exquisite craftsmanship is so amazing that this lesson, presumably to give those Mohist school brothers, leaving a very deep impression. Look at Qian Rongzi is also a look. She certainly does not have such a sharp sense of his sense, but if you cannot see it, it will surprise him. Chutan will be so proud of being praised. It is really impossible to give people a high look. Menksiki said, keen and meticulous observation, calm and rational thinking, for refining the way, is more important than rounding the wooden block. The latter can do it with more practice, but if it lacks the former, it will be difficult for life. Refining master. The atmosphere in the lecture hall was loose and the laughter was everywhere. Although I knew that I was being played, the Menksiki, who didn't know where to hide, had won the admiration of everyone, but the face of many female cultivator was still pale. Chutan puts away the body of Truchi. His face is red, and Menksiki's words are like deliberately pointing to him, and hate in his heart. Menksiki raised his hand to the younger brother who did not show his surprised expression, and asked them how they saw that they were a beggar. Li Qingshan doesn't think that this kind of cockroach has the ability to think, but it has the ability to judge, such as which ball is round and who has less expression, and all of this should be run according to certain procedures, compared to fighting. This is not difficult, and the eyes that are no different from real people should be the key. When Li Qingshan was reached, Li Qingshan got up and his mouth moved a few times, but did not make any sound, then sat down. Professor Yan said very sincerely, "Thank you." Li Qingshan smiled slightly, and it seems that his judgment is correct. A sneer, Hua Chenglu secretly screamed, and the party's hatred was counted. In addition to the courage, this guy is really good. Cannot help but think of the city of Linu, the rainy night, Grand Marximan's roar. He was dressed in a coat, in the dark alley, a very chic hand. This blurred memory suddenly became clear. Such a man, even if it is a time of death, accidentally entered the novel school. There will be something to do. After I asked everyone, Menksiki gave a deep gift. "Thank you for your suggestion. Refers to your own head. I already exist here. Going back will continue to improve." Fang's brother, "I will send each person a box of pine blocks as a reward." Those younger brothers who had broken their minds went to the podium and took wooden boxes. "Do more practice." Menksiki repeats this sentence. When it was Li Qingshan's turn, he was about to pick up the wooden box, but Professor Yan insisted, "I am awkward, but I can't play with me." Li Qingshan knows that it is not the embarrassment to talk to him now. He smiles and says, "Yes, Professor." Menksiki released his hand and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. "I listened to Pinyin and said that I will come often." Li Qingshan took down the notes and walked out of the tall buildings like the conch. The sky was already dusk. Unconsciously, it was an afternoon, and the small wooden box was sandwiched, but it felt extremely fulfilling. This is his first lesson, and finally took another step. How Pinyin and Jiang Lanking waited under a street lamp across the road. Yes, it is the street lamp. The long pillars are faint, illuminating a large road, and the bugs are lingering under the lamp. "Li Qingshan, you stand for me." Li Qingshan was about to go over, and there was a burst of drink behind her, which attracted a lot of attention. "I almost forgot this." Li Qingshan turned around and said to Chutan, "Small, what are you going to do?" It is strictly forbidden to smuggle in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. The first party to be punished is severe, and don't think it is affected by some skin and flesh. It can also be a hero, but the penalty is real spirit. Stones. Li Qingshan was originally looking forward to such a stable environment, but now it is a bit uncomfortable. If you are in the wilderness, you will now kill the little one and see if he has any cards other than 5 elements body of your own. Chutan said, "I want to challenge you, fight with you. Do you dare to accept?" Li Qingshan surprised. Is there such a good thing? Chutan was stunned by Li Qingshan's look, but his heart was playing with the drums. But then he calmed down. Li Qingshan is just a chi refining 6th level. Even if he knows how to write body refining, there is nothing to be afraid of. Do you promise or not? Well, gamble. What do you say? Of course it is a contest. It is harder than who is in the bag, then I can compare you, ha ha. Chutan laughed a few times and found that no one should be, and do it. Li Qingshan said, "Okay, no problem. Time, place, bet." Chutan said, "The location is naturally in the battlefield on the big battle island of military school. The bet is to bet 1,000 spiral stones. No, 2,000 spirit stones. Time is set to 3 months later. He can't wait to learn Li Qingshan now, but there is always some anxiety in his heart. After 3 months of pushing, he came to Confucian school and got Liu Chengping's 5 elements giant hand imprint, 5 kinds of true qi. Simultaneous cultivation, powerful. 3 months of hard work for him to repair a small accomplishment. At that time, it is said that the qi refining 6th level is the 9th level 10th level. Li Qingshan is inevitably entering the country at novel school. Under the circumstance, he does not have to use such things. He has absolute chances of winning. He can't help but feel a little proud of his wisdom, but he is worried that Li Qingshan will not accept it. Okay, then 3 months later, Li Qingshan promised that he is missing time. In 3 months, the medicine pill he accumulated in 100 treasure pouch can digest almost enough. He will. The strength of monster cultivator and human cultivator has been improved. The term Chutan is a medium-sized one. 3 words and 2 sentences. Set the gambling. Li Qingshan turned and left. Hey, Li Qingshan. Hua Chenglu stepped up and complained, I didn't say hello when I met, and we lost up together at the beginning. Yu Zijian said, Big brother Li Chutan saw 2 beautiful women coming to Li Qingshan, and they were in the air. Hua Chenglu sound transmission said, you must not fight with him, you can't win. Why? He is heaven reincarnate. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 305 Chapter 40 Refining Cursive Sword Script on. Li Qingshan still heard the word for the first time, and said, I promised to promise anyway. What is his control? Hey, how can it be so simple at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy? Hua Chenglu puts his index finger on his lips. Li Qingshan saw a lot of people pay attention to this place. He whispered, this is not a place to talk. My friend told me to go to Beilu. It is not like going. I also listened to my brother. Legalist school has a party in the evening. I will not go. In short, you are careful. Hao Pinyang said, the one is not the sister of Commander Hua. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with Hua family. They are all good. Zhang Lanking worried. Do you really have to fight with Chutan? Haha, that kid is a self-seeking road. Hao Pinyang is full of confidence in Li Qingshan. He was only Qi refining 2nd level, and he is already very good. Now Qi refining 6th level is afraid of a kid with his own level. Li Qingshan smiled and said, go, eat. Although heaven reincarnate has made him care. On the Baywai upstairs, look at the dragon snake lake light in the setting sun, drink a little bit of light, the sky is already dark, back to illusory Cloud Island. Liu Kunfeng is biting the pen and thinking hard, a lone lamp on the table, a bright light, and a full room. You want to fight with people? Li Qingshan took off his shoes under the gallery and sat down at the chair table. Yeah, show me. How is it written? Liu Kunfeng is preparing for his novel. Of course, it is impossible to have pornographic parts, which can be suitable for various channels. I just started. What is good in a duel? It is better to write a novel at home. Liu Kunfeng is busy getting back the manuscript. When there are 2,000 spiral stones, make him. Right? Do you know what is called heaven reincarnate? Liu Kunfeng said. What are you asking for? That Chutan seems to be heaven reincarnate. Li Qingshan took out a pine block and injected true qi to continue his refining career. What do you want to promise? The reason. You know that there is a heaven outside, the so-called diva, that is, the extraterrestrial, because of all kinds of reasons, but it is a spirit, reincarnation. There is a different life. The roots are deep and wonderful, and once inspired innate wisdom. That's amazing. Heaven reincarnate, this is no wonder. Li Qingshan said that he has seen a lot of Qi refining warrior, or an enemy or friend, but like Chutan, it is really the first time. With Chutan's mental intelligence, it is incredible to be able to repair the Qi refining 6th level in a young age. It is the same as him. It is such a vast traversal. The number of people with odd chances is not only one, but even this world. It's not his exclusive. Liu Kunfeng said, you don't have to be afraid of losing face. The 2 duel fights are agreed by both patriarch, as long as I insist on disagreement. No, you have to agree. Li Qingshan crushed the pine pieces in his hand. "You," reassured, "I will win." Li Qingshan took out another pine block. He didn't believe in a stupid bird, no matter who he was reincarnation. But it doesn't mean to improve the chi refining cultivation base. Naturally, it is the most important thing, and he also has a trick trump card. Liu Qunfeng also dissuaded him. Only by agreeing and speaking a few words, Li Qingshan borrowed the waste card of Liu Qunfeng and came to the formation of cultivation. The faint aura of light illuminates his body. He took the volume of top-grade spirit artifacts cursive sword script from 100 treasure pouch, which is the strongest trump card he can make in the human race form, when he didn't condense into Chi-Si. The power of this top-grade cursive sword script is already terrible enough to threaten 9th level Chi refining warrior. Now that he has condensed Chi-Si, it is a very crucial qualitative change for Chi refining warrior. True Chi with the body is 10 times stronger than before. If you can really refining it, he believes that in Chi refining warrior no one really can stop him from slightly a sword. What is Chu Tan's card? He only needs to display cursive sword script. He can also want him to look good. The original cursive sword script of top-grade spirit artifact was originally unspeakable, so it seems like a child holding gold and walking in the downtown area. However, now, with his strength, and the environment of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is relatively stable, it is unlikely that Patriarch will come to grab it. Even if you think about it, you have to consider the consequences. Is a chief discipline, Little Un is the Patriarch-approved peerless genius, the chief disciple of Buddhism. Just like a child has finally grown into a teenager, from the downtown to the campus, the safety factor has greatly increased, and there are some enthusiasm for showing people. Li Qingshan opens cursive sword script and looks at the ink-black sword mark on the crisscrossing pen. The right hand is like a sword. The subconscious moves a few times with the sword. It can't be like Little Un. Comprehend the sword intent contained in it, but gradually feel some gains. Compared to the original cursive sword script in the mountain bandit nest, his current experience has grown 10 times. And many things that are puzzling, he can gradually understand. Li Qingshan took a moment to decide what to do first, holding both sides of the scroll, 10th water true Chi and Chi-Si, suddenly rushing up, rushing to the two arms, pouring into cursive sword script. Cursive sword script on the hook, a variety of brush stroke, one by one shiny, more than ever. Must be bright. Refining spirit artifact is the privilege of Chi refining warrior that condenses Chi-Si. It is its own true Chi, which puts its own brand in spirit artifact and makes Danjin Chi-Si resonate with spirit artifact itself. If it is flying sword flying blade, you can use. However, refining top-grade spirit artifact seems to be a bit difficult for Li Qingshan, who is only Chi refining 6th level. The brush stroke on cursive sword script stopped after most of the light, and true Chi was weak. Li Qingshan flashed in the middle of the blue light. He chose to refine the spirit artifact in this formation. Naturally it was planned. A little bit of visible light, flashing in the formation, into his body. The almost exhausted Danjin Chi-Si, once again filled up, rushed into cursive sword script. Gwengwood to brush stroke, also illuminated the color of Li Qingshan's face. At the time of success, the process of smiling expression stiffened and refining spirit artifact on Li Qingshan was once again stagnant, but not because of the lack of true Chi. In cursive sword script, every brush stroke is twisted and twitched, and the brilliance is unpredictable. Li Qingshan's heart is not good. His hands are turned over, and the cursive sword script is turned to the outside. At the same time, cursive sword script shines brightly, and the horrible sword Chi rushes out. Sword Chi is chaotic, and the sword intent is aimless, but Li Qingshan holds the cursive sword script and feels a kind of icy cold. The power of the top-grade spirit artifact is too horrible. If it is facing you, unless change the demon body in advance and release the spirit turtle dark armor, otherwise it will be lightly injured. Light flashed, Sword chi sword intent is also short-lived, like never existed. Time seems to have been suspended for a while, Kaka whispered, and the bamboo pillars suddenly staggered up and down. Then it seems to be motivating what mechanism? The exquisite bamboo building turned into thousands of pieces, not collapsed, but scattered. Li Qingshan felt that his vision was wide. In front of him, he formed a fan-shaped open space. The location of the formation was at the very center of the courtyard. Now, he can see the bamboo forest outside the courtyard. God! What are you doing? Liu Kunfing heard the movement coming, saw the situation, and was shocked and shocked. Refining spirit artifact. Li Qingshan replied honestly and showed off the cursive sword script in his hand. He has made up his mind to take this cursive sword script out when necessary. You don't have to take advantage of Liu Kunfing. Anyway, he can be regarded as a grasshopper on a rope. That's top-grade spirit artifact. You have to refining a top-grade spirit artifact. Liu Kunfing knew that he had received the chief discipline, not as poor as the usual chi refining warrior, but took out a top-grade spirit artifact. Still surprised him. Li Qingshan said, "What, can't you? My true chi is very pure." Liu Kunfing said, "Do you have common sense? Don't say that you are chi refining 6th level, that is, chi refining 10th level. And it is impossible to refining a top-grade spirit artifact. That is not a question of true chi's pure and impure, but the ability of chi refining warrior is what the foundation establishment cultivator can do." Li Qingshan said, "But little An can get the top-grade spirit artifact Vajra beads." Liu Kunfing said, "Using is one thing, refining is one thing. Do you know how to evaluate little An in 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy? How to evaluate monstrous talent, monster." Li Qingshan disdain, but he also understands that cultivation 10th water condensate chi technique does not expect to break through the routine of this cultivation road. No wonder you dare to fight with Chutan. Liu Kunfing looked at the bamboo building that was destroyed by nearly half. He had a lingering fear. Although he was a chi refining 10th level, he would never be Li Qingshan even if he could not die refining. But as long as it can be used, how many chi refining warriors can stop it? Li Qingshan said, "Of course I don't want to be unprepared." He has a card. I don't have it. Hey! I have to release the task to get the Mohist school disciple to fix it. The spicy stones on the top are not enough for me to go to the cloud and rain building to collect the wind. Liu Kunfing sighed and squeezed his eyes at Li Qingshan. Hey, beloved disciple, wait for you to win 2,000 spiral stones. Do you want to be happy for the teacher? Li Qingshan rolled the eyes. Who is your beloved disciple? I tell you. You will not go to that place in the future. I will not deal with Cloud and Rain sect. Maybe when I will deal with you, I will tie you to when I can ask them to tear down the ticket. I forgot this. Don't talk nonsense. I am also patriarch. How dare they deal with me? Buy the search bubble book to read the most complete novel. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 306 Chapter 41 Refining Cursive Sword Script below. Chapter 41 Refining Cursive Sword Script below. Li Qingshan said, "Can you stop Kuhei Tang's charming technique?" That is naturally unstoppable. Well, I am listening to you. You are the boss, can't? After that, everyone is a brother. Li Qingshan said, remembering what Chu Tan said to himself. He couldn't help but laugh. Laughed. Refining cursive sword script was not a small depression, but also swept away. It's not big or small. Liu Kunfing blows his beard and blinks, and he laughs. In the eyes of Li Qingshan, although Liu Kunfing is a shortcoming, it has the advantage that there is no shelf. Perhaps it is forced to get used to it. And there is no such thing as chi refining warrior's self-proclaimed and arrogant posture. Li Qingshan said, how many spiral stones can the novel school get now? Liu Kunfing squatted under the formation. Now, I have more than 20 pieces a month. Yes, you are the chief disciples, and you can get 10 pieces every month, plus the management section. I can get 40. That's really pitiful. Li Qingshan shook his head. But if he thought that he wouldn't do it all day, he would be able to whiten more than 20 spiral stones. occupying such a cultivation treasure. No wonder 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy wanted to sweep him out. Liu Qinfeng argued. The Patriarch of Qi refining realm has so much income, mainly because there are too few disciplines. Li Qingshan said, what about the specifics? Liu Qinfeng said, this can be complicated, mainly by looking at the number of disciplines and the cultivation base, converting it into a numerical value, and doing more tasks. It is more likely to win in various trials, and it can also increase the value. Otherwise, the discipline makes mistakes if it is illegal. It will reduce the value. In short, the better a development, the higher the income of Patriarch, the more resources you can allocate. Oh, if you can get to the Buddhism-Taoism step, I will also send you a top-grade spirit artifact. I can remember this. Let's do everything. Li Qingshan has a new understanding of the situation of novel school. Although it is very low, it also means a promising future. The most important thing is this cake. Although it is small, it doesn't have to be eaten with so many classmates. It is not necessarily less than those of everyone. But the premise of all this is that Li Qingshan is full of confidence in being able to make this cake bigger. Liu Qinfeng said, don't worry, I will soon break through the foundation establishment realm world. By then, Patriarch's own salary will be up 10 times, and the true strength of novel school will also go to the foundation establishment realm. Can it be truly displayed? Although novel school can turn illusory into reality, it is subject to two factors. One is the power of faith, and the other is the cultivator itself. The former is like electric energy. The latter is equivalent to a transformer, and the electric energy is strong. The power of the transformer is not enough, and it cannot be converted into usable power. Go to write your novel. Li Qingshan smiled and waved his hand. Since he is already a novel school disciple, it is also necessary to contribute to novel school without delaying cultivation. After leaving Liu Qinfeng, Li Qingshan regretted the cursive sword script and then took out a volume of cursive sword script. His cursive sword script has 3 volumes, a volume of top-grade spirit artifact, a volume of high-grade spirit artifact, and a volume of middle-grade spirit artifact. He is now taking the high-grade spirit artifact cursive sword script from the hands of the black man. He has already refining a high-grade spirit artifact Clear Creek sword, which is also full of confidence. After a quarter of an hour, dozens of sword chi rushed into the night sky, and Li Qingshan failed again. He began to feel unacceptable because he had already succeeded once, but with a little thought, he understood the reason. Although he refining high-grade spirit artifact Clear Creek sword, it is because Clear Creek sword itself is a water attribute, and he is repairing 10th water true chi. And Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets gives him an extraordinary water element perceived ability, so it is so simple to give him refining. Aside from this kind of advantage, a 6th level Chi refining warrior, wanting to refining a high-grade spirit artifact, is not that simple, and the usual use is middle-grade spirit artifact. But Li Qingshan is not discouraged. The next moment, he took out the weakest cursive sword script, formerly known as Sword Chi Book, from the auction of miscellaneous school, just a middle-grade spirit artifact. Li Qingshan sighed, arrogant, perhaps from the beginning, it should start with the weakest cursive sword script. He is a little quick success. With the injection of true chi, cursive sword script launched first level Guanghua. He was too late to be happy. Guanghua suddenly began to tremble, and on the verge of collapse. Although it's just a middle-grade spirit artifact, it's more explosive than the unusual middle-grade spirit artifact. And Li Qingshan does not evade, looking directly at cursive sword script. Then Guanghua will once again stabilize, not only no longer put it out, but instead converge back a little bit. Li Qingshan suddenly saw that the twisty brush stroke suddenly moved. No, not the brush stroke is moving, but countless swords are waving, and those brush strokes are the trajectories they leave, as if the travelers left footprints in the desert. But compared with the traveler itself, the deep footprint is so short and insignificant. Li Qingshan does not know who he is, but he has a heartfelt admiration. At the beginning, Green Bull praised the author of Cursive Sword script. At the time, he could not understand the meaning of this. How can this person be recognized by the elder brother Bull? Now I understand that this kind of sword art may not appear in this world. Between the sighs, Li Qingshan finally completed the refining of Cursive Sword script. He has not breathed a sigh of relief. He has dozens of sword chi, and suddenly rewinded back, along the meridians, and went straight to Danshan Chi Si. Sword chi entered, Danshan Chi Si, immediately churned, and there was a sting. Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing. Li Qingshan gave a low drink. The Spirit Turtle monster core appeared. Dozens of sword chi were pressed and killed, but under such pressure, they still refused to smash, and if they had the essence, they swam in the Danshan Chi Sea. Li Qingshan was shocked and felt the first level of cold sweat. If his deity, not a big monster with a physical tyranny, is now smashed, if he doesn't know Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, it's hard to escape the ruin. I didn't expect Cursive Sword script to have such a vicious trap. He is now very fortunate that he has no refining top-grade Cursive Sword script. The sword chi that destroyed more than 10 bamboo buildings violently broke out in his within the body. What is the consequence? He does not even want to think. For the sinister cultivation, he once again saw it. He can imagine that those who got Cursive Sword script were happy to refining and then be killed in an instant. He suddenly felt that there seemed to be something more in his mind. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 307. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 308. Chapter 43. The Retreat at the End of the Island. Li Qingshan took out another volume of Cursive Sword script. With the foundation of this volume, low-grade Cursive Sword script, he believes that he has enough ability to refining this volume. Cursive Sword script is uploaded by friends ==, but he hesitated for a long time, and finally he took it back. Sword chi counterattack, but fortunately the sword intent is too dangerous. The brain, known as the Ling Tai in the cultivation channel, is more important in the cultivation, and above the Danshan Chi Si, and extremely fragile. If the meridians are torn, the Danshan is destroyed, and there is hope that the brain will be damaged. It is better to become crazy and stupid. He doesn't have a life and death crisis right now, and there is no need to take this risk. At this time, a tremor in the lumbar sac, Li Qingshan opened, and Millipede was released. Millipede's figure is a little longer, and when he comes out, he twists his body. When the wind is in the summer of the bamboo forest, when the insect activity is the most vigorous, he is trapped in the insect sac and naturally feels very uncomfortable. Li Qingshan Wige. He entered the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and he didn't have a day to go. During this time, he was completely unconcerned and focused on Sword Dao. He didn't care about Millipede. Let Millipede act for a while and open the worm pouch. You will bear it first, and wait for you to eat some good things. Returning to the bamboo courtyard of Novel School, Liu Qunfeng open mouth said, "You can come out and give me 2,000 spiral stones." Li Qingshan said, "What are 2,000 spiral stones?" Liu Qunfeng smiled and said, "Of course it is a duel with Chutan." Liu Chenqing has agreed. "You must thank me this time." Li Qingshan gave him 2,000 spiral stones and wondered, "Why do I thank you?" It turned out that Chutan had to fight with Li Qingshan and returned to Confucian school. Liu Chenqing did not agree. His prefecture governor is also gentleman's style. This matter is related to Chutan and Littleman. The two genius of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy are not willing to make disputes inside. Then, Liu Qunfeng gave full play to his ridiculous innate skill, and everywhere Li Qingshan was victorious, Chutan was defeated, and Liu Chenqing could endure how he was so small. In a rage, he agreed to set a time, and the bet naturally went ahead of Zhao 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Moreover, the matter involves another one of the 100 families. Li Qingshan heard it and laughed. The duel is not indecisive, and he has no deep hatred with Chutan. Liu Qunfeng is really energetic in this respect. During this time, Hao Pinyin and Jiang Lanking also visited 2 times, asked him why he didn't go to class. But seeing him in the painstaking cultivation sword technique, he did not bother, he left. They also know Li Qingshan and Chu Tan's gamble. Now of course, it is most important to strengthen one's own strength, and refining is only temporarily put aside. Li Qingshan said, Fu Bai hasn't returned yet. Liu Kunfing said, senior brother sent a message back. The shelf has basically been tied, and the Illusory Cloud Association is ready to open. Please come and join us. Li Qingshan admires son Fu Bai's ability. In such a large area, it is not easy to use so many resources. It will be more than 20 days to get to this stage. If you let him do this, I am afraid that it will not be done in half a year. This is not a mental deficiency, but a gap in the experience of the network. It is really a home with a treasure. Very good. But I am afraid that I will not have time to participate in the opening ceremony. I am going to retreat for a while. Retreat. Liu Kunfing understands that this is for a decisive battle with Chu Tan. Li Qingshan has more considerations. Millipede is his friend, not a pet beast. He can't let his friends stay in the worm pouch all day long. However, Chu Tan's gambling is also one of the reasons. His original plan was to take Dan Yao while learning refining concocting pill and accumulate more knowledge and resources to protect the fastest update. Now he has changed his mind. The lion is fighting the rabbit, and he is doing his best. Exclamation mark. The many facilities on the island. The chief disciples are free to use, and the Dong government is one of them. Liu Kunfing said, isn't it going to be closed here? Spiritual Qi is not as good here. I have my own plans. Li Qingshan came to Zhengming Island with Little An and found the management responsible for managing the Dong government. Seeing that they are the 2 chief disciples, Li Qingshan is the only place to choose a retreat. Little An is a famous one. How can the teacher learn to be slow? 2 fellow Taoist. Do you want to retreat, or do you want to together? Together. Please come with me. The teachings were not arrogant. I took them to a large hall. The floor shook and fell quickly. Under the contending island, a huge empty dong was dug up, separating more than 10 floors. Each first level has a large number of closed dong houses for each cultivation, and each dong house is tightly locked. It is blocked by the forming and does not feel any breath. Li Qingshan felt that the closer to the bottom, the more intense spiritual qi was, and the spiritual qi rolled, blowing like a wind, straight down to the bottom of the empty dong, only to stop steadily. Teaching a disc-shaped jiao to Li Qingshan, this is the key. Here is the bottom. There is only one closed dong house. Spiritual qi formation is the best, and very wide. 2 people in it cultivation can completely interact with each other does not affect, if it is the usual discipline to use. Every day has more than a dozen spiral stones. Li Qingshan said, I don't know if I can see the inside from the outside. Teaching, it is impossible. There are not only a lot of formation barriers, but also spiritual power interference. Even patriarchal use water moon plate can't penetrate, not only can't see through, people outside want to go in. If you don't come, the dong house will be closed only when you close it. Can't open from the outside. It can't be said completely. There is a way to open nature, but it is a very special situation, such as 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, which was attacked by foreign enemies, or you should not have a tuition fee. Li Qingshan, Charles, said, thank you for your guidance. The 2 are the protagonists of the future. It is also my honor to help the 2. The food and the drinking water are all prepared by themselves. If there is nothing else, I will not delay the 2 cultivations. Li Qingshan and Little An entered the dong house, once again activated the key. The stone men slammed, and several forms began to run. The spiritual qi here is not comparable to the formation of Illusory Cloud Island, but it is not much worse, and it is safer and more secretive. Li Qingshan will release Millipede and take out the safe foods bought from Bailu. Make compensation. Look at Little An and pinch her nose, look at me and shut down. use sword chi to defeat you. You think. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 309 Chapter 44 Spirit Turtle Second Layer. Novel School Chief Disciple Li Qingshan and Genius Chutan with 5 elements body. The news of the duel has just rang throughout the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. The news of Li Qingshan and Little Un retreating once again set off waves. Hua Chenglu clenched his fist. It's a fool. Yu Zijian called Dao. What happened to me? I didn't say you. On the futon around, there were a lot of disciplines, and they turned their heads. 2. Please be quiet. Before the palace, Professor Pill concocting technique was being taught, and he was reminded. Hua Chenglu spit out his tongue, and Li Qingshan was crazy about it. It really reminded him. But think about it. The man's reluctance, originally is unusual, otherwise how could he give up the opportunity to climb the Hua family and decide to leave? After the class, Yu Zijian took Hua Chenglu around Ui Island. Yu Zijian said, the big brother Li doesn't necessarily lose. Isn't he retreating? On that day, she saw Chutan so arrogant that she could not stand on the side of Li Qingshan. Hua Chenglu said, what do you know? The speed of his cultivation can be compared. Depressed the voice, Chutan of Heaven Reincarnate, unless it is the monstrous talent Little Un Heaven Reincarnate, even if it is not the heaven veins, the cultivation speed is much faster than the ordinary cultivator. It is said that because of the cultivation of its previous life, it remains in the mind, so the bottleneck is difficult for ordinary cultivators. They are often able to make a move. It will be solved. This kid is going to lose face this time. If he chooses to fight with Chutan immediately, maybe there is a chance of winning. Retreat? Wang Pushi sneered. Hua Chengzhen said, he can't take common sense. If he dares to agree, he has a victory. When did you raise him so? Wang Pushi said with amazement. Hua Chengzhen said, old Wang, you just can't see his merits because of prejudice. Think about it. He walked under the pine trees outside Sunshia City to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. How long did it take? How many difficulties have you experienced and have you lost? Wang Pushi is silent. Well, I will put a bet on him when I get there. In Flawless Island, Grandmaster Yinian said that she would go to retreat for her own chief discipline. Only a bitter smile, and a bitter smile can only be gone by her. Retreat? Ha! Retreat useful to genius. Chutan listened to Ha laughing, to the 2 girls next to him. Elder brother Tan is the best, it won't lose to the barbarian. More than 2 months later, in the battlefield of military school, there was an hour before the duel, and there were many cultivators, stopping the work in their hands. Come to watch the battle. There are also a few patriarch, invisible VIP rooms. Liu Chenqing and Liu Kunfing will not be able to. Naturally, Taoist Sloppy is going to see how Li Qingshan is ugly. In the view of Wang Pushi, Li Qingshan is the same as the Eagle Wolf Guard. Other patriarch, who has nothing to do with this matter, wants to see Chutan, who is said to be heaven reincarnate. In the end, Li Qingshan naturally played the role of a touchstone. But from the beginning to the end, Li Qingshan did not appear. The gate of the immortal cave retreating under the island has not been opened. Finally, Han Anjun sentenced Chutan to win and handed over 4,000 spirit stones to him. Chutan Yang Tan Xiao laughed a few times. I count him smart. Otherwise it is even more ugly. I will lose something. I will definitely get back. Heaven. Update. The starting brother is very powerful. No war and defeat the soldiers. Liu Chenqing glanced at Liu Kunfing, who was pale and pale. Wang Pussy yelled and said that he would be infused to Li Qingshan only if he was in the head. If it is not a retreat to Immortal Cave, there is no special reason. He can't easily open it. He can't wait to let Li Qingshan out. He is not afraid to lose, but a few different grades spirit stones, but cannot lose like this. Hua Chengzhen frowned. Qingshan, he is not at a critical juncture in cultivation. Can't be interrupted. Let's make a fart. What can't be interrupted? I think he is obviously afraid. Are you afraid? On the combat field, when you lose the spirit stones, you are ruined. If you win, you will inevitably sneer. The so-called novel school once again became the laughingstock of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Taoist Sloppy held his chin, and the kid didn't look like a war avoid, or could it be that he was infected by Liu Qinfeng? Confucius Island, underground cave. Fuzzhong. Li Qingshan did forget the duel. Little An remembered, but did not remind him, because even if he was reminded, he would never be able to go out now. The progress of cultivation far exceeds the idea of Li Qingshan at the beginning. He calculated that he would digest the medicine pill in 100 treasure pouch by 7788 and then push Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets one step forward. But this step, it is not too small. Let him go to the edge of the Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets second layer. Only one step. You can succeed. At this time, Tao Elements Pill 1 from Kuhei Tang and Medicine Pill from Little and Yinyan played a decisive role. At this moment, Li Qingshan has taken all the medicine pill that can be used for cultivation in 100 treasure pouch, and only one of the Tao Elements Pill is left, and now it is swallowed in the belly, and then bit by bit refining. At this time, no matter whether it is the 2000 spirit stones of the bet, or the personal reputation and humiliation, it is impossible for him to be distracted. These three divine ability, for him, like Tao of the beautiful bones is the root of Little An, and Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets is fundamental at all. Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets second layer, it is likely to be the key to open the door of Monster General Realm. Step into it, Li Qingshan will be very different. The world will be very different. Time passed by, I don't know how long it has passed. Suddenly, Li Qingshan rose up and shook the blue light, and Guingwu actually formed the shape of the spirit turtle, shaking his head and swaying. Until the entire immortal cave was flooded, it suddenly began to shrink, retracted into Li Qingshan's with the body, and retracted into the little spirit turtle monster core, which was small but more than ever. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, in which Guingwu circulated. Only Zhao Xin stopped the water and was extremely calm. He finally completed the Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets to the second layer, but did not understand the promotion of Monster General, but this is also his expectation. Otherwise in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Heavenly Tribulation into Monster General, it was crazy. The closing of the underground cave is so good that I can't conceal the breath. At that time, I was surrounded by various patriarchs. But that door has been opened to him. He vaguely sees the boundless beauty and puts one foot on the threshold. Now, just put the other foot away and step inside. This process is not as easy as it is said. I don't know how many cultivators are stuck in the chi refining 10th level. I haven't been able to take this step for 10 years. I don't know how many monsters are killed in heavenly tribulation. He must be careful and save more resources to complete this life. No, demon. A crucial step. Li Qingshan didn't have to experiment. I felt that it is now the foundation establishment cultivator. It is difficult to break his spirit turtle dark armor as long as it is not the same as Fu King Jin, or the cultivation base is as high as Taoist sloppy. The most important thing is that the stagnant bull demon and tiger demon divine ability can continue cultivation. If both are repaired to the third layer, the second layer spirit turtle is difficult to suppress, but only it's okay to bring the cow demon cultivator to third layer realm. And bull demon strong fist, with the higher the cultivation, the more powerful the power. The fierce body will be the most important bargaining chip against heavenly tribulation. At this time, Little An reminded Li Qingshan of the duel. Li Qingshan, this is awe-inspiring. Calculating the time, now it's summer outside. More and more felt the concept of time of the cultivator. There is no sun and moon in the mountains, and it is not a false statement. Although the whimsy is regrettable, but I didn't take it too seriously. If I missed it, I missed it, and let the kid smug for a while, afraid to find it in the future. Anyway, miss it, it will not be anxious. Then I didn't continue. Li Qingshan looking at the corner, Millipede also curled up into a ball and took the spiritual power in Immortal Cave. The cultivation seemed to be more focused than him. It is naturally more suitable for his cultivation and recovery than in the sack. Millipede used to be the highest cultivation base here, and he felt only deeper than Li Qingshan for the feeling of no time in the mountains. Little An is also nod. During this time, She took a look at the Vajra subduing demon art cultivation and the understanding of Tao of the beautiful bones. And Cloud Tip's 7 signs also needs her to spend more time. Go to bit by bit cultivation. Li Qingshan once again took out the volume of high-grade cursive sword script. Although during this time he specialized in monster cultivator, chi refining cultivation base or chi refining 6th level. But this time, his heart has been fully grasped. With the experience of last refining cursive sword script and the understanding of sword Tao, this time's refining, without too much effort, was a success. Then, this is the most dangerous moment, the countercurrent sword chi, far more fierce than the last 10 times. At the same time, in the mind, a long black sword like a black ink appeared again. The above-mentioned general dance, but the horror word intent released, but like the steel needle of countless shank, the thorns. The last time the word intent was released, it only made Li Qingshan feel the heart and had the impulse to dance the sword. However, this time, Li Qingshan felt a tingling sensation in his mind, and almost no mind could concentrate. It is conceivable that in this case, the mind is faint, sword chi is counter-attacking, and the enemy is back, and almost no chi refining warrior can survive. But Li Qingshan snorted, Spirit Turtle C suppressing. Spirit Turtle C suppressing, the first thing to suppress is not chi C, but C of consciousness. Li Qingshan in his mind, he thought of a boundless spirit turtle, pressed against the black sword that was so dark, and the horrible sword intent suddenly stagnated. The power of spirit turtle dominates everything, and this is Li Qingshan's greatest guarantee of refining this volume of cursive sword script. Peas, comrades, birds at the end of the month, no chance to vote for the monthly ticket. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 310 Chapter 45, Chi refining 7th level. Li Qingshan has a clear mind. At the same time, in the Chi C, Spirit Turtle also suppressed all the countercurrent sword chi. TXT ebook download. This is so. A number of meridians also showed traces of tears, stinging. If it is the ordinary chi refining warrior, the injury is extremely serious and you need to go to medical school for treatment. However, Li Qingshan changed the demon body slightly, and applied monster chi to wash away the remaining sword chi. It didn't take long for these scars to heal. As a big monster infinitely close to monster general realm, his self-healing ability is already very powerful, and as long as he gives him time, almost any injury can heal. Healing the injury, Li Qingshan immediately began to understand the sword Tao in this volume of cursive sword script. Under the control of Spirit Turtle, let the sword intent swords, bit by bit, be released slowly. Feel, go to comprehend. However, it is clear that the difficulty of this time has increased a lot. Li Qingshan open mouth said, Little One, to teach me sword art. Little One immediately stopped cultivation and joined him in research. Time flies. No one cares. This time, Puafi time, more than the last time. In a blink of an eye 3 months passed. Li Qingshan also handed in 2 volumes of cursive sword script to inject true chi. When true chi turned into a sharp sword chi, it came back against the flow, and it was already hidden, and it would no longer hurt him. Finally, I fully realized the sword Tao contained in the 2nd volume of cursive sword script. At this moment, he wants to integrate the 2 volumes of cursive sword script in his Danshan Chi C. 2 sword chi, 1 strong and 1 weak, 1 in the Danshan Chi C. I will fight up. It does not seem to be the same source, but a deadly enemy. Li Qingshan did not use the Spirit Turtle C suppressing secrets forcibly suppressing, but relied on the conviction to control. Gradually, the powerful sword chi took the upper hand and swallowed the weak sword chi, and the 2 were completely integrated into one. 100 words of sword chi. Because of the complete refining, the power of this sword chi is not under the top grade cursive sword script. And if the arm makes a finger, it is more useful. But you can imagine that if you are fighting against people suddenly exerting this trick, there are several people who can resist it. A golden light appeared behind Li Qingshan. The great Vajra sword, and bowed his head. Li Qingshan refers to the sword, across the top of the head. Vajra sword and sword Qi Jilai Jiao front, Jidang out of the gold iron long cry. Vajra sword bit by bit is pressed. Li Qingshan Dang opens Vajra sword, and fits in, you come back to attack. In order to improve the control of sword Qi, Li Qingshan once asked Little Un to attack himself without any time so that sword Qi can be sent out in a sense of crisis. This method is quite good for Li Qingshan, who is good at actual combat, but she seems to be addicted. Don't you beat sword Qi to defeat me? Little Un smiled. One with the sword, Vajra sword turned into a golden light, whistling away. Underestimated me. Li Qingshan Mo took out a low-grade spirit artifact sword and started the sword. The sword tip is on strike. Li Qingshan screams, Danshan sword Qi. The source is infused into the blade, and Vajra sword is cracked. At the same time as the long sword shattered, the Vajra golden body collapsed and revealed her petite body. He hugged her, squeezing her cheeks and scratching her itch. Let you be naughty. Little Un made a silver bell-like laugh. Li Qingshan sat on the floor. Put her onto it. You didn't release water. Little An leaned in his arms, looked up at him, his eyes sparkling like stars, shook his head hard. The long hair like algae, bowlang-like trembled. Li Qingshan said, really? Little Un smiled, nodded, really. Although Vajra's subduing demon art is a great method of Buddhism, a heavy cultivation base is not enough to withstand the power of sword Qi, which is close to top-grade spirit artifact. Li Qingshan ha laughed. I said to beat sword Qi, you still too stubborn to admit mistakes. You are amazing, let's go. Little Un grinned. However, Vajra is a wrathful heart. Sword Dao is an enemy, but it must be killed. When she faced Li Qingshan, she naturally could not have such a heart. Whether it is the Vajra god of the Buddha or the sword Dao in cursive sword script, she has not even played half of her power. It's almost time, we're going to go out. Li Qingshan said, the time of the retreat was really unexpected, big eyes, full of expectations. Who can reject this kind of look? Li Qingshan lowered her head and put her forehead on her head. Well, listen to you, there is no Dan Yao anyway. Here is also good for Qi refining. Little Un smiled and smiled. For her, no matter where the cultivation is, there is no difference, but being able to retreat with him is still the most fun thing for her. Not disturbed by any foreign objects, in this closed, dong house, getting along with each other, there is no moment to separate. It is like a small haven, avoiding all the storms of world outside. Under the deep subterranean world, Li Qingshan looked up. Even through the layered formation, thick soil, he still clearly felt the unusual bow movement of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is inside demon. The spirit turtle monster core told him. Little An's thumb is light on the middle finger knuckles, counts a few times, and then confidently said, it's snowing. Li Qingshan said, go out to play snowballs. Little Un said, good. As a result, the big man of subterranean world Dong opened up. On the illusory cloud island, the bamboo forest courtyard. Snow covered the court and no one cleaned. This situation is only available at Novel School, but it is also kept pure and free from any pollution. Bamboo is like a gentleman, not changing the original. A slight cold wind, with snow falling on the bamboo floor. The snow is also dimmed with darkness. It is like embedding a beautiful landscape painting. Of course, only the cultivator can be so leisurely and disregarding the cold and meditation. Liu Kunfeng wore a single piece of green say, and was working hard on the desk. Whether it was cold or landscape, it seemed that he could not make him move. The illusory cloud association has begun to play an amazing role. The heart of his novel, which seems to be burning, seems to burn again. Of course, these stories no longer have the ingredients of, but are also insulated from elegance. Li Qingshan's words gave him a deep inspiration. He now understands that what he wants to conquer is not an elegant person who is a yin poet. Without any mention of anyone, what kind of juvenile cliffs are different? Young lady followed the classic plot of the poor scholars, and they have a remarkable pen. After the beautification of the storytellers, they are introduced into the ears of thousands of civilians. The speed at which the power of faith gathers suddenly increases. Of course, this process is not smooth sailing. After a lot of embarrassment and struggle, in order to improve efficiency, he wrote many beginnings and listened to the feedback from Illusory Cloud Association. If you can get approval, continue to write down, otherwise it will be immediately replaced. Everything is for the reader to listen to the service. Now, he wrote such a half-developed novel. In his many novels, this book has received the most recognition and support. The 4 characters of Fenryu Master have also become famous. He hasn't been to the Cloud and Rain building for a long time, not because of Li Qingshan's reminder, but because there is no time at all. He will soon have a manuscript, and he has to give time to let those storytellers become familiar with the story. He wants to write desperately, if he can. He wants to continue this story. On 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he is not alone in the fight. He is not fighting for himself. The entire novel school, in his hands. Revival. Dong dong dong, is anyone at home? Liu Qunfeng violently raised the head. Because the mind is still immersed in the story, his eyes are stunned. It seems a bit sloppy, but he gradually sees it. The person standing under the gallery, blocking the snow, is exactly what he thinks. I want to be the chief disciple Li Qingshan. Beloved disciple, you are finally out. Liu Qunfeng rushed. Li Qingshan waved him away and greeted the snow. Little one, come. How do you retreat for so long? You won't really be afraid of Chutan. You are vital point. I am afraid that you said it earlier. I have lost a lot of spirit stones, you know. He is already chi refining 7th level. I heard that recently. I have to break through. It's really more people than people. Mad. Liu Qunfeng tea, pouring water, smashing, suddenly stopped. Wide eyes. You are, chi refining 7th level. I finally felt that the breath of Li Qingshan was chi refining 8th level. Also, Li Qingshan smiled and put the teapot into Little Un's palm. At the time of chi refining, there was a small accident, so I spent more time. Liu Qunfeng's face is incredible. What an accident can make a chi refining warrior just reached the 6th level, in a few months, to reach the chi refining 7th level path of cultivation. The more difficult it is, After condensing Qi, the rest of the Renduo Chong Sanmai can be completed in 10 years. Even if it is fast, it will be used for 10 years, 12 serious times, reaching the peak of Qi refining warrior, Qi refining 10th level. Then there are 2 or 30 years to slowly understand the final step, or the first step. Foundation establishment can reach the Qi refining 10th level before the age of 50, even if it is Jing Ying. Before the age of 40 is Yingji, before the age of 30, it is genius. This is the majority of Qi refining warrior with innate skill, and even many foundation establishment cultivators. The path to go is also the emergence of genius such as Hua Chengzhen, but it is the genius of the impressive. Li Qingshan is only 17 years old. If you follow this speed cultivation, you can easily fall into the ranks of genius. If he knows the real time of Li Qingshan's expenses, I am afraid that he will be surprised to bring out the eyeballs. The fastest update, just 3 months. Not Liu Qunfeng for 9 months. Although it is possible to continuously absorb spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Qi refining is not enough to have spiritual Qi, and it has not been repaired to Qi refining 7th level so quickly until he discovered another magical effect of Danshan Sword Qi. Forcibly open up the meridians. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 311. Chapter 46 gives you 3 strokes. Originally after Qi refining 6th level, I wanted to rely on spiritual power to continuously transform true Qi to attack each hole. It seems that it didn't start so well that I wanted to start wonderfully. At this time, Sword Qi in Danshan gave Li Qingshan great inspiration. He tried to integrate Sword Qi into true Qi, forcibly opened up the meridians, and hit the hole. He did not expect to succeed. His own true Qi is extremely pure, and with the help of Danshan Sword Qi, The road level on chi refining will no longer have any bottlenecks. This cursive sword script is really extraordinary. You can think I saw Li Qingshan stepping out of the gallery, and the mist quickly gathered at the foot, and the speed of magic spell was amazing. Where are you going? Of course, I am going to find Chutan. The spirit stones are still recovered. Li Qingshan swayed his head, and little and jumped into the cloud. He screamed. The cloud dragged his long tail and galloped. Go with Confucian School. Great Sage Island, Buddhism has Talon, and Confucian School has Steel Forest. On the grey and bright monuments, record the life stories of the great sage of the Confucian School, to inspire the younger generation. Chutan and a group of Confucian School brothers sat in front of a huge stone tablet and impatiently listened to the professor about these old things. What is the shit, great sage? Can it compare with Diva? Chutan saw that the professor suddenly stopped his speech and looked at his back. He looked back and suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Li Qingshan leaning against a stone tablet and smiling at him. He did not have any depression because of the failure of the duel or hate emotions, but also waved his hand, like greeting old friends. And he is also the chi refining 7th level, just like himself. This made Chutan, who wanted to see Li Qingshan's funeral dog, look very disappointed. Despite standing in the lecture, suddenly stood up. Li Qingshan, it's almost time. It's here today. The professor looked at the sky. I don't want to offend Chutan, the youngest brother who is in the limelight, and no one really wants to listen to this class anyway. The Confucian School brothers gathered next to Chutan, looking at Li Qingshan not far away. His eyes are full of contempt. Chutan said, do you dare to come? Li Qingshan said, why don't you dare? What do you want? Don't come to me to admit defeat. This is like a man, called a boss, and we are. Have you won me? Li Qingshan interrupted in a word. Chutan was furious and pointed to Li Qingshan. You don't think that you can wear a dog? I can't take you. Li Qingshan said, how? Do you want to give you a chance to win a game? It turned out to be like this. Good. I promised. I am afraid that you will run away with your tail in the middle. Chutan sneered. Confucian School brothers sneered. Li Qingshan stretched out 4 fingers. This time we bet this number, 4,000 spiral stones. Laughter. The Confucian School brothers who will come to listen to this class are all brothers. This generation adds up, have not seen so many spirit stones, cannot help but be scared by this number. Chutan also bowed. Li Qingshan said, why, not so many spiral stones? Do you want me to borrow you? Well, since you have to send the spirit stones to me, how can I not agree? Chutan sneered, his heart full of ecstasy, full of absolute confidence, and now he has learned the 5 elements giant hand imprint very deep, because it is simple cultivation. 5 kinds of true chi, 5 elements are born. True chi is 10 times more than the 7th level chi refining warrior. How can you lose? The location is still the same. Time, then it will be 3 days later, so as not to interfere with anything, let the villain get ambition. This time, I will make you convinced orally. Chutan is a sinister way, he not only wants to win, but also humiliates Li Qingshan. Let him understand the gap between mortal and heaven. 3 days later, on the battlefield of military school, Li Qingshan was the first time to come to Dazing Island. I saw this battlefield. It was a huge arena, but there was no dense seat. The high platform around the height of the seat was watching the combat challenge. The place. Far to look into the distance, the level is clear, quite rhythm, no mess, obviously also from the Mohist school architect. Chutan is holding hands and white clothes. Although it is not beautiful, but with strong power, it seems to be filled with strong momentum in the eyes of others. The surrounding high platform is full of people, and such a gamble has attracted the attention of the entire 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. The VIP seats in the high places are also hidden in the shadows. Wang Pushi looked up at the sun and it was almost time. However, Li Qingshan has not yet arrived, and there are many discussions in other stands. On one of the high platforms, there is a group of legalist school brothers. many of whom are familiar faces that Li Qingshan knows. How come the guy is still not coming? Not afraid of it. When I sent thousands of spiral stones at a time, why didn't I encounter such a good opponent? Don't say, people are the chief brother of novel school. You can't afford to be offended. Wu Zhen said very seriously. Waking a big laugh, Wu Zhen smiled and thought it was proud. Rongzi, how much have you been bet this time? Qian Rongzi said, it was the same as last time. The same? You won't? The last time Qian Rongzi slammed Li Qingshan and lost a lot of spirit stones, Wu Zhen greatly degraded Li Qingshan. I didn't expect her to be so deputy this time, so Wu Zhen's heart was quite feel bad. Now she has a lot of pursuers in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and even seems to be awkward with Chutan that day, but he is always detached. Wang Pushi bowed hua head and asked Hua Chengzhen next to him, how much did you bet this time? Hua Chengzhen sat cross-legged on the edge of the stands, and stretched out 2 fingers without looking back. 2,000. The last time you lost, you have to find it back. Wang Pushi said, do you believe him? Hua Chengzhen smiled and said, this time lost. The next time I will bet 4,000. Come on, come. The next one called, and everyone looked up. A cloud dragged the long cloud tail, flew over, and past a tower. Little and jumped down and fell to the side of Grandmaster Yinian. Grandmaster Yinian smiled and looked at his long-lost chief brother, but I don't know if the criticism should be praised. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy's unwritten rules, only the chief brother can stand side by side with Patriarch, the high platform, although very empty, but no more than 2 people. Hua Chengzhen said, Old Wang, did you have that? My water element qualification is just B. Wang Pushi can display frozen hell. Of course, magic spell, which is practical for this water element, is no stranger. However, he did not do this at the time of the Qi refining 10th level. This speed, as if, is not only on the arm. Hua Chengzhen said, testing the attributes formation is only for Qi refining warrior. It is already a very rare qualification. It doesn't make sense to set it high. After Li Qingshan's spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets 2nd layer, the perception of water spirit has increased, so he can feel the snow falling outside in the closed immortal cave. Like bull demon strong fist and tiger demon bone refining fist, spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets has gradually changed his physique. Is it ridiculous to test the water attribute of spirit turtle with human race's formation? Spirit turtle is the water itself. No, it is the master of water. After putting down Little An, the cloud slanted down and did not slow down halfway, hitting the ground. Loud rumble, the clouds are broken, and the smoke is everywhere. Yu Zijian felt that his right hand was tightened. He saw that Hua Chenglu was full of nervousness. Are you worried about him? Yu Zijian whispered. Stupid, I bet a lot of spirit stones. Hua Chenglu stared into the smoke, and vaguely saw a figure standing upright and letting go. Li Qingshan's steady hands, with a faint smile on his lips, a bronze face, with a strong confidence. A green shirt that should have been very elegant, worn on his body, shows a fierce. At this time, the time is just right. Han and Jun, the military school spider who hosted the duel, said, in the duel, you should not use spiritual pill, spirit talisman, and spirit stones. Once you violate the rules, you will immediately fail. This is the principle in the $100 duel. The duel, mostly in the competition, to enhance competition, rather than a battle of life and death. Once you use foreign objects, it will become a meaningless war of attrition, and waste a lot of resources in vain. This is not approved by the Scholastic. The reason why the head of Han and Jun is to be a referee is to ensure that it can be terminated at a critical time. Duel to avoid casualties. Simply state the rules and there is no more nonsense. Han and Jun said, you can have objections? No. Start. Giant Treeman Mew Q, holding a sledgehammer, knocked on the bronze gong that was taller than him. The thunderous voice spread throughout the big island, and the birds flew, and the duel began. Chutan said, I thought you have to avoid the war again. Hey, look at the part of the stone that you sent me. So many stones, Let me go. I will let you 3 strokes. Hey! Li Qingshan said nothing, but 3 water arrows were bounced, but even Chutan's body protected true chi did not penetrate. Water element magic spell was not known for his attack power, and he did not even use the power of his strength. Reciprocity is coming. I will let you make 3 moves. Let's take it. Chutan was furious. I didn't expect him to dare to tease himself. His hands were sharp and golden, and he screamed like a knife. Golden arc slash. A sharp, half-moon-shaped golden light whistling. 1 move. Li Qingshan stepped back half a step, naturally, but his body shape was wrong, and golden arc slash brushed him in front of him, but he was unscathed. Before turning around, I felt a shock in my feet. Soul wooden pile. At this time Chutan's voice, Fang came. His right foot was shining, stepping on the ground. A giant wood burst into the ground and rose to the sky. 2 tricks. Li Qingshan leapt gently, stepping down. Giant wood crashed and shattered. The heat wave came to the surface, and the flame turned Li Qingshan's face into red. Blazing firebird. A flamingo burning like a phoenix, stretching its wings for more than 10 feet, swooped down and turned into a fierce flames sea, drowning Li Qingshan's figure. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 312 Chapter 47 Cloud Ridge Giant. The stands are silent. Book Me Group 4 8065. Chutan's strength shocked everyone. These 3 strokes not only include the golden wood fire magic spell, and the power is amazing. If it is them, I am afraid that I will be killed in the first move. In such a flame, it is even more difficult to escape. Face such an opponent. How can I win? There are 3 tricks to pretend. It is simply a dead end. Yu Zijian feels the pain of the hand being gripped. Look at Hua Chenglu's face anxiously. Are you worried about your spirit stones? I am worried about him. Hua Chenglu suddenly understood. Face say red. Are you? Now I have a heart to make fun of. Do not worry, Chenglu. He is not like someone who will be defeated by this trick. Yu Zijian patted Hua Chenglu's hand. In Li Qingmo Mountains, it seems that the shadow of that person has emerged. That is an unyielding intention. Liu Chengqing smiled. Chutan, although there are still some shortcomings in the Xing situation, but the strength is nothing to say. Not only true chi is 10 times as many people as ordinary people. Then take advantage of 5 elements. The power of magic spell is also very strong. Li Qingshan did not know the depth to fight with him. It is asking for trouble. This move goes on. Even if you don't die, I have to be seriously injured. Can't fight anymore. Chutan laughed loudly. The same as the last duel. Just by you. Also let me 3 tricks. General Han. This war, I won. Han and Jun stood on a high platform not far away, standing up to a stone statue. It seems that I have not heard what Chutan is saying. Suddenly raised his hand. Point to the fire. Chutan frowned. The pupil is shrunk. Li Qingshan stood unscathed in the sea of fire. Even the posture has not changed. His whole body covered with an elliptical light blue say light curtain. How to impact the raging fire? They are all motionless. Li Qingshan said, 3 strokes. Water curtain surgery. This is among the many water element magic spells. More famous one. It is defense Xing magic spell. Can resolve forces and counteract attacks. But a water curtain of 7th level chi refining warrior. How can you resist Chutan's blazing firebird? Not just Chutan. Even Liu Chengqing is puzzling. Li Qingshan smiled and said, how? Do you want to make 3 more moves? Since you don't know how to live and die, I also blame me for heartless. Chutan was furious. Both hands are printed. Fast speed. It seems as if a few more hands out of the air. Li Qingshan does not take the opportunity to attack. Just watching steady hands. It seems as if I really made up my mind. Let's make 3 more moves. Even though each patriarch feels that he is too big. but in his heart it is another calculation. Chu Ten hands up, all the phantoms disappeared. And before Xun, a shot to the ground, an incredible roar. The onlookers felt that the high platform underfoot seemed to be slightly trembled. It seems to be an earthquake. A crack instantly came between Chu Ten's hands, spread to the foot of Li Qingshan. The gigantic palm, which has been a yellowish say, stretches out from subterranean world. Grab Li Qingshan. 5 big fingers. It is like a stone pillar. Li Qingshan jumped up. Tenian drives the fog. Fly around the field. Look down. The entire combat challenge field was covered with cracks. The arm of the earth yellow say extends out of the earth, stretched to the sky. Then press on the ground. A vague human figure borrows Ting. It is like a giant who has slept for 1,000 years, was awakened by the outside world. Earth and stone shed from it, showing a complete human form, up to 100 feet. The huge yin shadow cast, even covered many high platforms. Everyone in the stands was scared. This. What is magic spell? God of the earth. Old man Huang Tu's eyes smashed into a line. What? This is God's Toshishi? Old man Huang Tu stood next to a young man with a dark face, exclaimed. Because he also knows this magic spell. And he is also the chi refining 10th level. God Earth. It is Earth element magic spell, as long as cultivation 5th Earth true chi can be used. But the usual small chi refining warrior is displayed. But it is the size of the others. Advanced chi refining warrior, or you can call 2 or 3 feet high. But such a tall god of earth. It has surpassed the general chi refining warrior's cognition. None is not clear what this magic spell is. The power of magic spell. Basically it is decided by 3. Innate skill is crossing. How many true chi? And the research and understanding of magic spell itself. Chu Ten is in these 3, undoubtedly the leader, especially at the last point, with the advantages of heaven reincarnate. For the use of magic spell, almost no teacher is self-taught, born to know. Even the chief discipline of agriculturist school can't compare with it. After all, it is a peaceful era. The usual chi refining warrior will not pay much attention to magic spell at all. Chu Ten stands on the shoulders of the gods, looking at Li Qingshan condescendingly. Now want to admit defeat. It is too late. I want to kill you. No one can save you. The arrogant words. No one thinks this is a big talk. So huge. Carrying thousands of earth and stone. A fist hit. What protection body true chi and defense magic spell are useless. When you bored, you will be ruble. It's too late for others to want to rescue. This battle is unconscious. It has evolved into a life and death fight. Han Anjun Cilia Rimao trembled. Han Tai-ee, chief of military school next to him, said, General. Han Anjun said, let him kill. Chu Ten laughed wildly. Cow is a god of geology. Extend the giant hand and grab it to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is driving the clouds. Extremely thrilling. Flying from the giant fingers. A look at the front. The other hand has already slammed down. The cloud quickly fell. Just avoid this punch. Loud rumble. God's fists were heavy on the ground. A shocked bow can be seen in the eye of the Ru. Spread in all directions. Where it passed. 10,000 tons of earth and stone have followed the jump. Some high-hen chi refining warrior, scared almost to escape. A light curtain appeared. Hundreds of stone pillars are high. Form a semicircular light curtain, cover the entire combat field. The shock bow dissipated. A huge deep pit was left on the ground. Its power makes everyone stunned. Is this really magic spell by 7th level chi refining warrior? The gods of the earth are raised. I can almost capture every corner of the battlefield, and there is absolutely no vital point at all. Li Qingshan is in the clouds, like a flying insect, where a DOD to flash around him. Extremely thrilling to avoid the gods of the earth to grab again and again. Chu Ten sneered out loudly. How? You only escape, or want to consume my true chi? Let me tell you, I am a god of earth. Once born, it is based on the earth. The power is constant. 12 tricks. Chu Ten snorted. What are you talking about? Li Qingshan smiled and said, let you. Taoist Sloppy haha smiled, drinking a drink. This kid's mouth is still so mad. I like it. It's a pity. You Chutan was furious. Godite Lux opened a huge mouth. Silent roar. Earthquake-like feet. Open your arms. Go to Li Qingshan. Huge yin shadows covered. Li Qingshan feels like a mountain is dumping to himself. The smile on his face is unchanged. Since you want to play, just play with you. Boom. Two gigantic palms are heavy together. The clouds are foggy. Hua Chenglu exclaimed, his voice. This is the next. Li Qingshan is not dead. How did the referee Han Anjun not shoot? Do you really want to watch Li Qingshan die? Chutan said. I said, I want to kill you. Who else? Goditius opened his hands. There is nothing in it. There is only one clear water. Become a water avatar. Condensate forming. Can be Liu An true and false. In the field. The sound of surprise is everywhere. A piece of yin shadow will cover Chutan. Chutan didn't care. At this height, the only thing that can cover the light is the cloud. Chutan saw many chi refining warrior pointing behind him with surprise. Suddenly turned back. He saw the cloud. A cloud giant taller than the gods. The left hand climbed the shoulders of the gods. The right hand is a fist. The bang was on the face of the gods. The gods of the earth are back. Heavy fell to the ground. Hit the light curtain that hangs over the combat challenge field. God's face collapsed a large piece. The earth and stone inside is revealed. Pour it down. This punch is going to bombard Chutan on the shoulders of the gods. However, he did not respond. Slowly, got away. Li Qingshan sits on the shoulder of the cloud giant. Said, it's so good. I also know a similar magic spell. During this period of retreat, Li Qingshan is not just chi refining. Also try to cultivate the magic spell attached to 10th water condensate chi technique, and a cultivation. I feel different. These originally required him to spend a lot of time to understand the magic spell. Suddenly, become no longer having any difficulties. Just learn a little. It can be used. And the effect is excellent. He did not become genius overnight. This has nothing to do with crossing. It is instinct. Just like a fish swims, the bird will fly. Cow is the water spirit between heaven and earth. This is the instinct of spirit turtle. The changes that spirit turtle sees suppressing secrets brought to him. Nearly the essence. So he was at subterranean world Dong. Learn more than a dozen water element magic spell. These 3 days before the duel, Li Qingshan is not idle. Let Liu Kunfing find something even stronger. Water element magic spell cultivation for duel. Liu Kunfing, although Han is not good, but Hao is also the head of the family. A copy of the senior brother son is selling these things. I immediately found several powerful water element magic spells for him. Cloud Ridge Giant is one of them. Learn about Cloud Ridge Giant. First of all, you must jing to repair the clouds. Cloud Ridge Giant itself is made by mist. The figure is huge. It is called giant. It is not necessarily worse than Chutan's gods, but it seems to have the upper hand. How dare you dare? You dare? Chutan roared. That punch seemed to hit his face. Hot pain. He intended to take advantage of the duel, spike Li Qingshan, but the reality has repeatedly exceeded his expectations. Goditius also stood up again. The face's injury quickly recovered. Two giants stand on the combat field. It seems to have returned to the ancient wild battlefield. All chi refining warrior are stunned. There are a lot of questions. Is this really a duel between two chi refining warriors? And is it 7th level chi refining warrior? Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 313. Painting the finishing touch. Originally, although the name is strange, in fact, this is a testimonial at the beginning of the month, but still want to take this opportunity to talk about something. The novel itself 5 original starting. This month has been a little unexpectedly difficult. First, my grandfather passed away. It is not allowed to continue for a week. But it is only affected. Some things that deepen are confusing me. This kind of trouble can be said to be the culprit of Xixianzai's intermittent, and has deeply tortured me. When I thought that I could avoid it when I rewrote the upgraded text, it once again found me. I didn't even know what it was, until one day, I suddenly realized that it was not my fault, but my strength. You may be wondering, how can the advantages become troubled? Everything will have to be attributed to the essence. Why do I write novels? I believe that most people are the same. If you have ever thought of writing novels, you must have such an experience. The beginning is only from the beginning of the heart, the flash of light, a strange thought, a moving picture, and then infinitely extended, let you feel that you must write something. However, when many people started writing, they found that they could not express their aura and gave up. Fortunately, I have this ability, and those auras turn into interesting and touching passages. My advantage is that I don't lack these auras in my heart. They seem to take inexhaustible light of the stars. They jump out every day and shout to me, write me, write me. I can only say okay. Because my mission is this, connect them in an invisible line so that they can flash in front of you. However, it is not that simple. I understand. What am I wrong? The story of drawing a snake to add a foot must have been heard by anyone. These ancient fables have been regarded as fool stories by me. Who would make that stupid? Until a certain moment, it was at this moment, and suddenly realized that he was such a fool. Writing a novel is not a thread, but a snake, with a head and a tail, and a zigzag snake in the middle. But this snake is too long and too big, so I often forget this. In order to let the auras in those heads show up, guess what I did? Yes, I added enough to the snake. This is not an easy task, so it is broken, beautiful, and consider the plot. But no matter how beautiful these foot, how serious I am, don't say you. Even I feel that there is something wrong, and then break again. As a result, for the snakes, you will eventually lose their wine. I finally understood that the auras, they are really beautiful and very interesting, but they should not belong to this story. They should belong to another story, another style. If there are not so many auras of aura, whether it is for this book or for myself, it is a good thing. I can upgrade the peace of mind. Maybe the thing is not shining, but it is indeed snake. If you complain why others are worse than you, it is more successful than you. Most of it is because you have done a big stupid thing and don't know it. This stupid thing is mostly simple enough to be accurately described by a fable. It's hard work. Sometimes it's not as good as others. Write so much nonsense. Maybe you are tired of it. For a claim for a ticket. This is also a snake foot. I should use this time to recode a chapter. Shouting outbreaks and boosting morale is enough. Oh, old habits are hard to change. I can only say that I am not a god, not an enlightenment, a god of innate skill. But I will go forward step by step like Li King Shan. Please go with me, please help me. Because I won't be willing to paint a generation of snakes. It's just that my strength is not enough. One day, I will not only add more feet, but also add claws, add scales, add corners, add ears, add scorpions, add tails, and then add a finishing touch. Or can lead the wind and thunder, break through the wall, take the clouds and fog. Wait until that day, let you sit next to the dragon horn. Take the wind and flight to above the 9 heavens. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 314. Chapter 48, Winning and Losing has been divided. Originally, Chutan is nothing more than original. Li King Shan is the novel school brother who laughed at them for a long time, satisfying their sense of superiority. Perhaps because of Little Un's 3 people, no one will treat him as a god. At this moment, the reality tells them that Li King Shan is the real day, the day that can be compared with Chutan. And their ridicule is so stupid, the sense of superiority in the heart collapses. On the high platform where Mohist School is on, Hao Pinyin took a shot of Jiang Lanking's shoulder. I said that this is a small trick. Jiang Lanking also smiled and smiled. For 3 days. He was worried for a long time. She stood in the corner of the high platform and looked up at Li King Shan on the cloud ridge giant, only fear in his heart. Jian praised, "It's amazing." Hua Chenglun said, "This guy is really unusual." I said, with my eyes, "How can I be wrong?" Wu Zhen asks himself, this 8th level chi refining warrior, but the opponent of any one of them. Looking at Xian Rongzi with a squint, she always smiled slightly, without worry or surprise, as if she had counted everything in her heart. which added the strange charm of her body. He once thought that he was a conqueror. At this time, he suddenly discovered that he was attracted to the power of her, and there was no powerful without confusion, no hesitation, and no slack. Perhaps it is time to let go of everything. Cultivation. Perhaps like Li Qingshan, retreat for a while. Old Wang, how? Hua Chengzhen smiled back. Interesting, but it's still a long way off. Look at the results. The eyes of Chu Ten and Li Qingshan collided fiercely over the battlefield. I have been underestimated you. Chu Ten has some incredible ways. It's really amazing for me to say this to each other. Li Qingshan said calmly. But if you think that you can beat me in this way, it's too naive. What Cloud Ridge Giant is, but it's a genius. And it's hard to do it. Look at my godites to break it. Dong 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 dong. Shenlu Luxai took a heavy footstep, like a screaming drum, screaming toward Cloud Ridge Giant. Although this combat field has a large character, it is also a body shape relative to human race. For these two giants, it is like a narrow platform. There is no escape, no way to dodge. The giant punches like a million tons of earth and stone pouring from the top of the mountain. With the unstoppable power of terror, head to Cloud Ridge Giant's head, to be precise. Li Qingshan next to his head. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Li Qingshan smiled. He saw it early. Chu Ten didn't understand fighting techniques at all. In that case, if he came to manipulate the gods, he would have caught the cloud and would not be hit by his fists. Now, punching out, there is no rule. It is purely the number of ordinary people fighting. Chu Ten can use magic spell to kill most of the chi-refining warrior. There is no need to work on muscles and bones and learn what fighting techniques. With the body of the gods, the number of such fights is enough. However, today is not enough. The mist is undulating, Cloud Ridge Giant is wide open, and the gods of the earth are falling in the open space. A cloud column rises into the sky, a vicious uppercut, and smashes the chin of the gods. Because the Cloud Ridge Giant is too big, and it's just a vague human figure, it's just 3 nests of clouds. And there are no legs at all, just a long cloud tail. Li Qingshan can't really use it to play a martial skill, but just look at the form. To make a good judgment, using boxing is enough to bully Chu Ten. Taking advantage of the unbalanced body of the gods, the Cloud Ridge Giant fluttered forward, and the left straight punched the door of the gods, and slammed the bridge. If it is human race, this will make him feel good, but the gods are not flesh and blood, do not know what the pain is. Dizzy, under the control of Chu Ten Raw, the backhand punches the Cloud Ridge Giant chest. Such a huge figure is impossible to escape. Li Qingshan also has no meaning to hide. Cloud Ridge Giant greets his fist and continues to bully before splashing the earth and stone. Shentalishi punches through Cloud Ridge Giant and draws a hole directly. Chu Ten haha laughs. Give me death. Responding to him, is a combination of boxing, left squat boxing, right straight boxing, left hooking in one go, playing the gods of the earth to step back. The face of the 5 senses is completely blurred. Li Qingshan smiled and said, stupid. Inheriting the characteristics of water element magic spell, which is not suitable for battle, Cloud Ridge Giant is not good at fighting, and its destructive power is far less than that of the gods. Even in defense, it is different from the defense of earth element magic spell. Absorbs and resolves damage. The mist is rolling, bringing it together, and in the blink of an eye, it makes up for the void. The cloudless giant Cloud Ridge Giant is just trying to restrain the gods who win with brute force. In the stands, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Li Qingshan to take the shot. Let's make 3 moves, not big. Is this really the younger brother of novel school? Call him, hit him. Hua Chenglu shouted. In the thunder and thunder, Cloud Ridge Giant pushed the gods to the combat challenge and sprinkled his fists. The gods of the earth are struggling to fight back, but they are unable to get rid of this dilemma. On the contrary, it seems weak and weak. Taoist Sloppy looks at haha and laughs. It's dusty. This is called a drop of stone, with a soft, funny, fun, unfortunate, unfortunate. Li Qingshan, you really irritated me. You have to pay the price. Chu Tan flashed his hands and finished printing again. A humming, a large blazing fire bird opened the fire wing and rushed to the Cloud Ridge giant. Compared with the other side, the addition of Chu Tan rides on the back of the bird, and the red flame is reflected in the flame. The flame tongue wanders around him. At this moment, no one cares about his handsome appearance. He seems to be legendary, deity of fire. Liu Chenking has to smile, and this is enough to completely evaporate this Cloud Ridge giant. At this moment, a dragon chant, covered with a humming, a water dragon, slanted out, biting the bird's neck. Dragon horn, dragon scale, dragon claw, dragon fang, all without preparation, are all streamlined. Drifting rainwater dragon. This is a magic spell that Li Qingshan currently has and is destructive. Water dragon bites the flamingo and rushes into the sky, slamming into the dome light curtain, and the light curtain seems to be swaying. Chu Tan was shocked and looked down. Li Qingshan stood between the dragon horns. The blue water wave rolled the clothes, but it was not wet. The face was still smiling, as if laughing at his powerlessness. Chu Tan clenched jaw, roaring in his heart, "You dare to laugh at me? You are a mortal in the district, dare to laugh at me, but I am Diva." Blazing firebird's body rose and slammed into the dragon head, and the dragon horn broke. Two claws, tearing scales containing the water of the vitality of water dragon, it pours down and has not yet landed. It is evaporated by high temperature. Drifting rainwater dragon rolled the flamingo. 4 dragon claws, pierced deeply, and the birds and feathers fell from the sky and turned into ashes. In the sound of slamming, a large piece of vapor was dispersed. On the ground, Cloud Ridge giant and Shentalishi were still wielding their fists. The chi refining warriors in the stands, there are a lot of big mouths, forgetting to put together. Looks like stupid. As if in the battlefield of the wild, deity in the sky drove divine beast, galloping on the water. On the ground, the giants held the fighting endlessly. There are also many people who clench their fists, make up their minds, and prepare for cultivation. This era's chi refining warrior has rarely seen the scenes of the cultivator above the foundation establishment, which has given them a huge impact. Liu Chenking looks around the high platform and brings everyone's attention into the eyes. Regardless of the outcome, this battle is a good thing for the entire 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Let these accustomed peace brothers see what the real fighting is. It seems that in the future, such a duel should be more engaged. Through some recent information, he also vaguely smelled a war. The outcome of this war, from the beginning, there is no suspense, only to see when Chu Tan gave up that meaningless arrogance. The dragon and the bird fight together. Li Qingshan and Chu Tan's distance is unprecedented, and they can clearly see the anger and smile on each other's faces. Li Qingshan! Chu Tan roared, stepping on the back of the bird and rushing to Li Qingshan. The 5-color true chi appeared, suddenly condensed into a 5-color hand and photographed Li Qingshan. 5-element giant hand imprint. Li Qingshan stepped into the dragon head and rushed to the sky. True chi in the chi sea churned and blended into the punch, such as a huge wave of tsunami. Liu Chenking said, "The winners and losers have been divided." The fists hit each other and the water flow collapsed. At this moment, the water dragon, which was held by the flamingo, also collapsed and evaporated into steam. Cloud Ridge giant lies in the personal fight of the gods. Although it has the upper hand, it has dispelled most of the gods, but the body is also consumed a lot. Both of them are only 1 or 20 feet high and cannot attract attention, plus can't decide the outcome of this battle. Everyone saw that Li Qingshan fell down sharply and fell into the fog and disappeared. Li Qingshan lost. He made a full punch and could not resist Chu Tan's cultural technique. 5 elements giant hand imprint. Hua Chenglu suddenly felt a bit sad. Yeah, how hard the ordinary people can work. It is also a hostile day, let alone Chu Tan or Heaven Reincarnate. In other stands, many chi refining warrior also felt depressed. They were looking at Li Qingshan's jokes, but when Li Qingshan really showed the strength of being able to compete with Chu Tan, their hearts were unconsciously turning and prefer Li Qingshan, because Li Qingshan is a weak, Compared to Chutan, it is the same mortal as they are. They want to see mortals overcome the sky, just as ordinary people are always looking forward to miracles. Chutan descended from the sky. 5 elements giant hand imprint took advantage of the cloud ridge giant, looking around, sneer in the heart. I was an idiot, dare to swear at me, face my face elements giant hand imprint, now I am afraid that it is half dead! I was so embarrassed to see that I was in charge of your life. Hua Chenglu stood up and came to the high platform where Han Anjun was located. Uncle Han, please judge the outcome. However, Han Anjun, who has always been unsmiling, like a rocky cold, slightly evoked his mouth. The victory and defeat have been divided. Peas, the second chapter, and then seek the bottom of the monthly ticket seeking the devil. I wish Li Qingshan a hand. The mortal cannot beat Diva. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 315 Chapter 49, The Sword of Reversal. Qingshan. See Li Qingshan fall from the air. Hao Pingyang and Jiang Lanqing are all shocked. He showed a relaxed expression and looked at Han Anjun on the high platform. As long as this shot, it is best to let Chutan kill Li Qingshan forever. Yeah, the outcome has been divided. You don't have to separate them. Chutan wants to kill Li Qingshan. Hua Chenglu hurriedly grabbed Han Anjun's sleeves. Han family and Hua family are world-class, and they do not rule with Confucianism. There are not so many gifts. Han Anjun said, let him kill. Hua Chenglu turned his face to Han Tai-yi and said, Tai-yi. Han Tai-yi is like a model carved out with Han Anjun. Even the words are exactly the same. Hua Chenglu, who is full of enthusiasm, comes to the high platform where Wang Puxi and Hua Chengzhen are located. I only see Wang Puxi looking straight up, in the middle of the combat challenge. It seems to be stunned. Just about to open, Hua Chengzhen raised his hand and said, look. What do you look at? Hua Chenglu frowned, only to see that the formation light curtain had dissipated, and the rolling clouds gradually dispersed. 3 feet of Qingfeng, the cold light flows along the straight sword ridge, spread to both ends. One end disappeared in the black dragon's mouth. It was the sword edge. The dragon body became a hilt, held in a strong hand. Li Qingshan leaned forward, seems to put all the power on the sword. He whispered, I want to kill you, as long as one stroke is enough. At the other end, he has completely lost Chutan's vest. Chutan's face is distorted by pain and fear, and she tries to go back and double her eyes. It's incredible. It seems to want to say something, but the blood has come out first. Sword chi is destroying his internal organs. As long as Li Qingshan gently turns the sword or makes a wave, Chutan is a dead person. No matter what kind of genius, it is difficult to escape the end of the annihilation. But Li Qingshan's hand is not moving. Not that he does not want to move, he is never soft. Another white hand with 3 fingers caught the blade and cut off the killing intent. Liu Chenqing stood between Li Qingshan and Chutan, his brow furrowed, still shocked. He did not expect that Chutan would be defeated, and the defeat was so fast that he was almost too late to rescue and died in the combat field. Li Qingshan wants to try it, relying on her own strength. Can you take out the shackles of these 3 fingers? Kill Chutan under the sword. But this thought was only a turn. Then the handle was loosened and Liu Chenqing was handed. Patriarch Liu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Outside the combat field, from absolute silence to fullness. What is going on? That moment just now, in the end what happened? The pervasive clouds did not affect Chutan's keen perception, and Li Qingshan was immediately found. Li Qingshan was half squatting on the ground and seemed to suffer a minor injury. Chutan wanted to say a few words, humiliating Li Qingshan, but thought that Han Anjun might intervene. I swallowed the words and went straight up, covered with the palm of his face. With a bang, Li Qingshan was smashed by the 5 elements giant hand imprint and turned into a stream of water. Hey, dying. Chutan was a little surprised and didn't care. He played so many magic spells. The consumption of true chi on Li Qingshan was definitely much bigger than him. He ate him again, as if he had no claws and fangs. Tigers, There is no threat. This thought was cut off by a horrible sword intent. Behind Chutan, as the clouds rolled, a tall figure was hidden. Murderous aura rushed. Light and shadow twisted. Li Qingshan figure appeared. The figure is like a tiger, and his eyes are like a dragon. 5 Elements bodyguard. It's too late to turn around, and the 5-color hand returned to Chutan, turning into an oval multicolored mask. 5 colors, floating and changing, 5 kinds of power, twisting and blending, containing the truth of 5 elements. The water comes to earth, and the wood is broken. Defensive ability is far better than magic spell. This is what Qian Rongzi told Li Qingshan. The night bamboo forest, the light and shadow mottled, Qian Rongzi, the light of the lips, tells the story of 5 elements giant hand imprint. If you can't break his 5 elements protector, you won't win. I will win. Li Qingshan simply stated this fact, although he was not sure he could pierce the colorful mask. The way to fight for killing is never just to compete with true chi. Magic spell is strong and weak, so he is provocative, he laughs, he is strong, he is defeated. All this is for the moment to prepare for this moment. After some battles, Chutan's true chi consumption is not too small, and the mood is relaxed to the extreme. So Li Qingshan turned on stealth glass mirror, instantly hiding all the breath, and using the water to become a bait, just for this sword. Li Qingshan did not hesitate to integrate Danshan sword chi into this sword. Hundreds of sword chi collided with the colorful mask, and the sound of the glass shattered. The tip of the sword tasted the taste of blood, and sword chi rushed into Chutan. The outcome is only in a flash. Liu Chenqing looked at Li Qingshan deeply, took a shot of Chutan's chest, and a pleasing arrogant temperament, rushed into Chutan's body, and forced the sword out. The sword smashed in the air. Li Qingshan licks his chest. Chutan's 5 elements giant hand imprint is indeed true. His arms and chest are still faintly painful. If it is not strong and inhuman, the outcome is really hard to say. Liu Chenqing wrinkled his brow deeper. He intended to push sword chi together, but those sword chi's fierceness was more than his initial imagination. Under his arrogance, he could still survive. Chutan was seriously injured. I am afraid that the cultivation base should be greatly damaged. Liu Chenqing looked up at Han Anjun and questioned why the referee did not stop the situation. The master of his military school, the speed of reaction is definitely much faster than himself, and will never let Chutan suffer such a serious injury. I have already said it. Han Anjun's body screamed and disappeared on the high platform, appearing in front of Li Qingshan, and proved that he has this ability. Hua Chenglu suddenly understood the meaning of Han Anjun's sentence, let him kill, not to let Chutan kill Li Qingshan, but let Li Qingshan kill Chutan, never to stop. Liu Chenqing sighed, and Chutan was too sinful. The responsibility of Han Anjun was to prevent the death of the duel. Chutan shouted, I want to kill you, no one can stop it. It is almost equivalent to hitting a face. Han Anjun handed over 8,000 spirit stones to Li Qingshan and patted him on the shoulder. He said, it's a good job, but there is still a rough battle. I can come to my military school later. This made many of the onlookers of the military school disciple open their eyes. They rarely listened to their own patriarch and praised one person, let alone said such a long story. This is simply not a privilege. He has been recognized by the military school. Han Anjun campaigned for many years. He was keen on all battles. When Chutan clamored to kill Li Qingshan, he guessed the ending. Only because of the state difference between the two, arrogant arrogance, eager to destroy the opponent. A calm and orderly action. In the countless wars that have been weak and strong in the past and present, there are too many such examples. The calmer who dares to take the initiative to challenge the strong, must have considerable confidence, and the husband who has not battled and the winner of the temple has to count more. If you don't fight and the temple is not good, you have to count less. More wins, less countless, and nothing to worry about. Next, Han Anjun is like watching a classic battle. Li Qingshan is far less powerful than his opponent. He first slams the enemy on the side, fights against the enemy in front, and finally defeats the enemy and introduces the enemy army into the Jedi. 300 dead soldiers, whistling out, straight to the middle of the army. Big account, general first level. Among them, the temple is fine, and he can't praise it. Li Qingshan respectfully said, "Yes, General." Although Han Anjun's cultivation base is not the highest in various patriarchs, he believes that if there is a real chaos, this one will finally survive. Which one? Han Anjun announced loudly, "This battle, the end. Li Qingshan, win." Glang. Giant Treeman Muku rings the gongs and announces the end of the duel. There was a cheer on the stands, shouting the name of Li Qingshan, and many Confucian school disciples shouted. This is not just Li Qingshan's credit. Chu Tan has been mixing with 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy for a few months. She is arranging for the female cultivator, and she is drinking and drinking from the male cultivator. The open-mouth genius is very ridiculous. However, there is no way to take him, and all the opportunities will come out. Hao Pinyin shouted and shouted loudest. Zhang Lanking excitedly held her hand. In the corner, she is as dead. The two girls who were next to Chutan rushed to the side, beside Chutan, crying, "Heaven, what happened to you? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Despicable villain, I didn't lose. I didn't lose." Chutan suddenly woke up, his eyes were red, and Li Qingshan looked like he still remembered fighting with him. He was extremely reluctant. He didn't use it. He still had a strong card and didn't take it out. Li Qingshan was never his opponent. One of them does not want to expose such things to people, but then to self-confidence. Li Qingshan can be cleaned up by the technique. Who can think that the reversal is so fast and so fast? As if the generals killed by the dead were still chanting the 100,000 strong army that had not been mobilized. The head had already flown into the air, and the death was not eye-catching. Yes, God, you have not lost. No, you lost. Qian Rongzi, the fastest text update, has no ads and no ads. Rongzi, you. Chutan stunned. These days, he did not show up to Qian Rongzi. Qian Rongzi did not show strong dislike of his left and right arms like other female cultivators. He thought that they were already friends. Qian Rongzi, you slut. A girl shouted. Qian Rongzi didn't look at them. He crouched down and took Chutan's hand. His eyes contained the gentle pity of motherhood. It seemed to be sad for him. Said in a soft voice, "Xiaotan, who will? It's not a big deal to lose, as long as you can stand up again. Sleep well for a while." Chutan felt a warm current coming into the heart. Her eyes were so gentle that it seemed to heal all the pain in the heart. No ridicule, no contempt, only pity. At this time, she is the most beautiful woman in his heart. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 316. Chapter 50, Returning to the Snow. Qingshan. See Li Qingshan fall from the air. Hao Pinyin and Zhang Lanking are all shocked. Device, no ads, full text, more. She has a relaxed expression and looks at Han Anjun on the high platform. As long as this one does not shoot, it is best to let Chutan kill Li Qingshan forever. Yeah, the outcome has been divided. You don't have to separate them. Chutan wants to kill Li Qingshan. Hua Chenglu hurried, grabbed Han Anjun's sleeves. Han family and Hua family are world Zhao, and they do not rule with Confucianism. There are not so many gifts. Han Anjun said, "Let him kill." Hua Chenglu turned his face to Han Tai-yi and said, Tai-yi. Han Tai-yi is like a model carved out with Han Anjun. Even the words are exactly the same. The Hua has a good foot, and comes to the high platform where Wang Puxi and Hua Chengzhen are located. I only see Wang Puxi looking straight up. In the middle of the combat challenge, it seems to be stunned. Just about to open, Hua Chengzhen raised his hand. "Look." "What do you look at?" Hua Chenglu frowned, only to see that the formation light curtain had dispersed, and the rolling clouds gradually dispersed. 3 feet of Qingfeng, the cold light flows along the straight sword ridge, spread to both ends. One end disappeared in the black dragon's mouth. It was the sword edge. The dragon body became a hilt, held in a strong hand. Li Qingshan leaned forward, seems to put all the power on the sword. He whispered, I want to kill you, as long as one stroke is enough. At the other end, he has completely lost Chutan's vest. Chutan's face is distorted by pain and fear, and she tries to go back and look round and round, and it is incredible. I seem to want to say something, but the blood first came out. Sword chi is destroying his internal organs, and as long as Li Qingshan gently turns the sword or makes a wave, Chutan is a dead person. No matter what kind of genius, it is difficult to escape the end of the annihilation. But Li Qingshan's hand is not moving. It is not that he does not want to move. He is never soft. The other white hand grabbed the blade with 3 fingers, killed the killing intent. Liu Chenqing stood between Li Qingshan and Chutan, his brow furrowed, still shocked. He did not expect Chutan was defeated, and the defeat was so fast that he almost missed the rescue and died in the combat field. Li Qingshan would like to try, with his own strength. Can you get rid of the 3 fingers and kill Chutan under the sword? But this thought was only a turn. Then the handle was loosened and Liu Chenqing was handed. Patriarch Liu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Combat field outside. From absolute silence to full of glory. What is going on? What happened in the moment? The pervasive clouds did not affect Chutan's keen perception, and Li Qingshan was immediately found. Li Qingshan is half-lying. It seems to have suffered a minor injury. Chutan wanted to say a few words, humiliating Li Qingshan, but thought that Han Anjun might have a hand, swallowed the words, went straight up, and took her face and took a picture. Slamming. Li Qingshan was smashed by the 5 elements giant hand imprint and turned into a stream of water. Hey, dying. Chutan was a little surprised and didn't care. He played so many magic spells. The consumption of true chi on Li Qingshan was definitely much bigger than him. He ate him again, as if he had no claws and fangs. Tigers. There is no threat. This thought was cut off by a horrible sword intent. Behind Chutan, as the clouds rolled, a tall figure was hidden. Murderous aura rushed. Light and shadow twisted. Li Qingshan figure appeared. The figure is like a tiger, and his eyes are like a dragon. 5 elements bodyguard. It's too late to turn around, and the 5 say big hands return to Chutan, turning into an oval multicolored mask. 5 kinds of face say. Floating changes, 5 kinds of power, twisting Jiaorong. Containing the truth of 5 elements. The water comes to earth, and the wood is broken. Defensive ability is far better than magic spell. I will win. Li Qingshan simply stated this fact, although he was not sure he could pierce the colorful mask. The way to fight for killing is never just to compete with true chi. Magic spell is strong and weak, so he is provocative. He laughs, he is strong, he is defeated. All this is for the moment to prepare for this moment. After some battles, Chutan's true chi consumption is not too small, and the mood is relaxed to the extreme more. So Li Qingshan turned on stealth glass mirror, instantly hiding all the breath, and using the water to transform into a bait. Just for this sword. Li Qingshan did not hesitate to integrate Danshan sword chi into this sword. Hundreds of sword chi collided with the colorful mask, and the sound of the glass shattered. The tip of the sword tasted the taste of blood, and sword chi rushed into Chutan within the body. The outcome is only in a flash. Liu Chenqing looked at Li Qingshan with a glance, and took a shot of Chutan's mouth, a pleasing arrogance, rushing into Chutan within the body, and Jianku, Chutan's 5 elements giant hand imprint was indeed, his arm and Xung mouth are still faintly painful. If it is not strong and inhuman, the outcome is really hard to say. Liu Chenqing wrinkled his brow deeper. He intended to bring sword chi together, but those sword chi's fierceness was more than his initial imagination. Under his arrogance, he could still survive. Chutan was seriously injured. I am afraid that the cultivation base should be greatly damaged. Liu Chenqing looked up at Han Anjun and questioned why the referee did not stop the situation. The master of his military school, the speed of reaction is definitely much faster than himself, and will never let Chutan suffer such a serious injury. I have already said it. Han Anjun's body screamed and disappeared on the high platform, appearing in front of Li Qingshan, and proved that he has this ability. Hua Chenglun suddenly understood the meaning of Han Nanjun's sentence. Let him kill is not to let Chu Tan kill Li Qingshan, but let Li Qingshan kill Chu Tan. Never stop. Liu Chenking sighed, and Chu Tan was too sinful. The responsibility of Han Nanjun was to prevent the death of the duel. Chu Tan shouted, I want to kill you. No one can stop it. It is almost equivalent to hitting a face. Han Nanjun gave 8,000 pieces of spirit stones Jiao to Li Qingshan and patted him on the shoulder. He said, it's a good job, but there are still some rough battles. I can come to my military school later. This made many of the onlookers of the military school disciple open their eyes. They rarely listened to their own patriarch and praised one person, let alone said such a long story. This is simply not a privilege. He has been recognized by the military school. Han Nanjun campaigned for many years. He was keen on all battles. When Chu Tan clamored to kill Li Qingshan, he guessed the ending. Only because of the state difference between the two. Arrogant arrogance, eager to destroy the opponent. A calm and orderly action. In the countless wars that have been weak and strong in the past and present, there are too many such examples. The calmer who dares to take the initiative to challenge the strong, must have considerable confidence, and the husband who has not battled and the winner of the temple has to count more. If you don't fight and the temple is not good, you have to count less. More wins, less countless, and nothing to worry about. Next, Han Nanjun is like enjoying a classic battle. Li Qingshan is far less powerful than his opponent. He first stalks the enemy, fights against the enemy, and finally defeats the enemy and introduces the enemy into the Jedi. 300 dead soldiers, whistling out, straight to the middle of the army. Big account, general first level. Among them, the Jing of the temple. He cannot be praised. Li Qingshan respectfully said, yes, General. Although Han Nanjun's cultivation base is not the highest in various patriarchs, he believes that if there is a Yuan battle, this one will finally survive. Which one? Han Nanjun announced loudly, this battle, the end. Li Qingshan, win. Glang. Giant treeman Muq rings the gongs and announces the end of the duel. There was a cheer on the stands, shouting the name of Li Qingshan. And many Confucian school disciples shouted. This is not just Li Qingshan's credit. Chu Tan has been in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy for a few months. He has been arranging for the cultivator and calling them male cultivator. The open-mouthed genius is very ridiculous. There is no way to take him, and all chances are broken out. Hao Pinyin shouted and shouted loudest. Zhang Lanqingji moved his hand. In the corner, She is as dead. Followed by Chu Tan, the two less NV. He rushed beside Chu Tan, crying, heaven, what happened to you? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Despicable villain, I didn't lose. I didn't lose. Chu Tan suddenly woke up, his eyes were red, and Li Qingshan looked like he still remembered fighting with him. He was extremely reluctant. He didn't use it. He still had a strong card and didn't take it out. Li Qingshan was never his opponent. One of them does not want to let such things violently in front of people, and then is confident. Li Qingshan can be cleaned up by the technique. Who can think of the reversal of such rapid, so fast? As if the generals killed by the dead were still chanting the 100,000 strong army that had not been mobilized. The head had already flown into the air, and the death was not eye-catching. Yes, God, you have not lost. No, you lost. Gian Rongzi shouted. Rongzi, you. Chu Tan stunned. These days, he did not show up to Gian Rongzi. Gian Rongzi did not show strong dislike of his left and right arms like other cultivators. He thought that they were already friends. Gian Rongzi, you slut. A little envy shouted. Gian Rongzi didn't look at them. Squatting down, holding Chu Tan's hand, his eyes containing the tender pity of the mother Xing. It seems that he feels sad for him, said in a soft voice. Xiaotan, who it will be lost, it doesn't matter if you lose, just stand up and sleep for a while. Chu Tan felt a warm current coming into the heart. Her eyes were so gentle that it seemed to heal all the pain in the heart. No ridicule, no contempt, only pity. At this time, she is the most beautiful envy in his heart. Peas, Do not steal work without reducing the amount of water, full of 9,000 words, mortal winds differ, is a good sign. In order to draw the dragon's wild vision, this month, when you work hard, please join forces and move forward together. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 317. Chapter 51. I want to write a novel. Li Qingshan would like to say, hey, here, it seems that you have nothing to do. He did not use a little bit of novel school's method from beginning to end. But in any case, this battle has made the long-awaited novel school soaring. At least no one dared to laugh at Li Qingshan, the chief discipline of novel school. After Liu Kunfing was happy. The old thing revisited. Qingshan, the loss of senior brother. Now that you have said that the Illusory Cloud Association has been basically established, and the process of collecting trust is really much faster. If this continues, my foundation establishment is promising. All this is your idea, and you can quickly condense the great amplifying divine symbol. Li Qingshan hesitated and touched his chin. Yeah, Qingshan, it's worse. Outside the door, a voice rang. Sun Fubai drove the white crane, hovering from the sky and falling in the yard. Li Qingshan looked at him and almost didn't recognize him. He saw Sun Fubai or the Sun Fubai, but the white hair on his head was much less, and he was full of red light, walking with the wind, and there was a kind of happy spirit. The original meaning of the old man's leisure is faded away, and there is more of a young man's enterprising meaning. Senior brother, your cultivation base. Liu Kunfing said. The original Sun Fubai, because of innate skill, is the Qi refining 8th level. At this age, it has basically cut off further possibilities, but for half a year, Sun Fubai is already the Qi refining 9th level. As the cultivation base centers, true Qi increases, and the odd 8 meridians are all smooth, and people look natural and young. However, the most fundamental thing is the influence of the mentality, which is more than a sacred life. To build the foundation of novel school and reproduce the glory of novel school is no doubt more inspiring. Sun Fubai smiled and said, I haven't been idle during this time, just write something. The Illusory Cloud Association is so powerful that it is impossible for Liu Kunfing to live alone. As the Behindthesens boss of the Illusory Cloud Association, Sun Fubai naturally cannot use the media that he has built. These days, whenever things are done, nothing happens. Then I wrote a pen. He has read thousands of volumes in his life, and has experienced many vicissitudes of life. The background connotation is comparable to that of Liu Kunfing. According to the road indicated by Li Qingshan, I changed the way of writing a little and wrote some things that the people liked and enjoyed. The effect was actually very good. Now the popularity of Kang by Old Man is more popular in Liu Kunfing, above the Windy Master. Bringing together a lot of convictions, he originally signed the Qi refining 8th level for many years, and this power helps, and the hard life crosses the threshold and makes the cultivation base go one step further. Li Qingshan said, Fubai, how come you are back? Sun Fubai said, when you hear that you want to fight with people, come back and see, it seems to be winning. Now the only 3 of the remaining novel schools are once again gathered together for a happy event. The hearts are full of joy. Sun Fubai said, I have brought something back to you. Oh, what is this? Liu Kunfing took an ordinary white cloth bag from Sun Fubai. Nothing was special except for the red silk tie, and there was no spiritual qi. Li Qingshan is also curious. For the cultivator, the basic lack of spiritual qi is not a good thing, but Sun Fubai is a bit of a weird gift. Liu Kunfing opened it and it was all paper letters. In order to get the following feedback in time, Sun Fubai will let Liu Kunfing change the number of roads. Let the members of the Illusory Cloud Association ask the following people after the performances in various places, and later evolve into many listeners, and give a message to the Fenyu Master. Even if they are not literate, there are also special persons ghost records, all collected and handed over to Liu Kunfing. Liu Kunfing quickly opened up to read, which is naturally praised. and there are many suggestions and expectations. He sat there and smirked. He was the most undaunted 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, often ridiculed by the ridiculous patriarch. I found the long-lost respect and truly realized the beauty of writing novels. This gift is indeed much more valuable than what spiritual pill spirit stones. Sun Fubai also said to Li Qingshan, "King Shan, you like to drink alcohol. I brought you the wines from all over the country. Although it is not a spirit wine, it can help cultivation, but it also has its own taste. In the land of Clear River Prefecture, there are dozens of famous wines and wines. The raw materials and brewing techniques are different. Sun Fubai chooses the high grade from the old and brings back to Li Qingshan. If you don't say anything else, it's enough to make people feel moved. Sitting at home, you can taste the wines everywhere. It is a happy thing." Li Qingshan took a few dozens of altars and took a gift. "Fubai, I have a heart." Sun Fubai smiled and said, "This is a trivial matter. It is nothing compared to your idea. Now, with your mind. The old man has planted the tree. If you don't want to take a cool ride below, you can live up to me. The heart is up. When it comes to this step, who can refuse?" Li Qingshan said, "I want to learn to condense great amplifying divine symbol. Please Fubai teach me." The power of faith. The illusion is endless. Although in the hands of Liu Kunfeng, the effect is very general, but he did not know how to fight, such as summoning the iron rope. That is a trick, even if it cannot be trapped. As long as the key time disturb the enemy's mind, it has the effect of reversing the outcome of the game. It is even easier to clean up the idiot of Chutan. If you go further, the strength of the conviction is strong enough to be able to bind the enemy for even a second, enough for him to shoot many times. Sun Fubai smiled, and novel school had a legacy. Liu Kunfeng turned a deaf ear to all of this, only smirking at the letter, squinting, lying, watching. Sun Fubai and Li Qingshan smiled at each other. A sea, blue waves, endless surges, countless rivers, into it, sea water transpiration, turned into a mist, and filled the river. At this time, there was suddenly a mysterious force that smoothed all the ripples on the sea. A blue ancient rune, rising from this sea of silence, numerous water dragons rising up and gathering on it. The ancient rune became more and more clear and exuberant, exudes restrained light. Finally suspended at sea. The sea has returned to the waves, and in the looming, it seems that a spirit turtle has swam. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, and deep in his eyes, it seems that divine symbol flashed. The process of condensing the great amplifying divine symbol is much simpler than he initially expected. Probably because of his pure chi. It was completed in less than 3 days. It's just the way to divine symbol. Not unusual cultivation. Condensing divine symbol is just getting started. Sun Fubai has returned to fucking to handle the affairs of the Illusory Cloud Association, and Li Qingshan gave him several suggestions. He hurried back to make the Illusory Cloud Association even stronger. After Liu Kunfeng read the letterheads, he left the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and worked out the antiques of the novel school. So on the big illusory cloud island, only Li Qingshan was the chief discipliner, but before he left Li Qingshan with one thing, an exquisite table. The pen and ink paper has been set. The white paper stretched out, and the white light appeared more and more white. On the pen holder, a row of different styles and different styles. Even the rough people like Li Qingshan did not give birth to a thought of writing something. A few days later, Liu Kunfeng came back and said it was a wind. In fact, in the branch office of the Illusory Cloud Association, I heard that people wrote novels, stole music in the dark, and drove the cranes. They have gone to many places in 7 or 8 days. I thought, I don't know how Li Qingshan is making trouble. Writing a novel is not so simple. I must have written some junk novels. Let me teach him a good time, and rebuild the majesty of my family. Liu Kunfeng came to Zuxuan and saw Li Qingshan sitting at the table, little and squatted on the floor, read a Buddhist scripture. Saw Liu Kunfeng, gave him a look, and did not speak. Li Qingshan did not even turn his head. Liu Kunfing said, I am quite serious. Going over and seeing, there is a blank on the white paper, only a black ink dot dripping from the nose. What about writing? Asked Liu Kunfing. Li Qingshan turned his head slowly. What is written? Fiction. Liu Kunfing took it for granted, but he saw that his blood was faint. His hair was a little chaotic, and Li Qingshan, who was always arrogant, showed some sorrows. Hey! Little Anne laughed and immediately glanced at Li Qingshan, spit out his tongue and made a face. Li Qingshan finally understood what is called 3 words in 3 days. He began to think about writing himself, but this thought was quickly dispelled, and the memory of previous life, although forgotten, was remembered for some classic stories. But when he tried to convert these memories into words, he immediately felt that he was not doing this. I barely wrote a few words, and the text was so bad that he couldn't stand it. He suddenly found that the classic stories in his memory turned out to be so boring. He tried to drink tea and meditate, tried to drink and cheer, but he didn't have any effect at all. He couldn't write it at all. I even began to admire Liu Kunfing, let alone good or bad. At least he can make a copy. Liu Kunfing tried to suppress the smile, but the smile still overflowed from every smile, and all said, Ha, your kid is also today. He said, I have said that it is not so simple. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Come and let the famous novel school come to teach you how to write. Hey! Li Qingshan dropped the pen and suddenly got up. Don't write. It's fun to write novels, waste time. I go to activities, muscles and bones. Take little Anne and walk out the door, and the clouds will go away and disappear. In the darkness before dawn, his reprimand came. No smile. Liu Kunfing speechless, sighing and shaking his head. Novel school wants to pass on. It seems really not easy. In the evening, Liu Kunfing was writing at the desk. Li Qingshan pushed in and had a bruise on his face, but he was filled with a confident smile. I want to write a novel. Please. A lot of data in these 2 days has reached the highest level in history. The numbers are virtual, the support is true, and I am almost smirking like Liu Kunfing. Thank you. Many of the plots in the back have been straightened out a lot, and the mood is good. I don't want to break out. The fastest text update has no pop-up window. There is no advertisement. Although I have a slow brain, I have enough leisure. Neither a boyfriend nor a girlfriend. This may be unfortunate for mortals. For Norway school, it is a great fortune. Today there is probably no hope. Let me prepare. It is probably these 2 days. Continue to buy the bottom of the monthly ticket, seeking subscription support. I also want to write a novel. Wow! Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 318 Chapter 52 How do I start a novel on? Li Qingshan took little Anne and left Illusory Cloud Island and screwed it to little Anne's face. She leaned in his arms and laughed more and more, making Li Qingshan helpless. At this time, it was not yet bright. It was the darkest time. The 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy was quiet, but under the ice, the waves were ups and downs, never ending. Although Chi Refining Warrior can stay up all night, but if it is not necessary, it will still be like a normal person, keeping the Jing gods strong and contributing to cultivation. Li Qingshan wants to move muscles and bones. I don't know where to go. In the past 3 days, it is impossible to suppress this suffocation in Xun. Suddenly in my heart, isn't there any enemies? How Pinyin is holding the quilt, sleeps sweetly, and suddenly hears the sound of dong 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 knocking on the door. In the past, Li Qingshan and Little Anne stood in front of the door. Li Qingshan spoke about how she fits in the Eagle Wolf Guard investigation and deliberately framed him. How Pinyin was also furious when he heard it. If he didn't say anything, put on his clothes, take him. The 2 men went to open the room of Jiang Lanking, and Jiang Lanking thought for a moment and said, wait a minute. Back to the upstairs, vaguely heard a voice of envy blaming, uploaded from the building. Jiang Lanking is a warm words to persuade. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Li Qingshan thought about Jiang Lanking. Although the cultivation base is not high, this little day is really more moist than them. It seems that he is all day at Illusory Cloud Island, facing the wretched masters who wrote the Yellow Book. To say it, It is still Kuhei Autumn Men Master Bang, although friends cannot be bullied, but I just yin in my heart. Xiaohue, you have to blame me. Little Anne stared at Li Qingshan and thought his expression was weird, a bit like Liu Qunfeng. Infecting Li Qingshan with something bad, is it necessary to kill him? Think about it. Zhang Lanqing got downstairs. Li Qingshan said, sorry, I have disturbed your. Zhang Lanqing face say red. What? Let's go. The sky is still dark, but there are rows of street lamps that illuminate the road. All kinds of grotesque buildings stand in the darkness. At night, it seems that there are some sci-fi colors. Li Qingshan, although he compared the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy to a university, she refining warrior's status. Since it is not comparable to college students, it is impossible to squeeze in a dormitory and then discharge a second child. They all have their own residences, which can be adjusted by building mechanics. The quality of a Mohist school disciple can prove its strength. Hiyashi's residence, in a corner to the west of Divine Machine Island, he was sleeping, but he slept very unsteadily, and Li Qingshan became famous. His fear is growing day by day. He had inquired about Li Qingshan and knew that he had the name Tiger Slaughterer when he was in Blessed Peace City. His cruel and savage Xing sent him to wake up several times. There is a lot of mechanism in the outside of the residence, and I can't get the slightest peace of mind. Look at Ji up and sit down, a cold sweat. He dreamed that Li Qingshan turned into a fierce tiger, and his head stood a few black shadows, and immediately stunned completely. Li Qingshan was making a fasto face with Hiyashi, and all eyes met. Although Hiyashi laid a lot of warning mechanism, but there were Hao Pinyin and Zhang Lanqing. How could it be triggered? All untied, straight into Hiyashi's bedroom, was about to put a bad breath on his head Meng. But no, I thought that he woke up at this time. Hao Pinyin and Zhang Lanqing are also opposite each other. Li Qingshan stepped forward and picked up the quilt and put it on his head. He slammed it down. Come here. At this time, I can say sorry. Are we going to the wrong room? Under the quilt, Zhang Lanqing shouted, don't kill me, I didn't see anything. I saw the scene of Li Qingshan and Chutan's duel. He has half confidence to be enemies with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan can't help but laugh. He didn't want to kill Hiyashi, otherwise he wouldn't pull Hao Pinyin and Zhang Lanqing, killing in 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, not to mention that he didn't have such a heavy killing intent. Hiyashi is not worth it. He took the risk. Li Qingshan waved his vengeance and made Hiyashi a fat meal. Qingshan, almost. He is not guilty of death. Zhang Lanqing was afraid that Li Qingshan really killed Hiyashi. Hiyashi is in a terrible pain, and I am so moved that I am going to cry. Zhang senior brother is a kind person. I have a few in my heart. Li Qingshan smashed his 3 punches again. Hiyashi, don't pretend that you can't see. You are Li Qingshan. I saved your life. You are mourning your heart. Today, I want to let you know how powerful it is. I don't want Li Qingshan to be framed by others. If you come to Japan, you will be left in the wrong place. Let's not forget it. Let's go. Listening to the footsteps, men were shut down by Guangdang. Hiyashi slowly uncovered the quilt, his face swollen like a pig's head. His eyes could not open. He got rid of the fear of death, feeling pain. Bones, it seems that I have broken a few. Li Qingshan, if he knows that he is playing well, he wants Hiyashi to be like a Meng. He doesn't know what to think. Anyway, he feels good now. The accumulated depression in these days is slightly reduced. He is not afraid of Hiyashi going to complain, and does not say that he has no evidence. Even if there is evidence, it is confirmed that they are jealous of him. At most it is only subject to punishment. But Hiyashi can't stay at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. A villain who is envious and ungrateful will not be welcomed anywhere. Li Qingshan, I would like to ask Hao Pinyin. They went to Beiwa to eat breakfast. Zhang Lanqing insisted on taking them home, and then invited his Dao companion out. Although it was not a beautiful woman, it was gentle and pleasant. than cultivator is the two chief disciples. They are the people in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. The little complaints in the heart disappeared. I was happy that Jiang Lanking could be such a friend and prepared for them a hearty breakfast. In the meantime, Jiang Lanking was playing with her hand. The two people were in the same position. Li Qingshan was also very impressed. Everyone has their own path of cultivation, Grand Dao, and it is not necessarily only a lonely person to repair, and even if there is no result, look back. In the past, I will not feel any regrets. A few bowls of rice porridge, a few dishes of small dishes came up. Although the taste is general, Li Qingshan still praised Jiang Lanking for being blessed and sincere. When the sky is bright, you have to start learning and cultivation this day. Hao Pinyang said, "You're refining course, but missed a lot." Li Qingshan is entangled in whether or not to continue to write novels. How can I learn chi refining? I am going to military school. Something refining. Let me slow down. Military school patriarch Han Anjun personally invited him to take a trip. What Han Anjun said also made him care. He did not go through the systematic training of the fighting. He was purely self-conscious, and the moves were inevitably rough. Although he was able to play 10 games per battle with the strong fighting innate skill, the strength of the 2 points has reached the goal of being able to hit people is a good move. However, if you can get a few words from Han Anjun, such as the combat masters, there will be no small gains. Compared to magic spell, body surgery is his route, especially when he is at demonic incarnation, and according to his experience, sweating, exercise, and the mood will be better. It is completely military camp style management, but no one wrinkles. When jumping off the ice lake, if there is a half retraction, the instructor behind him, also equivalent to the professor, is immediately afoot, not at all for chi refining warriors' so-called respect. However, from the opening of the trial to the present, there have been more than half a year. Even if the new discipline, there will be no such performance. Those who can't stand this kind of life have already withdrawn from the military school. At the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, the military school is the only one that has the initiative to withdraw from the discipline and the only one without the disciple. Body refining is no less than chi refining. It is less difficult to fight muscles and bones, and it is hard to hone the body. It is only a man like this creature. It will be a good day. However, in this self-abuse training, I feel a certain pride feeling, as well as hot-blooded Jiang brotherhood. Among the 100 schools, the military school disciple is also the most united. Han Tai-yi led the team to the front, and suddenly heard a loud whistle at the top of his head. He looked up and saw Li Qingshan sitting in the head of the cloud. He smiled and said, "It's good, although the amount of alcohol is a little worse. Ha ha ha." Think of Han Tai-yi again. The glorious record of the downside. Han Tai-yi listened to Li Qingshan's intentions and immediately ordered the team to go ashore. Then Li Qingshan waited outside. Li Qingshan came to the core building of military school. Outside the combat challenge, hundreds of wide and tall steps, hundreds of military school disciple, divided into 2 sides, each standing naked, faceless, not squinting. Li Qingshan said, "It's so kind, don't have to make a welcoming ceremony." Han Tai-yi appeared at the top of the steps, wearing a black say dress, more and more appearing as a starbrow star. The heroic extraordinary, "I want to be directed by Patriarch, you have to qualify." Li Qingshan said, "How do you qualify?" Han Tai-yi seemed to smile, but because it was too fast, Li Qingshan also doubted his eyes. Without magic spell, hit it. Peas, it is better to hit the sun on the day of the election. Today, the 3 more broke out. Who dares to say that I have no festival cow? Today I will innovate the weather. Where is the monthly ticket? Question mark. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 319 Chapter 53 How do I start a novel middle? Li Qingshan had expected that Han Tai-yi would say this. Looking up, on the long ladder, at least 700 or 800 military school disciple, cultivation base from the lowest to 3rd level, to the above 7-8 level, etc. The order is clear. Look, every military school disciple has a brave and fierce taste. If the chi refining warrior is a domestic dog, they are real wolves. Although they look at them, they seem to be similar, but they really fight. Concept. Han Tai said, today's training mission is actual combat, and the goal is to defeat this person. Promise. The military order is like a mountain, and the words are followed. A few hundred pairs of scorpions look at Li Qingshan at the same time, and their eyes are like a knife. In the battle of the day, each of them had witnessed it. For this weak victory, defeating Chu Tan and getting Han Anjun praise, they also admire in their hearts. But there is no fear. The so-called Bing is originally facing 10 times of enemies, but also throws life and death and rushes. Li Qingshan really felt the existence of Junwei. When the people are united and merged into one, they form a monster called army. The huge momentum, like an avalanche, falls down like a 100,000 army. Yes, if the army of mortals, even if the army of 100,000, can stop them. In this case, the ordinary cultivator has 10% strength and can play 30%, even if it is rare. But Li Qingshan, who is also a person, has never been tempted by anyone's momentum. Compared with writing, this scene is what he is good at, and even likes. Not only calm and fearless, but also gearing up, broke into smiles. Tai, we had a drink together. Is the love of Zhao, although I put your drink down, ha ha ha, you have to take this parade to deal with me, so I beat you to set up 3 punches. This statement is angered by the military school disciple. Although they admire the strength of Li Qingshan, they do not use magic spell weapons. He is just a 7th level chi refining warrior. Even if he understands the technique of body refining, who else does not know it? Don't talk about playing. Even if you are tired, you are exhausted. Han Tai coldly said, then let's try it. Don't think that you have one waste, it is invincible. Li Qingshan turned to Little An and said, you are waiting here, see how I broke his battle. In a word, stepping on the steps, more than 10 figures leapt, instantly obscuring the field of vision, screaming in the mouth, and attacking Li Qingshan all over the body, without any flaws. As if one person, Li Qingshan was sealed around the front and rear, and everything could be dodged. Bang 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 bang, Li Qingshan, almost simultaneously in the middle. The feet and the knees, such as the rifle, the sledgehammer slammed. Even if it was a huge stone, it was smashed. Win. This is the voice of all the military school disciple. Without the protective body magic spell, even did not feel the body of the true chi, just rely on the body of the bloodru. How to stop their fists. This is our military school, a welcoming ceremony. A military school disciple, responding to Li Qingshan's jokes. Li Qingshan lowered his head and his hair was shaken off, falling down to block his face. Yes, that kind of weak fist is too unpleasant. Speaking to the military school disciple, suddenly stunned, only under the Liuan hair, the pair of scorpions flashed red light like a beast, and the hatred of the mouth was abhorrently smiled. Li Qingshan was shocked by the tiger, and gathered in true chi in the Danshan Chi Sea. All the military school disciple, all of which went out, fell far to the ground. They hit the fists of Li Qingshan, all of them were sore, but no one was yin, and some struggled to shoot. The guy of this level still doesn't want to shoot, but people can't afford to be interested. Li Qingshan said, continue to step up. Every step up, there will be more and more military school disciple shots. He still does not shoot, only to bare their fists, not even too open to shake them. 3rd level 4th level chi refining warrior's fist. Even if you don't use true chi, don't want to cause any damage to him. On the steps, the military school disciple surrounded Li Qingshan, punching and kicking, but could not lift Li Qingshan's feet a little, but it was shocked and shocked. This is what fierces defense. Li Qingshan sees it, and if he has to go to the corresponding position, there will be a stronger military school disciple. Han Tai's condescending contempt. His eyes sink. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. His body suddenly leaned forward, his arms naturally drooped, and the stone steps strengthened by magic spell under his feet also appeared cracks. Military school disciple suddenly disappeared from Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is like a string of arrows, flying in front of the military school disciple, directly rushing to the highest point of the stairs. Tiger Demon Mountain climb is unstoppable. No one expected that Li Qingshan was so fast that it almost came to the top of the steps in a blink of an eye, only 10 steps away from Han Tai. Military school disciple shouted, "Block him!" No other military school disciple can stand still, and hundreds of people are simultaneously alarmed. If Li Qingshan is rushed to the high platform, they will become a laughing stock. Eat me a punch. Li Qingshan bared teeth laughed, and the bones of the body made a sigh of relief, mobilizing all the true chi in Danshan, and not taking the shot. It was all done. Suddenly in front of me, like a wall more than a wall, in front of Han Tai, giant Treeman Mew Q, screaming, holding his hands on the top of his head, like a siege hammer. He is the eccentrics and inborn divine strength who once fought with Li Qingshan. After more than half a year of painstaking cultivation, the strength is even higher. This is a shame. Hey, the high platform seems to have shaken a bit. The fist collided with the hammer. Mew Q was full of shock. Huge body, retreating back and forth in an unmatched strong great strength. And the last has sat on the high platform. Li Qingshan maintains the gesture of throwing a fist and does not retreat. Bull Demon gave him a lot of power, and Tiger Demon gave him an unbeatable explosiveness, and the two were united, even though inborn divine strength's giant Treeman had to retire. But with the Mew Q block, it gave the military school disciple a chance to block. Li Qingshan is around. The strongest military school disciple at 8th level is already in front of him. The fist is burning with raging fire, blending body refining with chi refining, even though Li Qingshan can't be underestimated. A little further away, a dozen 7th level chi refining warrior, each show their talents. The body released the various brilliance. And even further hundreds of military school men, a head swaying, as if to see the prey wolves, swooped up. On the way forward, Mew Q opened his arms and made a position of never retreating. That's right, come together. Li Qingshan smiled and returned to the crowd, like a fierce tiger on the summit, back to back. Tiger Demon Mountain Descent. First and foremost, it was a 7th level chi refining warrior. He waved his hand like a knife. Genjin True Chi condensed into a blade. The knife was as fast as lightning and thunder, and he broke the body of True Chi. The military school's way is not as gorgeous as magic spell, but it condenses all the powers to form a simple and unpretentious, but can defeat the enemy. His heart fell into trap. As long as Li Qingshan by stopped half a step, they could form a battle. And combined with Li Qingshan could not escape even if he had a great ability, only to bind. Li Qingshan only attacked and defended, letting the Genjin long blade fall, smirking is just a punch. At this time, if anyone retreats, it will be greatly reduced. That being the case, you have to suffer, and the military school disciple bites his teeth and slashes his knife, compared with eating a punch, which hurts more. The fool understands. The military school disciple was like a broken kite, flew out toward the stairs, and stumbled behind the robes. The eyes were rounded and I saw Li Qingshan's shoulders, leaving only a white say impression, which disappeared in a blink of an eye. What body refining technique did he repair? The last thought in my heart flashed and passed out. Li Qingshan 10th Water True Chi, Jing is extremely incomparable. Although it cannot completely resist the Genjin knife gas, but it can also delay it for a moment. The knife gas has not been fully displayed. It was interrupted by Li Qingshan. UI got his bull demon skin refining. The same is chi refining 7th level. I am stronger than you, faster than you. Even true chi is more pure than you. How do you fight with me? Li Qingshan left and right, like a tiger into the flock. All eyes are shadows, no need to consider any tricks, just kicking and kicking. One military school disciple screamed and was thrown away. On the high platform, outside Han Tai, There are several instructors from the military school. They can see that Li Qingshan is not a coward who Liuan hits. He never gives the strongest military school disciple the opportunity. Their robes became their obstacles. When this Sun Liuan seen, it is amazing to master the whole game. What's even more amazing is that he really seems to want to break all of the hundreds of military school disciple by himself. An old instructor asserted, his physical strength, true chi, can never be supported for so long. After a moment, the military school disciple has fallen halfway. All of them can't fight again. Some of them are faint and go straight down from the stage. This is still Li Qingshan's hand, otherwise all the fallen are dead. Look at Li Qingshan, still alive and alive, not showing a little bit of fatigue, but more and more interested, shouting happy, holding a military school disciple Dewey as a weapon on a few laps. Far out. Several military school instructors were full of surprises before they talked to the old instructor. This is really unexpected, but he can't support it for too long. Sure enough, I saw that Li Qingshan's true chi has been a little bit bad. Only in the face of a threatening attack can true chi be able to fend off, and the instructors are not. However, after a moment, Li Qingshan has not even used the body of the help of true chi. Danshan chi si is empty. All rely on the toughness of a cow. The blood of the tiger is fighting. The body also began to hang color. The momentum not only did not decay at all, but more brave, reaching the peak state. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 320. How do I start a novel in the 55th below? Li Qingshan swept the military school disciple like the autumn wind, and lost the true chi body. He was also covered with scars and panting, especially on the chest. There was a very obvious black boxing. It is full of blood, both others and own. At his feet, there was a large military school disciple. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and sneered, so fighting, it is more refreshing than drinking the 50th altar wine. Anything can be thrown away. The remaining dozens of military school disciple look at his eyes, like watching a monster, if not Han Tai and several instructors looking at it, plus no life. They may have already collapsed. The military school disciple's will is stronger and not endless. However, the monster also has a weak time. Don't let him recover his strength, brothers. But this kind of vain hope, Li Qingshan quickly annihilated it. He held two military school disciple in his arms. With one strength, the two directly closed their breath and left it at their feet. At this moment, a punch hit him in front of him. He had a hard-hitting head, caca. His arm broken, and Li Qingshan shook his head. Although it looks like the next moment, it will fall to the ground, but he stood stubbornly until the last military school disciple fell, only to laugh. It wasn't Li Qingshan's strength, but all the chi-refining 7th level's military school disciple, which was broken by him in the scuffle. The strongest 8th level chi-refining warrior, Li Qingshan, was hurt, and he took a punch and killed him. Eccentric Smukyu also took Li Qingshan's foot and rolled down the ladder, unconscious. Even the exhausted tiger is not a threat to the wolf. Until now, hundreds of steps above, in addition to him, there is no one who can stand. Li Qingshan said to Littleton, have you seen it? I don't know when. The following crowd is not just Littleton, there are many news, other families from other islands, all looking at him with a blank face. Watching him on his own, he turned over the military school 90% disciple. Is that human being? Li Qingshan looked down from the top and saw the head swaying. The grand occasion was not under the duel with Chutan. Hua Chengzhen, Hao Pinyin, there are several unrestrained among them. Hidden room Han Kaiangzi seems to be inside too. Li Qingshan, that coward. Easy to retreat. Han Kaiangzi just returned from the task and heard about Li Qingshan's duel with Chutan. A few months passed, and the little heartbeat of that day had already vanished. From the day I knew Li Qingshan entered novel school, she knew that he would probably lose her qualification for her forever, and felt a little pity. It was not until he heard that he had to fight with genius Chutan to raise some interest. Going to watch the battle, on the basis of personal likes and dislikes. He put 500 spirit stones on him, and he did not come. Suddenly disappointed, The snacks turned into disdain. Straight Road was blinded by myself. Hua Chengzhen leaned against the door. Of course, I said it last time. You misunderstood him. He is not the one who will avoid the war. Han Kaiengzi continues to pack up. If you are a woman, I have to doubt that you are not looking at this kid, or an idiot. How is it half dead by Chutan, and you have lost 1,000 spirits stones? Hua Chengzhen said, the woman's heart is of course a submarine needle, but it is also a difficult thing to let a woman understand a man. This time, I won. Han Kaiengzi stopped the action on his hand. What do you mean? Of course. The last time I lost. This time all earned back. Chutan is still lying in the medical school. In addition, the kid you said is already the chi refining 7th level. I think it's only a matter of time to catch up with you. No, of course, now that you are working, most of you are not his opponent. Han Kaiengzi said, what about him? How is he? It's almost unscathed. I heard that I seem to be writing a novel recently. Oh, old Wang heard that it's going crazy. Han Kaiengzi frowned. Don't I look away? You tell me what is going on. Hua Chengzhen will tell you about the future. He is a good-natured storyteller if he is willing to go to the book. Han Kaiengzi listened to his heart and soul, hated not to be on the scene, cheering for Li Qingshan. It turned out that I really misunderstood him, and lost something in my hand. No, I have to go and marry him. But stopped again. When he first entered novel school, I didn't go to jealousy. Now I am going to squat. Don't let him regard her Han Kaiengzi as a snobbery. However, he just went to the novel school and went to retreat in a few days. She didn't go to see him when she had something, and as a woman, she was a dead man. When she was tangled in her heart, a legalist school disciple came to report, senior brother senior sister, and there was a lively look. Han Tai-yi set aside and asked Li Qingshan to challenge it. Go see. Hua Chengzhen said. Han Kaiengzi followed the boat, and her favorite thing in life was to watch the fun. After coming, Han Kaiengzi was glad that she had not missed this battle. Looking at Li Qingshan in the enemy line up and down, laughing and smiling, suddenly felt the heartbeat is so powerful, the line of sight is tightly stuck to him. Hua Chengzhen smiled and said, who is it now? Han Kaiengzi's face is red, but it does not show weakness. Do you have any opinions? The old lady likes this type. How many times better than little white's face like you? Hua Chengzhen touched the nose. It's really a big woman, but in a blink of an eye, the childhood will become little white. They have known each other since childhood. From childhood to the stool, they are full of charm. As long as they are women, they will inevitably give him a three-pointed mind. Only she always maintains a pure friendship with him. Without him, Han Kaiengzi is a soldier from aristocratic family. I don't like romantic men. Hua Chengzhen is more attractive and not effective for her. Han Kaiengzi : this time Tai-yi, but the younger brother has to lose a big face. The old man's face must be very unsightly. The voice did not fall, a coldly snort, such as a cone piercing. Han Kaiengzi trembled, his face pale. Hua Chengzhen said, what's wrong? Han Kaiengzi bit his teeth. It's the old guy. It's so embarrassing to my daughter. Hua Chengzhen said, there is no daughter, and the mouth is so mad. Between the words, on the high platform, Han Kaiengzi saw Li Qingshan covered in scars, crumbling, and his heart was touched. He shouted, you won. Come down. Wait, let me turn to beat you. Li Qingshan has turned to the high platform, on the Han Tai-yi road. Li Qingshan stepped forward step by step, came to Han Tai-yi, a downgraded military school disciple, suddenly climbed up, hold Li Qingshan's waist. Brothers, stop him. The military school disciple, who has lost the ability to fight, hugged Li Qingshan's legs. Li Qingshan raised his fist and went to the military school disciple, who was holding his waist. The military school disciple closed his eyes, but he held it tightly, but did not feel the pain. The fist, somehow, received go back. Li Qingshan struggled to make a heavy step. So hard to drag so many people, step by step toward Han Tai-yi, all the way to a very embarrassing, but steadfast. With a bang, His feet finally set foot on the platform. Swing a punch to Han Tai-e. Han Tai-e raised his hand and tried to stop the instructor. Little General. The eyes of the military school disciple are red, which is like watching the enemy breaking through their battles and killing their coaches. The minds of each of the fascinating military school disciple are full of humiliation, bit by bit, and some tears like children. Let him go. Han Tai-e ordered. There are 2 more punches. Li Qingshan took a look at muscles and bones. This kind of weak fist. I feel boring when I play. You owe it first. Wait for me to restore my strength. Come back. After all, Li Qingshan fell backwards. A golden light flashes. Little Un appeared Vajra incarnation, holding Li Qingshan in his arms. The snoring sounded, and I slept, sleeping, and my face was still smiling with a satisfied face. Give him to me, he needs a little treatment. A woman came to Little Un, her eyebrows, gentle words, white clothes, squinting, as if a gentle light was shining. A white waist was hanging around her waist, engraved with the one word. Above the steps, the medical school disciple, dressed in white, is taking action to diagnose the injury and make treatment for the military school disciple. Han Tai-e said to the woman, Ruxin, I have a job. Ordinary injuries, military school can be treated, even with a strong body to recover, but serious, you must ask medical school disciple to ensure that no future problems. Taking people money, disaster relief for people. Baojun is satisfied. Ruxin smiled warmly and fell down generously. Military school is the biggest patron of the medical school. It is rare to have so many businesses. Senior sister Ruxin, he doesn't seem to have a big deal. A muscular man with a muscle knot snoring. I don't know if there is any internal injury. If you leave the root of the disease, it's not good. Little sister, you said it is not. Ruxin crouched down and said to Little Un. Although Little Un feels that there is no problem with Li Qingshan's system, she is still worried and nods aloud. Ruxin flew a green leaf in the sleeve and rose in the wind. Li Qingshan was lifted up, and a green light was raised. He covered his body and some small scars began to heal immediately. More green leaves flew out of his sleeves, and there were hundreds of them. All the injured military school disciple were lifted. This is not magic spell, but spirit artifact, the spirit artifact of the complete set. Although the grade is only high grade, the value is probably more than the usual top-grade spirit artifact. Ruxin glanced at Li Qingshan on the green leaf and licked his lips. This powerful physique is beyond the ordinary people's cognition and has a lot of research value. Han Tai-e turned back to the combat challenge hall, sitting on the top of Han Nanjun, carrying a 3-legged bronze drink, with 10 seats on both sides, sitting on 9 military school disciple. Only the position on the right-hand side of Han Nanjun was empty. They are all chi refining warrior of 8th-9th level. In the position of Han Nanjun on the left-hand side, sitting on a fierce bald man with a fierce head, and it is also a chi refining 10th level. The bald man said, General, why don't you let us shoot? Let Li Qingshan be so crazy. The other 8 people were also full of indignation, watching the same robes, and in the eyes of the public, they were defeated by Li Qingshan. If it weren't for Han Nanjun, they couldn't stand it. I have to shoot. Among the 100 families, in addition to the chief disciples, there will be a total of 10 deceases, which are regarded as the highest, and are called core disciple. 9 of them are the real arrogant and the most powerful. The victory or defeat of any participating player may be reversed. Han Nanjun said solemnly, it's not enough to bully the public, but to be bullied. The bald man does not obey, the bare hand is empty. How to play to get the power of the encirclement, if it is to make the weapon, the real knife and the gun. And that kid has already died. Han Nanjun reinstated the 3-legged copper. I don't think he is really crazy, but if you let go of all means, you can kill it in 2 quarters. The training on weekdays is like a decent, once in actual combat, true form was revealed, messed up, shameful, and shameful. I rolled back to reflect on 3 days. Han Nanjun, who has always been silent, suddenly open, a violent reprimand, everyone is ashamed, and led out. Only Han Tai-e. Han and Jun's face gradually eased. Extremely rare smile. Tai-e, you do a good job. They need a little motivation. Don't think that every day is a bit hard. Think you are better than other discipline. He is the owner of the military school and feels about something far more sensitive than Liu Qingqing. Under this peaceful scene, it seems that another string is gradually tightening, and the war is not far away. He is going to use the hands of Li Qingshan to hone the military school disciple and prepare for the possible disorder. Now it is better to lose people than to lose life in the future. He is not afraid of damaging the face of military school, and the dead have no face. I didn't expect that he could come up like this. Han Tai-e. He did not doubt that Li Qingshan had the ability to rush to the high platform, but after sweeping everyone like this, he stepped up and did not expect him. His body refining technique is very unusual, but unfortunately, not my military school disciple. Otherwise 9 prefectures combat challenge, we can at least get 30% more chances. Han and Jun gave the same sigh as Taoist Sloppy. This time the trial was opened. Out of these genius, if he wants to evaluate, Li Qingshan is the first. Chu Tanu Zijian are not too late. Little An, although innate skill is like monstrous talent, but it may not be suitable for military school. Li Qingshan was born as a material for the soldiers. He was born with a pair of swords and Qingxin. Han Tai-e said, although he is not a military school disciple, the general can also point to 1 or 2. Han and Jun said, I also have this intention. I will do it for you first. Only the big fish is fierce enough, and this group of small fish can be stirred up, stimulating unprecedented potential and becoming more united. Even without this reason, he couldn't bear to look at a good material, so wasted in a kind of novel school. Promise. Li Qingshan woke up from his sleep. The white sheets were covered, the white wall tables and chairs, the breeze floating curtains, and the sunlight sprinkled from the window. A bouquet of white lilies, placed on the bed, with a hint of fragrance. The sky doesn't know when it is clear, and the warm sunshine shines in. Li Qingshan stretched out and felt a lot of pain in her body, but her heart was very comfortable. Sure enough, compared to writing novels, this kind of life is more suitable for oneself. This unrealistic thought is still dispelled. Close your eyes and feel the whole body, no problem. The exhausted Danshan also began to bit by bit to save true chi. True chi is a cyclical process. After such extreme use, the recovery speed is extremely slow, but the quality has also increased. He was quite rewarded in this battle. Although he did not get a word from Han and Jun, he realized a lot of things. He is a real genius, showing charm in battle, and also in the battle to stimulate potential. Those of the military school disciple, although none of them are his opponents, but the performances of the moves, the skills of the transport, and even the feeling of being on the body have made him feel a lot of benefits. Ruxin walked in from the door. You wake up. Li Qingshan flashed in front of her eyes, and she was a beautiful woman, and she was still a beautiful woman of chi refining 10th level. It really is nowhere in the world. I really don't understand the idea of Hua Chengzhen. However, if you really want to compare, the people in front of you are indeed worse than Guyaniying. He didn't know whether this feeling was true or not, because he was stuck in the deserted village for more than 10 years, and suddenly saw a beautiful woman, so he left such a deep impression in his heart. There is no story to say that a scholar was eating a bowl of glutinous rice at an agriculturist school at the time of his fall. He only felt delicious and later became a big official. The taste of the clams made by the famous chefs was not the original taste. Finally, I found the original agriculturist school, and then tasted it. But it was not the original taste. He is looking for an opportunity to verify the story. Under Li Qingshan. What is the name of fellow Taoist? Fellow Taoist Li's name, how can Ruxin not know? Is there a surname ? Li Qingshan is strange in my heart. Look around. What about little An? The Grand Master Yinian called back. You are not seriously ill, and you don't have to be so guarded. Ruxin said. Sit down to the bed and press the hand on Li Qingshan's chest. His green shirt. In the battle, it was shredded. Her soft, jade-like hand slipped from her chest to her abdomen. Your injury recovery is fast, and the vitality in your body is simply amazing. I ate an unknown fruit when I was young, and then I became so strong. Li Qingshan sang a slogan. Isn't that interesting to me? Oh, I will see my majesty at the military school, and I am attracted by my temperament. It's gone. It can't just make people patriarch move. Li Qingshan has always been a person who wants to do it. He grabs Ruxin's hand. Thank you for thanking the girl for his treatment. Ruxin stared at the hand and pumped his hand, not twitching. His face is a little red, but it is mad. She has never been an admirer at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, but it's rare to be so shameless. Li Qingshan also thought that her charm was already high to the level of Hua Chengzhen. Ruxin whispered, "Fellow Taoist, you don't let go, I will be screaming." Li Qingshan, this is only loose. Surprised. Don't you touch me first. I am a doctor, you are a patient. This order can't be reversed. How, fellow Taoist? Do you like to be massaged? Isn't it not? This is one of our medical school's services, but it is charged. Ruxin smiled and smiled. Li Qingshan is excited again and lost. Okay, how many spirit stones? You kneel, I am going to prepare. Ruxin cleverly laughs and turns away. After a moment, a muscular macho came in and snorted. You want to massage? Li Qingshan, no. Not. Senior Sister Ruxin, how can you do this kind of rough work? Come on. The muscular fierce man said nothing, stepping forward, a pair of cracked iron palms slammed toward Li Qingshan's back. Good craftsmanship. After a few moments, Li Qingshan stood up and sincerely praised. This macho is not a medical school disciple. It seems rude, but the hand is extremely delicate, or licking or pinching, or shooting or pressing. Li Qingshan's muscles and bones fully stretched out, and at the same time put a strand of lively true chi, infiltrated into the body. Li Qingshan felt refreshed and his bruises disappeared, which was worth the cost of spirit stones. The muscular man shouted, "Thank you for your patronage." Li Qingshan got up and found a green shirt from 100 treasure pouch and walked out the door. Ruxin smiled and said, How is my junior brother's craft? Not bad. Li Qingshan smiled. The muscle macho slammed, and indeed cut off Li Qingshan. The thoughts of others. No one else thought, he was too lazy to think. Not a woman cannot live. Life is alive, what can be pursued there are countless. Ruxin was slightly surprised. She thought that Li Qingshan would be displeased and even angry, and she was ready for a set of rhetoric. I didn't expect him to be so calm, and to look at his own eyes. He also returned to normal. Let her doubt her own charm. You are still coming to Benevolence Island for the first time. I will take you around. The chief disciple came naturally. The chief disciple reception. Although it was the decline of novel school, but Li Qingshan had already proved in front of everyone that he deserved such a courtesy. It's fun to walk in a leisurely way, with beauty as a companion. Li Qingshan casually asked about the medical school. The doctors pay attention to treating diseases and saving people. If you save people, the cultivator will get sick? Ruxin said, no, we can help him. I want to get sick from what he wants. In medical school, it is not a good nurse's role, but he's good at poisoning. The poison is naturally a variety of highly toxic, and the epidemic is a plague. It collects various diseases and kills the enemy. There is a god in the gods worshipped by medical school. Not funny, Li Qingshan said. Yes, it's weird. I used to say it in the past. No one doesn't laugh. It's a life. It's always inevitable to meet a few strange people. The disease of cultivator is not obvious, but it is deeply hidden in the body. Or the meridians are damaged, or the 5 elements are out of tune. It doesn't hurt your life, but it will affect the cultivation. And in addition to these illnesses, there are heart disease. I am good at treating my heart disease. I am still ill. If I get a heart disease, on the cultivation road, it is even more difficult. For example, Commander Hu of Legalist School. Don't tell him that I said it's got a heart attack. Saving the path of cultivation of a cultivator can be a lifesaver. Li Qingshan snorted, So why don't you save him? Ruxin said. He has become ill, healed the disease, and the destined person suddenly lowered the voice. Look at the two in front, it is also ill. Divine Immortal is difficult to save. Divine Immortal is difficult to save. Li Qingshan looked up and saw the garden. Qian Rongzi was holding Chutan for a walk. His face was full of smiles. If you don't know Qian Rongzi's personality and Chutan's disposition, he really wants to treat this as a pair. Divine Immortal companion. They got what's sick. One is crazy, one is crazy. It also matches. Li Qingshan smiled and folded away from them. Chutan is immersed in happiness and happiness. Without any awareness, Qian Rongzi immediately gave birth to the induction, glanced over there, and saw Ruxin's back, frowning. The woman, also very troublesome. Li Qingshan said that he once intended to study pill concocting technique at medical school. Ruxin said, you choose medical school. Taoism is just concocting pill. We can also refine drugs. What is the difference? Concocting pill is just for cultivation, but refining can cure disease. Ruxin took Li Qingshan to the medical school's big pharmacy to see it. Sure enough, there are a variety of color syrup powders in addition to the exquisite spiritual pill. Li Qingshan saw one of the little scorpions and wrote jade skin powder and asked, what is this disease? Ruxin said, taking a cure for black disease. Black disease? Ruxin looked at Li Qingshan. Well, it's about you. If you use this medicine, if you use it for as little as 3 days and more than 7 days, you can become a pure little white face. Li Qingshan shook her head, and she was already used to Ruxin, a language that was not quite commensurate with her appearance. However, these medicines refined by medical school are really interesting. At least Taoism's pill concocting technique does not refine any stealth potion. Some of them even thought about it. What is this disease? Li Qingshan pointed to the top, a glass bottle filled with blue syrup. You said recalling water, as the name suggests, naturally is a cure for amnesia. If you accidentally forget your own name, drink it, keep it effective. But the side effects are easy to find. North. Ruxin snorted, but Li Qingshan's look suddenly changed. Li Qingshan said, you can recall everything you said. What about the previous life? Ruxin said, unfortunately, my strength has not yet been able to compete with Grandma Meng. Li Qingshan was disappointed, but she listened to Ruxin. But as long as it is in your mind, drinking my medicine, I will be able to think back. You just want to know what you ate at noon today 10 years ago. No problem. Can you give me a try? What is your relationship? Your surname is Li. I said seriously, 100 bottles of spiral stones. You don't have to put on this expression, laugh. In all kinds of speechlessness, Li Qingshan took a spoonful of recalling water. Those dusty dusts suddenly shook the dust and rushed to the surface. It was clearly reflected in his mind. It was a piece of book paper, which was densely packed, filled with small characters. The first sentence is Zhang Wuji turned around. Li Qingshan shouted in his heart, my illness has been saved. Peas. At the last moment, I finally caught up. I heard people say that 9,000 words are not broken out, and 1,003 is not counted. However, it is estimated that it will be gone tomorrow morning. Ah, I have burned out. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 321. Chapter 55. Fiction. That's North. Ruxin picked up his thumb and pointed his back. Li Qingshan is too lazy to care for her. How does recalling water sell? Ha! I used to be smelting and playing. I didn't expect to sell it. Ruxin smiled and held out his hand. 100 bottles of spirit stones. Thank you for your patronage. Li Qingshan bit his teeth. Don't you just say joke. Ruxin said, whoever makes you not laugh, this thing is very important to you. I mean serious. You have to make trouble. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand. This recalling water is really important to him, and it's not just about writing novels, but also for little N. A spiral stone, 2 spiral stones, 3 spiral stones. What are you doing? Billing. Ruxin glanced at the hand being held. Li Qingshan opened her hand. Ruxin smiled and said, but it. The doctor's parents. See you eager to do this. I can't bear it. This bottle of recalling water will give you. Li Qingshan said, you have such a good heart. Ruxin said, but you have to promise me one thing. Li Qingshan said, what is it? Ruxin lowered his voice and said, I will start with the military school disciple and start with a little more. It is best to die. A good doctor's parents. Children don't listen to disobedience. Well, I will take a step first. Li Qingshan casually agreed to pick up recalling water and put it in 100 treasure pouch, and rushed back to the test. Wait. 3 spiral stones. What 3 spiral stones? You are not sending. Li Qingshan said. Only Ruxin smiled and patted his hand. You really have to pay. Well, that's 100 spiral stones. Li Qingshan grabbed Ruxin's hand and stared at her eyes. 4 spiral stones, 5 spirit stones. Ruxin smiled and started counting. However, this is not a deserted place, but a prescription for people coming and going. Many hundred disciplines come here to take medicine. Li Qingshan grabbed Ruxin's hand and caught some attention. Ruxin has been famous for his great beauty in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and Li Qingshan is a man of the limelight. These 2 people are also the chief disciples. Under the broad public, they look at each other and lead everyone to look at them. Hey, look, is Li Qingshan and senior sister Ruxin the kind of relationship so bold? 33, 34. Ruxin smiles unchanged, screaming, are you coming? 100 spiral stones, I also spent it. Li Qingshan wants to teach the lesser woman. That's a try. It's rare that the stones are so good. Ruxin snorted, his face slightly red, but he didn't know if he was ashamed or angry. Li Qingshan, you are doing what? 2 angry drinks, while ringing from outside the pharmacy. One is that Chutan has 5 colors of true qi, the other is indeed Han Qiangzi, and he is also glaring at Li Qingshan. Chutan looked over Qian Rongzi's gaze and suddenly saw Li Qingshan. It can be said that the enemy meets, and the eyes are red. Seeing that he was with Ruxin, he couldn't help but come over. Since coming to medical school, I first saw Ruxin, and he used her as her own woman. When I saw Li Qingshan holding Ruxin's hand, and Ruxin seemed to be willing, let him suddenly feel a betrayal, angry, if you want to shoot, a palm shot to death Li Qingshan. Han Qiangzi heard that Li Qingshan woke up and came to marry him. This was not the case, and he immediately became angry. Hua Chengzhen on the side of the arm smiled. This guy has a 3-point style. It seems that I am not sure. He has made a decision. Can't help but think of Yanning, shaking his head. It is impossible. Li Qingshan gave a slight glimpse. Ruxin took the opportunity to withdraw his hand and hated. 35 spiral stones. When you pay the rest of the goods, I will pay for it. Li Qingshan waved his hand and didn't look at Chutan. He walked directly to Hua Chengzhen. Chengzhen, how come you? Han senior sister, I haven't seen you for a long time. What are you doing for me? Fuck your uncle. A voice passed through True Chi and was clearly introduced into the ear. Li Qingshan was struck by lightning because it was neither from the mouth of Han Qiangzi nor Chutan but Ruxin. Turning around, I can't believe in Ruxin. What are you talking about? Nothing. Ruxin is still a gentle smile, a white dress, standing upright, like a legendary white angel. Han Qiangzi said, Li Qingshan, I am talking to you, I am here to see you. Oh, thank you. I have nothing wrong with me. I still have something to do. I have to take a step. I have time to invite you to dinner. Li Qingshan now thinks about recalling water. He just wants to go back and experiment. Han Qiangzi said, hey, you. Li Qingshan has gone through the clouds, and the voice is rumored. Yes, Chutan, I wish you a speedy recovery. Chutan's face was blue, and he resisted the impulse of the shot. The 100 sword chi had extremely serious damage in his within the body. So many days, he could not fully adjust it. Quickly came to Ruxin and said with concern, Senior sister Ruxin, you are fine. Chu junior brother, your body is not a big problem, thanks to the care of 3 beautiful people. Hey, those 2. Chutan is proud to say, They have gone to cultivation for me. Since Li Qingshan broke out and defeated Genius Chutan, there was a resurgence in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Everyone thought of the same as Li Qingshan. Ruxin, somewhat surprised, glanced at Qian Rongzi. This is the idea of the money, junior sister. This can make you hard work. After a few months of retreat, I found out that things are wrong, and men have been robbed. By the way, the two silly girls don't care to share men with others, but they can't expect others to be as stupid as they are. It's all their own thoughts. I feel that I don't have enough strength. I want to help Xiaodan. I listened very much and I was very touched. I promised to help them take care of Xiaodan for a few days. Senior sister should not misunderstand. We are just friends. Qian Rongzi laughing. The two vases were opened, and she didn't have much thought. I gave them a lot of medicine pill. This retreat, I will be able to cultivate the base, and the woman who is my Chutan will not suffer. Chutan said, looking at Ruxin with great interest. Qian Rongzi laughed. Senior sister Ruxin, Xiaotan is indeed a good man worthy of his life. Ha ha, yeah. Ruxin feels a bit disgusting. Geeks of years. Especially this year. Originally, I wanted to remind him that this kind of man is completely ignorant of life and death. Good man. Oh, let the bad woman give you a lesson. Qian Rongzi, let go of my heart. Well, this woman will not come to trouble for a while, if the men on world are as good as Chutan. I want to write a novel. Li Qingshan returned to Illusory Cloud Island and pushed in, confidently. In Liu Qunfeng's amazed gaze, Li Qingshan returned to the house and took the bottle of recalling water out and placed it on the table. The bottle is about 3 inches high and is filled with a blue, viscous liquid, as if it were a solidified memory. Li Qingshan took it straight and took a sip. Some bitter taste spread on the tip of the tongue. He quickly closed his eyes and tried to think back, recalling the forgotten memory. In fact, everyone is unforgettable, never forgetting. But those useless messages will sink into the depths of the heart. Recalling water is to show those dusty memories in front of each picture, every voice, every emotion. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and began to write hard, and the familiar story was reappeared in his hands. Liu Qunfeng was worried at the door. He didn't know what the beloved disciple was, but he didn't dare to bother and quietly retired. Li Qingshan is writing faster and faster, and her right hand is gradually blurring into a phantom. I feel that I have not written a few words. The ink in the ring is used up, and a small can is directly ground to beside me. It will be late, and there will be a thick stack on the desk, full of scribbled novels, and in his hands, the good wolf is almost bald. At this time, the words in my mind are gradually blurred, and the efficacy of recalling water is gradually passing. Li Qingshan put down the pen and rubbed his wrist. Come here today. This is what you wrote. Liu Qunfeng rushed out and grabbed the thick stack of paper on the table. Pa. Li Qingshan opened his hand. Don't move. I haven't finished it yet. Speaking out, even I felt a sense of pride, and the glory would not go down in the 800 School of Military School disciple. Although it is copied, but this is a small section. This life has not been written so many words. Liu Qunfeng said, rare, write like this, can write something good. What I wrote is something that the people like to see and enjoy, and it is guaranteed to be more audience than your literary things. Li Qingshan seems to have seen a successful novel school in front of him. As long as there is recalling water, this road is absolutely easy and free, and it is not worthwhile. Although the martial arts novel's level of force is a bit low, but he did not expect to rely on this battle. In the chi refining stage, even if the character is depicted how powerful, the power of belief is sufficient, bound by the great amplifying divine symbol realm. Summoned, the ability to do things is limited, and at most chi refining 7-8 level. For the ordinary chi refining warrior, it is very difficult to call out 4 or 5 thugs similar to their own cultivation base. But with the strength of Li Qingshan, this kind of help is not so important, but it is in vain. Waste the power of this belief. The power of faith is an important resource, transformed by the great amplifying divine symbol. which can be illusory and unrealistic. Now the great amplifying divine symbol is only in its infancy, and as long as it is reinforced, its role cannot be limited to a few novels. At this time, little Anne walked in from outside the door and saw Li Qingshan, revealing an innocent smile. Li Qingshan stunned, a question he couldn't think about, didn't dare to think about it, and broke into his mind. Can recalling water help little Anne recover his memory? Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 322. Chapter 56. Recalling water. Little Anne always feels Li Qingshan's emotional changes immediately, and strangely stunned his head. Li Qingshan drove Liu Kunfing out, closed the door, and asked little Anne's recent cultivation. Little Anne is even more strange. What happened? Li Qingshan smiled a bit, Momo's head. He never thought that he was an indecisive person, but now he understands that the reason why he is not indecisive is that he has not encountered anything that is really difficult to decide. It was a wish in his heart to let her recover her memory and retrieve her original name and identity. Sending her back to her hometown was the first promise he made in this world. But this old wish and promise, if it comes at the same time, he can never laugh. I found the same good thing, it might be helpful. Li Qingshan sighed for a moment, telling the truth, took out the remaining half of recalling water and told little Anne about its function. Then, Li Qingshan found that little Anne's performance was not more calm than him. The hand holding the recalling water bottle even shook a little, letting the liquid of the blue say, followed by a burst of shaking. There was no excitement and joy to restore memory. She lowered her eyes, long eyelashes, and cast a shadow on the big eyelids. I don't want to drink. Why? Li Qingshan knew and asked each other. How could he not understand her concerns? And if he could, he would not know the existence of this potion, even if he could not simply write novels to gain the power of faith. But as an adult, he can't let a child's job. I can't let my own job. He wants to do something good about her. Don't let Xing. Try it. I just tried it. The effect is not bad. Maybe it's really useful. Of course, it may be useless. Don't expect too much. Little Anne looked up and looked directly at Li Qingshan's nephew with a distressing look. I don't go anywhere, okay? Li Qingshan's heart gradually strengthened and returned to normal, grinned, a lot of kisses in her forehead. Where are you going? Where am I going? Little Anne closed his eyes and looked up at the remaining recalling water in the bottle. The slightly bitter liquid, flowing along the throat, flows into the stomach and turns into a mysterious force that spreads out and rushes into the heavens. After a long time, Little Anne opened his eyes. Li Qingshan said, how? Little Anne shook his head, no feeling. From the day of cultivation down of the beautiful bones, her Han spirit merged with the bones, and with the cultivation of countless days and nights, her bones have long been stronger than Vajra. Not only is external force difficult to destroy, but even heterogeneous energy cannot penetrate into it. So, whether it's taking spiritual energy of heaven and earth or taking medicine pill, for her it has no effect. What is enhanced is nothing more than this surface skin capsule. Only the use of flames to swallow flesh and blood, refining skeleton is her only path of cultivation. The power of recalling water is naturally ineffective for her. Li Qingshan is relieved, put out a long breath. I know that the woman's medicine is not so good. Don't worry, remember what? Just think about it. Little Anne lightly strangely said, the woman? It's a woman who is everything in disorder. Don't worry about her, come and see how the novel I wrote. Li Qingshan took her to Tu and gave her an original that she had worked hard to copy. Little Anne looks very seriously. From time to time, he points out the strange places in the book. The so-called strange, that is, the martial arts novels, is not convincing in this world, and the use of many lexical allusions has problems. Li Qingshan was a big fan. It was not so simple to copy a novel. What can I do? He hasn't read a few novels, and he has come out of Crouching Bull Village for a year or two. It is also not profound. Little Anne smiled and said, I have a way. Liu Kunfing is biting the pen and guessing what his apprentice has written. Li Qingshan suddenly strode in. Is there a novel? Liu Kunfing said, What are you looking at? Li Qingshan said, I don't look at you anyway. It's better to be some logicist school. It's more popular. The more the better. What happened to me? Liu Kunfing immediately argued that he was not the owner of the windy month. He immediately took a letter from 100 treasure pouch. Look, how do people praise me? Li Qingshan with a blink of an eye. Liu Kunfing is extremely honest and has a large collection of books from 100 treasure pouch. Li Qingshan hugged and walked away, and Liu Kunfing shouted in the back, you are careful, this is a collection. The clothes drove. Grandmaster Yinian quietly came to illusory Cloud Island, Li Qingshan's bamboo building. His sight through the layers of bamboo saw the lonely lights, one big and one small figure. Little Un squatted on the floor reading a book, licking a page and turning it over. It looked fast and there were more than a dozen books piled up beside him. Li Qingshan stood, as if thinking about something, turning his body from time to time and waving his fists. He is summarizing and comprehending the gains and losses of today's World War I. If he is asked to read a book, he will see 7 pages when he reads 10 pages. But when he thinks of today's battle, his mind seems to be a movie. Every punch and every foot is clear. He even remembers clearly how he knocked down each military school disciple. Gradually, the backs of the surrounding are dim, and the expression of each military school disciple is blurred, leaving only a long ladder, a group of stickman-like military school disciple. He imitated their moves, the way they worked, and the light cast his shadow on the wall, moving in a small space, fast and powerful. The two people moved and calmed, but they formed a wonderful warm atmosphere, which made Grandmaster Yinian feel inexplicably familiar. After thinking for a long time, I remembered it. It was the feeling of home. In order to save some light, the mother sewed the clothes in the moonlight, and he blew the fire in his yard. Grandmaster Yinian is busy pressing these thoughts, silently sighing, and if they are old, if they read a home word, how can they be made? In the past few days, Li Qingshan has far surpassed the performance of the ordinary cultivator, but the anxiety in his heart has become more and more serious. They are not related to each other. Now she is still young. If she is a few years old, once she has given birth to that kind of emotion, I am afraid that it will be cut more and more chaotic, and it will be more difficult. Hesitated a moment, Grandmaster Yinian reflected away. This time the Far Conference, we must let the same door to the Buddha, to enlighten her, let her break the dust. The sound of flipping the book and the sound of the fists stopped. Okay. Li Qingshan gasped. Danshan revealed a smile. If today's battle is once again, he is confident that he can win more easily. Little Un smiled and said, let's get started. Under the solitary lamp, Li Qingshan wrote, Little Un spoke, and the two made changes to the novel bit by bit, so that it would be more in line with this era, and unconsciously, time passed by. Why do you have to break through the iron shoes and try your best? The so-called memories are not always produced. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 323 Chapter 57, Step by Step. Is this really written by you? Liu Kunfing took a thick stack of manuscripts, unbelievable, and said that there were hundreds of thousands of words, and Li Qingshan only used a few days. Can't it be copied? Li Qingshan is completely unrequited. Nonsense. Have you seen the same novel? Liu Kunfing said, the plagiarism is not a combination of wish power, no matter how brilliant you copy. For example, divine symbol. No matter how far away the cultivator is, even if someone is exactly the same as his name, the merits will not find the wrong object. This is the mystery of divine symbol. Li Qingshan plays drums in his heart. He copied the things that he had brought in his life, or belonged to another world. Only in this world, he should be considered original. Well, what do you want to write for the teacher? Help you to modify it. Liu Kunfing read at the desk. Li Qingshan stepped out, and these days, copying and reforming, even with the help of Little Un, made him feel dizzy. After changing his Virgo, Little Un was recalled by the Grandmaster Yinian to the Flawless Temple, saying that he was preparing for the upcoming Far Conference. Little Un only said that if he wanted to find some spiritual pill, he would rush. I'm sorry to say that Li Qingshan has solved the problem of novel school. It's time to raise it and prepare for the final step, although the last step. But Li Qingshan did not dare to despise. The difficulty of this step is likely to be larger than the previous one. There are many living examples around him, Liu Qunfeng, Hua Chengzhen, Ruxin and so on. All are chi refining 10th level. There is also the danger of heavenly tribulation, which is not to be taken half. Although he is killing at subterranean world, there are still a lot of resources left, but the spirit stones are good to say that spirit artifact and spirit talisman want to shoot. It's not that simple. After coming to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, he also inspected Sun Fu Bai, the miscellaneous school that specializes in this business. It is rare to buy these things, even if the acquisition, the price is very low. The world has been peaceful for so long, fighting and killing has become very rare, there is no demand, and there is no market. In contrast, because of the increase in the number of chi-refining warriors, the reduction in spiral grass, the price of advanced medicine pill is rising. Moreover, Li Qingshan itself has a lot of concerns. The way of these things can't be justified. If these things are sold on a large scale, it will be difficult to ensure that they will not attract the attention of the people. Through the interaction with these people, Qian Rongzi Hua Chengzhen let Li Qingshan deeply understand that there are so many smart people in the world, and seeing it, for some people, it is an instinct. He believes that he does not have such ability. Only be as cautious as possible, and leave no flaws. Thinking for a moment, Li Qingshan's eyes are gradually firmer, step by step. The first step is the task released in the hall of the disputed island. Li Qingshan's gaze is on the bulletin board that is constantly flashing and changing. One of them quickly locked in the task of watering the wheat field by the agriculturist school. It sounds simple, but it is clearly written later, asking the discipline to understand Spirit Train Technique. Spirit Train Technique is a wide-ranging cure for magic spell. It not only cures the wound but also restores spiritual power. If it is in the war, it is magic spell who decides to be crossing. Because of the difficulty of learning, in this era, naturally there is no one to care about. Li Qingshan, if you don't have Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets, you can trust any of the water element magic spells and don't waste time learning magic spell. Perhaps because of this, the reward for this task is quite rich. The agriculturist school Longevity Island is clearly a winter, but on the Longevity Island, it is full of life. Old man Huangta sat on the field and took a smog of smoke. On the vast golden wheat field in front of him, he painted a circle. This piece of land, rainfall 1 inch 3 millimeters, wrong one, deduct a spiral stones, do you know? There is no special treatment because of Li Qingshan's recent outstanding performance. Li Qingshan said, know it. Eyes closed, prepared for a moment, a ray of light rose from his hand, flew into the air, turned into a large piece of fine rain, falling from the sky. The wheat seedlings, which were originally awkward, immediately tinged up as if they were taking spiritual rain. Old man Huangtu is slightly revealed. It's such a big piece of wheat. I thought it would take a few spirit train techniques to be poured out. Li Qingshan only showed it once. The area was amazing, and it was calculated and lowered. The spiritual rain is good. It is exactly 1 inch. Well done. Li Qingshan smiled and accepted the spirit stones. It is easy to earn the stones. Just cast a spell once. In the main hall of the mission, in addition to watering the wheat fields, there seems to be a task of watering the medical school for the medical school. You want to learn concocting pill with me? Ruxin looked at Li Qingshan with a strange look. He looked sincere and held a watermelon in his hand. This is just a teacher's gift. If you promise, I can pay you spirit stones. Of course, the price can't be too much. This is the second step of Li Qingshan, master the pill concocting technique as soon as possible. And this watermelon, because of the perfect task, old man Huangta from the side of the melon field, picked it up for him. Medical school has a concocting pill course, not a spirit stones. It's a waste of time. Li Qingshan shook his head. Although the professor's lectures were all good, they had to take into account the realization of each discipline and slow down the process. In-depth explanations, although interesting, will waste a lot of time. And the level of the professors is probably not as good as the one in front of them. Ruxin is a rogue, but it is not bad. Later, he asked her twice for recalling water, and she never received spirit stones. And as a big beauty, there is no shelf, naturally becoming his first choice. Ruxin said, "Let me think about it. Eat watermelon first." Cut the watermelon into a bright red melon, which exudes a strange fragrance. Li Qingshan ate a tooth. The entrance was instant, sweet like me, but also contained a spiritual power, integrated into the Danshan Qi Si. Li Qingshan thinks, this agriculturist school's planting technique is really mysterious, and its effect is not under the ordinary medicine pill. Unfortunately, he is not an agriculturist school disciple. He prefers planting than concocting pill. Can you whisper? Ruxin said, children don't understand anything. Eating watermelon is to suck. Li Qingshan rolled the eyes, put down the melon skin, saw a big watermelon, and then entered her stomach in a blink of an eye. Ruxin uses a sleeve to wipe his mouth. No. What? I thought about it. No. Send it. Give me my teacher's gift. Li Qingshan wanted to lick her neck. You really want it? Ruxin will push his fingers into his mouth, and you will spit if you want me. Li Qingshan feels a bit disgusting, biting his teeth. Spit. Ruxin spit out a melon seed. Go back and plant it, fool. Ha ha ha. Li Qingshan grabbed the melon seeds, revealed the regretful expression, and shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately. Ruxin said, what a pity. Li Qingshan said, I originally wanted to use true spiritual pill as a reward, but unfortunately others did not appreciate it. I went to find Chenzi. It is better to talk about concocting pill or Taoism. Wait, you mean true spiritual pill? Ruxin moved. True spiritual pill was the Keqing medicine pill from Qi refining to foundation establishment. She was the Qi refining 10th level, and before she reached this threshold, she couldn't be moved. Li Qingshan said, yes, you have true spiritual pill. I don't believe it. Ruxin recovered calmly and smiled and shook his head. True spiritual pill is now in the cultivation world. It is priceless. Refining true spiritual pill's most important spirit grass, blue butterfly flower, almost extinct. Blue butterfly flower is only born on the spirit stones or vein, not gathering at all. Spirit formation can be nurtured. Looking at the entire Clear River Prefecture, the sect family with the spirit stones or vein is rare. After years of mining, the blue butterfly flower produced is rare, and even its own concocting pill is not enough. More will not be sold at will. She has been at medical school for many years, and now she has only 2 in her hand. With Li Qingshan's origin, it is impossible to have such a thing. But she didn't know that Li Qingshan had not only true spiritual pill, but also more than one. There was also a lot of blue butterfly flower. She also had a blue butterfly flower field. What Li Qingshan didn't say was taken out from 100 treasure pouch. The brocade box came, and the sound opened, showing the true spiritual pill. Ruxin sighed his cheek and sighed, in order to pursue the senior sister. Even the true spiritual pill has been taken out. The senior sister is really touched. Li Qingshan said, less self-love, you teach or not teach. Ruxin reached out to hold the box and gently closed it. I teach you, but this true spiritual pill, you still have to take it. Thanks to the speed of your cultivation, it may take a few years to use it. Foundation establishment can't live without this. Li Qingshan was a little surprised, but she did not expect that she would also be considerate of others. Ruxin smiled and said, we are still spiral stones, 100 spiral stones a day. I will teach you very seriously and carefully. You said directly that you will be able to drag the time. I am talking, when my pill concocting technique can produce true spiritual pill. This true spiritual pill is yours. How do you feel? If you can redeem the blue butterfly flower in 100 treasure pouch into true spiritual pill, its value will far exceed those of spirit artifact and spirit talisman. and you don't have to worry about no market. This will be his promotion to Monster General Realm, the most important step. Li Qingshan stretched out his right hand. Ruxin took a light shot and smiled. The deal. In fact, this kind of agreement, like the duel, should have been to Zhengming Island, set up a documentary, and find a witness. But Li Qingshan is not very clear. Ruxin did not mention. At dusk, Li Qingshan returned to Illusory Cloud Island and took a sigh of relief. She felt a little tired. This was not only because of learning pill concocting technique, but also because Ruxin spoke some strange words from time to time. However, under the temptation of true spiritual pill, she also taught hard to teach. The efficiency of teaching was extremely high, and she did not have to take time to attend classes. But Li Qingshan had a trouble in her heart. Li Qingshan just stepped into the courtyard. Liu Kunfing rushed up and grabbed Li Qingshan's collar. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 324 Chapter 58 Trial Task. Is this really what you wrote? Liu Kunfing's eyes are faintly red, and he has been instructed to look at Li Qingshan and reinvigorate the dignity of the teacher. Well, the warrior seems to be a world without a cultivator. The background is quite like it, but this grammar is too white. Even the opening poems are not. Yes, Qingshan. He came out of the ravine and asked him to write poetry. It's too reluctant. At this time, you have to look at your own master. Liu Kunfing, with a stomachic opinion, slowly looked down, and then gradually forgot the original purpose, caught by the ring in the book, and looked at the page one by one. When I came back, I saw the end, the sky. It has already gotten dark. The whole novel is written differently from what he has seen in the past, but it is conceived and exquisite, all the scenes, and now am I want to come, and the calendar is vivid. This novel is not only bad, but it is so incredible that his original mind is completely empty. Li Qingshan said, "Of course, impossible. This is impossible." Liu Kunfing muttered, "He wrote for so many years, knowing the difficulty." "Ha, I am genius." Li Qingshan patted Liu Kunfing's shoulder, and the story of the master was powerful. Of course, the localization of Little Un was also indispensable. "Hey, what is this?" Li Qingshan looked at himself and found divine symbol, which was originally dull and dull. It was shining with light, sharply raising the head, looking at Liu Kunfing, and suddenly felt very affectionate. "I was still worried about what I copied. Can you collect wish power? Is this the first reader not there?" Liu Kunfing could not find a better answer, but he had to accept Li Qingshan's explanation. Probably because he was born in Jianghu, so it was so vivid and so easy to write about Jianghu. "Qingshan, you enter novel school. You will not regret it. I will send it to the Illusory Cloud Association. Can you think of the pen name?" Li Qingshan was asked when he was on the road. Frowning and bitter, the mind flashed in the mind, erected the index finger. How about calling Jinlong? This is the two writers he considered most likely to be copied. Combine their names into one without any flaws. Liu Kunfing an embarrassment. "It is not easy to find a name than this one." He said, "Do you think you are in the village? Give the dollar name. We are novel school. The pen name is our second life." Li Qingshan first faced Liu Kunfing and felt a little tempered. He muttered, "Jinlong the domineering aura is auspicious. It is also a bit of meditation, as a writing of a million-word writer, the pen name of several words. Difficulties? It is a bit embarrassing. Nothing is good. As a novel school, how can I have the same name as a character in the book? What do readers think?" Qingshan just remove the last name, beloved disciple. Please be serious. Li Qingshan said, "I understand." Then call Li Qingshan. "What? This is not the real name." "Yes, it's the real name." Li Qingshan smiled. All of them were full of self-confidence, recently interfered too much by the mundane, almost forgot the dream of a long time. There will always be one day. He wants to spread the name Li Qingshan to 9 provinces and let hundreds of millions of people pass. Although this is more like the illusion that the child is facing the sky, it will only make people laugh. Even if they think about it, they are interesting, but because of this, They can be called dreams. It is not a dream to become a true spiritual pill. It is not a dream to be a monster general, because they are too serious. They will only make their appearances solemn and the people who listen will look serious. Soaking into Guyaniing is half a dream. Although he is so serious, he almost laughed at a guy. Hey, the corporal smells. Laughs. Not laughing is not enough. What do people think? Li King Shan is to be the strongest and most famous person in the world. 9 provinces, or demon. All down-to-earth efforts are only for touching a dream. The so-called novel is just the first step in this huge plan. Why bother to think about what the pseudonym is? Great Novel School Li King Shan. I like this name. Let few buy help me to promote it. I pay 10 million and 2 silver at my own expense, so everyone in Clear River Prefecture knows my name. What is your name? Li King Shan was coming to the air when Hua Chengzhen was coming. Li King Shan greeted. How come you? Hua Chengzhen heard that Li King Shan really wrote a novel, hesitated, and asked, not that kind of thing. Old Wang's temper is not very good recently. Li King Shan said, is that kind of person? Let Liu Kunfing blush and be indignant. I think so too. I heard that you are on Benevolent Island this afternoon. Hua Chengzhen smiled and said, so he took the first female chief of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and even the man. The love of Han Kaiangzi is also the heart of the spring, and its charm is not as good as that of Liu Kunfing. You don't misunderstand, just learn pill concocting technique. Li King Shan quickly explained that Ruxin is very good. But obviously he has nothing to think about. He does not want to damage people's reputation, even more lazy to use this opportunity to pursue. Pursuit of pursuit, and ultimately a seeking word. He is the most hateful to ask for help. He was born in this world, not to give a woman as a slave. This point, even for Guyaniing. But, don't say this, can you have time recently? Hua Chengzhen did not believe that the woman's disposition. He also has many coaches, and it is impossible to spend time to teach Li King Shan pill concocting technique. What? Trial task. This is the tradition of Eagle Wolf Guard, whether it is the new Eagle Wolf Guard or the later upgraded Eagle Wolf Guard, to complete a trial mission to prove that it is qualified for this position. Although the symbolic meaning is now greater than the actual meaning, it is indispensable. Li King Shan, this new Red Wolf Guard is a must-have. What is the mission? Li King Shan feels that it is the right choice to let Ruxin teach alone. Otherwise, things will interfere. I don't know when I can learn the pill concocting technique completely and refine the true spiritual pill. One of our night eagles was killed, probably related to White Lotus cult. Don't worry, just investigate the mission. If you find the murderer, you will avenge our people by the way. If you can't find it, come back and return. Li King Shan said, my last trial mission was also an investigation mission. The result was not only the killing of Daist Jiangxi, but also the scribble of Blessed Peace City's Eagle Wolf Guard. Hua Chengzhen said, as long as there are no Altar Lord characters, the usual chi refining warrior is afraid that you can't hurt you. Commander Ge has been coerced several times. Altar Lord, White Lotus cult, has been killed 788. The fish that leaked underneath did not dare to show up, after completing the task. There was another reward. What reward? Hua Chengzhen smiled and said, you have been waiting for a long time. Go to Ruai County and see Commander Ge. This is also the tradition of Eagle Wolf Guard for many years. Newcomers are eligible to meet the higher level commander. If you are lucky, you will be valued. There are many benefits. This is not bad. Li King Shan is also smiling. He also wants to confirm the conjecture in his heart, to approach that half of the dream. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 325. Chapter 59, Marriage. When is the departure? Li King Shan asked. The sooner the better. It's best to leave tomorrow. Okay, then tomorrow. I will come to fucking city tomorrow. Yes, print it, give me a copy. Hua Chengzhen left Red Wolf Guard's uniform and saber, and left. The next day, Li King Shan changed into a handsome Scarlet Wolf suit and went to Clear River Prefecture City, Eagle Wolf Guard. Stepping to the top, ringing the door of Hua Chengzhen. It was Han Kaiengzi who opened the door. Li Qingshan looked at him and gave him a look. He didn't get angry and let him go, and ignored him. Li Qingshan is inexplicable, but the Korean eldest young lady has always been moody, and he is not at heart. Hua Chengzhen sat behind the table, his hands folded, his face smiled, and he seemed to be in the chest at any time. The task was briefly explained. The Eagle Wolf Guard was named Zipei and was a night eagle. He recovered the identity of the ordinary Eagle Wolf Guard because he was successful in the task of the White Lotus cult remnants seeking Truth Society. The day before the execution of the mission was killed, the body was sent back. The body engraved with the word traitor, suspected by White Lotus cult remnants. Li Qingshan heard the words Seeking Truth Society and suddenly remembered that Zipei had seen him, and the Seeking Truth Society was destroyed by his own hands. The suspected murderer was the Kuriliu, the president of the Seeking Truth Society who had escaped from his hands. Unexpectedly, in the end, this task fell to its own head, and the coincidence of the world was really difficult to measure. However, it is no coincidence that Clear River Prefecture has ruled hundreds of cities. Hua Chengzhen has a lot of tasks at hand, but Li Qingshan is from the Eagle Wolf Guard of Blessed Peace City, and this Zipei is also in Blessed Peace, who specifically gave this task to him. It means a little return in glory. The information was placed on the long table, and both hands reached at the same time. Li Qingshan and Han Kaiengzi four eyes met, while looking at Hua Chengzhen. Is this not my task? Hua Chengzhen said seriously, although it is an investigation task, it is related to White Lotus cult. It is not a big deal. According to the regulations, at least two people must work together. Li Qingshan took back his hand. No longer said anything. Han Kaiengzi's strength is strong enough, although his temper is a bit bigger, but he is going to rush to the Blessed Peace at noon. A little investigation, it will take up to a day or two, and nothing can't be tolerated. And how can it be considered a beautiful woman, able to explain the lonely journey? Han Kaiengzi took a table number. I don't agree. Hua Chengzhen Su Rong Dao, this is Commander's order. No matter how no shelf on weekdays, the Eagle Wolf Guard is still well graded and law-abiding, and Han Kaiengzi must not be obeyed unless he is out of the Eagle Wolf Guard. Han Kaiengzi stares at Hua Chengzhen. Li Qingshan, who was leaning to the side, suddenly seemed to understand something, and his face was slightly red. Watching the two go out, Hua Chengzhen leaned on the comfortable high-back chair. Junior sister, senior brother can help you. Only so much. From small to large. It is extremely rare for a man who has Han Kaiengzi to appreciate. If this is not the most rare, it is even more rare that Han Anjun also appreciates this man. He is a childhood friend, and naturally he has to help. The two are alone. The most is to enhance the feelings. If you follow Li Qingshan back home, it is even more wonderful. This is also a good friend. If Li Qingshan can rely on the Han family tree, it is also endlessly used. Han Anjun is nearby, and Han Ango is in the distance. There is no need to worry about the lack of cultivation resources. It is a natural fit. When I was joking, I didn't expect to have a chance to come true. I have to say that Li Qingshan's development is really good. As for Yanning, that kind of spring and autumn dream, wake up early, came to the door. Han Kaiengzi said, is this your idea? Of course not. Li Qingshan snorted, eldest young lady, even if you want something, Li Qingshan can't make such a way. Han Kaiengzi raised an eyebrow. Why? I am not worthy of your means. Worth, can you wait for me? I will go to a place first. Li Qingshan casually perfunctory, looking around. This is almost the same. Where are you going? God is mysterious, can't you see it? Li Qingshan said, that's together. It is inconvenient to use magic spell in the city, and Anbu is a car, and comes to a small building outside the city. The plaque on the plaque is hung with the 3 characters Illusory Cloud Association. Han Kaiengzi said, is this your novel school? Li Qingshan chuckled, does not explain. He is also the first time to come to this place. He came here, Naturally it is to see how his new release Liu Qunfeng last night. I personally sent the manuscript. Sun Fubai and Liu Qunfeng heard that Li Qingshan came and greeted them and saw Han Qiangzi, a little surprised. Clear River Prefecture has many young ladies from the aristocratic family, but there are few who can beat this one. The people will go with Li Qingshan and can't help but think. Han Qiangzi looked at Li Qingshan's face and casually bowed to Liu Qunfeng. What are you doing here? Liu Qunfeng even admired his master-beloved disciple. In the past, he saw himself, but he never looked at it. I know at a glance. Sun Fubai smiled and greeted the two and visited the Illusory Cloud Association. In the hall, everyone said that they are reciting Li Qingshan and preparing for future performances. They agree that Li Qingshan is very exciting, especially for people to preach. However, because the ancient rhyme is not enough, and it is not the tone of the beautiful woman, it is necessary to make the songs of the songwriters. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Can't you sing? Can you play? In the form of dramas, a group of people felt that they were open. In another room, a group of painters are arranging illustrations for Chinese characters. The idea is still derived from Liu Qunfeng. He found that since the insertion of the painting, his yellows are much better sold, and wish power collects them more easily. In the workshop behind the Illusory Cloud Association, more than a dozen printing machines bought from Mohist School are working hard, squeaking, and printing the square characters on white paper. Just wait for the illustration to draw. You can do the same. Once it is bound, it will become. Li Qingshan visited the circle and said that she was very satisfied. I really can't work hard, and there is a problem with Fubai here. Sun Fubai said, we are all family members, and it is too much to say this. When are we going? Han Qiangzi said impatiently, these novel school people are strange. As a cultivator, mix with these mortals. What is the interest? She also looked at a stack of paper, but looked at it and was bored. In addition to the cultivation training technique, she lacks interest in anything in the language category, and only feels more wary than the military school disciple. He is not so appreciative of his novels. Go away now. Li Qingshan thought that soon after, his name would be widely spread in Clear River Prefecture, and he was in the right mood. Let's go. I am going faster. When I came outside, Han Qiangzi was about to take out the shuttle. Li Qingshan would say that her face was slightly different, but she immediately stretched up. She was eldest young lady. No matter what time, you can't fall. Even if you have some good feelings, you can't flatter people, let alone this guy dare to be on Benevolent Island so he doesn't take himself seriously. The clouds skyrocketed and flew straight to Blessed Peace City. Go back along the road that came at the beginning. Li Qingshan also felt a lot of emotions. Han Qiangzi was a bold temperament, but facing him, he thought of the intention of Hua Chengzhen to arrange it, and wanted to get along with him better, and he was afraid of losing his face, as in the past. As the mood is tempered, it is not like the little girl of Sichuan, not her style. To stop her usual style, in Li Qingshan's view, just like a little girl, now she has to pretend to be something else. It is really awkward. For a moment, I can't say a word. Fortunately, Li Qingshan's feelings came quickly and went quickly. After a few moments, Han Qiangzi talked with him. Han Qiangzi was relieved, but still struggling with the roots and trying to control the scale, which is also the least for her. Between the words, Li Qingshan only felt that this Korean eldest young lady suddenly changed his temperament and became restrained. Although he lacked some sharp points, he also lost some of his own money. His heart was strange, but the relationship was not close, and it was not good. Get to the bottom. He couldn't understand why his venting in the military school would touch her little feelings. After 2 hours of travel, I saw a lonely mountain standing on the side of the river. An eagle spread its wings and overlooked the mountain. Under the mountain, the cloud disappeared under the foot. Li Qingshan steadily fell on the foothills and looked around. Long lost, blessed peace. Dark Eagle Commander Fang Enshang came to meet all the Dark Wolf Guards in the mountains, including many of the old Eagle Wolf Guards. Only Li Qingshan in a scarlet wolf suit, standing next to a red wolf guard, the Great Beauty, by the self-satisfaction of the arrogance, can be compared to the extraordinary woman. The heart cannot tell the envy, but also mixed with a sour cockroach. When Li Qingshan entered the Eagle Wolf Guard, they all saw it with their own eyes, but it was a mountain boy. I thought that in just a year or two, I flew to this height. Fang Enshang respectfully salutes. Fang Enshang meets two adults. Li Qingshan also paid a tribute to Enshang, and Han Qiangzi went to the shoulder of Fang Enshang. Small side, long time no see. How is Qi refining 6th level? Fang Enshang said, second senior sister is still so unspeakable. My innate skill, how can I get senior sister? And the Qingshan Road, when I first saw him, it was only Qi refining 5th level. Because Han Qiangzi is second in the legalist school, it is also known as the second senior sister. That, I think the commander is a big change in temperament, and it has matured a lot. Li Qingshan only felt that Enshang was also less naive and had a commander's momentum. Two big men, boasting, not swearing. Tell me, what is going on? Taking away the embarrassing scene of two people alone, Han Qiangzi returned to normal, immediately dominated the scene, and asked about the ins and outs of the matter, while letting Fang Enshang take them to see the corpse of Zipei. It can be seen that Han Qiangzi is very experienced in dealing with such scenes, and Li Qingshan will be willing to accompany him without a word. In the chilly morgue, the first level white cloth was opened, and a blue-haired body was lying there, and the word traitor was engraved. Li Qingshan is used to life and death. It is not the same thing. She only frowns and thinks that Taoist Ku's temper is not like the person doing this kind of thing. It is more like the revenge of the characters of third-class Jiang Hu. The Seeking Truth Society is not ruined in the hands of the Eagle Wolf Guard, but in the hands of the great hero Bull. Even though Zipei is undercover, hatred is not so deep. Isn't it enough to kill it? Han Qiangzi is even more fearless. He has looked at the body of there, and he is ashamed of the ordinary woman. Instead, he is angry and covers the white sermon, so provoke the Eagle Wolf Guard. It's staring, small, you can. What are the clues? Fang Enshang said, I am going to say that yesterday, the cable people came to report, Taoist Ku appeared in the northwest direction. It seems to go to the direction of ancient Wind City. Li Qingshan's suspicion is even heavier. Taoist Ku's embarrassment, he personally experienced. Such a character, will give those mortal eyes to catch whereabouts, and ancient Wind City, isn't that the Qian family? His second trial, once again pointing to it, is a coincidence? Or is there some sort of mystery? Han Qiangzi's covered white cloth, to Li Qingshan said, let's go now. Li Qingshan hesitated, I am afraid it is not that simple. He said his doubts. If it was in the past, Han Qiangzi would like to laugh at Li Qingshan's worries, but after experiencing many things, she knew that he was not a slut, but did not immediately rush to ancient Wind City. And Kuriliu found out to kill thousands of knives, not her heart. What do you say? Fang Enshang is slightly different. It is rare, and the second senior sister also has the opinion of others. In addition to facing the two commanders, she has always had a lot to say at legalist school. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, just do what you said. Although there are doubts about this matter, he believes that Hua Chengzhen's judgment is that there will be no danger in this trip, otherwise it will not remind them. White Lotus Cult Salter Lord set such a big trap, and did not hesitate to reveal his whereabouts. Is it to ambush two Qi refining warrior? It's really desperate to kill someone and vent their anger. It's better to kill the Eagle Wolf Guard directly. Isn't it better? Why go to the remote ancient Wind City? The biggest possibility is that Kuriliu has entangled a bunch of loose cultivator, set a lame trap, and by his means, under the Foundation establishment. How much to kill? Han Qiangzi said, that is nonsense. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. Be careful not to be wrong. Qingshan doubts that there is a lot of truth. Taoist Ku is very embarrassed. I will go with you. One more person will have more strength. Fang Enshang still remembers that Wu Zhen took a large number of Eagle Wolf Guard shots and did not succeed. Han Qiangzi said, no need to bury this brother well. If there is a family member, Take care of him, he will not sacrifice in vain. We will avenge him. See what Enshang said. Han Kaienzi said, we have two people together, no problem. There must be a foundation before the war, and it is necessary to think before the big change. The chapter may be gone tomorrow morning, let me think about it. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 326. Chapter 60. White Lotus Alto Lord. Originally with strong self-confidence and confidence in Li Qingshan, Han Kaienzi waved his hand and the two set foot on the journey to start the Piney Inn. Han Kaienzi urged, never call the cloud out. Just after the afternoon, the ancient twin city, which is leaning against the mountains and facing Wei, appeared in front of the eyes and was dyed yellowish by the dim sunshine in winter. Li Qingshan and Han Kaienzi looked up at the vicissitudes of the city gate. Although it is winter, there are still many people on the street, adults, and the world, as always, for thousands of years, cannot see any danger or killing intent hidden. Walking on the street, they are two of them, causing a lot of attention, being treated as a different kind. Li Qingshan said, let's look around. Han Kaienzi said, Kuriliu, we have seen you, come out. The attention paid is much more. Li Qingshan smiles and shakes his head. Will this trick of cheating a child be useful? The voice fell, only to hear a bang. At the end of this wanted grand dao, the door of the money house opened. Kuriliu is still a robe, standing in front of the door, arching the hand. I don't know if the guests come, there is a far-reaching welcome. Please bear with me. Really useful. When the voice did not fall, Li Qingshan felt a hot wind blowing around, and Han Kaienzi went away and went to Qianfu. With a bang, the long blade came out of the sheath, ignited a fierce fire and squatted down to Kuriliu. Pay with your life. This knife is the bigger blade of the legalist school. The criminal law is majestic and life-threatening, and it has the courage of a military school. It has already shaken the enemy. Kuriliu didn't move, laughing at the blade. With a bang, the long blade lingered on the first-level black light curtain, seeing a formation that shrouded the Qian family mansion, and it was extremely difficult for the formation to compete with personal strength. Han Kaienzi was shaken out and turned over in the air. Light and beautiful. Kuriliu said, I wanted to bring some powerful people over, but I didn't expect to attract only two small fry. Killing. The pedestrians on the street reacted at this moment, shouting and fleeing to their homes. How do you dare to get involved in such a struggle? Why don't you help? Han Kaienzi turned to ask Li Qingshan, but saw Li Qingshan frowning at the Qian family mansion, which was covered by black light curtains. Let's go. Li Qingshan suddenly pulled Han Kaienzi. Tenian drives the fog and goes to the sky. What are you doing? Han Kaienzi struggled. Kuriliu, even though there is formation protection, but the power of formation is not endless. Besides, there are still a few top-grade spirit talisman in her hands, even if there is any ambush. But Li Qingshan didn't say anything. His face was blue and his arms were like iron hooping her waist. An unprecedented warning sign rises in my heart. Want to go? It's too late. Kuriliu laughed. Even if he heard it at the moment, he felt that he was righteous and bold and more sinister. In the Qian family mansion, a black beam of sky shines. Holding up the black light curtain, I immediately caught up with Li Qingshan and enveloped the entire ancient twin city. Just as the night suddenly came, even the winters of heavens became bleak, and a few pedestrians who had not had time to escape home suddenly stunned. The body was covered with cracks, collapsed like a sand sculpture, and silently painted a dark red stain on the ground. Without any warning or preparation, the city, all men and women, old and weak women and children, died in an instant. No heroes appeared, come to a war of evil spirits and save the drama of Li minutes. There is no sigh or pain, but for a moment, everything will be dead, and those cities are as if they have never existed. Li Qingshan and Han Kaienzi, when they were covered by black light curtains, their body shape froze, feeling that they were being squeezed by a horrible force, as if they were to crush their bodies into a mass of meat, and they seemed to be broken into pieces. The two forces are at the same level, but they are close to nothing. but they are destroyed, but they are omnipresent and deep in texture. The cloud of spiritual power condensed, silently dispersed, and the two fell from the air. Han Kaienzi's self-confidence has turned into a fear. This formation is not a Kurilyu, at least the altar lord of White Lotus cult. It is possible to do it. Li Qingshan remembered it. Gu Yanning once said that White Lotus Holy Mother sacrificed hundreds of thousands of creatures. This time, I am afraid I have encountered a jackpot, hiding in the money house. At least an all-to lord. Han Kaienzi desperately mobilized True Chi, but True Chi did not listen, and wanted to say something to Li Qingshan, but he saw him staring at himself in amazement, subconsciously touching his cheek. Her white face is like a long-lasting oil painting, giving birth to a thin crack that exudes bright red blood. Ancient Twin City, probably has become a dead city. In 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, Qian Rongzi looked up at the blue sky and thought of it. Everything that was once will be turned into nothing in White Lotus Cult's Lianhua Health Array. She whispered silently, the sins are destroyed, and the lotus is born. Her first knowledge with Kurilyu was in the last encirclement task. In order to pursue the killing in the secret subterranean world, they dispersed and contacted each other with a waste card. As a result, she found the injured Kurilyu. This time is entirely accidental, or inevitable. She struggles to find clues, and then chooses a cave that Kurilyu can't escape. In the darkness, four eyes met, no words, no confrontation. She pretended not to see anything, and returned. At that time, Kurilyu was seriously injured, but she only had chi refining 5th level. Fighting, dragging Kurilyu, he is a dead end. But she is also likely to die, not worth the candle. And a few months ago, in a very normal task, I saw Kurilyu, or he came to the door and invited her to teach. There was no courage and temptation. It was just sincere. I saw you at first sight. You know, you are the person of White Lotus cult. If you don't agree, cut off my head and go to the Eagle Wolf Guard to enjoy it. I will never resist. The truth, the falsehood, does not matter. Qian Rongzi, after thinking a little, agreed to become a White Lotus cult, and give his property, the money house, to White Lotus cult as a secret base. Under her push, of course, it became the place of blood sacrifice for White Lotus cult. Li Qingshan will go there. It is unexpected, or unexpected, accidentally or inevitable. She is not sure. If he dies, she sighs for him. Ha ha. Han Kaienzi looked at the blood in his hand, revealing fear in his eyes, for the first time in his life. So close to death. At this time, the black beam that propped up the black curtain contracted and twisted. The top is inflated, just like on the ground. The mottled dark red color blocks are being erased by bit, proving that the traces of their existence are gradually disappearing, together with their flesh and blood souls, have become the nutrients of Hua, helping them to hold. Li Qingshan tried to motivate True Chi, but the Danshan Chi Si was broken. It seems to be disintegrated from a deeper place, let alone condense magic spell. With the bloom of Hua, the power of formation is becoming stronger and stronger, and the physical damage is getting bigger and bigger. It is not necessary to use the White Lotus Altar Lord behind the invisible behind the scenes. They are a dead end. This is the horror of White Lotus cult, which has been fighting Gu Yanning and the Eagle Wolf Guard in Ruai County for many years. It is also a fraternity for the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, 3 Mountains Old Man. Kurilyu sighed, there is a good life in heaven. I look at the two, not the ordinary people. Why not give up the dark, and enter my White Lotus cult, and help the world together, but also less hard work. Shut up. Han Kaienzi bit his teeth, his mouth full of bloody smell, as the big chi refining warrior, which has far more mortal body, not disintegrated by formation. But the injury spreads in bit by bit, like a million ants the phagosome, suffering from the late. You were born, not like this. Hananjun once reprimanded her, although he was bothered by the old man, but some of the things he said are still very reasonable. Her Han Kaienzi, no matter what the level, can't it fell, especially in front of Li Qingshan. Kurilyu said, be obsessed. But it can be a part of Black Lotus. It is also your luck to wash your sins. Li Qingshan has to raise his eyebrows and he has to shoot. No matter who you want, his life, you have to ask his fist. This formation even suppresses his true chi, but cannot suppress his spirit turtle monster core. After the completion of the spirit turtle second layer, even facing the foundation establishment cultivator, he is no longer vulnerable. He really hesitated for a moment. His body fierce was far better than Han Kaiengzi. Although he was suppressed by formation, he was not hurt by real qualitative. This formation is so powerful. If you want to get out of it, you have to show up the monster body. But this will reveal your own secrets. At this moment, you can't take care of this. He can't watch Han Kaiengzi die. Han Kaiengzi whispered, "Let's go." "What?" "Li Qingshan am I? This formation, if you want to enter, you can come up with it." "What is terrible?" "That Black Lotus is formation's eye." "I will interrupt it. You take the opportunity to get out. It may only be a moment, you have to grasp it. Go back and ask for help. Revenge for me. If you don't have a chance, you will die here." When she didn't say anything, she jumped up and rushed to Kuriliu, holding a top-grade spirit talisman in her hand. The blood oozes from the fingers, and the spirit talisman is soaked in the blink of an eye. The spirit talisman flashes, and the original method is used to inspire the spirit talisman with the true chi remaining in the blood. The spirit talisman burns and turns into a blazing fireball that grows sharply like a sun rising from dark red, illuminating Han Kaiengzi's cracked smile. "Give me death." "All to Lord." Kuriliu's face changed dramatically, and the power of the top-grade spirit talisman was not something that could be sustained by the chi-refining warrior. However, the power of the fireball has not yet reached the pinnacle. It began to dim, was swallowed up by the darkness, quickly annihilated, and came to Kuriliu. There was only a heat wave. Han Kaiengzi's smile disappeared, and he couldn't stop desperate. He kept his second top-grade spirit talisman on the palm. Kuriliu took out the long-sworded sword and sighed, "The poor road can't bear to suffer so much. Come and send you a ride." A black shadow flashed from Han Kaiengzi and came to Kuriliu. "Li Qingshan." Kuriliu was shocked and swung his sword. Li Qingshan raised his hand. Dozens of sword chi spirit shot, even if this horrible formation cannot be slightly damaged their edge. Kuriliu's face was sloppy, and there were crisscrossing blood marks on his body. He was slightly misplaced and unable to break. He was disintegrated by formation and collapsed into a dark red smudge like the mortals. Peas, today, the body is small and uncomfortable. A little late. Please everyone. Heian. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 327. Chapter 61. The Return of Hundreds of Family. Original You. I am not letting you go. Han Kaiengzi stopped. Li Qingshan stood tall in front of Qianfu Gate and said, "Sorry, I haven't told a woman to die for me. Apologize." Because of the moment of hesitation. Even if you want to interrupt the formation, it is my chance to be bigger. Let's go. Here, I have the final say. Han Kaiengzi rushed forward, pointing at her forehead. A top-grade spirit talisman, spurting a brilliance, shrouded her. Although the power of all spirit talisman is greatly reduced in this formation, it is always useful, and the fine cracks on her face no longer spread. She opened her mouth and said that a healing spiritual pill was thrown into the mouth and the wound began to heal. The woman who is obedient is lovely. Don't let my efforts be wasted. Li Qingshan no longer speaks, turns into a gust of wind, and goes straight to the money house inner court. Han Kaiengzi gnawed his teeth and ran towards the city. Sometimes there is always someone to sacrifice, but no matter who the sacrifice is, this sacrifice should not be in vain. This is what Han Anjun once told her. Even if the two play, there is also allure and abandonment, not to mention the two armies. This is the way of the military school. Familiar scenery came to the fore, and Li Qingshan ran straight into the past. True chi is useless. He can't just drift through the fog, or even lose the ability to turn in the air. From this moment, his feet will never leave the ground. I don't know how many walls I broke, and finally came to the money court. the source of the black lotus flower branch. Next to a lotus pond, where the lotus leaves are green. The lotus blooms. The aroma is overflowing, as if it is spring and summer. It is faintly seen that the squid swims and walks, full of vitality. But in this deadly ancient wind city, it is so strange and unusual. A man in a black vest and wearing a black lotus crown, sitting cross-legged on a lotus leaf, reaching out to shake the pool and teasing the squid. Like a spring forest, there is no trace of ecstasy. However, the many black lotus that is about to bloom, the roots of the giant wood are planted in front of him. In the eyes of Li Qingshan, tens of thousands of lives were taken. You came, it seems that Ru Liu has gone. No, it should be Black Robe male looking up to Black Lotus, showing a smile. Li Qingshan is very similar to Han Qiangzi. She doesn't say a word, but the warning sign in her heart is simply screaming. This Black Robe is the Foundation Establishment cultivator. It is simply Foundation Establishment beak. The feeling for Li Qingshan is not far from Taoist sloppy. In this state, you may be able to kill yourself with just one stroke. The more critical the situation, the more calm he is. Looking for a trace of flaws, a glimmer of life. Who are you? The name is just the code name. You call me Black Lotus. Your companion is dead. Don't you feel sad and angry? I am happy for him. He has died a lot of sins and it is time to report it. Black Lotus Altar Lord whispered, the sin is destroyed, the lotus is born, the mud plow is taken. It is clear. He is gentle. The voice has a different kind of charm. Double eyes are clear and relieved, just like High Monk. Whoever comes to see will have a close heart. You are happy for yourself, letting you add a power to this lotus flower. Just don't know, when will your own sin be repaid? Maybe today. Black Lotus Altar Lord smiled. Li Qingshan speechless. This Black Lotus Altar Lord's enthusiasm is to put life and death out of the way, but the real death, the thoughts of people in the cult, cannot be often rational. At this time, the lotus pond in the pond turned up a splash of water, a red shadow, through the piece of lotus leaf, shaking his head and tail, wandering out, paying tribute to Li Qingshan nod on the shore, just like the original Li Qingshan released Zhang Dazui, it seems to be eating spiritual pill. Do you know? Black Lotus Altar Lord waved his hand, go, go, there is no spiritual pill for you to eat now. Even in the face of a squid monster in the eyes of a world, his expression is gentle like a child clamoring for sugar, so the metaphor may not be right, because he just killed hundreds of children. Black Lotus Altar Lord helpless, since the 100 treasure pouch, take out a spiritual pill, put it into the mouth of the squid, touch the head of the squid, and the red scorpion is satisfied with the trail. That medicine pill is not much worse than Tao Element's pill. No longer delay. Li Qingshan step forward. You want to cut off Black Lotus to save your friends? Li Qingshan's feet are stiff, and it is hard that the Black Lotus Altar Lord has been watching the outside, and his plan is difficult to implement. I didn't see it. I just guessed that you are planning this. The Eagle Wolf Guard rarely acts alone, especially in the face of unsuitability. You have been licking Black Lotus. Is he a man or a woman? You want to use spirit power and divine symbol to motivate spirit talisman to attack me? Li Qingshan's heart just relaxed, suddenly tightened. He inspired spirit talisman, opened 100 treasure pouch, not using blood, but the great amplifying divine symbol. After leaving Clear River Prefecture, the power in the great amplifying divine symbol has gradually increased, apparently generated by members of the Illusory Cloud Association. Wish power, original, is a very special force, not affected by the formation. At this moment, it becomes the key to success, but he did not expect that he had not shot, and he was smashed by the enemy. Black Lotus Altar Lord said, the strength of your with the body divine symbol, although still very weak, but I cannot turn a blind eye. But, you do it. What? I won't stop you. If you can shake the stems, the formation will be shaken in a blink of an eye. Your friend will have a chance to escape. I also want to see if you have any way to do it. Li Qingshan, am I have never seen such a weird opponent in my life. Black Lotus Altar Lord said, Reassure, I have to shoot for a long time, you will be treated, people will die, and their words will be good. Is it going to die? Li Qingshan stepped toward the black stem, but his heart was full of hesitation. If the Black Lotus Altar Lord tried to kill him from the beginning, it would make him feel more comfortable, but this situation is too surprisingly. The pressure on the heart has increased sharply. It is necessary to guard against the Black Lotus Altar Lord's attack and worry about whether there are any traps. But he did not deliberately circumvent him. At such a close distance, there is no difference between a 3-5 feet and a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Li Qingshan's figure is like a sword. He jumps up and the dozens of sword chi left on his body are all integrated into this finger, puncturing the black flower stem. Sword chi, without piercing, penetrated into the stem of the flower and interrupted the absorption of nutrients. The huge flower bed on it also swayed, and the sky suddenly brightened, but it immediately returned to darkness. Li Qingshan went back to the pond and looked at the Black Lotus Altar Lord in a strange way. Black Lotus Altar Lord did not take the shot, but instead spoke. This sword chi, very unusual, it is no wonder the true Illulian cannot pick up a trick. Now, it's two of us. Li Qingshan said. Han Qiangzi must have taken the opportunity to leave. Now, in ancient Wind City, there are only two of them left. You can change the monster body and have a fight. There is a barrier to this formation, which is not seen by outsiders. Oh? Black Lotus Altar Lord is slightly different, a 7th level chi refining warrior, even though it has some special strength, but with a Foundation Establishment cultivator, or even true chi cannot be used. It is too uncomfortable measured. In my generation, even if the disaster is over, I should calmly look at each other and not lose my temperament. Why do I have to learn the ordinary people and do the fighting for the beasts? Instead, Li Qingshan learned a lesson. No more nonsense. Li Qingshan was about to liberate monster power. The footsteps came behind him and turned back. How come you are back? I have no habit of asking men to die for me. Besides, I am not a lovely woman, and I don't want to like you. Han Qiangzi's face changed a bit, hard. She doesn't know why she is coming back. She has been educated since she was a child. In this case, retreat is the right choice and will not be subject to any moral responsibility. Whether it is Eagle Wolf Guard or military school, does not encourage meaningless sacrifice. At this time, I couldn't help but let the companion's sacrifice be in vain. She couldn't see this little daughter's posture, but this time, she could not leave him. In her heart, he is not just a colleague. With the robe, companion, I just thought that I couldn't escape the killing of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Instead of being beaten by each, it would be better to fight for it. Maybe there is still a chance. It really is a woman, a beautiful woman. It is really rare for people in the world to find each other's favorite and willing to sacrifice for each other. You should cherish this fate. At this time, Black Lotus Altar Lord is still looking at the two interesting faces. When he talks, it is like a matchmaker. Li Qingshan doesn't know what to do and expression. If someone is willing to accompany you, even if you know her secret, it is not a problem. To Han Qiangzi said, be careful. Take out all the top-grade spirit talisman, just about to shoot, fight to death, wait. Black Lotus Altar Lord suddenly raised his hand. If it is facing other opponents, Li Qingshan said that nothing will be waiting, but the Black Lotus Altar Lord is too strange, from beginning to end, not to mention murderous aura, even though hostility is not. You are all gone, the people I am waiting for, come. Black Lotus Altar Lord looked up at the sky, a blazing flash of light, breaking through the darkness, descending from the sky, hitting the upcoming Black Lotus. Boom, thunderous sound came immediately, a few familiar figures descended from the sky. Han Qiangzi lost his voice. Hey! Han Tai is one of them, alongside Liu Chenqing, Wang Pushi, Grandmaster Yinyan and the others, and hundreds of patriarchs. And that heavenly thunder, the hand of Taoist Sloppy Zitong from Foundation Establishment Beak, can tear the formation in one fell swoop. Wang Pushi said, Black Lotus Altar Lord, today is your death. Peas, I slept, the little discomfort became uncomfortable, and the climate in Henan was really bad. Today is the chapter, and tomorrow will return to normal. I will go to the ginger soup and drink it tomorrow. Okay. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 328. Chapter 62. Frequency. Original Black Lotus Altar Lord. Hearing this, he smiled at Li Qingshan and seemed to say, I say it. It seems that I am unaware that Black Lotus, who is already in the dead, is bombarded by heavenly thunder. Only slightly was swayed. Li Qingshan couldn't help but look forward to Han Qiangzi. Is it because she sent out a help signal when the formation weakened, and Han Qiangzi was also a blank face? Yes, this is impossible. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is 1,000 miles away. Even if it gets a signal, it can't be so timely. The only explanation is only one. Here is a trap for the trap of White Lotus cult, the identity of the hunter and prey, and the transfer. Black Lotus Altar Lord. Even with the help of the intimate Black Lotus formation, it is impossible to surpass the siege of so many patriarchs, when the fall is at hand. It's just that Li Qingshan's heart has raised another question. If so, why not make an early shot, let the people in the city die, or even watch them in distress? Wang Pushi said, Black Lotus is planted, and see you how to get away this time. Between life and death, there are certain numbers. I have escaped before, but I am not willing. It is only a time when I have not been there. I have been deeply apologetic. I am sure that Commander will be satisfied. It turns out that this Black Lotus is not an ordinary magical artifact, but a magical artifact related to the life of the Black Lotus Altar Lord. He can open the formation with this Black Lotus, even though the Foundation establishment cultivator is involved. It must be at his mercy, but it can be said to be strong. However, once planted, it cannot be easily removed. It is also when he is weak. Otherwise, no Foundation establishment cultivator does not know escape magic, and Black Lotus Altar Lord is one of the best. As long as he was not trapped by the formation, even though he was besieged by the many Foundation establishment cultivators, he was able to escape. He was also surrounded by the Eagle Wolf Guard because of his leaks, but he did not stay once, at the expense of tens of thousands of lives. Finally, he was trapped here, and he saw a great achievement, even though Wang Pushi could not help but rejoice. Liu Chenqing said, it's a pity that these tens of thousands of people know Amitabha in the south. Grandmaster Yinian is low-pitched with grief. He could have stopped it. Prefecture governor does not have to blame yourself. You have to be responsible for the billions of people in Clear River Prefecture. It is your duty to weigh the pros and cons. Again, masters don't have to be sad. They have washed away sin and understand Lotus wonderful, to bliss pure land. Instead, I waited, sinking and muddy, full of sin, not free, worthy of a sigh. Black Lotus Altar Lord not only did not accuse the two of hypocrisy, but rather praised them. There is no trace of extremes, full of tolerance and understanding. The obstacles live. A thundering griffin blasted from the Grandmaster Yinian mouth, doing Vajra glare. I don't go to hell. Whoever goes to hell, even if it is full of sin, it must also be erased, for the world's scourge. Black Lotus Altar Lord said, Master, you are wrong. Legalist School is alert to the world with severe punishment. It is Commander Wang who wants to kill me as the top priority. Confucian School wants to keep the people, and we must weigh the priorities. I have to sacrifice this man of the city. However, I am compassionate, although there is the power to demote and demon, and I must not let anger, greater than compassion. Li Qingshan sees clearly that this patriarch wants to use the words to attack the mind of Black Lotus Altar Lord, but the mood of Black Lotus Altar Lord is like a calm water, without any influence. Taoist Sloppy is impatient. When you talk about so much nonsense, we will join hands and kill this thief. Han Nanjun told Li Qingshan, do a good job, take her out. This statement is like a message of war. All patriarchs are brilliance, all of which show spirit artifact and even magical artifact. Li Qingshan looked at Black Lotus Altar Lord and pulled Han Qiangzi away. Black Lotus Altar Lord also said with a smile, there will be no future. Li Qingshan feels very bad in his heart. The attitude of Black Lotus Altar Lord is too calm, and through the words of the party, it seems that this has been expected. Even the dead and the dead have been bearish. From the beginning to the end, I said that I was angry with murderess Aura. Even though I didn't say anything, I let Li Qingshan feel a deep horror coming out of the formation. Without any hindrance, it came out. Without the pressure of the life and death crisis, Han Qiangzi couldn't hold back the injury, and spit out a blood on his head and stunned. Li Qingshan did not dare to neglect. First summoned the clouds, took the two to fly to a safe enough position far enough, and sent a healing medicine pill into the mouth of Han Qiangzi, and applied magic spell to heal. After a moment, Han Qiangzi woke up and Li Qingshan put his heart down, looked down and frowned. The following did not immediately start as expected. Black Lotus Altar Lord seems to say something. Each patriarch is stunned. What happened? The bamboo forest is swaying in the shadows of the land, and the mottled paving is covered. The winter in Clear River Prefecture is very cold, but it is not as cold as the ancient Twin City. Rongzi feels like a snow. An exquisite courtyard, in front of the eyes, is still empty, coldly clear. Only Liu Qunfeng is working hard, and the novel is already his only pride. He must not be robbed by his brother. Too much investment. Even the arrival of Rongzi has not been noticed. Rongzi smiled. The person was not told, and took the Black Lotus Altar Lord together, but it was also expected. On that day, she agreed to Kuriliu's invitation and immediately reported it to Wang Pushi. Not surprisingly, Wang Pushi let her go ahead and make a Night Eagle on the bright side, help investigate the inside of White Lotus cult, find out where the big heads are, and go to report Ruai County to kill. Instead, I intentionally gave her some information to gain the trust of the upper level of White Lotus cult. The greater the risk, the greater the return, and naturally it has received many rewards from both sides. However, its own qualification is too mediocre and it is not easy to break through realm. Dong dong, Rongzi knocking on the column. Is Li Qingshan here? You are? Liu Qunfeng. This raised the head. The heart is not flat. His beloved disciple, no better than him. How come so many peaches? Rongzi self-reported the door, a few words, and proposed a wine from 100 treasure pouch. I forgot, his trial mission has not been completed, and there is no fate. Please drink this altar. Liu Qunfeng immediately smiled. My peach blossoms came, and I coughed twice. It's not good. Don't wait for Qingshan to come back. Without waiting for Rongzi to retreat, he said, if that is the case, then respectfully it's better to be alive. After a while, Guandang, Liu Qunfeng spilled the jug and fell to the ground. Sure enough, it's a straw bag. Rongzi wrapped it with true qi, spit out all the wine, then took his waistband and went to the central form of illusory Cloud Island. Spy, no matter in any era, is a dangerous profession, and it is always in the enemy's battle. Once it is discovered, it is a dead end. Not to mention the capricious double-effaced spy. But she was fairly stable, and she was not suspected by White Lotus cult from start to finish. Because she has everything to report. White Lotus cult. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 329. Chapter 63, The World of Things is Chess. The Patriarch is trying to get out. Black Lotus Altar Lord said, Patriarchs are just looking at you, regardless of your body. What is this? Liu Chenqing said, this is both a fixed number and a fixed number from 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Queuing and arrogant, trying to delay time. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy has a great formation guardian. Even if White Lotus Holy Mother is there, don't want to break it easily. Liu Chenqing said. His face suddenly changed. Take out a formation plate that is circulated by Dragon Snake, and the brilliance that originally lingered on it disappeared. Every patriarch knows that the Dragon Snake Great Formation guarding 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy has broken. Rongzi looks at a white lotus flower growing from the formation, swaying, pure and magnificent. The source was inexhaustible, and the spiritual chi light column rushing to the sky was interrupted. The formation is powerful, but it is also extremely precise. It is like a working machine. As long as one of the key parts has a problem, it will affect the whole. The sky was distorted, but it was still blue. But the fog that wraps around the islands of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is gradually diverging under the illumination of the winter. Several fishermen who are fishing on the lake, looking at the island in front of them with amazement, have long heard of Divine Immortal's residence, but for the first time. What happened? The younger brothers came out of the building, looked up at the sky, talked about it, and it was a problem with the operation of the formation. Hua Chengzhen was the first to notice that it was wrong, and said, "Qian Rongzi, you are doing what?" Once again, I saw the sly white lotus flower, and the anger became unbelievable and there was a trace of fear. He knew that Qian Rongzi was undercover at White Lotus cult. But unexpectedly she will really devote herself to it. White Lotus cult has long been a street mouse, and her members are also precarious. With her heart, how can it really be dead? Qian Rongzi said, Commander Hua is just a small pawn who is ordered to act. Why must I be a weak woman? Hua Chengzhen how to listen to her. She rushed straight up. It is imperative that the White Lotus be destroyed. Restore the operation of the Great Formation, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Qian Rongzi does not stop, back a few steps. Let Hua Chengzhen be slightly surprised, but the corners of his eyes saw the depths of the bamboo forest, and there seemed to be a white figure flashing in front of him. It was a white-haired old man, although it was full of folds, but it looked extremely kind. Deep smile, so that she seemed to smile all the time, holding a white lotus flower in her hand, but it was close withered. Looking at the eyes of Hua Chengzhen, it is also very gentle, as if looking at his children and grandchildren. Hua Chengzhen felt a near suffocating sense of oppression and jumped back and forth. A few men and women, I don't know when. Standing behind him, there are men and women, old and young. But their faces are smiling. It's not a sneer, a fake smirk, but a joy from the heart. It seems that all the sunshine and white clouds in the world are so happy. A cold chill from the top of the head, until the soles of the feet. These characters, in addition to the white hair, are familiar, and each of the contribution points in the Eagle Wolf Guard is a high price. White Lotus cult only the remaining altar lords are gathered here. Qian Rongzi's respectful devotion. Brother Qian Rongzi welcomes Holy Mother and welcomes you to Altar Lord. Hua Chengzhen was shocked by the heart. The old man was White Lotus Holy Mother. It was just rumored that she was not a middle-aged woman. Get up, don't have to make these vain, but thank you for opening the door for the old man, and asking you to take no small risk. It's a matter of concern for Holy Mother. Who is this person? His name is Hua Chengzhen, which is Scarlet Wolf Commander and is trusted by Ge Yanning. Hearing the words of Ge Yanning, White Lotus Holy Mother looked at Hua Chengzhen carefully. It really is a rare beautiful man. If you are younger, you should be tempted to follow Ge Yanning, who is not aware of the wonderful life. It's really a dark caste. Hua Chengzhen knows that this is not immune, and laughs. Unfortunately, I don't like the old woman. Yes? Then how do you look like this? White Lotus Holy Mother heard this and didn't bother with it. The body had an amazing change. The wrinkles on the face were bit flat, dry lips, and gradually rosy. Full head white hair is turned into 3000 blue silk. The skin is like a snow white, in a blink of an eye, turned into a beautiful girl. The White Lotus held in the hand, also returned to life. Back to the state of the floors. White Lotus Holy Mother said with a clear voice like Huang Kaiming, I sometimes look older, but I am still personal. Is he on the list? Qian Rongzi said, yes. That will bring him back. Knowing the righteousness, can be a member of White Lotus cult. I haven't seen how White Lotus Holy Mother took the shot. Hua Chengzhen fell to the ground without any resistance. Although she was conscious, she couldn't move a finger and couldn't use true chi. He has an inexplicable thought in his heart. Is this the gap between me and her? White Lotus Holy Mother left an altar lord guarding the formation and went straight to the island of contending. The rest of the altar lord each took the altar to go to the islands, collect resources, and find people on the list. And that list is from the hands of Rongzi, recording the talented younger brothers. White Lotus cult has repeatedly fought against the Eagle Wolf Guard, and his brother has suffered heavy losses. He has been characterized as a cult and has been suppressed by all sides. He has almost cut off the incense and inheritance. This plan is to solve this problem. This list will add blood to White Lotus cult, especially the 10th level chi refining warrior like Hua Chengzhen. It is not difficult to make a few more All-to Lords. Those who are outside the list must wash their sins and live in bliss. In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, the Patriarch, who is good at fighting, has encircled the Black Lotus All-to Lord, and the rest is the opponent of White Lotus Holy Mother. From the beginning, the battle was doomed. At ancient Wind City, the patriarchs listened to the words of the Black Lotus All-to Lord, all dumbstruck. For the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, it is these excellent and carefully selected young people. Once there was a loss. Primal Chi was injured in the entire Clear River Prefecture. What is terrible is that these people will become enemies in the future. It is rumored that White Lotus Holy Mother can inculcate the doctrine into the cultivator brain and turn it into a party. Wang Pushi finally understood the big hole he planned. If Qian Rongzi really met White Lotus Holy Mother, it must have been indoctrinated. The pros and cons of the pros and cons did not exist, even for White Lotus Holy Mother. Death, at the expense of the Black Lotus All-to Lord, is a living example. Black Lotus All-to Lord said, "I want to go back to the rescue, or stay here and kill it. I hope that you will make a decision early. The two ends of the first mouse are not wise people. I have smashed you this obstacle." Grandmaster Yinian gave a griffin, and the scepter glowed golden and hit Black Lotus. In the bamboo courtyard, Hua Chengzhen's tough squirming lips, looking at Qian Rongzi inexplicably. "Why are you doing this? Are you really controlled by White Lotus cult?" I said, "It is involuntary." Qian Rongzi sighs. If she can, she would rather look for opportunities, bit by bit to enhance strength, rather than being involved in such a dangerous struggle. It's not so easy to get around. A small chi refining warrior, how to mechanism, and some luck to live. And she has always been gambling. It's luck. Now that she has done everything she can only wait for the judgment of fate, because this time, she is no longer a chess player, but a chess player, and it is a chess game in which both sides are moving. The sinister and helplessness is insufficient. With the foreign human Dao. Now, only wait for another player to show up. A white boot, stepping on the lotus, and grinding it. Even though the heavenly thunder bombardment is difficult to shake the white lotus flower, it instantly turns into mud and dust. The boots are embroidered with delicate silver lines, twisted into a rune of the Discover Mystery, and Hua Chengzhen, which fell to the ground, saw at a glance that this was a magical artifact and tried to look up. In a white coat, embroidered with wings, the face of the coming person is slightly blurred under the oblique sunlight, but the smile on the corner of the mouth is always clear and profound. Qian Rongzi immediately got up, and some tired and bowed to the owner of the boots, Qian Rongzi, who is waiting for Great Commander for a long time. Hua Chengzhen suddenly, it turns out that, after Qian Rongzi completed the trial mission, he took her to Ruai County to meet him according to the rules. They talked privately, and all the reasons for this came from this. The White Lotus cult All-to Lord, which was left behind, was a big change. This figure is too familiar to every White Lotus cult, almost no longer under White Lotus Holy Mother. Immediately cast escape magic, a blink of an eye. His figure is beyond the 100 feet, far from the formation. The jade fractured the fan, suddenly opened, she waved her hand. The All-to Lord felt a breeze blowing over the side and shouted, "Holy Mother, go." The body suddenly broke into two pieces. The bamboo forest was quiet for a moment, and the slap of it broke down from the sky, and the forest on the illusory cloud island suddenly appeared in each fan. White Lotus, General Guyaning. White Lotus Holy Mother looking back, on the illusory cloud island, the glory of the sky, the dragon snake great formation began to work. She broke into the trap, but became trapped. What is going on here, and what went wrong? Qian Rongzi, who instilled her teachings, is impossible to betray. Yanning patted Qian Rong's shoulder and thought it was commended. With Qi refining warrior's cultivation base, under the purple cleansing heart technique of White Lotus Holy Mother, it is rare to have a person who keeps his heart. Such rare opportunity, of course, cannot be used. I don't know when a group of white cultivators appeared in the bamboo forest, standing behind her, waiting for her orders. She also pointed to a knife and a gentle wave. Promise. The breeze swayed the lotus. In ancient Wind City, the ruins, Qian family mansion, have become dusty. Only the pond where Black Lotus was planted was still in its original state, and the squid swam in the middle. Reversed image gave Li Qingshan a frowning face. Li Qingshan is standing by the pond and has a lot of thoughts. The world is like chess, and the monks are mastered. P. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 330 Chapter 64 The Dragon Armor. The original battle only lasted for a short time, and it was a piece of patriarch. If you can't hold an all-to lord, it's a skimming. When the battle was going to be fierce, Black Lotus Altar Lord was ready to make a desperate attempt to pull one or two patriarch mats, but he felt what he felt, and black-handedly cut off Black Lotus. From the lotus that was born in Black Lotus, he took one. Lian, said the sound, my number has not arrived, then I will go. The patriarchs were afraid of being hurt by his mortal blows, and all of them were scattered, but they gave him a chance. Taoist Sloppy teamed up with Ma Buai to chase after him. Although Black Lotus Altar Lord escaped, but he personally cut off the magical artifact. It was not light. Just find him, you can cut off his life. Hunted by two people, as appropriate. Other Patriarch returns to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Li Qingshan didn't know what happened at first, but just felt a sigh of relief. This war started from him, but everything hidden in it was completely unknown. Han Qiangzi was extremely dissatisfied and asked Han Nanjun. He probably figured out the ins and outs. If this is a game between Eagle Wolf Guard and White Lotus Cult, or a big game of Guyanning, then his role is probably not even a single game. Because both sides are clear, this task is just a symbolic fuse. It is not the key to the matter. Even he and Han Qiangzi are carrying out this task. It is purely accidental. If Hua Chengzhen thinks about it, maybe the other two Eagle Wolf Guards come, and don't even have to come anyone. There is no sacrifice or adventure. They are not used as bait or abandoned. Wang Pushi wouldn't take Han Nanjun's daughter, the second of Legalist School, as a victim. The patriarchs appeared when the black curtain opened. The reason why I did not immediately take out, in addition to wanting to wait for Black Lotus to fully plant, the reason is that Han Nanjun wants to give some test to her daughter. Look at her performance. He believes that this experience is for Han Qiangzi, who has not suffered too much setbacks. It will be a valuable asset. A group of patriarchies on the side. How can it not be seen with their own eyes that the Black Lotus Altar Lord is really handsome? Each patriarch has its own way to keep them. After Han Nanjun left, Han Qiangzi was naturally stunned, and Li Qingshan was silent. The big risk he had assumed was to become monster in the face of the patriarch. After the fear, but I feel that there is a stagnation in the chest. Do not spit. Compared to this situation, he would rather change the monster body. A battle with the Black Lotus Altar Lord for a life and death. Han Qiangzi didn't have much thought. Perhaps such a test has experienced more than one time. After that, I don't care about it. See Li Qingshan alone. It is a bit strange. Going forward, what's wrong with you? Are you worried about little An? She has nothing to do. Han Nanjun told her everything, or after returning to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, through Spirit Artifact sound transmission. Li Qingshan laughed and laughed. This time at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy has made a lot of limelight. I really think of myself as a personal thing. If he is being bullied, he can retreat and wait for the opportunity of revenge. If it is being used, you can also find someone who uses him to discuss a statement, but now it is full of injustice, but cannot find a counterattack opponent. Black Lotus Altar Lord is very polite to him. It can be said to be high or neurotic, but the fundamental reason is that Li Qingshan is nothing. You said that I will die today. Well, maybe it will die. After a few chats, I felt that the patriarchs couldn't help but take the shot. They said, let's go first. I am waiting for someone. Wang Pushi's idea is simply simple. I ask you to perform a task without any danger. What dissatisfaction do you have? Do you think I should inform you in advance? Why? Going up again. Gu Yanying does not know that he is going to perform this task, and Wang Pushi is just a chess game. As if Li Qingshan was full of the hero's consciousness, someone ran out and told him clearly that you are only supporting. No, even the supporting role is not, just the Eagle Wolf Guard A. Eagle Wolf Guard B. Oh no, Han Kaiengzi asked, what happened to you? Li Qingshan said, it is difficult for women to understand. This is a struggle between a man's magnificent ambition and cruel reality. Perhaps the more beautiful the dream, the more painful it will be when you wake up. Han Kaiengzi blinked his eyes and hated others for taking her as a woman. But she thought that Li Qingshan would not hesitate to live for her, and her eyes would be softer. Is a man terrific? If you are proud, it seems to be omnipotent. Once you are frustrated, you can't even have a girl. The face still has an indifferent appearance, and the heart has already conceded and surrendered. Are you talking about Hua Chengzhen? How do you know? Han Kaiengzi. Li Qingshan haha smiled. I don't usually see it. You are a little cute. Han Kaiengzi's face was red, and he pinched his fist. I think you only have a fight when you are drinking. Looking at Li Qingshan's abominable smile, I can't wait to punch it. Looking at each other and smiling, both of them feel close to each other. Go back. Li Qingshan said, understanding the sorrow of his own body. His mind was quietly calmed down, becoming firm, acceptable, unacceptable, and accepted. This is the so-called life. No one is born to be the protagonist, no one, and destined to run a dragon. His path has to continue. It is good. At this time, the surface of the water fluctuated, and a red squid poked out. Monster. Han Kaiengzi makes a fist. I raised it. Li Qingshan stopped Han Kaiengzi. You take a step first, I will tell him more. Han Kaiengzi was taken away. Li Qingshan crouched down and touched the head of the red squid. You guy, there is a bit of good fortune. I think this pool is too small, so I will not let you down soon. Let me take you. Put it in clear river water. The red mullet nodded, and then swam to the depths of the pond. Li Qingshan was strange. The red squid swam back, holding something in his mouth and putting it in the hands of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's eye-catching, but a small black lotus, which has a dozen lotuses, only one empty. This is the Black Lotus lotus. Li Qingshan couldn't figure out whether Black Lotus was a spiritual power illusion, or was it really a plant, but knew that it was not a thing. Give me. The red mullet is nodded and has a big mouth. Li Qingshan put away the lotus, touched 100 treasure pouch, and spiritual pill was eaten by him. After thinking about it, find out a spicy fruit to give it. It is satisfactory. Li Qingshan exhibited magic spell, rolled the red squid onto the cloud head, picked up Han Kaiengzi, and rushed back to 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. On the way, the squid was put into the clear river water, and it was extremely plunged into the water, showing no reluctance. Just Han Kaiengzi asked casually, do you like Commander Gu? Li Qingshan replied casually, like. As a result, Han Kaiengzi immediately turned his face and ignored him. Li Qingshan first stunned. Even though she was dull, she felt the feelings of Han Kaiengzi. I couldn't help but feel happy. Li Qingshan was not without charm. I couldn't help but think of a joke a few months ago. I can't help but look closely at Han Kaiengzi, who is standing next to me. Pretty short hair, presumably from the influence of Han Nanjun, the group of military school. The skinheads are no longer a few. Tall nose, very sculptural, squatting lips, showing perseverance or self-willedness. Similar to the big cool brother Han Tai, there are 5 or 6 points. The so-called sword eyebrow star, born on a woman, may seem too heroic, but it is undoubtedly a beauty. Han Kaiengzi's face is more rosy, and the joy that can't be said in her heart feels that this time has been tested by the dead old man, but it is not all bad. But I finally couldn't stand Li Qingshan's gaze, because I was not satisfied with looking at my face. I have already begun to look at my body. I have just reached a very good conclusion. See what? This is said. Even Han Qiangzi feels weak. Do you like me? This is said. Even Li Qingshan feels amateur. Han Qiangzi, how to admit it? So the two returned to Dragon Snake Lake in a strange atmosphere. It was just dusk, and the lake was covered with red scales, as he wished. The trial mission took less than a day, but everything that happened was completely beyond imagination. In retrospect, it was just watching a big show, running a dragon set, only fortunately did not have a bowel. But when he was near 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, he found that the real theater was originally here. Dragon Snake Great Formation no longer exists. I saw the tragic traces left by the various islands. The large buildings were pushed down and many brothers were busy cleaning up. To exaggerate is the island of Zhengming, the original island of the island, like shredded and smashed into a large piece of cracked boulder, leaving no complete building. Li Qingshan rushed to Flawless Island and saw little and really safe and uncomfortable. However, on Flawless Island, there was a lot of sorrow, and many monks died. They were refining by White Lotus cult all to Lord, and even the bodies could not be found. Li Qingshan held her tightly in her arms and felt another sinister. It used to be the battlefield of two golden core cultivators. Any innate skills ultimate chi refining warrior couldn't say that it can protect itself. At the beginning of Soaring Dragon Elder, cutting the mountain like a tough-like power, he still remembers. Qingshan. As soon as he called, Li Qingshan looked back and saw Hua Chengzhen. Four eyes met, both of whom had a feeling of restoring the rest of their lives. Hua Chengzhen said, "I'm sorry, I don't know." "You're fine." Li Qingshan hooked his neck and smiled. "Is it like something?" "You rarely ask this stupidity." Hua Chengzhen also smiled, but he was a little reluctant. Compared with Li Qingshan, he really stopped at the Ghost Gate. White Lotus Holy Mother is a dead man as long as he misses his mind. Commander Gu wants to see you. Your support. This is my big motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 331 Chapter 65 Second sentence. Original Li Qingshan unexpectedly, Gu Yanning wants to see him, is the beginning of Pinean in Illusory Cloud Island. The bamboo forest is faint, white is the snow, and it is another winter. The dreamlike figure is close at hand. Li Qingshan settles his mind and goes forward. Li Qingshan see Commander Gu. Gu Yanning looked back and looked like an eagle, as if to see him transparent. Li Qingshan raised the head, and confronted it. The memory of 2 years ago has suddenly been confirmed. Everything is illusory, and it is not a dream. It's just that the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger, but after experiencing this many, after seeing this many, is there still courage? Gu Yanning suddenly smiled, like the spring breeze, like warm and cold, sprinkle away. You. The white clothes drifted from the front. Li Qingshan was slightly stunned, and he was called to him, but he said nothing. What is the meaning? Gu Yanning stopped and looked back. I have prepared some words for you, but it seems unnecessary now. In his eyes, there is no anger and dissatisfaction, no self-esteem and self-deprecation. There is only a firm consciousness. For such a man, there is no need for her to say anything more, just to see which step he can take in the future. Li Qingshan said, let's talk about it. That said, with your waist, even if it is another 100 years, it is not enough to drink tea with me. How about? Gu Yanning couldn't help but ha-ha laughed. Li Qingshan silently said, it's very old. Gu Yanning used a folding fan against the chin. Is it? If you are ugly, I can't think of it. It means it. The real strong, will not hang on the ants all day long, will only unconsciously step on the ant nest, who will be dedicated to the ground, pointing to a pile of ants said, you stupid weak insects. Unless the brain is expensive. Li Qingshan said, is this the second sentence you sent me? Verdant province is 30,000 miles long, and Jianghu is just a glimpse. This first sentence. He has done it, out of the Jianghu dispute and came to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. This cultivator is a stage for wrestling. Guyaning lifted the folding fan. Astral wind lingered, next to a bamboo. I left this sentence, with your waist, even if you have another 100 years, you are not qualified to drink tea with me. After another fan, a piece of bamboo was peeled off and blown in front of Li Qingshan. Receive it. You can drop it in front of me in the future, and raise your eyebrows. Goodbye, Qingshan younger brother. The sound is still echoing in the bamboo forest, and people are already above the sky. Did not leave a trace. In this campaign, White Lotus cult was almost completely annihilated, and only White Lotus Holy Mother escaped. It is also a significant loss of cultivation base. Suffering from serious injuries, it can no longer be a climate. Perhaps in the future, we will be able to restore our strength and come out again to make waves. But she is not qualified to be her opponent. For her, this game is over. When White Lotus Holy Mother fled, she didn't even go after the killing. She only watched the old opponent for a ride, hoping that she would not jump out of it. At least she would leave her to leave Ruai County. Li Qingshan returned to the Zuxuan courtyard, where Hua Chengzhen was waiting, and asked, "What did she say to you?" "Oh." Li Qingshan handed the piece of bamboo to Hua Chengzhen. Hua Chengzhen's expression is eccentric. "Do you want to transfer it to you? I see you are more suitable than me. Go to you, keep it yourself." Hua Chengzhen threw it back. Liu Quanfeng came out of the door. His sleepy eyes, "Qingshan, you are back. Ah, it's already so late, this wine is so good." Li Qingshan and Hua Chengzhen looked at each other and smiled. When the other person was trembling in fear, the student was asleep. Hua Chengzhen said, "Although it is a joke, it is also a fact. You understand my feelings now." Li Qingshan said, "That is your fact. Don't compare me with you. If you don't look at your handsome, I have already broken off with you. You said that I am a waste. I have the ability to build a foundation for me. Well, you are waiting." The next day, Hua Chengzhen went to retreat. Although it did not show up, the stimulus of Hua Chengzhen was probably deeper than that of Li Qingshan. I was not told any details from beginning to end. I almost died in the attack. After that, the person did not even talk to him. In a few words, this is even worse than Li Qingshan. If you look at it in the first place and you are the reason for your self-deprecation, then I will only treat you as a chi-refining warrior. Since it is destined to be two world people, why bother to waste each other's time? Li Qingshan carefully examined the black lotus under the lamp and tried to take out a lotus from it, like a black pearl, crystal clear, which contained a strange power. It is not the kind of spiritual pill that can be directly converted into monster chi, true chi. Since Black Lotus has grown up with tens of thousands of lives in the entire ancient Twin City, does it say that what is stored is flesh and blood essence? It's going to make little and come. Mindfulness, a petite grey shadow, standing silently in front of the door, and thrown into Li Qingshan's arms. It is Little An. What happened? I'm afraid I won't see you again. The scenes of the two golden core cultivators are like a natural disaster. Even if it is a powerful chi-refining warrior, it is also precarious and fearful. Her performance is not without reason, although there is no life and death, but it cannot be said to leave. Do not worry, we will not see. We have to go to above the 9 heavens. Li Qingshan kissed her hair and showed her the lotus. You can see this useful? Little An just took the lotus in her hand and felt the power of a sly life. Only this kind of power can be transformed into its own cultivation base through her flame. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "It seems that this trip is not without gain. I don't know why. The Black Lotus Altar Lord did not take the whole lotus, but it is cheaper for us." At that time, the Black Lotus Altar Lord inspired all the power of Black Lotus to create the same posture. To remove the entire lotus, Black Lotus lost its core when it was released, and it could release any power. The patriarchs are not 3-year-olds and will never be shocked by bluff. It was the violent energy explosion that turned the entire ancient dust into a ruin. At the core of the explosion, it was absolutely dark. Even though the sights of the various patriarchs could not be put into it, the lotus was falling at that time into the pond. The red squid jumped up and swallowed it, but it could not be digested and spit it out. The lotus itself did not emit any spiritual chi, and Li Qingshan stood on the edge of the pond and was not aware of it. The patriarchs are eager to chase the Black Lotus altar lord and return to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. They will not search for it, which has become a collection of red squid. Right is not yet. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 332. Chapter 66. New family. Originally under the direction of Li Qingshan, little Anne tried to take a black lotus. Suddenly, a very pure flesh and blood essence was released under the burning of the flame, which was enough for thousands of people. Flesh and blood. Little Anne immediately made a cultivation and completely refining the lotus. Li Qingshan also let go of his heart. He wanted to take little Anne out for a lap, but it didn't take long to say, and it was easy to be suspicious. Sexual assassination can explain why murder, but those corpses are unknown. But it is not easy to explain. If you are targeted by someone, it will be bad. With these lotuses, at least for little and cultivation for a long time, at least not because of the lack of flesh and blood to swallow. Let little Anne stay here. Cultivation. Li Qingshan pushes open the door. The moon star is thin, the snow is full, and he has to prepare for his own path. This night, Li Qingshan went to Benevolence Island and Ui Island, looking for Dust and Ruxin. Both Taoism and medical school are good at concocting pill. As the two chiefs, they are in charge of a batch of medicine pill. They choose a higher grade and buy some, and swear at them, don't tell others. After the Great Tribulation, the two were busy. Ruxin was busy treating the patients, and the Dust was replacing the unreturned Taoist sloppy, dealing with Taoism, saying a few words, and rushing to trade medicine pill. They are all busy, even though Ruxin has no jokes. Then go to Treasure Island in miscellaneous school, in the grocery store, and replace all the remaining spiral stones with medicine pill. Pay attention to the price of other things and find the price of spirit artifact and spirit talisman. It started to rise. Through this battle, the impact on the cultivators can be imagined. Li Qingshan thought about it and still didn't sell his own spirit talisman spirit artifact. Go back to Illusory Cloud Island. Little Anne is still sitting still. It seems that it takes time to refining this black lotus. Li Qingshan didn't bother her, summed up the gains tonight, because I tried to buy a higher quality medicine pill, so the number is not a lot, but it should be enough for him to build Bull Demon Strong Fist into a third layer. He does not intend to retreat to cultivation, just take medicine pill daily and practice the fist. I think it will take a long time to succeed. At that time, his strength will once again get stronger. He can get a lot of experience by spending heavenly tribulation. The sky was just bright. Hao Pinyin came to visit and told Li Qingshan that a message, Zhang Lanqing was dead. Dead in the hands of a white lotus cult altar lord. Just a trick. It will be turned into nothing, without any room for resistance. If the altar lord didn't want to catch Hao Pinyin, he was already dead. Speaking of it, Hao Pinyin, the voice is hoarse and the eyes are red. Li Qingshan is silent for a long time. What can I do? I just came to tell you. His hatred has already been reported. I am going to go to his house. Hao Pinyin said a few words and left. This is the man who is dark and honest, and the latter is left behind. Li Qingshan was silent for a while, then began to practice the fist. In the empty bamboo forest, Bull Demon Strong Fist was practiced one after another, until it was exhausted, and a breathless panic lay down at the ground. The sky bit by bit lit up. On this day, a collective funeral was held in Zhengming Island, saying that it was a funeral, but most of the dead cultivators did not leave the body. Even if there was a body, they were sent home to bury. The younger brothers placed lights on Dragon Snake Lake to commemorate the classmates they knew or didn't know. Li Qingshan is far in to look into the distance. The lights are floating in the darkness, gradually drifting away. return to illusory Cloud Island and continue cultivation. The medicine pill is transformed into a medicinal force, which is integrated into his body and becomes a force. He is rushing and squatting in his body, waiting for the release. On the island, a building rises from the ground. Under the influence of the Mohist school mechanism, the speed of the building is amazing, not to mention the many mechanism buildings. At the top of the building, 12 patriarchs gather together. Taoist Sloppy was full of faces, and he hunted the Black Lotus Soul to Lord, and he did not succeed. Grandmaster Yinian glanced at him. He almost jumped up, but considering the current atmosphere, did not do so. Old man Huang Tu's big mouth full of smoky bags. Agriculturist school's loss is not big, not his brother, but his precious field orchards. The scourge is not light. White Lotus cult brother, see so many spicy fruit, no matter mature or not, they will be forcibly picked. Although they are all recovered, they have lost a lot. In the position behind them, they are the chief brothers, and they are silently sitting. Only behind Wang Pushi, there was a position left. Hua Chengzhen went to retreat. With his sex, he would ignore the overall situation and see his determination in his heart. Little An was dressed in a long, soft, curved hair, barely using a raft to make a bun, still hanging down behind her. She digested a black lotus, and the cultivation base of Tao of the beautiful bones. As the growth progresses, the refining cultivation base is pushed to the 8th level, which is in line with the identity of a chief brother and is also worthy of the spirit medicine given by Grandmaster Yinian. Li Qingshan's eyes swept over Uxin. She was slightly decapitated and her mouth was slightly ticked. This shocked the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy's big event and did not seem to affect her. I believe that if she does not care about the feelings of others, she still has the jealous jokes. This is because there is no parent's heart. It is simply heartless. So Li Qingshan gave her a sigh of relief. Liu Chenqing, the housekeeper, still in the first place, coughing twice, attracting everyone's attention, and then said, 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. After this change, after some sad mourning, suddenly the front turned. But it also exposed a lot of loopholes. Some patriarch, weak and incompetent, even their own pockets are not well watched. And what face is seen in the face of patriarch? Although he did not name the surname, everyone's eyes were on the last Liu Qunfeng. This drunken dream did not allow him to completely escape. Liu Qunfeng's face was awkward, but he was used to it. Anyway, Liu Chenqing was not qualified to dismiss his patriarch position. The reason why he lost his waist card is not a part of the plan. He can stop it. Liu Chenqing said, my 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is in desperate need of a capable and responsible patriarch to look after the great formation of illusory Cloud Island. Li Qingshan is strange in my heart. I can't have a family in the 2 islands. The patriarchs are also clanless. Liu Chenqing said, in order to supplement the loss of my 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, I propose to settle in the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in Clearriver Prefecture. Guard the illusory Cloud Island Great Formation. Fellow Taoist, please come out. P is pending. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 333 Chapter 67, The Battle of Illusory Cloud Island. Original crutches under the floor. An old man, squatting, in the help of a teenager, into the room 5. Original starting face has been horrible. Only a pair of it also appears to be clear understanding. Li Qingshan has never seen people who are aging to such a situation. I believe that if it is not the cultivation base of the foundation establishment beak, he has already turned into a bunch of skeleton. Old man Chushidao, I have seen fellow Taoist. Chushidao lifted the help of the young man in one hand, released the crutches in one hand, and saluted everyone. Everyone got up and returned. Even though old man Huang Tu couldn't take the elders again, put down his cigarette bag and said to Liu Chenqing, you have invited the master of the scorpion. Is it true that the master is going to do this? Patriarch Chushidao, not a nameless generation, is famous throughout Ruai County, and Danking is a great pen. No one dares not to admire. It is a great honor to get him a painting. However, I heard that the limit is not far away. I have already sealed the pen and lived in the spring forest. I did not expect it to appear here. I don't care about fellow Taoist. The old man is already a long-awaited life. I don't dare to occupy the patriarch position. At that time, the younger will take over this position. Danking, don't you give a gift to your predecessors? Patriarch realized, Shu Shidao came here to bring the handsome young man next to him. Looking at his age, he is also 17 or 18 years old. But a cultivation base is already a chi refining 10th level. Evaluation of the word day. I have long heard that Chu Shidao has received a close-knit brother. If he does not leave for 10 years, it is to adjust this. Today, I saw it, and it is true. There is no objection. Such a person, willing to stay at the Clear River Prefecture 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. Adding a painter is the glory of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. And I heard that there are many non-professional brothers. Complement the strength of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. A seat has been added, ranking first in Liu Kunfing, and it has the upper hand. Liu Kunfing is probably only one chance. However, the ownership of Illusory Cloud Island is not so simple to decide. Liu Kunfing heard that his foundation was about to be taken away, and he was anxious. Illusory Cloud Island has been the island of my novel school for thousands of years. Carefully repaired and maintained for many years. Is it a bit wrong? Is it deprived? This is too not reasonable. There are also some differences in the various patriarchs, but of course not because of Liu Kunfing, but because of Li Qingshan standing behind him. Li Qingshan has experienced this experience and self-deprecating, but in the eyes of the public patriarch, he is a true future, whether it is the speed of cultivation or the power of battle. They are all impeccable. Yesterday, they were personally summoned by the person. Such a person is not free to suppress it. Liu Chenqing wrote, "It's not the case. The pickled things you wrote in the past, you know it in your own heart." Grandmaster Yinian said, "This is not true. Liu Patriarch's actions have not been accepted by me, but in the past 6 months, not only have not written those obscene books, but also the books that have been written before. Recycling and destroying can be seen in the heart. People are not sages, they can improve, and Patriarch Liu is still thinking twice." Liu Kunfing touched the inexplicable road. "Thank you for the master to distinguish. No one now loves the name of Fenriu Master." After comprehending the night school's righteous path, he voluntarily recalls all the books. Grandmaster Yinian glanced at Littleton. "This is all your credit." The poor road also feels that the master, you should not be so eager to occupy the nest. Taoist Sloppy also opened, rarely support Grandmaster Yinian. "A dying person, come to my 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, is awesome." Out of Liu Chenqing's surprise, even Wang Pushi and Han Anjun raised objections. 5 of the 5 patriarchs did not agree with him. No matter how big the reputation of Chu Shidao is, the cultivation base is so high, but it is still an outsider. Once 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, it is necessary to occupy the nest, which is very easy to cause xenophobia. Li Qingshan's communication with these people also played a very subtle role. After he came to novel school, coupled with Liu Kunfing's own efforts, unconscious school's style assessment was indeed reversed by bit, although it was still a pile of mud, at least worth a helping. Otherwise, who is out of heart, and speaks for the guy who wrote the yellow book? Chu Shidao said, "Old man, I don't know. When can the head of the family let chi refining warrior take it? I have never heard of it. When can I have only one brother in the family?" Liu Kunfing speechless. Cultivation base is always an important evaluation criterion for cultivator, which is also his big shortboard. "I can't spend too much time to get through heavenly tribulation." Chu Shidao said, "It will not take long for the old man to return. I have heard that the novel school has changed miraculously and can make a fake come true. However, my painter also has this ability. It is not a matter of comparison to determine the ownership of Illusory Cloud Island. How can Liu Kunfing be more skillful than a foundation establishment cultivator? I won't bully. Patriarch is not good for people to fight." Chu Shidao's gaze suddenly turned to Li Qingshan. this is your brother. In Li Qingshan, I have seen Master. I heard that you can take good wars, body refining is amazing. Can you dare to compete with me? I don't know how to compare. Li Qingshan glanced at Chu Danqing. Drawing and novels are all elegant things. If the artist and the author are in conflict with each other, it is too vulgar. If you can hide behind the scenes, rely on the virtual reality, I will draw a picture, you will make a book, let the painting in the book, the characters in the middle are divided into one level. How do you see it? Who wins? Who is owned by Illusory Cloud Island? Such a fight, even if the patriarchs that are present are unheard of, but feel Chu Shidao, too, do not put their views in the eyes. Liu Kunfing gave Li Qingshan a wink and let him refuse. There are so many patriarchs supporting them and they are still fighting. Li Qingshan did not agree. If you want to fight against the military, regardless of whether the Chu Danqing is a 9th level or a 10th level, he has confidence. But he is completely uncertain. This old man now has some understanding of him. I can figure out how this might be a fall into the trap. If this is the case, I will not agree. The old man can only ignore the face. Write the Ruai County 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, please cancel the Clear River Prefecture Novel School. Chu Shidao's crutches, exerting a strong force on the ground, showing unchangeable determination. Come, it's just too vulgar to do this, and old man doesn't want to. All patriarch knows why Chu Shidao is so fearless. Chu Shidao is not an alarmist. He is originally from Ruai County, wants to launch a relationship, wants to abolish this chi-refining warrior as patriarch, and only one brother's novel school. What is important is that patriarch, who is here, has also co-branded, saying that Chu Shidao can only do things with a single push. At this time, they can no longer jointly sponsor the novel school. Liu Kunfing speechless is eclipsed, and Chu Shidao's influence. He also knows a few points. Seeing that the novel school is just on the right track, it is developing. If it is really abandoned, it will not be abandoned. But if he wants to give up the grand industry of Illusory Cloud Island, he will never be able to look for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, well, I can promise, but the law of novel school is no more than a painter's help. It takes time to promote and collect wish power. I can make a fake, I can make a book, but at least 1 year is coming. Spread the quartet. 1 year, too long. In short, it takes time. If the master does not agree, then there is no need to compare it. Please write to Ruai County and abandon my novel school. It was adjusted by Liu Chengqing and set for 6 months. Chu Shidao also has concerns, and the squatting of the nest has already provoked dissatisfaction with the patriarch. If it is a fierce means, it is afraid to commit public anger. He had a deep understanding of the details of novel school. Li Qingshan now has a book. But this book is about the illusory Jianghu thing. It is impossible to be an enemy of Danqing's paintings, so that only one book is repeated, and it takes a few months to say less. Even if it is done, it is not enough time to spread it, and it is not enough to collect enough of the power. The party dissipated, Chu Shidao and Chu Danqing, and went to Confucian school with Liu Chengqing. Li Qingshan and Liu Kunfing returned to Illusory Cloud Island to discuss countermeasures. Liu Kunfing anxious. 6 months, how is enough? You promised too rash. Li Qingshan said, if you don't agree, don't you have any other way? Liu Kunfing said, hurry up, I will grind you, you write, but I will change your book. And I haven't sent it yet. Zhang Wuji holds the dragon-slaying knife and stunned the Bright Top, the cultivator of the 6 major factions. Under the Shaolin Temple, Cheng Kun buried the heaven-destroying and earth-extinguishing, and the 12 cultivators, to destroy the cultivator. How? Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire Liu Kunfing's urgency. He didn't think of this method at first. The martial arts changed Black Tortoise, and the combat power went up 10 times. How to change the drifting overseas? The cultivator can't be trapped on the island. Stupid. Outside 9 provinces is the endless sea. You are gone now, and definitely can't come back. How to write? Not all of our novel school clouds. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, then change it. Liu Kunfing was instructed, overjoyed. and hurried away. Li Qingshan shook his head. He thought about another idea. Liu Qunfeng is naturally good, but I am afraid it may not be able to collect so many wish power. In the previous life, the book was first published in the newspaper, and after being promoted by a TV series, it was able to reach such a deep level of human heart. Rome was not built in 6 months. Even if it is changed to 9 provinces, if the power is not enough, plus the imitations of the great amplifying divine symbol itself, it may be illusory, and only the chest is broken. Li Qingshan went back to the room, started a blank piece of paper, started to mention the book, continued to think about the plan, and prepared for both hands. These stories can quickly bring together a true and pure wish power. P is pending. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 334. Chapter 68, Chu Danking. Originally there should be no defensive formation here. Chu Danking thought about it, stepping on the cobbled paved path, covered with thick snow and covered with first-level bamboo leaves, and no one cleaned. 5. The bamboo forest is mainly cyan, but it is also mixed with yellow. It stretches high into the sky. In his eyes, it naturally turns into a cyan, green, emerald, goose yellow, garcinia, dim, etc. A wide variety of colors, from stereo to flat, turned into a delicate brush stroke. He shook his head violently, and took these thoughts out of his mind. In the middle of the mountain, he was crazy. And hey, or the world outside. The senior sister of the medical school, which is just diagonally opposite, is beautiful. Although the master often said that there is Yan Yu Ayu in the painting, he also has the power to let Yan Yu Ayu come out of the painting. But it is a beautiful life, different from the painting, which is the difference between him and the master. The master said it's a distraction, but he still wants to keep it. Is it you? Li Qingshan looked at Chu Danking, who was looking forward to the left. It's me. I am here to see the future territory of my painter. Chu Danking stood up and Chu Shidao asked him to listen to Li Qingshan, knowing himself and knowing what to do, but he still didn't think about how to do it. Drinking? Li Qingshan did not seriously care about sitting at the desk and doing his own writing career. Instead, he sat down on the cloister, holding a jade cup and being filled with jars. Although I determined the direction of writing, when I really wrote it, I still felt distressed. I turned around in the house and suddenly remembered the Baitan wine that Sun Fubai gave him. He hasn't drank it yet. I want to follow the story of Li Bai de Jishi Baipian. I took it out, but I drank a few cups of tea. Although they were all good wines, they felt that they had less taste. Li Tai Bai still wants to make a glass of invitation to the moon, and make a shadow to 3 people. This oligocine is really not easy to drink, and I want to go. Little An is preparing for the FAR conference, Millipede is hibernating, and Hua Chengzhen is retreating. Han Tai is also busy with the military school and can't get away. I am suffering from no alcoholic friends and suddenly see Chu Danking. The opening is invited. Chu Danking stunned and couldn't say it if he was prepared. He didn't drink too much. The painter was not a poet. He couldn't be drunk all day, and his mind was clear and he could have a good mind and a steady pen. Smell the smell of wine. Not to swallow. A clear stream of water is poured into the 2 jade cups from the jar. Chu Danking, the real name of the dog, is 21 years old. Because it has a delicate baby face, it looks very young. When he was begging in the streets, he was discovered by Chu Shidao in his hometown. He was born in a strange blood and called Emerald Blood Painting, so named Danking, with the teacher's surname. At the age of 11, Chu Shidao took him to the middle school to draw, until a month ago, this time to listen to Li Qingshan's reality. More than a dozen altar wines. Without waiting for Li Qingshan, Chu Danking took everything. King Li Qingshan's neck, the net said the heart of the nest. I want a woman. Chu Danking shouted, listening to the sound echoing in the bamboo forest, and then laughing. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. Good boy. Look at it. You're drunk. I am not drunk. Drink. Let's continue to drink. Can't drink anymore. Why don't let me drink? I have money. Chu Danking groaned for a long time in 100 treasure pouch, but he didn't find silver. He took out a bunch of paintings. I use painting to pay off. Then Li Qingshan also got a bunch of ready-made samples to understand the artist's ability. You! Exclaimed Han Qiangzi came to Zuxuan. Hua Chengzhen is not here. She is the second time of this legalist school, and she is busy, but I heard Li Qingshan who wants to bet, or take time out, come over, but see a handsome young man almost leaning into Li Qingshan's arms, and holding the wine cup Li Qingshan feeding, suddenly as a lightning strike, it turned out that he has this preference. No wonder so flat to himself. I also remembered that Hua Chengzhen said to her before she retired, and she did not work hard. I was afraid that someone would break off with me. Did little Hua also suffer from his poisonous hands? This Li Qingshan is not a thing. Little Hua just retreat. He will have another knot. Hey, what am I thinking? Don't misunderstand. He likes women. Li Qingshan saw at a glance what Han Qiangzi was thinking, and quickly said. But he never imagined that Han Qiangzi had thought it was so complicated in a flash. The voice fell. Chu Danking also saw three Han Qiangzi, the wine cup in his hand. Ah, three beautiful people, come drink. I will say it. Li Qingshan shrugged her shoulders. Where are the drunks? Ah, she refining 10th level. Han Qiangzi heard Li Qingshan's explanation, knowing that this is Li Qingshan's future opponent. I really don't know if I should be happy for him. I will listen to the news, and I will give you a few pictures of Li Qingshan. I want Li's eldest official, the longtime opponent, not Chutan. It is the military school 7,000 warriors. Even the enemies of the Black Lotus Altar Lord have been photographed and unharmed, but now they are to face such an opponent. It is really difficult to say a word. Don't underestimate him. The paintings he draws can beat the ordinary 10th level chi refining warrior. Although people have the habit of talking big words after drinking, Li Qingshan believes that this is not a drink. That emerald blood painting 4 words, certainly not to talk about it. 10 years from a small to 10th level chi refining warrior. The degree is not different than Chutan, this heaven reincarnate. The artist can sculpt heart's blood spiritual power and summon it as needed, which is similar to novel school. But you don't need to bring together wish power. As long as you have enough time, you can form an army. The world is big, and it really means that you can be a good person. No one should be underestimated. Han Qiangzi carefully examined Chu Danking. I really can't see the drunkard. There is a little bit of weather. Even Chutan, that guy, is still a bit crazy. Li Qingshan lifted up Chu Danking, found a free bedroom, and threw it on the bed. Chu Danking immediately began to sleep. Li Qingshan said, I haven't enjoyed it yet. Han Qiangzi squatted and sat on the opposite side of Li Qingshan. After picking up the wine cup that Li Qingshan handed over, I sipped it and sipped. The apricot flower brewed in Shilipu. Have you been there? Li Qingshan was about to add wine to her, and she had taken the jars herself. Cut, in the Cloud and Rain building, what wine has not been drunk? This group of young lady, mixed in the bustling area of Clear River Prefecture. Cloud and Rain building. This luxury place is also a slap in the face and a great entertainment. Li Qingshan glanced at her. In fact, I also like women. Han Qiangzi just drank half of the wine. Suddenly can't drink. What is a lonely man, a man and a woman? And so on. These thoughts rarely appear in his mind. Suddenly it came out, and his face was stained with 3-point drunk. Angrily said, drinking and drinking, what do you say about these nonsense? Inexplicably want to hear him continue to talk about it, to see what nonsense he can say. She has a large number of adults, but it does not have to blame him too much. Li Qingshan feels that Han Qiangzi is right. Drinking and drinking. Saying what to do, is it to learn Chu Danking, shouting that I want a woman? The eyes fell on the pile of paintings. Although Hu Danking woke up and had to return it to him, I might take this opportunity to study it. Pick up one of the small paintings with a lifelike yellow ostrich. Li Qingshan remembered the use of cursive sword script and tried to inject true chi into it. It seems to touch a mysterious machine. The yellow ostrich suddenly moved, flashing its wings, making a crisp tweet, and getting rid of the restraint of drawing paper. A few laps around Li Qingshan, suddenly disappeared into the bamboo forest and disappeared. The amount, flying away. Li Qingshan looked at the white paper in his hand, bowed, his body suddenly disappeared, a breathing effort, returned to the original position, holding a flaming yellow ostrich in his hand. Consider how to put it into the painting again. Han Qiangzi was also attracted by this strange scene, and also took the opportunity to free the thoughts of this everyday in disorder and pick up a painting. The wine was almost the same. But Han Qiangzi was more and more energetic, and did not give Li Qingshan any chance to take advantage of it. The painting is also about the same. At least knowing how to put the painting in place, you can consider giving it to Chu Danqing. Li Qingshan suddenly raised the head, showing a weird smile. Run away. Chu Danqing suddenly woke up from his sleep, remembering the performance when he was drunk. Like 100 scratching his heart, he could not wait to take his head against the wall. He didn't stop drinking, but he was drinking for the first time in his life. He used to live in the streets and could only drool in the wine cellar. In the mountains, his master never drunk. I only hate that I have been reminded of childhood memories, and some of the ideas that make up for it have left such a big face. I hate that I have been in the mountains for 10 years, and I have forgotten that people are sinister and difficult. Hearing the voices of Li Qingshan and Han Qiangzi in front of the court, they went straight out of the window and vacated, fleeing illusory Cloud Island. Those paintings are also not needed, but fortunately, there is still a trace of sobriety, and some of the insignificant works are taken out. It doesn't matter to the abominable Li Qingshan, otherwise it is really regrettable. These paintings are mine. Li Qingshan put away the pile of paintings, and already had a plan in mind, knowing what to write. The innocent people in the world, no more than children. Adults read novels, or can be indulged for a while, and finally know that it is just an illusion. But the child will believe it and believe in the existence of these incredible things. The original ancestor of the novel school, the demon that I saw, was specifically for children. Li Qingshan certainly can't harm children, but he knows that among the many novel categories, there is a kind of fairy tale. Every little believer, the pure power of the heart can provide a wish power. I am afraid that it will be worth 10 adults. Fairy short but plucky. Spread is also easier than the big head novel, but the fairy tale is also vast, so that Li Qingshan has no choice. The Western fairy tale is afraid of acclimatization. Which Oriental fairy tale should be said? Farting King, simple, fun, easy to spread, and powerful and practical. What will the landslide fly? But I think that in the eyes of the public, I have to call out such a character and pick up the light ass. Li Qingshan feels hot even if the skin is not thin. Until I met Chu Danqing and saw his small paintings, I couldn't help but think of a very famous figure, with the black cat sheriff, Vajrabottle Horde, and the 3 great idols of childhood, the ability to coincide with the painter. And these paintings will prove his existence. Please, I want a monthly ticket seeking the magic. 3 fellow Taoist, come and vote for 3 monthly tickets seeking the devil. P is pending. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 335. Chapter 69 is to draw a picture. Original Han Qiangzi. Li Qingshan is not a god, not a slight smile. Do not wave his hand in front of his eyes. What are you thinking? Li Qingshan said, I want to deal with this little brother's countermeasures. Han Qiangzi frowned. Is there a way? Let's give it a try. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, and the bronzed face was filled with sunshine confidence. Han Qiangzi wondered in his heart and the cup stopped in his hand. Korean senior sister, Commander, please go back. Qian Rongzi came to Zuxuan Qian, bowed his head and everything seemed to be unheard of. Thank you for your drink. Han Qiangzi put down the wine cup and hurried away. Li Qingshan watched her leave and landed on Qian Rongzi. The smile suddenly disappeared and became a winter chill. Qian Rongzi, I am looking for a question mark. Can you explain to me the story of ancient Twin City in the 16th chapter? Regarding what Qian Rongzi did, Gu Yanying wrote the password. It is a little protection for this powerful night eagle, and there are not many people who know the inside story. Li Qingshan is also able to guess one or two by knowing Qian Rongzi. Qian Rongzi walked down the porch, sat down and picked up the wine cup left by Han Qiangzi. Under Li Qingshan's attention, he sipped himself and began to tell the story. After listening to it, Li Qingshan couldn't help but feel that during the few months of his retreat, although the cultivation base did not grow much, she was not idle and was using her own way. There is no danger in this matter. Little An will not be in any danger. I am not qualified to remind you of anything. Can you be sure there is no danger? Number. But it only blames us for being too weak. From today, I can't leave the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy anymore. Qian Rongzi sipped a cup. Li Qingshan is clear. White Lotus Holy Mother is so badly hurt, to kill her is as simple as grinding bugs. Her White Lotus cult's #1 traitor has to be careful to pass the day. The backrest is rebellious. I have to pay for the betrayal. Commander Ge promised me, if I can repair the Foundation Establishment realm in the 69th chapter, I will take me to Ruai County. Li Qingshan said. It turned out that she had arranged for the back road. After the road, can't get 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. How long will it take me to get to the Foundation Establishment? 10, 20, 50 years. The big one may not be able to repair the Foundation Establishment, even if it is barely repaired. In Ruai County can you be safe? Qian Rongzi smirked. Ge Yanning gave her a generous reward, but she was not Little An, not Chutan, not even Li Qingshan. With her qualification, I can repair the 6th level, even if it is pitiful. Ge Yanning, who couldn't control her heart, hated her as she played herself like a chess, hating her for seeing her hatred clearly, still not in her heart. I hate myself for not having the ability to bite a bite. Li Qingshan is silent, hated by a golden core cultivator. It's hard to have her place in the world. The vicious woman who walked with him to the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, although it looks beautiful, has come to a dead end. Qian Rongzi suddenly got up and took out a bunch of things from 100 treasure pouch. A large number of medicine pill and spirit stones, including even a Tao Elements pill. There are many middle-grade high-grade spirit artifacts, and a top-grade spirit artifact. Tao Elements pill and top-grade spirit artifact are given by Ge Yanning for a chi refining warrior. It is simply a treasure. Li Qingshan also suspected that Qian Rongzi was drunk and more drunk than Chu Danking. I am going to perform the task. These things are given to me first. If I can't come back, I will give it to Little An. Now? Li Qingshan also stunned. He heard the powerful cultivator. He knew some divination spells. When she went out now, it was not self-sufficiency. I am afraid that White Lotus Holy Mother will be tortured to death. I don't want to die. I just don't want to live like this. Qian Rongzi smiled and gathered her hair. She just tame her fate and can plan her own plan according to her own will. Now, because of White Lotus cult, there is no room for change. Any plan is full of the possibility of failure. Compared with death, this situation makes her intolerable. Now, she has to go to fight again, just to survive without it. At this time, the sky was distorted, and the dense fog once again blocked the hundreds of islands. After a few days of repairs, Dragon Snake Great Formation finally worked again to protect the 100 brothers. In the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, many younger brothers stopped and walked out of the building and looked up. They whispered to each other, "This is good." I used to feel very restrained. Now I feel that there is no such a great formation, just like no clothes. Countless fearful minds are calmed up by the restart of this great formation. Qian Rongzi laughed at himself, left Illusory Cloud Island, left 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and stepped into the waves. Li Qingshan silently put away those things, neither blessing nor cursing. Looking at the sky, I went back to the house and started writing. The paper group was thrown away. Li Qingshan was distressed, Li Baidu was a poem, and Li Qingshan couldn't write a fairy tale. The heart flashed. Li Qingshan got up. This story is not written like this. Coming to the Illusory Cloud Association, Sun Fubai and Liu Kunfeng are making tough changes to his novels, but the amount of work is not that big. A novel with a million words will be revised in the whole article, and it will have to be able to respond to it. Even if it is not sleepy, it will not be changed in a few days. Sun Fubai also said, King Shan, this time is too hasty. Only try as much as possible. Li Qingshan said to Liu Qunfeng, help me draw something. How can I have time? Cried Liu Qunfeng. Then I went to find another artist. Li Qingshan remembered that the Illusory Cloud Association also has a lot of painters. This is an illustration for the novel. Li Qingshan ordered a young painter who would paint strokes, and then he thought what he thought, but they painted. After visiting Li Qingshan, the Illusory Cloud Association knew that this one is one of the 3 proprietors. How dare to neglect and quickly draw up the strength of breastfeeding. Li Qingshan meditates. After a while, a painter hand-picked the painted picture. East, you can see this. Another painter also quickly added speed. Li Qingshan saw it. It was vivid and exquisite, the image of a poor boy, on the paper, but Li Qingshan shook his head. No. The painting is so good. How can the paintings be reversed, and the 2 painters face each other? This is for children. It should be as simple and clear as possible, and don't leave it blank. It must be full color. Li Qingshan affirmed his thoughts in his heart. This story has to use the picture to express that kind of magic. At first, he saw a picture book, and it is necessary to ensure that the words that the child knows are limited. After thinking about it, what he is doing now is not a so-called novel, but a comic strip or a comic book. However, the original novel school, originally is a hearsay, not tied to the words, no matter what means, as long as people know and believe. He is to use the painter's means to defeat the painter. Staying in the Illusory Cloud Association until the evening, finally set the style, but streamlined and streamlined. The paintings drawn by the 2 artists are still much more refined than the books in his memory. Then immediately summon all the painters who are good at paintbrush strokes, and start to imitate the drawing. The story is very simple, and it is not 100 pages in total. Later, Li Qingshan, under the painting, added a simple to naive narration, and became a book of paintings. Li Qingshan is in his hand. This manuscript is the key to summoning the characters in the book, and also defeats the trump card of the painter Chu Danking. Clear of a prefecture, 60 miles away, in a small town. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, merchant bite the rattle, pick the pole, walk through the alley of the blue stone pavement. In the lane, the threshold opens and a small head is found. Uncle Merchant, is there sugar? Yes, sesame sugar, maltose, sweet and sour sugar, everything. Merchant yelled and sang a string of goods. A group of children came out like a monkey, surrounded by the merchant, holding a few copper plates in the palm. What is this? A child saw the goods on the pile of colorful books with 4 words on it. He only recognized a horse. Merchant said, just look at the tip of the eye, take it. The child has a hand, and it seems that he still doesn't quite understand the contents of the book. Just by that beautiful painting, it attracts their hearts, and the heart suddenly swings up. Is it sugar or a book? How much is this book? I bought it. A fat path, the copper plate in his hand is more than the small partner. I also buy. The old child, he read the words in the private school. Read the following words. Immediately attracted by the story in the book, even if you do not eat sugar to buy. Merchant said, do not want money, this is to send. 1 person, 1, not many. The children cheered. Can I take it too? A child, Earthly Tao, was more patchy than the cotton jacket on his companion. He had a copper plate in his hand, just to join in the fun. Get it? Merchant then stuffed 2 pieces of sugar in the mouth of the child, and sent the books out. The money they got was more than the usual sale. It was a good year and the heart was very happy. The merchant went far, and the children gathered together. It's beautiful. What is this painting? The older child, learning to cough twice, come, I will read it to you. Sun Shuping took a chapter of a manuscript from Sun Fubai, ready to go back to review it again, think about what to say. and then teach other storytellers. Although I feel that this book has changed, it is better to have a charm when it is not changed, but fortunately, there is no change in general, and some related parts, if you can say it well. There are color heads. It's also fun to cut a light top. The little friend looks young, and the book's ability is really good. It is much more powerful than the two owners' P's, as the non-existence of the singles day. Yes, as long as you ignore it, the woman is not important. As long as there is a monthly ticket, there is enough for the devil. He ha he, tears full of your support. This is my big motivation. Right! Exclamation mark. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 336, Chapter 69, Name Broadcasting Quartet. Although the time is a bit urgent, Sun Shuping's footsteps are still steady. His face is red light. His body is changed to a suede, and the whole person looks energetic, much different from the poor old storyteller in the past. Now his job is to train young storytellers for the Illusory Cloud Association, and the income is quite high. Although he is generally not required to show his face, he still can't help it. He has to go to the stage to say a paragraph and win a lot of cheers. One is itching, and the other is that the rewards on the stage are also their own. The Illusory Cloud Association does not take any points. Sun Shuping often feels embarrassed and advises his family to consider some silver for the long term. He now regards the Illusory Cloud Association as half a family. Naturally, he hopes that the Illusory Cloud Association can go a long way and carry forward, so that these artists can stand up straight. The pole is a man. Back in the room. But see, the younger brother of the small stone is gathering at the book, looking at a picture book, frowning. Small stones, not good books, ready to go on stage. What are you looking at? Sun Shuping is not intended let the younger brother continue to do this business, but after joining the Illusory Cloud Association, he changed his mind and was about to train him. The little stone looked up. Master, I want to say this book. This album by Li Qingshan. Sun Shuping has also seen it once, although it is interesting, but it is just a story of a child, almost no text, and the length is too short. It is not suitable for the book to sing. It is not a good time thing. Listening to the small stone at this moment, it is not bad to compile this story into a small segment of the field. It just happens to let the small stone go to the stage to practice the mouth. Liu Kunfing and Sun Fubai also know the existence of this album. Can be promoted so quickly, thanks to the network of Sun Fubai. But also think that such a small album that does not conform to the novel school norm cannot compete with the artist's danking, in the blink of an eye, throwing the matter into the brain. After that, the focus was on Li Qingshan's book Change. Every time I change a chapter, I immediately pass through the mouth of the storyteller. Spread in the quartet, the effect is very good. The Illusory Cloud Association has followed the reputation. Let both of them be full of confidence. It is 10 days to pass. Li Qingshan is sitting in the sitting room and looking inside. Inside the great amplifying divine symbol, the little wish power gathers and shines. His book and painting, in the two groups, spread quickly. In every tea house, wine cellar, every child's room is in the ear. Li Qingshan's name is spread by bit, turned into bit by bit belief, and gathered into the ocean of wish power. Simultaneously, for the cultivation of Bull Demon Strong Fist, it has never been terminated in one day. The medicine pill bought with spirit stones has gone nearly half, and it will take another half a month. You can get on the first level floor. Seeing the sky is deep, Li Qingshan thought about it. She should have come, and waited for half an hour, outside the door of Little An, and plunged into Li Qingshan's arms. There was some indignation on the little face. Who is bringing us Little An into this? Li Qingshan smiled and stroked her long hair. During this time, Little An was also very busy. The high monks invited by Grandmaster Yinian came from all over the country. Everyone, Little An had to go to see, always say 2 Buddhist laws, and a few Zen machines. It is a test. If High Monk is unlucky to bring 1 or 2 younger brothers, then it is troublesome. It must be better than one of his brothers. With Little An's cultivation base, Grandmaster Yinian is naturally a big winner. earning enough money, every day is happy. Little Anne is annoying, which greatly damages her time with Li Qingshan. Compared to the group of monk, she is willing to snuggle in his arms. She changed her comfortable posture. Tao of the beautiful bones is really right. This group of bald donkeys, all should be burned to death. Today, the little nun brought by the old nun clearly confessed to me, but had to let I cut the hair, otherwise it is 6 unclean. I lost. She does not care about the outcome, but does not want to waste time. Li Qingshan dumbfounded, pinching her nose. It seems that I understand the Tao of the beautiful bones and raise the first level. No. Little An squeezed his palm and looked at the lines above. The big eyes flicked a few times, and suddenly wondered, let's go to retreat. Since then, Doll's retreat has become something she likes, and it is absolutely undisturbed. Li Qingshan said, the Flower Conference officially started immediately. Now I am going to retreat. Grandmaster Yin has to eat it. I can't. Oh, listen, and you will have a deep understanding of Tao of the beautiful bones. Little An is just a spoiled person. In front of him, she will always become normal. Li Qingshan said, now there are only 2 of us on the island. It is time to retreat, and retreat for a few hours. Little An Zhao said, okay. The next morning, Sandalwood, Little An had already left. After coming from the first high monk, the morning classes of Flawless Temple were hosted by her. This was a great honor, but it also led she is particularly troubled. Grandmaster Yin knows that her brother is not good, for fear that she will be obsessed with one thought, let the outsiders ridicule, and make a lot of medicine pill to her. In order to earn a medicine pill for Li Qingshan, she only has to take Buddhism seriously. The responsibility of the chief brother came, as long as he could help him. The separation of this moment became patience. Li Qingshan took her medicine pill, but she was very happy, but she felt a little weird. Shake his head and take this strange idea out of his mind. Gain Rongzi left something. He did not tell Little An. As her guardian, he did not want to let Little Anne and the woman have anything to do with it. Of course, if Qian Rongzi is really outside, he can tell Little An that the dead will not affect the future of Little An. However, this news has never been heard. I only heard from Han Qiangzi that after completing a mission safely, Qian Rongzi immediately took the second mission, which was far away from the Eagle Wolf Guard's base camp in Clear River Prefecture. It's like looking for death. But Li Qingshan always feels that she won't die so simple. If she doesn't have a certain grasp, she will never do this. No, her life and death has nothing to do with him. Li Qingshan got up, went to the depths of the bamboo forest, began to practice the fist, and Little An was working hard for him. How could he have some slacks? Just listening to the unnatural tremors of the leaves, Li Qingshan suddenly looked back and banged out, slamming into the hands of an iron cast. Li Qingshan said, Tai Yi, how come? Repay the account. Han Tai Yi was slightly surprised in the heart, and the strength of the punch made his hand hurt. I almost forgot. Xiao still owes me 2 punches. Li Qingshan waved his fist and Han Tai Yi retreated quickly and disappeared into the bamboo forest. Come on the combat field of military school. Don't forget, I also have an account to pay. Unfortunately, my life likes to pay the bill. I don't like to pay back the bill. Li Qingshan, like the arrow of the string, catches up. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 337. Chapter 70. The Snake Array. The original bamboo forest turned into a colorful silhouette and retreated to both sides of Li Qingshan. 5. The dazzling dragon snake lake suddenly spread out in front of him, only to see a piece of water, galloping in the direction of the big island, Han Tai Yi heading in the water, like a flat. Li Qingshan jumped up and stepped on a cloud, chasing the clouds, dragging a long cloud tail behind him. A huge column of heights and heights, straight into the sky. The military school combat field, just in front of you. Li Qingshan suddenly looked at the eyes, hundreds of military school brothers, in the combat challenge field, arranged in a neat array, like a statue. The emergence of the military school brother, at least 100 or 200 people, died in the catastrophe of White Lotus cult. Although everyone is expressionless, there is a mourning intention in the sky. After a baptism of life and death, their momentum is stronger than the last time, and the sorrow will win. Han Tai passed through the array and turned suddenly. The body still slipped back with inertia. The 2 feet plowed out 2 shallow grooves, and the arms raised high like a spear, pointing to Li Qingshan. Snow shame. Snow shame. The voice is like a landslide and thunder. Li Qingshan is jumping from the cloud head. His body is half squatting, he is heavy, and he stands up. The right hand seems to be an invitation. Come on. This time, there are no bystanders on the island. Except for the military school, no other brother can enter the island. The only exception is Han Kaiengzi and Ruxin. Han Kaiengzi stood with the 10-seat brother of military school, and he was very interested and highly motivated. This time, Li Qingshan will be defeated. He has not seen the military school really powerful, but as long as she sees this man as an enemy and fearless, she feels full of charm. Ruxin stands on the other side of the combat field, on a high column, overlooking the entire battlefield. The red lips open, and the sound is integrated into true chi, which is introduced into Li Qingshan's ear. Get a little heavy. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to this time. Even if I wanted to keep my hands. Stepping forward, lightly running forward, in a second the figure was turned into a black fierce tiger, and it was broken into the ranks of the military. Several military school brothers were directly hit. A fierce look, such as the tiger red. It's like a wolf. Architecture. A roar. The military school, surrounded by Li Qingshan, restrained the offensive, and stepped back, showing a strong 12 people and moving slowly. If the United States jointly attack, no one can beat military school. Sure enough, like the military school. Li Qingshan grinned and arranged in 2 rows compared to the pretending. From weak to strong, or do your best. In the eyes of the military school, it was like a ridiculous mockery. The humiliation of the last defeat, losing the grief of the same robes, turning into a fire of anger. At the same time, true chi turned into a knife and fire. The last time, after that, I did not display the combined attack technique and directly displayed it. The heart flashed through such a resolution. This time, as long as a trick, let the lie down. Li Qingshan is like a water stop, using 6 sense to sense everything in front of him. Sure enough, without a trace of flaws, then create a flaw. Li Qingshan raised her arms, surrounded by the blue water of the true chi, but not to any of the military school brothers, but to the ground. Hey, the big earthquake trembled, and a deep pit, a circular shockwave, scattered in all directions. The shape of each military school brother cannot help but tremble. Perfection is perfect without flaws, and once it is destroyed, it will become full of flaws. Looking at Li Qingshan again, I have borrowed the power of anti-ismic force and jumped into the air. The knife and guns were all passed through the foot, but it was half a beat. Li Qingshan overlooking the battlefield, the 2 palms pushed backwards, and they were shaped like a straight rifle, and they smashed into a group of weaker military school brothers. The cultivator's world, originally is the pursuit of the individual's powerful world. The strong dominates everything, is not subject to the weak balance, and wants to win by the siege, which is so easy. Seeing that the last time is going to be repeated, Han Kaiengzi is shaking his head. Ruxin has no image on the edge of the column. He has red lips and white teeth. He laughs very happily. It seems that he did not receive so many medical treatments this time. However, it is worth checking out if he can see him. A giant snake opened its mouth and swallowed it to Li Qingshan. The snake's head is like the essence. If the snake's neck is really imaginary, and it is at the snake's body, it fades into the 500 military school brothers around him. I don't know when it is a strange movement of a loop back. Military school's strong trump card, the battalion. Through the rigorous training, the talented divine will be merged into one, and the power of the people will be combined. Snake array, designed to strangle the powerful cultivator. True chi rushed out and Li Qingshan turned back and banged. With a bang, Li Qingshan flew out and slammed into a pedestal, slipped down, and smashed, and the huge true chi contained in the snake head, I'm afraid only the Foundation establishment cultivator can compare. Hey, it's okay. Li Qingshan looked up and confronted Ruxin's eyes, laughing and laughing. Interesting. It was fun to defeat the military school for the first time. If you had another identical experience, even he would feel bored. Only strong. The enemy is worth the challenge. Han Kaiengzi clenched his fists and showed his worried color, but he saw his medical school, the yin-yang grotesque woman talking and laughing. In his heart, he rose to an unknown fire and waved his fist. No shame. Han Tai-yi glanced at her and waved her hand to enter. Li Qingshan leaned up on his knees and saw the army slowly approaching. A long snake sighed in the sky and smiled and greeted him. Boom, the snake head bites down and pulls a big pit on the ground. Li Qingshan had been prepared to dodge, and at the speed of Superman, he was squatting outside the squadron, trying several times to attack. But there was nowhere to go. The weak military school brother was a snake tail and was hidden in the middle of the array. The outer snake body, like the first level, resists all damage. However, the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, the movement speed is too slow. Even though the 12 experts can keep up with the speed of Li Qingshan, there are only 1 or 2, but they dare not rely on going forward, afraid to give him each break. Only can let him go and go. Han Tai-yi shook his head slightly. This little reaction is really too. At that moment, the ordinary person faced such a terrible attack, and he had to think about dodging. If it flashed, he was completely forced into the battle, only the end of the strangle. He did the opposite and did not hesitate to hit hard. He also has the qualification of hard hitting. Ordinary 7th level chi refining warrior, dare to touch the head of the snake. And he must be seriously injured when he is not dead. He just stands up when he pats his butt, and it seems like nothing. Li Qingshan constantly moved, igniting the entire regime, suddenly showing a smile, and finally, he saw the 7 inches jumping into the lineup. A moment later, in the battlefield, 500 military school brothers lay down on the ground, but as long as they were still awake, all cheered, and many people shed tears of excitement. They won. Li Qingshan, the monster, and finally fell. The depression and shame that have been suppressed for many days in the chest seem to have been resolved at this moment. Li Qingshan broke into the panzing array and pulled the squadron very hard, but he immediately fell into a bitter battle. He also left a dark wound because of the blow in Fang's Hong. Finally, True Chi was exhausted and his physical strength was not enough. He fell down, lying on his back in a big character, looking at the clear sky. Suddenly a figure blocking the sun. Han Tai-yi reached out. Li Qingshan took the hand and stood up. A group of military school brothers looked at Li Qingshan, and when the anger and disgrace dissipated, they all gave birth to an admiration. This man, after all, was fighting against them all by himself, though he was defeated. Would you like to learn the battle skill of military school? Han Tai-yi, the beautiful face of the ice sculpture, seems to be a little milder. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Of course, but I have to take a break," shouted Ruxin. "Come on, thanks to patrons, 3,000 spirit stones." Ruxin took a green leaf and came to the field, laughing and joking. "I don't have a spirit stones now." Li Qingshan said this. His spirit stones are used to buy medicine pill, and Qin Rongzi gave him. He would not use it. "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. There is spirit artifact talisman, let me pick it up and sleep, let's sleep." Ruxin waved his hand and the green leaves flew away, holding all the seriously injured military school brothers. "Can I sleep?" Li Qingshan said to Han Kaiengzi, "Han's senior sister, help me to look at it. Don't let this woman steal me." Exhausted, he fell asleep and snorted, "Why is it me?" "Hey! Don't sleep." Han Kaiengzi Li Qingshan was seriously injured, originally wanted to follow the past, but in front of so many military school brothers, and cannot erase the face, it seems that everyone sees through the thoughts in her heart, is embarrassing. Heard this, inexplicable heart. Han Tai-yi said, "Go." I went to look after the military school brother, and also told the price, every time I slaughtered. Han Kaiengzi found the reason, whether it is military school or her Han family, which is the difference. Ruxin is not rude people, but the charges are fair. In Benevolence Island, the military school brothers waiting to be looked after by eldest young lady have never seen them. Han Kaiengzi sat in front of the bed, holding his cheek and looking straight at Li Qingshan. He was never touched by a man. From small to large, Han Tai-yi was often injured and bedridden by the old man's lesson. She also stood on the bed and sneered. Dong dong dong, is it enough? Ruxin knocked on the door and smiled. When is it? Han Kaiengzi jumped up. I stood for an hour, didn't I see it? Ruxin surprised. What? Of course I saw it. I have to ask if I see enough. Just kidding, I just came. Ha ha ha. Han Kaiengzi couldn't stand her eyes, her face was red, and she said, don't move his things, I will go see other people. He grabbed the door. Ruxin walked to Li Qingshan's bed and saw 100 treasure pouch at his waist. He grabbed his hand and suddenly became a fist in the middle of the road. He slammed Li Qingshan's belly and smiled. Wake up. Li Qingshan squatted and stood up. Go crazy. Ruxin said, whoever makes a breach of contract, said that let the squat down a little. Winning and losing is a regular matter of military school. I have tried my best. It's not a good idea to put water. Ruxin suddenly held Li Qingshan's shoulder, and the gentle face was close at hand, gently shaking and exhaling like a orchid. P is pending. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 338. Chapter 71, Strike the Sea. I didn't release the water. Li Qingshan pushed her away. Since the misunderstanding of the day, he no longer had any thoughts about Ruxin. The woman's xing is too distorted, and she is always in a state of mischief. He doesn't want to be fooled by the plains. Ruxin said, if you can win, but you lose, isn't it water? It is not an easy task for 500 people to work together. It requires a very high degree of discipline. Maintaining the great formation of the snake is even more energy intensive. Li Qingshan, as long as it is dragged down, it won't take long for the great formation to break. He can use the last method, and each of them will be defeated. To overcome this group of people, the military school disciple, which is drastically reduced, is probably more than the last time. It's easy. With sparring stones, of course, it won't be boring. Women just like to care about the truth of the long stream of water is ignorant. Hey, look down on the woman. Ruxin gripped Li Qingshan's shoulder. The power of the cockroach seems to be getting bigger again. A spiral stone, 2 spiral stones. Ruxin stunned, and Li Qingshan grabbed her slender white hand. Now, we are in balance, even though although she is always not formal, she gets along with her. But I can feel a lot easier. I want to be beautiful. Ruxin smiled, his face dark. Ha ha ha. Li Qingshan, I also have today. What are we doing? Ruxin, hey, told me, what is going on? Chutan rushed in like a whirlwind, pointing at Li Qingshan, laughing, but seeing the two look like suddenly unacceptable. Li Qingshan, hee hee. Han Kaiengzi is coming to block Chutan and is seeing this scene. Li Qingshan returned to the big island and found Han Tai-yi. Han Anjun is in the middle of the military school disciple, and Han Tai-yi is on the sidelines. Seeing Li Qingshan, Han Anjun angered his mouth. Han Tai-yi came over and said to Li Qingshan, follow me. Li Qingshan followed Han Tai-yi and came to an iron gate. Han Tai-yi took out his waist, opened the iron gate and walked into the darkness. The gates were opened and the other road was closed. The two continued to go underground. Li Qingshan didn't expect it to be under the big island. There is also cave heaven, and my heart is more curious. Han Tai-yi will teach him what battle skill is for him. Finally, at the bottom, I saw a formation emitting a glimmer of light, spit a huge aura. The former military school's formation was built here. It can only be said that it is not a military school. This rigor is not the same as that of Novel School, but it can be built in the bamboo forest. But the unimaginable library is filled with battle skill. Han Tai-yi stopped and turned and said, thank you. Ruxin can see it, he naturally can see that although the original purpose of calling Li Qingshan is to give the military school disciples some sense of crisis and actual combat, but after the White Lotus cult chaos, they can no longer be defeated. Losing once and twice can inspire morale, but if you continue to lose, you will lose the will of this army. They need a victory and encouragement. Li Qingshan said, "What is thankful?" I said, "I have tried my best." Killing the military school disciple, for him, there is no real benefit, but he lost a good opportunity for actual combat. In this battle, the effect of the cultivation bull demon strong fist is better than practicing the fist in the bamboo forest. More. Han Tai-yi said, "You can hit me second." Li Qingshan said, "If you want to hit me, you will fight with a bright and honest voice. I will never secretly hit the Momo. I don't like to play sandbags. I will fight back later. Then I don't want to touch my face again." In the darkness, Han Tai-yi's mouth seemed to be hooked, but it was fleeting. Li Qingshan said, "I usually say it is done." Nonsense. Where is the battle skill? Han Tai-yi took out a dozen jade slips from 100 treasure pouch. Here are the battle skills for 10th water true chi. Hey, call me to such a hidden place, not just to say a few words. What is it? Li Qingshan laughed and looked down. The so-called battle skill is a Gasunoan combat skill, similar to magic spell and different from magic spell. In a sense, it is a more sophisticated martial skill. Jianghu Chinese, not only to painstaking cultivation internal strength, but also to painstaking cultivation various martial skills, in order to play the fighting power. The same is true for cultivator, and true chi's prototype. Mystery is more varied and is also based on internal strength. For Li Qingshan, who is good at close combat, it is an indispensable skill. In the ever-changing battle, the key time is 1 point faster, which is life and death. Like the martial skill, the battle skill is also different. And Han Tai-yi is a rare high-strength battle skill. Even if the military school disciple is not outstanding, it will not be taught. Although there are communication in the 100 schools, the real core thing is that it is impossible to teach outsiders casually, let alone the battle skill collected by Han family, and it is only taught to Hanman disciple. Han Tai-yi is not qualified to come out without Han Enjun's inspiration, which is not just for Li Qingshan to train for military school. On the same day, in ancient Twin City, Li Qingshan let Han Qiangzi go first, and then opened up a path for her. Han Enjun looked at it with his own eyes. Although he didn't say it, his heart was self-concerned. Li Qingshan also felt a sense of his heart. His eyes suddenly condensed on a jade slip, giving a scorn. This battle skill has a very strong name, vast as you see. The general outline of the opening article reads, "The power of Nabekuan, with the vast as you see, is the work of Boundless." Li Qingshan immediately took out 5 words in his mind. Boundless sea art. And this sentence, Li Qingshan, is not the first time I heard it. Oh, the vision is very accurate. This is the strongest of all battle skills, but it needs a special culture technique to promote it. The true chi, although pure, is still a bit reluctant, or change. 1. Li Qingshan made the right choice, and Han Tai-yi also said something very rare. This confirms Li Qingshan's conjecture. This strike the sea must be the battle skill, a sect derived from boundless sea art. It is impossible to support it with only one set of cultural technique. After Azure Sea sect is defeated, the various culture techniques are scattered, and the strike the sea falls into the hands of Han family. Li Qingshan is busy, you know. How can you find the cultural technique to promote this battle skill? Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 339. Chapter 72, Choosing the Future. The original Han Tai-yi's answer made Li Qingshan disappointed. He didn't know the current fall of the cultural technique. He also recommended a set of frozen bone-shattering fist to Li Qingshan, which can transform 10th water true chi into extremely cold ice. Strong destructive power, can condense the ice armor in the whole body. Attack and defense 1. I want. Li Qingshan has already seen these jade slips. 10th water true chi is not longer than destruction, So these battle skills are mostly the number of gentle and reserved roads, paying attention to the softness. Frozen bone-shattering fist is still among them. The attack is strong, but it is more than the strike the sea overbearing, but it is worse. The Azure Sea Sect's battle skill completely reverses the claim that 10th Water True Chi is not good at attacking. Once it is shot, it is like a huge wave of tsunami, and it continues. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, and opened his eyes. I choose this. Strike the sea is in the bag. Li Qingshan is not to bet on luck. If True Chi can't push this battle skill, what about Monster Chi? He is a Monster Chi, also a water attribute, and there is no need to say that there is no problem in promoting this set of battle skills. Demon Tao is his root. Once he turns his mind, he naturally has a choice. Moreover, he may not find the next volume of Boundless Sea Art. Han Tai-yi didn't say much, put other jade slips off and took Li Qingshan back to the ground. Han Anjun finished the conversation and suddenly pointed to Li Qingshan. He said to the military school, "It will not be long before this person will become strong. When will we do? Beat him?" Military school is a powerful figure. Li Qingshan smile, then see who is progressing. His 10th Water True Chi is very condensed, and it is not a good idea to promote Strike the Sea. Although it can play a tenth of the power, it can increase his combat power. The next day, early morning hours, a round of Red Days just jumped out of Dragon Snake Lake and listened to the bells on Flawless Island. Grandmaster Yinyan's long-awaited Buddhism Far Conference. It finally started. Throughout the Flawless Island, it is shrouded in a creamy mist that reveals the smell of sandalwood. Hit the wooden fish sound. Singing the scriptures, hovering over the Flawless Temple. The ancient temples of the temple are more and more solemn. There are 9 foundation establishment levels of High Monk, each of which is Avatar's solemnity. Although it is a Buddhism family, it is of great importance. There are also several patriarchs headed by Liu Qingqing to entertain and then stay and listen. Every brother has come a lot. Grand Tao is the same, although it does not learn Buddha, but if it can enlighten wisdom, it is also good for the cultivation base. Li Qingshan went to listen for a while. I feel dizzy, and my eyes are full of bright light. I don't understand what the Zen machine says. Only seeing little Anne wearing a white moon, wearing long black hair like seaweed, sitting on the temple, sometimes contemplating, sometimes beheading, and sometimes defending. Calmly. Li Qingshan also let go of his heart and quietly retired and continued to return to illusory Cloud Island. Painstaking cultivation. At the time of the argument, Little Anne didn't often speak. Once he asked questions, the crowds were often speechless. They had to contemplate for a long while before they could answer. Tao of the Beautiful Bones is not just a divine ability cultivation technique. It records the wisdom and understanding of a Buddha's life. Little Anne needs to understand the quintessence. Every question surrounds this divine ability. Always cut in the VIP point. Let the public feel a fascinating eye. The heart is bright. Often have to think about it to answer. All the people are Buddhist deep-seated people. After thinking, most of them can have an answer, but these answers are often different, and trigger around the defense. The look of Little Anne's eyes is different. I suspect that she is also heaven reincarnate, and it is a generation of sect master reincarnation. If there is no residual innate wisdom, how can a child ask such esoteric questions? Some problems, they all feel that wisdom is not enough to answer. Of course, they can't answer all the doubts of Little Anne, otherwise it will not be just the cultivation base of the foundation establishment, but in the process, let Little Anne's understanding of Tao of the Beautiful Bones deepen the first level. After comprehension, you can also relax the control of Qi refining. On the 3rd day after the start of the Far Conference, the Qi refining cultivation base was mentioned to the 9th level. Obviously, it is not far from the next step. Straight to a group of High Monk. I have seen such a Qi refining like drinking water, and so on. To foundation establishment is not like taking a bag. Let Grandmaster Yinyan balance a little, but the original plan has failed. Now it is not like the public is enlightening Little, but it is like Little is leading the crowd. But it gave birth to another trouble. These low-famous and high-profile monks have been greedy one by one. I feel that studying in Buddhism is not really a matter of worshipping Grandmaster Yin. At most, it is like the relationship between Meng Tong and Mr. in the private school. With Little An's innate skill, there should be a formal master and more support. Buddhism, collectively referred to as a Buddha word, but the sects contained in it, hundreds of thousands, are constantly fighting each other. Who does not want to have such a younger brother, to pass on the clothes and carry forward the system? Grandmaster Yin is also a late night of regret. From the beginning of the Flower Conference, I will never leave Little and walk halfway, and quietly write a letter. However, some people explored the relationship between Little and Li Qingshan. They sent their brothers to Illusory Cloud Island to discuss with Li Qingshan. They all quietly offered extremely good treatment and let Little turn to be a teacher. In the night, Li Qingshan sent another one and turned around through the deep and winding corridor and returned to the room. In his position in the room, a woman is sitting, reading a book under the lamp, like a shower. The hair is still a little moist. Compared to the ordinary woman, it looks a lot shorter, just shoulders, some unkempt. In front of the forehead, there are still a few cockroaches, untamed and uplifted, showing a playful and lovely lazy. The thin navy blue cotton gown on the body clearly outlines the moving curve. As if she is silent, she is already a mature woman. The woman's face was red and dread, pretending to be a casual book, and Li Qingshan glanced at it. "What do you see?" "Han's senior sister?" Li Qingshan listened to the voice and dared to make a judgment. Today's Han Qiangzi is very different from the appearance of the big sister's head. The appearance of reading under the lamp is quite gentle. "What's wrong?" Han Qiangzi did not dare to look directly at Li Qingshan's eyes. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "I thought Han family and a second young lady. How come today?" Everyone has their own life, and Han Qiangzi is the same. Hua Chengzhen retreats. The responsibility of the chief brother and Scarlet Wolf commander is all on her. Just Hua Chengzhen can do it in 1 hour. She spends 10 times the time. Difficult to handle. It is really a shame, but good people are good. Forced to distribute, can be a little spare time. In the past, this time is naturally to relax and have fun. But in the past few days, there has always been some unrest, and often a figure emerges. After bathing today, the ghosts are replaced with clothes that they never wear on weekdays. "Come over and see what Li Qingshan is doing." These words can't be said. He cares about him. What does Monk do? Li Qingshan, the original chairman of the TD, Han Qiangzi said, "The Gushan Temple is also a medium sect. It can be considered that the Lonely Mountain is a great cultivator that condenses Sarira. It is famous in the whole Ruai County. I didn't expect his brother to come here." Flower Conference, qualified to be the master of Littleton. Gushan Temple is not in Clear River Prefecture. The high monk of the Foundation Establishment cultivation base that came here this time is one of the conditions for the Prokif, and it is the substitute. Li Qingshan said, "Is it not good at 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy?" Han Qiangzi said, "With Little An's cultivation base, it is a matter of time to get to the Foundation Establishment." "How can I stay at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy?" Li Qingshan said, "Is there not a 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in Ruai County?" "I don't know. The 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in the county is just for the sake of doing it." Han Qiangzi gave a careful introduction. Li Qingshan realized that the original 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy in Ruai County is not an enlarged version of Clear River Prefecture, with hundreds of thousands of Foundation Establishment cultivators, led by more than a dozen Golden Core cultivators. Study together. Foundation Establishment cultivator, each of which is an elite person on the side of the game. How could it be like the Chi Refining Warrior? Golden Core cultivator, it is impossible to get together, but each has Immortal Cave. It is the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy at the county level. It is basically in name only, and it is mostly a management function. Even the functions of communication do not exist. After all, The basic areas of things can communicate with each other, but at this level, any one of the culture technique, a skill, is the secret of each family. Don't say that the younger brother can't learn, even if it is this younger brother. You have to be a teacher and you can be taught. This kind of mentoring relationship is no longer a weak relationship between teachers and students, but a return to the traditional masters and apprentices. At this point, finding a good teacher has become a crucial thing. Is it hard to find a master? Li Qingshan said, no wonder that just monk, suggesting that you can also go to Gushan Temple. Han Qiangzi said, of course. Who does not want to find a master to support, unless it is not enough talent, too old, cannot find the master is willing to accept. Li Qingshan is not here. It can be said that under the weird fee system of 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, it is inevitable that young people will come out as a foundation establishment cultivator. This is a special way of inheritance, which is different from cultivation sect and has similarities. Li Qingshan, does the novel school have a golden core cultivator? Or golden cultivator, and novel school majored in great amplifying divine symbol, second heavenly tribulation? In fact, apart from the foundation establishment, the world's cultivator is the same, and then up, because of the different culture technique of the cultivation. The title can be different. Buddhism is called Sarira, novel school is called the golden character, and the sword cultivator is called sword embryo, which is called golden core cultivator is still a habit that has been passed down from ancient times. Han Qiangzi bowed his head, while it is a novel school brother, you don't have to find another master of novel school. For example, although I am a legatet school brother, if I can foundation establishment, I will definitely go to worship my uncle. Han Qiangzi's uncle, naturally, is the great General Hanango of Ruai County. Three Giants. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 340. Chapter 73. The Future of Each. Original Li Qingshan stunned. Although he is a novel school brother, he majored in the number of military schools. He was afraid of the entire Ruai County and could not find a better master than Hanango. The role of a good master is obvious. For example, in the book Boundless Sea Art, you can find out if you can make a mistake. The cultivation base can only be transformed into power by the accumulation of time. From this point of view, Guyanning may not be good, the daughter of Eagle God. The future is limitless. But Li Qingshan will not be stupid, and then Han Qiangzi face other women. And no matter what time, he is not willing to go down in front of the woman. Others like a woman, want to humble and bend, and make a fuss. But he has to straighten his waist to show the woman. Han Qiangzi's words seem to be unintentional, but in fact they are very meaningful. What is the implication of saying, if he is the leader of Han family, can he take the Han family door and use his strength? Have to say that this temptation is a bit big. It also made Li Qingshan feel moved. In any case, there is a woman who can think so and always be happy. Thank you. Thank you for your gratitude. I just said casually, I wouldn't introduce it to you. If you want to go this way, just ask me for it. Han Qiangzi's face was red with lights. I haven't fallen to Han Qiangzi to use the family to impress a man. Hey, why should I impress him? What is great about him? However, it is more arrogant than the Han brothers, and more determined and self-disciplined than the group of legalist school. Usually, don't put her wayward in her heart. She can stand up for her when she is critical, not afraid of life and death. For a time, the intestines are all over the place, and the words of the past are no longer a joke. But he did not say anything. Let her want to hold his neck and ask clearly. Li Qingshan is not the infatuation of Hua Chengzhen. I also know that there are only a few men and women. The big night of the talk about the future is not that simple. Under the lamp, there is a charm. He is originally not a person who looks forward to the future. He wants to do it. Grab the hand of Han Qiangzi, and whisper, Korean senior sister. Han Qiangzi's body trembled, but he never retracted his hand and pretended to be nothing to ask. What? Li Qingshan smiled in his heart, just thinking that I haven't reached the chi refining 9th level yet, I am worried. In the beginning, the two were only joking, but did not expect that there would be a chance. Han Kaiengzi bit his lip. He glanced at him, but he felt very happy in his heart. She was not a person who was good at hiding her mind. This joy was naturally revealed in the eyebrows. Li Qingshan is getting more and more instinct. She took advantage of her waist, and the lights reflected the shadows of the two on the wall. The posture seems to be in the Cloud and Rain building. Li Qingshan is screaming at her, and when she makes a rhetoric, the mood is very different. Han Kaiengzi is also the same as above. Jumped aside and shouted, "If you have something to say, do it manually." There is not much annoyance on the face, just red. I am leaving. Han Kaiengzi hurried away. Li Qingshan lay on his arm and lay his arms on the bamboo floor. He smiled and shook his head. Interesting. It may not be long before he can have a warm blanket in his humble house. Winter snow fell. Outside the window, looking at the darkness of the sky, he remembered the Green Bull. The water did not forget to dig wells. If not the help of Green Bull, how can he go to such a faraway world, so that these beautiful people fall in love for yourself? Unconsciously, it was another year to go. In a few days, he was 18 years old and really changed from a young man to a male. The future cannot be ignored. Does choosing a master mean that he and Little One always have to be separated? After all, it is impossible for him to do monk, and he does not want to delay the development of Little One. In many cases, it is not irresistible oppression and obstruction that brings separation. It is from their own pursuit. There is also the hidden secret of himself. The conflict between the half-dream and the person in front of him. Even if the marriage is lost, the horror of being chased by Xion, Los Hangren and even the future master. Every piece is enough to make people want to break their heads. So he only thought about it for a moment, and he decided not to want it. When the boat gets to the pierhead, it will go straight with the current. Just do what you want. Stride forward. It is difficult for him to say to Han Kaiengzi, "I think we should concentrate on learning now." Oh no, it is cultivation. There should be no distracting thoughts. Unless he is convulsed by his head or can't be human Tao, he can say such things. At night, the Far conference continues. High monk are tireless, sitting in danger, talking in their mouths, gazing away, and treating others as competitors. Now, they are fighting not only for the Buddhist law, but also for a rare brother who has seen it for 100 years. There is no longer any doubt in their hearts. The existence of Little One is enough to determine the rise and fall of a temple and even a sect. The law is also continuing, but it seems to be somewhat absent-minded. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of the temple, and he had to be white. The full head was covered with his face. His hands were hanging on both sides. His eyes were stunned. His expression was sluggish, and if he was not a squat, he could not imagine that he was a monk. Grandmaster Yinian looked like a high, deeply decapitated master. Do not hesitate to send an urgent message back. Thousands of miles away, the master actually rushed over. The crowd exclaimed and quickly bowed. A master of the mind? Could it be Jigwengzen, master of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, rumored to be in the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple? Painstaking cultivation, has not been out of the temple for decades. How come here? The old man, who was called master by Grandmaster Yinian, turned a blind eye and turned a deaf ear. It seemed to be stupid and went straight to Little One. Little One looked up, 4 eyes met, but saw that the old scorpion's eyes suddenly burst into a sly look, and the lights and flashing auras in the hall were covered, like 2 miniature suns. The old man used a very difficult voice. Would you like to go to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple cultivation? The crowds thought about it. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is the first sect of the Buddhistism in Verdant Province. The Jigwengzen Master is the first of the Body Institute. Who can compete with it? Who can refuse his invitation? I didn't expect this monk to be a monk. If you don't shoot it, you will be so determined. Even Grandmaster Yinian didn't expect it. He was able to bring the master from Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. He was forced to help him. After the Little One Foundation establishment, he took her to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple to meet the master. Unexpectedly, when the master saw Little One, she gave her high recognition without any question or test. and entered Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple cultivation. The Buddhist temple, and even the entire flawless temple, are all silent, just waiting for the dancer. There is no suspense in the result, and Zen faction has to be overwhelming. Soon, the authority of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple will be sturdy and unshakable. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 341. Chapter 74, Bull Demon, Third Layer. Original. I don't want to. Little Un looks as usual, replies to the original starter with a clear and tender voice. The temple seems to be more and more silent. In the Buddhist temple, the Buddha's Kemen smooth-skinned cheeks are illuminated by the bright light, with an inscrutable smile. The thin eyebrows seem to bring all the believers into their eyes, and they seem to have never seen anything. Everyone doubts that he is not mistaken. No one can refuse the invitation, but someone refused. Grandmaster Yin was a big mouth, and even his mind was stagnant for a moment. At the beginning, after his foundation establishment, he walked out from 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy and refused invitations from several temples. He went to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, thousands of miles away, and spent 3 days and 3 nights outside Body Hall. He was admitted to Body by Jigweng Zen Master, and he was tested for 3 years. He earned a seat and became a room joiner. He never regretted this choice. Otherwise he would never be able to move towards a higher realm with his blessing and qualification. Little Un, you. Jigweng Zen Master raised his hand and stopped the next words of Grandmaster Yin, and look at Little Un. Little Un has a quiet face and is unmoved. Jigweng Zen Master sighed. Grand Tao is in the sky. The Buddhist law is infinite. Why do you have one thought alone? Little Un said, thank you for giving Master Dharma name. If you don't want to be separated from him, it is one thought. I would rather use it as Dharma name and never change. Jigweng Zen Master first smile, like his heart and mind, and it is a sigh, but it still is a big obsession. Then neither is sure, nor denied, drifting away. Leaving the crowds, Grandmaster Yin looks forward to the complicated way. One thought, junior sister. Little Un also said, a thought of senior brother. There are no rituals. But for Zen faction, which pays attention straight to the human heart and sees sex into a Buddha, these vaginal gifts are irrelevant. Buddha, the teacher and the apprentice. Between the 3 words and 2 languages, the name has been fixed. The crowds began to leave and the Far Conference was declared to end. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy is the first of its kind in the past 100 years. It was also the first to find the future, that is, the 30,000-mile Verdant province, the holy place of the Buddhist monk, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Little Un sent all high monk away. I also followed the words of the senior brother. Grandmaster Yin naturally knows where she is going, and she can't help but sway her hand. Go. Master can't control it, acquiescing her to use one thought as Dharma name. How can he manage it? On illusory Cloud Island, after listening to the incident, Li Qingshan smiled for a moment and touched Little Un's head and said, if you want to go to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple cultivation in the future, I will accompany you as monk, but I have to do one. The meat monk is addicted. Little Un shook his head. No, I am with you. Don't you do wine and meat and obscene. Li Qingshan said, this way. Then I will accompany you to the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, take advantage of the Jigweng Zen Master, and come out and do it alone. I also go to a master to learn both hands. When I built an immortal cave, you built a temple next to it. How about it? The best of both worlds. Little Un Jiao said, okay. This is their future. Nothing to worry about. The night was deep, and the 2 lay on their backs and looked at the ceiling. Listening to the snow falling outside the door, I feel very peaceful. Right? What do you think of that Korean sister? Li Qingshan turned and changed to the side. Han sister? Little Un turned to doubt. 2 big eyes shone in the darkness. It's Han Kyungzi. It's worth 100 mortals. Little Un said faintly. I am not letting you eat her. Forget it, child, you don't understand. Li Qingshan, speechless, resumed lying down. Little Un climbed onto him and stared at. Well, I will tell you. Li Qingshan surrendered and told her about the night. "Do you like her?" Little Un blinked. 1 point. Li Qingshan shrugged. Han Qiangzi is naturally a good woman, although there is not much deep feelings, but as long as I get along for a long time, naturally there will be. The parents of his previous life, the parents of this life, are not all coming here, not the third-class romance drama. I have to love you to live and die. You want to marry her? With the recovery of many memories, especially for Li Qingshan, she read many novels. Little Anne is no longer strange to these things, just can't think that this kind of thing will happen to him. She was shocked. Not necessarily, it is possible. Li Qingshan is embarrassed to touch the nose, feeling like a father who wants to remarry after divorce. In the consent of the little daughter's consent, ordinary arrogance, all cannot get out minutes. He thinks that it is not the kind of Huachengzhen, the kind of infatuation. He probably can't feel this generation. When he was young, he might have had such a thought, but in this life, he was already a dozen. The hard life of the year is slick and clean, leaving only simple and direct things. Little Un suddenly fell asleep, coming down from Li Qingshan and turning her back. "Oh, what happened?" "You are happy." Little Un thought that after Li Qingshan, it would be like a book. The day and night were so greasy with the woman. I am afraid that I would never have to work with her again. Li Qingshan pulled her over, but she saw her eyes red, tears screaming, as if she had done something anger, and some panic. I didn't say it must be embarrassed. You don't like it. The future is not that simple. After a dozen days, on the island, subterranean world retreats in the immortal cave. A drop of sweat, flowing down the cheeks, dripping from the chin and falling on the wet ground. Li Qingshan body, kneeling on the ground, long hair falling, covering the face. He is all over his muscles, twisting like a dragon snake, as if he is carrying a heavy load. Red blood poured into the skin, showing a black iron-like color. Open the big mouth, revealing the long fangs. The forehead bulges 2 pieces, and it seems to have 2 sharp corners, ready to rush out. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his body and made a roar, and his arms spread out to the pinnacle, as if he had broken away from the invisible shackles. Call is his heavy breathing, full of incomparable comfort. Call is his action, the screaming wind whistling, swaying in the immortal cave, raising Little Un's clothes and long hair. Li Qingshan stood up, the color of the skin gradually returned to normal, and the muscles of the knot were also calmed down, but the figure was slightly strong, such as the statue carved by marble. After this period of painstaking cultivation, especially the medicine pill exchanged with the spirit stones, he was almost completely eaten by him. He finally repaired Bull Demon's strong fist to the realm of the 3rd layer. Although every step forward, the resources needed are huge. I want to build the 1st layer, but it is good to eat and drink and raise the body, but the gains for the body are getting stronger. In particular, strength is simply increasing exponentially. Although suppressed by the spirit turtle monster core, he still feels the power of rolling in the body, and he wants to rush out. He changed his clothes and said to Little Un, "It's time to go to military school and experiment with the results of cultivation. I will help you." Little Un took out the Vajra beads, the golden light, and the golden body, which was more real than ever, as if a golden man stood there instead of a golden statue. During this time, she also made some insights into the income of the Flower Conference, because it was next to Grandmaster Yinyan, the Black Lotus, taking 2 or 3, was finally able to take out the cultivation, and took 7 or 8, and the cultivation base was advanced. The golden ribbon flutters, and Vajra's incarnation comes to Li Qingshan in the blink of an eye, and the Vajra sword in his hand slams down. All right. Li Qingshan clamped the giant sword in the palm of his hand. This retreat, in addition to the party for a short time, fear of Monster Chilik. In fact, there is no need to retreat. Just to make her happy, it is to make up for her hard work in this faculty. During this time, seeing that she still has some reluctance, then staying for a while, and by the way, strike the sea cultivation that has not been studied. The 2 cultivation, from time to stop to fight a game, laughing for a while. Time will pass by. Li Qingshan was going to retreat for 10 days and a half, but at the beginning of the cultivation skill, the battle skill was involuntarily deepened into it, and it was shocked by the exquisite and powerful combination of body and soul. It is strange to say that his understanding of various cultural techniques has always been very general, but for the understanding of battle skill, he has found some feelings for a few days. Little Anne is also a harvest, the black lotus in the lotus, taking it all, turning it into a flame, blending into the bones, and condensing a skull rosary. In a twinkling of an eye, another month later, the immortal cave door slowly opened. Li Qingshan came out, stretched out and looked down. This time, they closed the immortal cave, not at the bottom, where it was occupied by Hua Chengzhen. After such a long time, I don't know how his cultivation is going. Go. Li Qingshan hugged Little An and stepped into the hollow in front of him. This time, but no cloud condensation, but a wave of blue light appeared under his feet. He seems to step on the spring, skyrocketing. Strike the sea? Treading waveform. Condensed water forming, borrowing water, the speed is several times faster than the clouds, and the flexibility is greatly increased, as if walking in the sky. Out of subterranean world, I saw the sky blue, the sun was shining, the snow was melting, and the spring was shining. Li Qingshan stepped back and slammed into the distant illusory cloud island. During this time, the power accumulated in the great amplifying divine symbol reached a peak. Although it was not seen by the eyes, the effect of the spread of the book was obviously very good, and it was not his case. The thin picture book is superior, and it is easy to illusion the characters. But not enough. You need to be strong and have a chance. It's time to go out and do some publicity with the paintings in your hand so that the illusion becomes real. Peas, failed to get up, almost insomnia last night, or honest morning code. Your support of this site is my big motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 342 Chapter 75 Decision. Original Li Qingshan whistling through the sky, attracting a lot of people's attention. 5 Original starting. A group of agriculturist school brothers are farming in Tanaka, looking up and pointing at the sky. Look, what is that? It seems to be Li Qingshan. The agriculturist school brothers were amazed, and there was an indescribable envy in the shackles. Unconsciously, Li Qingshan has become a man of the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and he is well known in enemies. Loud figure. The recent news came from the Wind Military School patriarch Han Nanjun, who was interested in recruiting Li Qingshan and married the Legionist School, the second senior sister. In just 1 year, from the scornful novel school brother, this step is a legendary figure for the cultivator who is also a civilian. Hey, Li Long, isn't that your fellow countryman? Li Long stood barefoot on a paddy field, and the green seedlings were neatly arranged. It was not Longevity Island, but the island of Agriculturist School, which was planted exclusively for the crops. He also got a piece of his own land. He looked up and looked at the pale blue trajectory and disappeared into the sky. I remember that the master once said that he will become an amazing figure, but I am afraid that even the master cannot think of it. He can go this step. Bowed his head and said, "No. He is the hero of our Crouching Bull village." In the test last spring, his wooden attribute reached B. After passing the assessment of Agriculturist School, he became an Agriculturist School brother. At the beginning, village chiefly was just trying to stop farming and let him go to Iron Fist Gate. I did not expect that I would eventually return to the land. The Agriculturist School is really suitable for his qualification and peace of mind. Planted spiritual crops that can replace medicine pill, bit by bit to improve people's physique, what to eat, or exchange with other senior brothers, if there is a balance. Can also be sold for change to spiral stones. Compared to other families, the life of Agriculturist School is monotonous and dull. Recycle the weeds in a cycle, and raise each seedling with true chi. Many people feel bored and often call for friends. Going to play in Clear River Prefecture, The young sect master of Iron Fist Gate also invited Li Long several times. Li Long refused. He still had to pay Li Qingshan's 100 spiral stones. He had to pay the next year's spirit stones. He had to work hard to cultivate, so as not to double the tuition fees. Gradually, the young sect master is no longer coming. He is from morning till night. In addition to listening to the class, the grey face is consumed in the ground. And when I get a pillow, I can fall asleep and be overwhelmed by the heavy pressure. I remembered the drought that year when I was a child, and followed my father to run a dozen miles of mountain roads to pick up water. The water that was picked back fell to the ground, and the blink of an eye was dry. The situation was really desperate. After a day, the hands and feet were all covered with blood. Grandpa sighed and said, "Planting land is to fight against the sky." Yes, fight against the sky. This is not just the privilege of the cultivator. Perhaps because the ancestors were all farmers, the farmer's blood flowed in his within the body, and in this original work, he gradually realized the joy he had never had before. Looking at the seedlings growing up day by day, when he used true chi to raise them, they seemed to be raising him. Unknowingly, his chi refining cultivation base broke through the Scorpio of the ordinary Jianghu character. Chi refining surpassed Protector Yan and reached the 3rd level. On that day, he was happy to cry in the ground, tears fell in the field, and when he remembered the end of the drought, it was raining heavily, he was happy to roll in the rain. That kind of music, never to cloud and rain building find a red girl to sleep. From that day on, his heart was settled, and music school was free to perform, and he did not go to see it. Li Qingshan challenged the enthusiasm of the military school and he did not go to jealousy. To this day, he suddenly discovered that he is no longer ignoring Li Qingshan. An agriculturist school brother said, "I will check it soon. I heard that he is good at spirit train technique. Why don't you let him help you?" The agriculturist school also has the way to test the agriculturist school, which is to see whose crops are cropped, and the winners will have some rewards. Li Long patted the soil on his hand and smiled and said, "I will ask him to see if he is free." In the past year, he has never looked for Li Qingshan once, and he has some inferiority in his heart. He does not want people to think that he wants to climb. Today, there is no embarrassment, naturally there is no inferiority, and he can finally repay the original kindness. Seeing the fellow countryman again, Li Qingshan almost did not dare to recognize it. Dark faces, rough hands, and a rustic. How can it be like the original Crouching Bull village, a pair of warm and peaceful sly, showing the past different temperament? Li Long looked at Li Qingshan again, but he also had similar feelings, calm and confident, and looked forward to his own. The name Qingshan has been ridiculed for many years in the village. Now the square is here, the name means. Li Long took out a bag of lingmai. "This is my own kind, you taste it." Spirit stones. I still don't have some hands. If you are not in a hurry, it will be almost a year and a half. No hurry, it doesn't matter if you wait for 3 or 5 years. You can't run anyway. Li Qingshan opened the rice bag and saw the white rice, each of which has the size of a peanut, and the fragrance of spiritual chi, praised. "Good rice. I can see 50 meters of spirit stones when I look at these meters. If you can take out 3 more bags, let's clear them. Next year, the other is not to eat or sell." Li Long grateful nodded, not because of the spirit stones, but because of respect. His gaze passed over the large bamboo forest of Illusory Cloud Island. "It's a pity, and these bamboo shoots. The land that agriculturist school gives to each younger brother is limited. Now, among the 100 families, the land area per capita is higher than Novel School. Illusory Cloud Island is one of the main islands. It is a good place. It is naturally much better than the island where Li Long grows rice. If it is used to plant some crops, it is not so fine. Take care of it. And not every year. Less harvest. These ground bamboo shoots are also rich in spiritual chi." Li Qingshan is more and more aware that Illusory Cloud Island is a real treasure. It must not be given to others. If you like it, you can open it up and plant it. These bamboo shoots are taken casually. I don't have time to manage it anyway. Although the picking of the bamboo shoots can replace the medicine pill, but the utility is limited. It is not worth the loss for him. It is better to go to Ruxin to learn pill concocting technique. Li Long regretted not coming to Illusory Cloud Island earlier, and did not want to take advantage of it. After agreeing with Li Qingshan, he worked hard, planted crops and picked bamboo shoots, all of which were divided into Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is also happy to help the fellow villagers, and Li Qingshan is also happy. These things are good for Millipede to restore primal chi even if he does not eat. Speaking of it, the hibernation of that guy should be gone. Just thinking about it, I felt the worms in my waist tremble, and he promised Li Long's request to help him water the water. I still have something. You go back first, wait for me to pass. After Li Long left, Li Qingshan released Millipede and gave him a bag of lingmai. Don't worry, wait for the bamboo shoots to eat, and then bear with a little bit. I will take you back to Subterranean World. Millipede calmed back into the worm pouch. He went to help Li Long to perform the spirit train technique several times. When Little An came back to the scene in Buddhism, the two went through the Dragon Snake Great Formation and left the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. First come to Clear River Prefecture City. This time Li Qingshan will take the paintings given by Chu Danking as the parade parties, can do some tasks by the way, and earning some contribution points is of course better. The Tsing Yi deacon who manages the release of the task did not dare to neglect, took out the task book and selected Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan carefully selected, and occasionally saw a task marked with the implementation. The executor is Qian Rongzi, asked. Qian Rongzi is back? Mr. Qian, who came back twice, immediately took the task and went out. The third missions are all going to remote areas far from the fucking. Li Qingshan's heart, this woman is not only jealous of others, but also true to herself. It is like looking for death, choosing the task. Li Qingshan is about to leave, and the Tsing Yi deacon suddenly said, Sir Li, Handaran, is now upstairs. There is no more news than laces in the world. The news of the gossip spread. Although the two parties are unknown, in the Eagle Wolf Guard, it has spread a lot. Han family is not a trivial matter. Li Qingshan said, is Han's sister also here? I have to visit. Sir Li, you are careful. The Koreans are in a bad mood. Li Qingshan knows that this is mostly related to her, and she is a bit embarrassed, and she cannot help but have an account. Spring is full, and the room joiner is slanted. Han Qiangzi is frowning and sitting in the position of Hua Chengzhen to handle the official duties. The short hair of the shoulders is dyed in golden brown, but the surface is like a winter, and he hears a few knocks on the door. Coming. Li Qingshan asks Little An to wait outside and push the door in. Korean senior sister. Han Qiangzi, when I saw Li Qingshan, I was born with a wrath. After that night, I thought that the relationship between the two had progressed. I only waited for him to come to her, but left and waited, and I didn't see anyone. When I asked, realized, he went to retreat, but he didn't even say anything to her. I immediately got a first-level frost on my face and said, go out. Li Qingshan sighed and then retired. Come back. Han Qiangzi Huoran got up. She did not expect. He did not even explain the explanation. Li Qingshan said, what else? You are mad at me. Han Qiangzi bit his lip, a bitter in his heart. The situation of the night, still vividly, why she had so lowered her body to please a man, but was so light and perfunctory. Li Qingshan couldn't bear it. This is the first woman in this life who likes him, and she looks really cute compared to Gu Yanying, who is far away. If he can, he is not willing to disappoint her affection, but since there is no chance, there is no need to entangle, and he can only say sorry. Go, Little An. Long corridor. Li Qingshan frowned and walked in front. Little An followed, and suddenly lifted his sleeves. Peas, seeking a monthly ticket, seeking a magic to ask for a monthly ticket, seeking a magic. P is pending. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 343. Chapter 76. meeting. Original Li Qingshan turned back and said, "What happened?" Little An turned to look at the still open door and said, "You married her. Can we still be like this?" Li Qingshan stunned and smiled. "You don't like it, even though 5 is very sad. But it doesn't have any feelings. It's easier to break. If there is feeling in the future, it will be troublesome. This is also for her. Okay, you go and marry her." Little An loosened his sleeve and pressed the emotions in his heart. This is what he always wanted, which is also a good choice for him. He can also worship the Han Great General. Hey, how can she be his obstacle? Do you really? Really? It will be late to regret it in the future. Not to mention the end of the chaos. What is the end? The capriciousness is not his character. No regrets. Seeing Li Qingshan disappeared in front of the door, Han Qiangzi finally couldn't stand it, screaming at the table, "Li Qingshan, you bastard! Han Qiangzi, you are useless." But it is a man. Suddenly I felt a warm head, raised the head, facing Li Qingshan's eyes. Li Qingshan, even if it is a heart of stone, it not only touches tenderness, but this woman who has such a sorrow has such a weak side, but for herself. If she misses it, it is not a regrettable thing for her life. She wants to wipe her tears. "What are you doing back?" Han Qiangzi pushed Li Qingshan's hand and wiped the tears on his face in a panic. "Sorry." Li Qingshan just finished 2 words, Han Qiangzi grabbed his wrist. "You." As if he was afraid that he would go away again. When she released her hand, she felt that she was weak when she was getting along. But it is also very pitiful, Li Qingshan holding her hand. "Gentle, do not worry, I will not go." "Who is Rare?" Han Qiangzi stunned, but did not open. "Let's go, don't bother me here." "Can you wait for me to come back?" "Wait for what you do?" "The spring is bright, but the weather of the lake tour is good." Li Qingshan smiled. "Putting aside the first-level concerns in my heart, his mood is also very good, and immediately take the initiative. Since you want to use it as a companion, then come and get along." Han Qiangzi's mood was completely disturbed by him, and suddenly he couldn't speak for a while. "Well, I will promise you." Li Qingshan made his own claim. Looking at her ruddy lips, I wanted to kiss him. I was afraid to scare her, and touched her cheek and turned away. "You, come back earlier." Han Qiangzi couldn't help but stand up. Li Qingshan looked back and saw that the tears on her face were still there, and the short shoulders were a little messy. The pretty face is hard to hide, although he is ashamed, but still looking at him straight, it is undisguised sincere. For a time, it was so cute that it was so extreme. Li Qingshan almost changed her mind and said, "Go to the lake tour now." "Okay, Qiangzi." Li Qingshan smiled and closed the door. Han Qiangzi sat there, squatting for a moment, biting her lip, but couldn't restrain the smile on her face. She couldn't help but stand up and make a round of rotation. She stretched out against the window. It turned out to be bright in spring and her heart was forbearing. "I can't wait to look forward to it." Dong dong dong, a few knocks on the door. Han Qiangzi, busy with a face, wiped away the tears, and restored the cold look. At Singyi Deacon walked in and trembled. "Han Daran, I want to take a vacation, my mother." She. "Good, accurate." After a quarter of an hour, the full house was rumored, and the violent period of Han Daran finally passed. That is really a miraculous effect. It really is a thing, and the deacon of the management task book is a hero. In the sky, on the cloud, Little An looked at Li Qingshan with a smile, and pouted, "Hey, are you so happy?" Li Qingshan seemed to hear her voice and squeezed her face. "I will understand when you grow up." Little An is curious and somewhat expecting. "I grow up, will you marry me?" Li Qingshan said, "Oh, I don't want to be chased by the monk of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, but it is the same place as Hidden Sword Palace. They stunned their goddess." "I don't follow." "You can't help but you can't do it. You can do this very promising work for the nun." Li Qingshan smiled. Under the attack of Little An, "You don't promise me to cry for you." Li Qingshan had to raise his hand and surrender. "Good." Hey. Little An was happy, but he was upset. But they really come to trouble. How can that be good? Li Qingshan saw that she was really thinking, showing a strong arm and laughing. Then I will explode their bald heads. Then I will help you. Little An also thought that this idea was good. Before he joined the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple, he began to think about how to rebel and slay the ancestors. In the wilderness under the feet, a small city appeared. Li Qingshan took the map and compared it. The first stop has arrived. At noon, the sky is still a bit chilly. There are few people on the street, only a group of children, tirelessly chasing and laughing. But because they disturbed the nap of others, they were stunned and rushed to the side. Go with, where is the dog thief of the Green Wolf? Suddenly, a violent drink awakened the dreams of the whole city, have come out of the house, seeing exactly, which is not to be killed, came to find the trouble of the Green Wolf. The Green Wolf Lord is asking a few friends of Greenwood Road to eat, and his face has been drunk for 3 minutes. He suddenly heard this sentence and was shocked and angered. Someone came to tie the beam. The brothers copied the guy, gave me the meeting. Will him. The Blue Wolf helped the 30 or 40 heroes to come out, and set the battle in front of the door. The Blue Wolf Lord sat in the middle of the chi chair. On both sides of the street, many people probed the brain. The children were wide-eyed, and they saw a straight figure on the straight street. They passed the smoke and slowly came. The Blue Wolf squinted and saw the figure. It was an 11-year-old boy with a wide straw hat on his head and a patch of cotton-padded jacket with a brush on his hand. It turned out to be a child. Is it crazy? But the children's eyes were straight, and some of them took a picture book from their arms, looked down at the picture, looked up at the person, repeated several times, and slowly opened their mouths. The Green Wolf Lord loosened the frowning brow and thought it was a great character. It turned out to be a mad boy, but it was just a big drink, but he still cares a little. What are you? Dare to come to my wolf to help trouble? That child is crisp and vocal. The Green Wolf helps. You are harming the people, you must not die. Today I am going to help justice and kill the people. The Green Wolf helped the public. Haha laughed. The Green Wolf friend of the Green Wolf gang said, the Lord talks to him about nonsense. I have to fade out the bird in my mouth, dig his heart. Give me the bar. The scarlet lips, he is fond of eating people, especially the heart of children. Jiang, who is called Food Ghost, also a fiercely impressive first-class master. The Green Wolf gangster waved his hand, take him. Then there were 2 gangs. The child took a scroll from the back and shook his hand. It was a pair of fierce tiger down the mountain. With a bang, a giant tiger threw it out, and the 2 front paws held the 2 gangs, and the blade-like claws hooked it, and then they opened the cockroaches and rushed to the Green Wolf. This giant tiger is 10 times more fierce than the ordinary tiger, and thrown into the Green Wolf to help the public, such as the tiger into the flock, killing. Fear of solidification in the face of everyone who saw this scene, only the children, bursting out of the surprise light. It is him, it is him, it is him. At first glance, the ghosts saw the giant tiger plucked from the painting and immediately stunned a cold sweat. This is obviously not a mortal means, but a legendary cultivator. The Jianghu people are stronger and cannot compete with the cultivator. Drive lightness art. Go to the wall and escape, but just crossed the 2 rooms. I feel empty, like something is missing. Look down, don't know when. The chest has more blood, heart it has already disappeared. When he turned his head, he saw his heart pinched in a man's hand, dripping with blood, and he had eaten a lot of heart in his life, but he still saw his heart for the first time, and an unspeakable painful despair came to his heart. This kind of work, I haven't done it for a long time. It seems that the hand is still not born. Li Qingshan threw the heart to Little An, and Little An released the cremation blood flame, turning the man into a flame. At this time, the battle between the giant tiger and the Green Wolf gang is over. The giant tiger in the painting is not very strong, and it is the level of 3-4 level chi refining, but it is simply too easy to deal with a group of Jianghu characters. This painting is naturally one of the paintings that Chu Dangqing gave him. Although the characters that have been transformed are already enough to perform similar methods, in order to save wish power and prepare for the future battle, they will use wish power to inspire those paintings. Li Qingshan took another picture from 100 treasure pouch and threw it into the air, but it was a blank. The blank painting swirled and involved all the corpses, and returned to Li Qingshan's hand. I saw dozens of dead bodies in the original blank painting. This painting is equivalent to the painter's 100 treasure pouch. It not only stores dead objects, but also subduing seal, which is very interesting, and accumulate it. Give little and a spare food. The end is that the tube is also buried. On stop service, the child wearing a straw hat leapt away from the giant tiger. Everyone walked out of the house and looked at the blue wolf gang that was rampant. The slag that had disappeared was not left. If it was not the blood on the ground, it would be like a fantasy. The children were all excited and flushed, and the running on the street cheered. At the beginning, the adults didn't know why they were so happy until someone suddenly remembered, "Hey, that child, isn't the second girl. Do you have to let me read the book on the book? Is it true that the painting on the album is true?" Please, the skipping record is 70. Your support of this site is my big motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 344 Chapter 77 Return. In the original sky, Li Qingshan sits cross-legged on the cloud and feels great amplifying divine symbol, which brings many speeds to wish power. 5. If you believe that it is a kind of power, then in the city below, people gradually begin to believe in an illusory existence. Go to the next stop. Li Qingshan cruised all over the place. All the tasks were carefully selected by him. The number of tasks was large, and the scope was wide, but it was super simple. Basically, the main goal was to attack Jianghu characters. It's not that he can't finish the difficult task. I believe that as long as the level of Chi refining warrior is rare, he and little and can't fight the characters. But the key is to make the characters he wrote, and one involves Chi refining warrior. There is more trouble, and it is beyond the mortal cognition. He is now going to cut the hidden sword Palace Lord, and the people don't know who it is. It is popular among the people who are fighting against those who bully men and women and who are rampant in the countryside. Gradually, the image of a young hero has been established in the hearts of the general public. Yes, juvenile. Li Qingshan originally set a half-child in her heart, but the child grew up in the legend, and every time it was transformed, it was different, in order to meet the image that people expected, and appeared in this world. Everyone under the roof is talking about it, and the patch on the juvenile clothes has become less and less. The color of the belt is red but green. The brush in the right hand is always the same, but the left hand sometimes holds the whistle, sometimes with the bottle gourd. His final appearance is the integration of thousands of faiths and wishes. At the same time, great amplifying divine symbol collects wish power. The growth has doubled, and the young hero has become more vivid and powerful. In the eyelids, even divine light, which is no different from the living person, flashes the secret of Li Qingshan's heart, and the novel school is different. Of course, he still does not have the ability to think independently. Those who are not living, can only be like mechanical, and say some stylized lines. The key time. Li Qingshan needs to be manipulated in the dark like a puppet. But Li Qingshan feels that it is not the number of wish power, but the real amplifying divine symbol realm. The real amplifying divine symbols realm is high. It is subject to the Chi refining cultivation base. Only by crossing heavenly tribulation and turning true Chi into spiritual Chi can rebuild the great amplifying divine symbol and give it a powerful power. At that time, he might indeed be able to communicate with people like a living child. At the top of the tower in the middle of the city, Zhao Lingxiu stood on the steady hands, and coldly looked at the back of the tiger, and jumped forward, stretching a pair of metal wings, gliding across the sky, chasing the past. With a cry, the wind blew, falling from the sky and falling in front of the teenager. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" the boy said with an exaggerated expression like a drama. Zhao Lingxiu coldly said, which is the painter of your painter, dare to learn other people's martial arts, and violent security. You have deceived mortals by your means, but you can't lie to me. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? The teenager still said with an exaggerated expression like a drama. You know who you killed in Yutashan? Zhao Lingxiu's eyebrows are vertical. He was born in the mountain bandit nest. His father and brother are both mountain bandit. Because of Qi Refining's innate skill, he was spotted by the sect leader, a big gang of the Clear River Prefecture. He was accepted as a younger, and has been practicing for many years. Today is the Qi Refining 7th level. I didn't expect to return in glory, but found that all his loved ones were dead and there was no residue left. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? The teenager once again said with an exaggerated expression like a drama. If Zhao Lingxiu once played the game, he will be familiar with this scene. No way. Although the teenager seems to be no different from the real person, and even can display a lot of powerful means, but it is not a person. Just because I haven't played, Zhao Lingxiu is furious. You are killing my loved ones. I want you to die. Base. Behind the long sword, the scabbard, such as a shock, such as a dragon, around the neck of the teenager. Zhao Lingxiu has already seen the appearance of a young man's body. He came to revenge. It is not a hothead, but he has been secretly investigated for a long time. Although this boy has the means of a painter, the paintings are only 3 level 4 Qi. The level of refining is not enough to fear. Sure enough, the boy was just a dull face, looking at the flying sword. No response. Seeing that the great enemy will report, Zhao Lingxiu feels a lonely loneliness. As a cultivator, he is destined to be a lonely road. Goodbye father, goodbye brothers, please bless me under Juquan. The flying sword stabbed an empty space, and the young boy disappeared out of thin air. The giant tiger pressed into a thin picture and flew into the air. Zhao Lingxiu stunned. Hey! What about you guys? A man in Xingyi took a child, and the white clouds descended from the sky and drank to Zhao Lingxiu. Li Qingshan just distracted and little and laughed at heavens. When she turned her face, she saw that the flying sword had killed and immediately dismissed wish power and recalled the giant tiger. Zhao Lingxiu coldly said, is it all that you control behind the scenes? Little An has been watching the 6 roads, listening to all directions, and talking to Li Qingshan. I said that the group of dog poles in Yutai Mountain, so crazy, it is your support behind the scenes. Li Qingshan understands the cause of the matter, angrily said. He was quite impressed there, because he rescued a dozen in the thief a woman, all of whom are played with a non-adult shape, and some are still crazy. Legend has it that he has never seen a green forest hero who is arrogant and arrogant. Where mortals are like ants, they can't escape the fate of being killed and killed. Since you admit it, then die. Zhao Lingxiu smashed the sword and the flying sword flashed. Li Qingshan's breath is just the Qi Refining 7th level. The child around him is just a mortal. He has absolute certainty to kill them on the spot, although things are somewhat unexpected, but everything is in his grasp. Seeing Li Qingshan picking up his flying sword by hand, he was sneer. Give me off. Li Qingshan caught the flying sword with his hand. I see you are like an ant. Zhao Lingxiu repeatedly spurred the flying sword. Flying sword trembled, but in the hands of Li Qingshan did not move. The heart was shocked, knowing that encountering a strong hand is a rare body refining cultivator. Behind the metal wings, vacated, but there are 2 pairs of Mohist school iron wings given by the masters, flying freely in the air, in an invincible position. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan has already come to the air, and the speed is more than the flying sword. Zhao Lingxiu said as he retired, why should we fight each other for mortal people? I have already understood that since I stepped into the cultivation, I should have these worldly feelings and have nothing to do with them. Thanks to fellow Taoist, you can help me break. In the next will Zhao Lingxiu dare to be the name of fellow Taoist. Go to hell, ants. Li Qingshan made the treading wave form, suddenly accelerated, and came to Zhaoling before the written moment. The right hand was like a tiger claw. It easily penetrated the body of the true chi, scratched the skin sternum, and grasped the hot heart. I got out. This tiger demon heart scoop is used to deal with the cultivator. I will die here. Zhao Lingxiu's pupils suddenly spread. My cultivation road just started. Only after using the strength to crush the talisman for help. People give little and a snack, and 100 treasure pouch also has a few useful things, especially the pair of iron wings. Interesting. As for Zhao Lingxiu's request for help, Li Qingshan was completely unconcerned and stayed at the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy for a year. He knew about the famous sect in Clear River Prefecture. Will only be the same as Iron Fist Gate Qualitative Gang, whose help forgot is Chi Refining 9th level or 10th level. Anyway, certainly not Foundation Establishment Cultivator. In the eyes of Jiang Hu, it is a terrible Big Mac. But in his opinion with Little An, it is a group of self-propelled 100 treasure pouch and a family home delivery. I am afraid they will not come. Li Qingshan even thought about it, whether or not to stay here, waiting for them to deliver goods to the door. But who knows whether it is a matter of success or not. He is still eager to go back and date Han Kaiangzi. Jumping forward, stepping on the clouds. After an hour, an old man came to this wilderness and looked around. He is the head of the conference, and his cultivation base has reached the Chi Refining 9th level, which is close to the peak of Chi Refining Warrior. If Li Qingshan knows that he is coming, I am afraid I will regret not waiting for a while. The teacher and the teacher are connected to each other. The old man feels that Zhao Lingxiu is already a fierce and ugly face. He is angry with the face. He has the brother of innate skill and died here. His years of training have all been lost. Revenge? Still save it. There is no trace of the opponent on the ground, and the person who can kill Zhao Lingxiu silently can be provoked. Their gangs seem to be pretentious, and all the money and beauty in the world are forgiving. But in the whole cultivation, it is the real bottom. Neither the sect brother nor the 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy brother can be offended. If you are not careful, you will get rid of the disaster. Poor yourself. This brother is a heart higher than the sky. Life is thinner than paper. A month later, the great amplifying divine symbol shines brightly, and the brilliance blurs the rune, like a blue sun, shining through the Danshan Chi Sea. Li Qingshan is satisfied with the smile. But it is not enough. But the species has been sprinkled over the earth. Next, it is waiting for the flowering results. There are still about 3 months left, which is enough. Li Qingshan stood in front of the Eagle Wolf Guard, who was coming and going, looking up at the eagle, the room of the vice commander, smiling. Kaiangzi, I am coming. The mood was slightly a little excited. Dating a woman, this is after all his first 18 years of travel. Little An took the 1000 corpse to Flawless Island and left him time. On the rippling Dragon Snake Lake, the spring is bright, a boat drifts with the waves. Li Qingshan is lying in the cabin, the beauty is on the side, the eyes are soft, the heroic is also tender, the plump and smooth-skinned lips, delicate drop, open a few times, and make a sound of ethereal and clear. I am in danger with Guyanning at the same time. Do you save that first? Your support. This is my big motivation. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 345. Chapter 78, Dating. Original Li Qingshan suddenly got up and shook his head. It seems that he has not yet recovered from the dream of the party. He feels that this sentence is very familiar. Don't be stupid. Tell me. Han Kaiangzi is blushing, cheeky and pinching Li Qingshan's cheek. This question is naturally easier to answer than the original version. Li Qingshan said, of course it is to save you. She can't solve the danger. What can I do? He was originally dissatisfied with Han Kaiangzi's answer to this trick, but did not expect her to smile. This is almost the same. Under his ridiculous attention, she suddenly felt that she was a little thin. After all, this was their first meeting, but they felt that this situation was so familiar and long awaited. Her xing is like a fire. If there is no thought, even if there Huacheng's in this beautiful man, it is as if nothing. But if it is tempting, like a volcanic eruption, it is out of control, not so much reserved. but it is also melting the strength of Li Qingshan. Just by you can't touch people's side after 10 generations, so don't think like Xiaohua. Han Qiangzi pinches Li Qingshan's nose. She can dismiss Kuei Tang's charm, but only Gu Yanning alone. She also feels a little powerless. Gu Yanning is not only the great commander of the entire Ruai County Eagle Wolf Guard. It's an idol-like character, it's just a Huachengzhen one, and she's fascinated by countless people, even Ruai Marquis. Other than others. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. Ha, wait, I will take her to be a sister to you. You can't think about it. Who promised to marry you? Han Qiangzi irritated, gently touching his hand. It becomes needing immediately. Li Qingshan said, hello, if you are slow, you can only be a sister. Han Qiangzi slammed on him, grabbed his collar, and the boat followed us way. Here is the Dragon Snake Lake. Outside the Dragon Snake Great Formation, a vast and yellow reed, hidden and deep, a clear voice sounded. Amazing. Several waterfowl. Li Qingshan, I tell you, you have to listen to me in the future. Why? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This side of world, there is no man to let women say. However, looking at it from this angle, it is really a peak, but I don't know how it feels. I am your senior sister, your predecessor. Noticed Li Qingshan's eyes. Han Qiangzi's face is reddish, but she stands proudly. Under the shirt, it is a tight and smooth touch. Han Qiangzi shivered slightly. Let his hand stop there, lean over, and threaten the evil. From now on, you will only touch me. If you dare to care for me, I will be. How about I will cut you? Han Qiangzi can't help but laugh. Oh, still, you have to use it? Li Qingshan's hand slipped onto the hips. Han Qiangzi jumped up. First the face say red, suddenly laughed, touched Li Qingshan's head. It turns out that you are really pitiful. If you are good, then your sister will pity you, let you taste the woman. Taste. He resumed the unrestrained Li, looking at Li Qingshan, as if looking at his own bag of things, his face full of ambition. Sometimes I suddenly remember that he is a little older than himself. Of course, for a cultivator who is hundreds of years old, the gap between the ages is not a natural one, but she often forgets this because the feeling he gave her has always been mature and calm, so that she is like a young man. That one. Li Qingshan rolled the eyes. Then I am tired of the experienced Korean sister, and I teach the younger brother a few hands. You are nonsense, I am naturally also. Han Qiangzi angrily said. What is it? Li Qingshan smiled. Han Qiangzi realized that he is making a laugh, and he has a heavy forehead. You will know it in the future. Li Qingshan looked at her up and down. Her eyes seemed to have penetrated her clothes, and she was able to see the future. Han Qiangzi slightly unnaturally adjusts the figure. If a man dares to look at her like this, he will inevitably scream. If you look at it, you will dig your eyes. Many times, this sentence is not to talk about it, whether it is military school or legalist school, will not teach the younger brother. Li Qingshan suddenly shook his head, opened the cabin, walked out of the cabin, and looked at the boundless reeds. I want to be a wife, and I have to be a beautiful woman. How can I stop here? Do you dare to say? Han Qiangzi rushed up and licked his neck. However, with her physical strength, it is really difficult for Li Qingshan to feel the slightest oppression, like hanging on him, but instead clinging to the rich chest behind his back. Let him feel a burst of enjoyment. Only smiled. This is my heart. Words. You bully me, I like you, just stay with me, but I want to take advantage of me. Han Qiangzi suddenly let go of him and retreated to the side. Li Qingshan turned her head and saw that she was already red-eyed, staring at herself, smiling slightly. Indeed, looking at her arrogant and simple appearance, she couldn't help but bully, and hung up her waist, said in a soft voice, Qiangzi. What? Although the tone was fierce, my heart was soft. Nothing, just think you are more and more cute. You can do this, I will. Han Qiangzi is a pretty red. Resentment she has disappeared without a trace. There is enough for you. This is Li Qingshan's sincere words. Although she said that she wants to go to the world and be a wife, she has attracted all his attention when she is around. Yes, she has this charm. Moreover, everyone's time is limited to Jing, to accompany Little An, to cultivation, but also to learn concocting pill. Even if Fable Water 3000, he has no time to drink. Is it a good yin? All was wasted in the gentle township. What he has to do. Still more. Han Qiangzi's eyes are fascinated, and his heart is infinitely happy. It turns out that the two feelings are pleasing to each other. With just one word, you can make people feel mad. She once dismissed these loves, but she deeply understood the beauty of it. Looking up, this is what you said. It's what I said. It's not early. I have to learn concocting pill, and you have to go back to legalist school to handle the matter. Li Qingshan, with great will, let go of her waist and take a step back. Leave her warm and moving body. Is going to find Ruxin? Han Qiangzi couldn't help but imagine that they would get along with each other, whether they were the same as them, and they were reluctant. Suddenly a strange look. Yeah, learn pill concocting technique. Trust your own man. It is a woman's point. Li Qingshan licks her hair, although she wants to get tired of her day with her, but she is afraid to lower her mind in Han and Jun's heart. Evaluation. Since I want to meet with her, this future loss hang people's ideas. I can't help but think about it. Han Qiangzi listened to his explanation, and his heart was warm and safe. He bit his lip and defaulted to his statement about men and women. She was not a woman of mother-in-law, but she was just beginning to get pregnant. Lost often crossing. Well, go. I will go to Illusory Cloud Island to find you at night. Lonely man and woman, at night, it's not very good. Li Qingshan knows that the concept of world is ultimately conservative. If they are both civilians and privately married, no one says anything, but Han, after all, Qiangzi is aristocratic family young lady, although the flatterer is greatly embarrassed, and ultimately it is to be honorary. If there is anything wrong, just say it. Han Qiangzi said, stepping on the bow. First Li Qingshan stepped, and swept away. The boat swayed for a while. Li Qingshan wanted to understand. This is afraid that he and Ruxin, lonely men and women, at night. It's rare for her to think of this kind of strategy. It's true that the palace drama is not a lie. If you really have a wife and a wife, you are afraid to kill someone. What is this plan called to feed the tiger? Li Qingshan did not expect to go up, and the Jing-induced boat was included in the 100 treasure pouch. Benevolence Island. Ruxin's Dan, the big pill furnace, located in the center, the shape of 3 monocular standing immortal crane wings. The name of the 3 cranes, the overall Snow White say, elegant and Jing, such as her like people. Ruxin is dressed in white, sitting in front of the furnace. The sky is high-hanging, and a few drops of blue silk are laid, simple and elegant, which complements the pill furnace. Li Qingshan sat down on the futon next to her and looked serious. Yes, Ruxin, from now on, don't tease me anymore, we are impossible. Teach your concocting pill. Why, head to the shoulders, squinting to Li Qingshan. The end is the eyes are like silk, the soul of the soul. It is simply a malicious image that destroys the flattery, but it is full of other seductive flavors. You come less. Li Qingshan rolled the eyes, familiar with several times. This woman's jokes have no lower limit, but they have to admit that it is extremely impressive. Ruxin grievously complained, beloved Li, you really have someone for getting the old man. Shake the body, forehead, good meat, feel bad, forget it. Joke to this end, today, when Wu Fire concocting pill. The effect of spirit grass, the control of the pill furnace, the control of the time, through her lips, screaming, let Li Qingshan know that the original concocting pill is so particular, sometimes a moment and a half. The effect of medicine pill will there is a world of difference. In the meantime, there is also a lot of snoring and learning with her. The big advantage is that it will never be boring. However, there will be no physical contact anymore. It is not Li Qingshan who is determined to be a good man who does not steal. Instead, Ruxin smiled and said, you dare to move me a finger. I will tell Han, eldest young lady. How do you know that she is? Li Qingshan stunned. Besides, sir, who would like you like this man? Neither elegant nor handsome, not honest, only the fight is awesome, barely counted as an advantage. Li Qingshan raises his index finger and shakes it gently. Ruxin, if you can't eat the grapes, you can say that the grapes are sour, but you can't. What? And the battle is the man's soul. Do you think I am fighting with people, and my eyes are not straight? What? Needless to say, I understand. I am sorry. I will live up to your heart, only the afterlife. Ruxin snarled and interrupted, being passionate. Give me the right thing to stop. Li Qingshan ha laughed. Ruxin first stretched his face. Then he laughed out loud. But the man who could talk to her, though not. But if you can do it without you, then you will only have one. Just like the kind of joke. This can only be opened with him, intentionally or unintentionally. Does it mean the meaning of temptation? The conclusion is that he is indeed a dead eye. If you have identified something, you can do it in desperation. On the contrary, if you can't find anything that can't be done, you can afford to let it go. Such a man is blazing as a fire. But it's cold and cool, and it's also the charm. You are really special. Okay. Concocting pill. At dusk, Li Qingshan moved in the heart and pushed the door of Danfang. He saw Han Qiangzi squatting on the lakeside not far away. Qiangzi, how come you? Nothing, let me see you. Han Qiangzi was busy, but in Li Qingshan, as if to see through her smile, it was a little helpless. Ruxin walked out and smiled. Come here today. Nothing to do. Let Li Qingshan breathe a sigh of relief. Return to illusory Cloud Island together. Many places were found and they were planted with various crops. Liu Kunfing ran out of the house. Qingshan, what's the matter? But I heard that Li Qingshan came back and guarded here. When I saw Han Qiangzi, I was shocked. Han Qiangzi. Li Qingshan said, what happened? The original Huang Sei's novels written by Liu Kunfing were not only looked down upon by men, but Han Qiangzi's look and feel was conceivable. In the Cloud and Rain building, he was drunk in public, and since then, Liu Kunfing has seen she just shunned. But now she is narrow. Liu Patriarch, I haven't seen you for a long time. Han Qiangzi just took a gift, so I have to give Li Qingshan some face. Yeah? Liu Kunfing squatted between the two and yanked Li Qingshan aside. You too? Holding the fist, the two thumbs swayed back and forth. Li Qingshan nodded. Yes. Liu Kunfing took Li Qingshan's shoulder and showed the appearance of admiration. He was still a rumor, but he did not expect it to be true. This Han Qiangzi looks like an unrelenting body, but this Xing is too embarrassing, and the temper has always been unscrupulous. Not the average person can suffer. There have been many people who think that as long as they can catch the Han family's big ship, this is not a problem, but they have fallen into disappointment, and they have taken their own insults. There are rumors in the market. She is particularly fond of women. In fact, Liu Kunfing was passed down after being detained. I didn't expect to really love Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, what are you doing back? Liu Kunfing said, I am worried about you. In 2 or 3 months, it is time for you to compete with Chu Danking. You still have the mood to go out and perform the task. How has fish power collected? It's okay. Li Qingshan took another look at the great amplifying divine symbol, which grew by nearly 1/10 in just one day. The benefit of divine symbol is that people can continue to grow while sitting at home. As the saying goes, the effect of the propaganda of 1 past 10,000 passes has increased geometrically, and the seeds he has planted have begun to sprout. Of course, this growth will definitely have a limit, subject to the Clear River Prefecture area, but the benefits are long-lasting, and will not be cut off at least for 100 years. Do you have a sure grasp? I won't be able to talk, but I don't want to be unprepared. You can rest assured that you are saying this. Illusory Cloud Island, you can't give it to outsiders. Yes, do you want the agriculturist school brother named Li Long to use our land? Li Qingshan said, yeah, it doesn't matter, rest assured, the benefits will not be yours. It doesn't matter, as long as you can win this battle, it doesn't matter if you cut the bamboo on the island. Liu Qunfeng used to think like this, but at that time, who dared to touch the side of Novel School? There were also several agriculturist school brothers who had a heartfelt thought, but when they went back, they were faintly said by old man Huang to grow your own Eniaka 3-pointer. Since then, no more than agriculturist school brother dare to say this, that is, Li Long, this younger brother. I don't know. Perhaps because of the great change of Novel School's reputation, perhaps Li Long's efforts, recognized by old man Huang Tu, was found to have planted Eniaka 3-point land, so did not suffer any obstruction. Please, the familiar senior brother helped me and planted the land very well. What else is there? Li Qingshan was impatient. 2 people world plus a wretched middle age. What to think? Liu Qunfeng glanced at Han Qiangzi again and muttered, with a woman, I forgot the master. Liu Qunfeng left. Han Qiangzi asked, you haven't been like him? Li Qingshan said, what is the same? I heard that he used wish power to illusion the girl in the book, and then did that kind of thing. It was a metamorphosis. Han Qiangzi looked disgusted. Of course not. My current great amplifying divine symbol is too low, and the characters that are illusory are not really true. It doesn't make much sense to do that kind of thing. Let's talk about it after the foundation establishment. Li Qingshan thought, seeing Han Qiangzi had a bad face and smiled, come on. However, if it is really the same as a real person, then it is not that many wild hopes of the previous life can be realized. Portable harem. This kind of temptation is really hard to resist. So it is not a betrayal. Men will inevitably have some little secrets of their own. Han Qiangzi said, I am not kidding you. If I find out, I will cut it. Hold it. Li Qingshan looked back at the depths of the bamboo forest. What are you doing there? Still not coming? Han Qiangzi also found that little ant stood silently in the woods not far away, under the moonlight, like a carved jade. There is no expression on the face, but there is a horrible smell. Little An came over and curiously said, what did you cut? Li Qingshan said, cut watermelon. Han Qiangzi knows this child very much, and it is very important for Li Qingshan. And its innate skill and strength. It is not something that can be ignored. Try to say hello to you. Little An glanced at Li Qingshan, and under his gesture, he called Han's sister. 2 people world changed to 3 people world. Li Qingshan did not think there is anything. These 2, one is his family, one will become his family in the future, close to each other, not a bad thing. Han Qiangzi felt that it was not unrestrained. This child is really weird. She also tried to be close to it. But this child looked at her eyes, always cold as water, like a Jing-like doll. Only when talking to Li Qingshan, will suddenly come over, there is a trace of anger. Strange, Li Qingshan did not feel any strange. As night fell, Han Qiangzi had to say goodbye and felt that tonight was not as good as the imagination in the afternoon. Passing through the secluded bamboo forest trail, Li Qingshan sent her to the lake and said, Little An's love is not very close, you should not be surprised. Han Qiangzi lost the road. I don't care about her opinion, but I always feel that between you, I am an outsider. Every exchange of eyes seems to hide the secrets that outsiders can't read. The 2 of them are irrefutable. Heart. Li Qingshan smiled and said, we are not the first to see each other, and have experienced a lot of things. Gently hug her, comforting the pat on the back. We will start now and will be in the future. Such. Han Qiangzi well, said with a smile, she is good, you can't just take advantage of it. Is my own woman, is it cheap? As Ruxin said, to a certain extent, he is really a dead-hearted person. If he wants to give up, he will let go and hold it. Han Qiangzi also felt this determination from his words, and his heart settled down, biting his lip and putting his hand on his chest. I will work hard. She carried her hand, stepped back, stepped on the lake, and made a circle of squats under her feet. She gently said, see you tomorrow. Lightly turned around and walked toward the distance step by step. The footsteps were light. A child. Looking at her faraway figure, Li Qingshan silently said, I am the same. He sincerely hopes that there will be such a day. She can tell her all the secrets. Back to the bamboo building, Li Qingshan said. What do you think of her? Little Un said, it is worth 200 people. Li Qingshan knocked on her head and smiled and said, if you double the number of people, is it respect? It is too late to regret it now. Little An rubbed his head and pouted, I don't regret it. With the woman, how could he keep up with his footsteps and accompany him to above the 9 heavens? Once again, Li Qingshan, who was invited, came to the military school, which was not far from the battlefield. This time, you are not likely to win. Han Qiangzi stood behind him and waved his fist. Qingshan, yell at them. Let the military school brothers feel a sense of sadness, and feel that the battle has not yet begun, and the important positions have already fallen. The management is strict, and even the military school, which does not allow the younger to leave the island casually, will not have a few female cultivators. It is boring to see them abuse themselves. Only Han Qiangzi often came here to look around and appreciate their efforts. They can talk to them and they can be described as the standard dream lovers of military school. Now that the dream is broken, the enemy is in front of me, and a roar is screaming. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 346 Chapter 79 Concocting Pill. Original Flock. In the screaming voice, a big snake looked up from the squadron. Compared with the previous time, it seemed to be condensed. Obviously, these months. The military school brother was not wasted. Li Qingshan was slightly covered, like a big bow was slowly pulled apart, and the invisible string was stretched to pinnacle. At the same time, one rose from his foot. Collapse. It seems to be a bowstring trembling. Li Qingshan disappeared into the original place and turned into a black shadow, which penetrated the fine rain curtain to form a short hollow. When I came to the height of several dozen feet, the speed slowed down. But he immediately stepped back and smashed a sinister wave, slamming, ringing the air to blow the rain, and his figure climbed high. As if walking on an invisible ladder, it is turning into a black spot in the grey sky. What is he going to do? Every military school has a question in mind. Is it to escape? No, they immediately dismissed the idea. Li Qingshan is a hateful, but not a coward. After the last victory, when they calmed down from ecstasy, without anyone explaining it, they knew clearly that they could not win that time. They paid a tribute to Li Qingshan. This guy is a real brave and worthy of respect. It is no accident that the opponent can get the heart of Han's senior sister. But the more so, the more they want to beat it upright. The disappointing to the military school, the shamelessness of the Han family, the grandson's first come, and the snake letter. After the formation, Han Tai stood up and looked to the distance to Han Qiangzi, seeing her holding her fist. Looking at the sky, the face is ruddy, the eyes are clear understanding, and the radiance is radiant. It seems like a person has changed, and there is a woman who is more feminine. He then looked at the sky and silently said, do well. Ruxin hands on the pergola. What a stupid way. Li Fengshan has come to the extremely high sky. The islands below are all in sight, and the dotted islands seem to be large ships floating on the waters of Kanglan Lake. Suddenly, the heaven and earth turned upside down at this moment, and the clouds of the grey sea became the boundless spread of the earth, under his feet, overhead, and the sky. The cloud that floated green say. Then he started another climb. He is coming. I don't know who shouted, and everyone looked up. I saw the little black point on the background of the grey say cloud screen. It was getting bigger and clearer. It was a blue say ball of light, a rapidly rotating water ball. The Li Qingshan will be wrapped tightly, and the surface will fluctuate with a circle of turbulence, forming a suction force and attracting all the drizzle in the air. Water ball is getting bigger quickly. Strike the sea? Whirlpool form. This is strike the sea. The only one has a defensive ability. The defense is very different from the spirit turtle dark armor, not to create an unbreakable structure, but a whirlpool, offsetting the enemy's attack. Water, whether you want to attack or want to defend, must move, the better. This trick, like the treading wave form, is extremely demanding to control true chi. and does not pay much attention to the amount of true chi Li Qingshan is able to perform. With the treading waveform, he constantly accelerated and accelerated, like a blue sail yuxing falling to the ground, unbiased, falling in the direction of the snake head. Whistling and roaring, the water ball became great, and the momentum that fell from the sky was heart-rending. All of the military school brothers were fearless, and they took full advantage of true chi and made a heart-wrenching roar. The snake head collided with water ball in an instant, and the water ball collapsed, revealing Li Qingshan at the core, surrounded by the blue chi's true chi vortex. The snake's head was unscathed, but it was slightly dimmed, and it was partial. The real impact, which happened in the next moment, Li Qingshan was like a drill bit, deeply plunged into the head of the snake, spinning and penetrating into it. Boom! The earthquake trembled, the earth waves swept in all directions, and the giant snake that was penetrated slowly collapsed. Li Qingshan finally got his wish on the ground, and his feelings, like the sky above the head of the grey-yellow say, dizzy. If there is no true chi eddy current guard, if it is not built into Bull Demon third layer, the body fierce reaches a height, so you have to be seriously injured. Li Qingshan stood up and swayed and found himself standing in a big pit. True chi with the body was spent a little more, and he had to use his body to meet the enemy. He walked out of the big pit. I found that military school was dizzy, and none of them could stand up. The big snake that was originally morphed by the core was the aggregation of their true chi and the will, and the final defeat was the backlash. The earth was shaken, the soil waves together, all fainted. Ruxin's hands are lightly shot, the business is coming. Whether it is true chi's backlash or Jing's backlash, there is her medical school, which can be adjusted and smoothed. Li Qingshan stood by the pit and ha laughed. It is to be so defeated, etc. It is pain. Han Qiangzi flew over from the high platform and gave Li Qingshan a hug. After more than a month, the two had become very close. Li Qingshan was burnt by Han Qiangzi, and he followed him. Let the 9 sisters of Han Tai stand, all eyes red, hate to shoot now, challenge Li Qingshan, but no one can grasp to win. This guy is too strong, not reasonable. If Li Qingshan it is a tearing squad, they are also easy to accept a little, but this positive breakthrough is really incredible. Is this still 7th level chi refining warrior? Fierce to the incredible body, Jing pure to the incredible true chi, was integrated by the fascinating battle skill, using his natural fighting innate skill to achieve this amazing effect. In the eyes of everyone, Han Qiangzi was so bold and felt hot in her face. She was really fascinated by the fascination. She couldn't help but let Li Qingshan relax. She didn't expect Li Qingshan to wring her slim waist and involuntarily post it on him again. On the body, if he wants to resist, but he is still smiling on his face, he will be left with his heart. Li Qingshan looking around. The ambition of the past is not done in the bit by bit now. Han Tai said to the tense-it brother next to him, next time, you are ready to fight. Time flies, and it will be in the summer. Li Qingshan sits cross-legged in the Dan room, with a bronze pill furnace in front of it, and the ear is cast into the shape of a dragon and tiger. This is the common dragon and tiger stove in the pill furnace, which mimics the shape of the true dragon-tiger stove. This is naturally one of Li Qingshan's many subterranean world collections, although it is only a middle-grade spirit artifact, but the grade is already high. The refining is difficult to concocting pill furnace, followed by refining tripod. If you are refining a flying sword, the speed is slower, the sword light is a little short, and there is a certain error, which is nothing. But for the pill furnace, any instability and inaccuracy may destroy a medicine pill, a serious, or even a frying hazard, which is a great test for the refining division. A good dual cauldron, for the cultivator who is good at this road, can have a high success rate. It is simply a cornucopia. The important xing is extraordinary. So the value of dual cauldron is extremely high, and the value of a middle-grade spirit artifact dual cauldron is no worse than the usual top-grade spirit artifact. Li Qingshan can find such a middle-grade spirit artifact pill furnace in thousands of hundred treasure pouch, which is said to be very lucky. The former when he was about to start formal concocting pill, he also saw a high-grade spirit artifact pill furnace at miscellaneous school. The five-figure price is really amazing. I used to say it, but now, he has changed the medicine pill to the spirit stones. Even if you change the Eagle Wolf Guard's contribution points to the spirit stones, you can only break through the 3-digit number and don't think about the 4-digit number. Don't think about it, see the pill furnace. Ruxin shouted. Li Qingshan is busy gathering his mind. In front of this stove, Qi gathering pill has been refining for 3 days and 3 nights. If it is at a loss, it will be white. Moreover, the spiral grass of concocting pill is brought by 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. This medicine pill has to be used to hand in tasks. If it is refining, take 3-digit spirit stones in hand and shrink to double digits. If it wasn't for Uxin, the concocting pill was promised to look after this difficult concocting pill mission, and he didn't dare to pick it up. Li Qingshan has some strangely raised the head. You are not saying that this step has been done. The overall situation has been fixed. Just wait for the furnace to open. Ruxin smiled and said, yeah, I just want to train you 2 sentences. Li Qingshan wants to lick her neck again. He always wants to do it. 5 fingers are arrogant, and he grabs her, the neck. No way, he sat with her standing. Still have to look after the pill furnace. No way to catch the above. Ruxin said, you dare? Li Qingshan thought about it and took back her hand. If he caught it, the woman dared to complain to Qiangzi. She was fine, but once it was burned in the fire, it was really unreasonable. Some time ago, I went to miscellaneous school. I also had a warm hospitality from female cultivator. He followed a few laughs. Well, he admitted that there were 1 or 2 sentences. It was a bit out of place. As a result, she almost broke out and went back to pay a good meal. If Ruxin sue again, it would be a volcanic eruption. In fact, even if you catch it, I won't tell her. I won't be so bad. Come, do you want to try? Ruxin deliberately put on the skirt, revealing a foot and stepping on Li Qingshan. No. Li Qingshan glanced, not moving. Ruxin patted Li Qingshan's head gently. True. Li Qingshan snorted and listened to it. They are already very good friends. Otherwise it is impossible to accompany him to look after the 3-day pill furnace. Although her lion opened her mouth, the open mouth would have 1,000 spiral stones, but after some jokes, she still had no service for free. There were several times, if she didn't wake up in time, she would almost smelt. Waiting for a quarter of an hour, the light flashed in the pill furnace, the lid slowly opened, the white say steam screamed, drowning the 2, flooding the Dan room, which contained intoxicating medicinal notes. Without waiting for the steam to dissipate, Li Qingshan couldn't wait to walk to the pill furnace. I saw all the herbs, which were blended into a white paste, which was laid on the bottom of the furnace. There was no trace of impurities, as pure as fog. Dan became. The support of the station is my big motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 347 Chapter 80 Love. The original Li Qingshan will be in a virtual cage, and will glow blue. The white say ointment will start to twist and churn, and then form a round pill that meets the specifications. 5. He can't be refining now, but simply changing the shape of the object can't help him. Ruxin personally divided the finished pill into 2 parts, one of which was 60. She smiled and said, this is to be used to hand in the task. Reach out. Then pick up a Qi gathering pill and put it on. In the hands of Li Qingshan, this is yours. Li Qingshan looked at her for 3 days and 3 nights, and the result of her work, looked up at Ruxin, who was smiling, and felt a deep malice. She just wanted to see him unhappy. The concocting pill mission, there is no extra reward, purely looking at the level of the individual's concocting pill level, making a concocting pill hand, cannot lose, has been the care of the middle grade spirit artifact pill furnace and Ruxin. Ruxin is satisfied with the expression of Li Qingshan. It feels that these 3 days of hard work is finally rewarding. Then he said, the level of your medicine is too bad. The hand was caged on the 60 chi gathering pill. White light appeared, some white say ointment was pulled out, and 3 chi gathering pill were gathered. The remaining size of the pill pellet is exactly the same, just to meet the specifications required by the mission. Not much. Li Qingshan whispered, "Thank you," bowing 60 medicine pill into the box, and the 4 chi gathering pill, directly into the entrance. Ruxin is already blaming this. A few days later, when comparing with the painter, Miscellaneous School has already opened the market and revealed the inside story to me. Do you think I am betting you to lose, or bet you win? Well, Li Qingshan gave her a blank look. You are free. Well, I will gamble you to win, but if I lose, you have to compensate me for the loss. Think of beauty. Li Qingshan pushed the door. I saw the red glow of the west, reflection in the lake. Beautiful. Sure enough, Han Qiangzi stood in front of Xiaogyang's curtain and stared at it. Like a beautiful silhouette of Jing, looking back at Li Qingshan, smiled and stepped forward. Li Qingshan hadn't had time to speak. Ruxin smiled and said, "Junior sister Han, your man just tried to touch my feet. You look tight." Han Qiangzi stopped and took a look at Li Qingshan. He didn't feel good. Know it. Li Qingshan's eyes once again fell on the neck of Ruxin's slender neck. Become very serious. Ruxin raised her hand to protect her neck and made a look of fear. The smile on her face was not changed. The boat Ziyu wandered on the lake wave. Water day once a falling clouds and lonely simultaneously fly. Han Qiangzi sat diagonally on the bow and looked at it silently. The evening wind in midsummer night, floating clothes. Li Qingshan broke the silence. Don't listen to her nonsense, you know, she loves crap. Han Qiangzi turned around. Do you dare say no? Absolutely not. Li Qingshan was serious. Han Qiangzi smiled and said, I am not angry. What are you doing so nervous? Li Qingshan I said, who are you? What happened to Qiangzi? Han Qiangzi stunned and grabbed his ear and annoyed. Is it so stingy? Li Qingshan smiled and took her into her arms. Well, my family Qiangzi has a broad mind. The other hand has fallen on her proud chest, and it seems to be shaking in her hands through thin summer clothes. Don't move. Han Qiangzi grabbed his hand but left it on top. After a few months of getting along, this level of relatives has become normalized. In her words, it is to see you poor and give you a little cheap. I am just curious. Li Qingshan is strange. How Ruxin looks more attractive than the Miscellaneous School female cultivator of the previous Han Qiangzi said, Senior Sister Ruxin is a very proud person. The younger brother of Miscellaneous School, all innate skill, full of head utilitarian, looking for a strong male Xing. Root does not match the cultivator. Ruxin is different. She is a real cultivator. Li Qingshan said, proud? I don't feel anything. Because you are proud. Han Qiangzi got up, wrapped his neck and looked at her beloved man. The closer he was to him, the more his charm was attracted, and he was surprised that he did not find this when he first saw him. And what makes her feel fascinated is the deep pride hidden in her heart. As if it were a steep peak, he had the determination to climb and the powerful enemy had the courage to challenge. I didn't feel it. Li Qingshan held her slim waist with her hands, and the curve of her body suddenly tightened here, meticulous and straight. His gaze is not her plump and smooth-skinned red lips. Even the occasional snow-white gully cannot distract his attention. Do not raise his head. Han Qiangzi leaned away from the head, hugged him tightly, kissed him in his ear, and apologized. It's not okay here. Although he has been in many places, he is no longer a restricted area, but he is more common. But he refused to accept it. Li Qingshan has treated her daughter as a beloved one, and she has only cared for her little hobby. I want to wait. When we got married, we are now giving you a kiss. I am afraid I can't help it. What? I have given you. Han Qiangzi is extremely shy and sly. For men and women, she didn't put it in her heart. Isn't she just taking off her clothes and holding together to do that? She used to perform her own tasks. She was curious and went through the wall and secretly visited. Except for the blush at the beginning, she was bored. What is the meaning of HMPH? Ha ha. The cultivator can never be as indulgent as a mortal in the pleasure. The tenacity of steel, such as the will of the steel, cannot be shaken by this, otherwise she would not be able to endure kind of delay in the formation of the black lotus. All too Lord. It's not that simple until it falls on your head. Every movement that comes into contact with the body begins to be filled with a different kind of meaning, which makes people feel happy or trembling, and the heart moves with it. Li Qingshan can still say what, tightly holding the moving body, I will go to kiss tomorrow. You are not bad at me. It's not that the poor scholars have abducted the story of the dog's blood of the rich family young lady. There will be no obstacles. The innate skill, strength and self-motivation he shows, I believe that no one can pick the fault. This is what he has always chosen. High-profile theory. If it is a Lok, always said that Han Lao's father-in-law is not satisfied. 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy will be full of criticism. And now who can say that he is not worthy of her? Don't be that. Wait a minute. Han Qiangzi suddenly said, isn't little Hua still out? Li Qingshan said, no, how come you suddenly come? Han Qiangzi smiled and said, just think of the past. Li Qingshan said, then I have to listen. Han Qiangzi did not want to say at the beginning, under Li Qingshan's forced question. The party opened. It turned out that Rihua Chengzhen was fascinated by Guyanning, and Han Qiangzi, a good friend, couldn't see the past and severely screamed at him. It's just a woman, is that so? She didn't think of herself as a woman. He said, you just haven't touched yourself to be tempted, otherwise you can't wait to marry yourself. Li Qingshan evokes her chin, so you can't wait now? Han Qiangzi said reluctantly, there is no point at all. However, it is a bit of understanding of him. Although they were still strangers a few months ago, now it is impossible to imagine what would happen if there was no such person. Looking at her affectionate gaze, Li Qingshan's heart is already tender and watery. Even though Guyanning has become insignificant, it is only a half-dreamy dream, and now in his arms is a real lover. You are much luckier than him. It is early enough to meet me. Han Qiangzi said, how can I not feel? You still have to cultivation. Let me know more than I am. I don't want to marry my man. However, at the moment, the attitude of the two people made her not convincing. She thought that when she overtook her, she gave him the opportunity to pursue. Now he is held in his arms and he is taking advantage of it. I can't wait. Li Qingshan leaned over, though he couldn't kiss his mouth, but other places, it doesn't matter. Deeply kissed on the delicate neck, the corner of the mouth smiled and smiled. Are you a dog? Han Qiangzi shuddered and bit his teeth. Once the psychological defense was not there, the cultivator felt much more sensitive than the mortal. Dare to say that your man is a dog, no punishment. Li Qingshan raised her hands and landed on her chest. Kneading. If it was in the past, she would probably exclaim, and stop his excessively extraordinary movements. However, this time, she still surrounded his neck and did not respond. Li Qingshan stunned, his face widened, his hands slowed down, his fingers were deeply immersed in two groups of tenderness, and he changed his odd shape with his heart. Han Qiangzi breathed slightly and his eyes were like water, but still acquiesced to him. Action. Li Qingshan found 2 points of microconvex, gently sandwiched between the fingers. Need. Han Qiangzi clung to him. Li Qingshan stopped, gently kissed her neck, stroked her back, and after a while, she let go of him. Let him continue to enjoy. This body has never been touched. Until Li Qingshan printed his shape completely in his mind, he reluctantly let go of his hand. Unconsciously, the sky has darkened and the stars are full of stars. Han Qiangzi's face is full of red clouds, satisfied. She knew that he was not guilty of this place in his body. Today, asked him to win once. Unsatisfied. Li Qingshan's hand has penetrated into her small clothes to really touch her delicate skin. Han Qiangzi was busy catching his hand and scolding his forehead and scolding, don't worry. At this time, she is like the older one. In fact, even if she is given to him, The love of men and women is also unusual. It is not like the virgin woman who cares about the so-called chastity, but she is afraid that it is too easy. He refuses to cherish this little man. She must stay at her side. It is mine anyway. Li Qingshan is not so urgent. It is already, it will always be. In a few days, I was negligent, and in a blink of an eye, I went to the time of the test with the painter Chu Danqing. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 348. Chapter 81. The Heavenly Girl Scattered Flowers. In the original dark studio, the skylight casts a beam of light, the dust floats in it, and the floor is covered with paper and original debut. There are many different shapes of evil ghost graphics on it. Just look at it and you will feel the fierce breath. However, these patterns are all not finished. It seems that the painter has just lost half of it and lost interest in them. Chu Danqing was lying on the drawing paper, his limbs stretched, his face was pale, and the whole person was thinned, his eyes were round, and there was fear of not being scattered. Danqing, are you ready? An old voice came from outside the door. Shu Shidao. Yes, master. Chu Danqing's weak road, standing on the ground, and before going to the painting, it was the only clean place in the house. All the brushes were cleaned and the paint was placed. It's neat. In the pen wash, it is filled with the taste of blood. There is a painting in the middle. Chu Danqing lowered her eyes and tried to control herself not to look at the painting, and to roll up the good picture one by one, and let out a sigh of relief, as if this is not the painting he personally painted, but the ferocious beast that will bite. The door is separated by two halves, the dazzling sunlight, the influx of madness. Chu Danqing covered his eyes with his hands and gradually saw a blurred figure and was busy with the courtesy, Master. Chu Shidao looked at his brother's appearance, and his heart was also a pity. Emerald blood painting, which gave him an incredible innate skill, allowed him to draw paintings that far exceeded his level of repair, but at the cost of it, it was a real injection of heart's blood. Let's go. Where to go? Chu Danqing's god is a bit stunned, immersed in the painting of medium world, almost forgot to compare. Illusory Cloud Island. Chu Danqing suddenly wakes up, but remembers what happened to Li Qingshan a few months ago. The face say is not natural red. It was after that day he began to retreat and paint, and he did not leave the door of the studio for nearly 6 months. The ugliness of his drink must have been spread. After all, the two sides are enemies, and this is inevitable. It is really too much to hate yourself. I clenched my hand to draw the axis. His shame and anger are all in the painting, and he must give Li Qingshan a lesson. Ah, so shameful. After so long, I hope everyone has forgotten this. Li Qingshan, I can't spare you. Chu Danqing with a sly mood, along with Chu Shidao, came to Illusory Cloud Island and saw many bamboo forests were cut. It became a field, or an orchard, and several agriculturist school brothers were working on it. A violent thing. Chu Shidao coldly snort. This quiet and elegant atmosphere. It was originally suitable for painting, but it fell to the hands of Liu Qunfeng. Crossed the bamboo forest trail. Before coming to Zuxian, Liu Chenqing sat in the low-grade tea, raised his toast, and Liu Qunfeng and Sun Fubai sat side by side. But these people can't attract Chu Danqing's attention, because the abominable Li Qingshan is striding forward. His face is filled with a confident smile, and he calmly bows. Master, fellow Taoist, you are finally here. Chu Shidao nodded, till Liu Chenqing said, You fellow Taoist, here is not the place to try, let us come here. This is the island of his painter. He does not want to watch him being destroyed. Liu Chenqing said, the place to be tested is in the combat field of military school, but novel school has some objections to this gambling, so please ask both parties to come and discuss. Chu Danqing stares at Li Qingshan. Why? Do you want to escape? Of course not. Li Qingshan smiled slightly and looked back at Liu Qunfeng. After getting the nominal approval of the novel school patriarch, he said, it's just unfair to think of this test. Chu Danqing said, this is what you promised in the first place. How unfair. Li Qingshan talked awkwardly. Illusory Cloud Island is the foundation of my novel school. If you lose, you will have nothing. If you win, you will still be the one that belongs to us. Do you think this is fair? The reason why we promised is that it was forced to be helpless. If the painter can't come up with the corresponding bet, I ask Patriarch Liu to cancel the test. Now, it's not that you want to cancel, you can cancel it. What kind of bet do you want? Let's listen. Chu Shidaojing's blinking eyes stared at Li Qingshan. He really never thought about the bet. In his opinion, novel school is definitely a must, and setting such a bet is completely unnecessary. Now, this little is obviously knowing that it must be defeated, so bluff, wants to escape. If he insists on not doing it, Liu Chengqing will naturally not help to cancel the test. I am afraid that this small person will not participate, and that the artist is compelling. Since you want to bet, what about the bet I gave you? Li Qingshan said, I don't know, there is something that can match the value of Illusory Cloud Island. Please tell them, master. I am a poor painter. There is nothing worthwhile. There are only a few small paintings. This painting is the old man's seal. If you feel it is appropriate, you can accept it. If you feel it is not suitable. Chu Shidao took it out. A pair of paintings, proudly said. Liu Chengqing blurted out, is it Celestial Maiden Scatters Flowers painting? Chu Shidao has a good life and is good at painting beautiful people. The beauty of the painting is not only vivid, but also the joys, sorrows are the same as the real people, but there are no defects of the real people. The beauty of the paintings has surpassed the beauty of the world. Therefore, there is a saying that 3,000 beautiful, not as good as a teacher, in the entire Uai County 9 prefectures, is a reputation impressive. This Celestial Maiden Scatters Flowers painting is a seal of his work. It is rumored that before he painted this painting, his hair was white, and after painting, he was white. When Ruai Marquis saw it, he couldn't put it down and would like to spend a lot of money on it. He said, this is my wife's wife, and I can't transfer it to others. If other people say this, I am afraid that it will be used as a dodge. However, Chu Shidao will draw a wife in his life. Even Chu Danqing will see the beautiful woman who came out of the painting. This Celestial Maiden Scatters Flowers painting is the true goddess left to Chu Danqing. Ruai Marquis listened, and only give up, saying that you can't break this story. The drawing axis is open, and the men present are all staying, and the drawing axes are closed. I can't recall the face of the woman that day, just remember that the clothes are dancing, falling in the air, and the fragrance is scattered. The floral fragrance is still clear in the nose, and the face of the jade girl is gradually becoming more stable, but it is the beauty of everyone's heart. Liu Chengqing's thoughts, back to decades ago, when he was still a scholar, it was also a season of falling, a girl swaying on a swing, sprinkling laughter to the ear, that is the little daughter of Mr. And the other day after tomorrow, he also read through the beautiful, and countless beautiful. Her face can't even be beautiful, but the feeling left to him is not replaced by any beauty, even if she can't. Time flies. The feeling at that time has long been blurred, and when I saw this painting, it suddenly became clear again, just like yesterday. Like this. Looking back and laughing, you may not be able to pour the country into the city, but you can fall in love. Even if you spend thousands of spiral stones, it is worth it. Li Qingshan wakes up and looks at Liu Kunfing and Sun Fu Bai. They all look the same. At first glance, they are looking back. Only Chu Danqing was stunned, and the master had said that he would leave this painting to him as a wife, but he did not let him be distracted. But he never saw it with his own eyes. The heart also had great expectations. Now, see you. However, I feel that it is not as good as the beauty that the master used to paint before. Anyone who has seen this painting, no one does not say good, because of strangeness. Chu Shidao secretly smug. This painting is the heart of his life. Heart's blood, completely reversed the previous style of painting. Previously he painted the expectations. When the cultivator presented the spirit stones, he painted the beautiful woman. This painting is a memory, can easily break through the cultivator's strong psychological defense, touch the soft place of the heart, and evoke beautiful memories. Expectations may change despite the status of the status, but the memories will never retreat. It is like an old wine, and the more it tastes. What really touches you is always yourself. Until he noticed his brother's expression, Chu Shidao secretly thought was wrong. Chu Danking, 11 years ago, it was just a small cockroach. Everything was full of gimmicks, and even eating meat was too extravagant. And now, although the situation is open, but in this respect, it is like a blank piece of paper, the route does not matter. If Chu Shidao, with this thought, draw a steaming white hoe, it can really make his mouth drool. Okay, I promise. Li Qingshan said, but it is not Saiyan God, but the breath of the painting, which has exceeded the level of spirit artifact, but cannot be called magical artifact, or this is not an artifact, like a powerful creature sealed in the painting. If it is a duel with the goddess in this painting, even if someone else shoots, there is no grasp of victory. All in all, it is definitely a good thing. Moreover, Li Qingshan is only trying to maximize the interests. If Chu Shidao is really incapable, he will not give up the test. With this result, it is already satisfied. Liu Chenqing said, okay, then set the contract, no one can repent. The military school is a big island, and the high and low columns around the stands are already heads. When the group of people arrived, the arguments immediately rang. King Shan, Han Qiangzi, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted him and wanted to give him a hug, but looked around, biting his lip and shy and didn't dare to do so. Li Qingshan is in front of her eyes. Today she is dressed in a red palace dress. The skirt is embroidered with magnificent peony. If she is an ordinary woman, wearing this dress, I am afraid it will look too gaudy, and she is only confident and unassuming. Xing Love, such a moving style, looks like a burning flame, beautiful and not square. Originally hidden behind the unrestrained habits, the noble manners of the aristocratic family women gradually emerged and moved. It seems that after the date, she became more and more dressed, and the original blue silk of her shoulders, unconsciously, has fallen to the back. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 349. Chapter 82 is coming out. Divine Brush Ma Liang. Liu Kunfing is amazed. Is this still Han Qiangzi? How can I not remember that she is so beautiful, and she is admired by Li Qingshan? Starting. Sun Fubai pulled his sleeves and Liu Kunfing woke up and quickly walked away. Chu Danking took a glance and didn't dare to look at it again. With the sharp eyes of the painter, he recognized it at a glance. This is the woman who yelled to accompany the wine after he was drunk that day, and was seen by such a beautiful woman. When it came to her own ugliness, Chu Danking almost had to cover her face, for fear of recognizing her. But in the eyes of Han Qiangzi, there are other people at the moment. Li Qingshan took Han Qiangzi's hand and smiled. When I win, let's go to Clear River Prefecture. Although the boating is cheap and good, the lively place is in line with Xing. Han Qiangzi's face is reddish. If you win, I will give you a gift to reward. Li Qingshan couldn't help but look up and down her, the slim waist bundled by the brocade belt, like the sturdy chest that smashed out and lifted the hips of the long skirt. It was a sensation. The so-called gift is. Han Qiangzi replied, don't think about it, it's just a gift. Then we will go to the lake tour. Li Qingshan attached to the ear and whispered, if she did not hold her in her arms, caressing it, it was a violent thing. Don't think about it. Han Qiangzi gave him a look, pushed him, go. The 100 brothers in the stands took this scene into their eyes. Li Qingshan and Han Qiangzi became lovers, although it was no secret. But seeing the scene with my own eyes, I still couldn't help but marvel. Second senior sister is almost like a personal change. Even this kind of clothes are worn out. What does Li Qingshan know about this? A legalist school side, Han Qiangzi used to care what he used to wear. Don't be jealous. Now you can have a good eye. It used to be fierce. How was it before? The two raised the head. I don't know when. Han Qiangzi has come to the front and stares at them. The heart trembled and was busy. Second senior sister. Hey, go back and teach you again. Han Kaiengzi had no anger on his face. I saw Wang Pushi waving to himself and gently stepping on the platform to come to Wang Pushi. At a glance, the two were relieved at the same time, and the second senior sister had a temper, but it was a good one. At this time, Li Qingshan stepped into the arena and greeted Li Qingshan. It tastes like some civilian heroes. Two long cases, placed at the ends of the battlefield. Li Qingshan and Chu Danking stood behind the long case. Across the distance, look at each other and look at each other. Spark 4 Shi. Liu Chenqing read out the rules of the test and affirmed the good bet agreed by both parties. Please ask the two chief brothers, be prepared. Celestial Maiden scatters flowers painting. Han Kaiengzi stunned. What is that? Wang Pushi wondered that although the practice was much higher than that of Han Kaiengzi, these interesting stories were not the same as those of the aristocratic family. Moreover, Han Kaiengzi also made a special investigation on Chu Shidao because of Li Qingshan. It is no stranger to this famous painting. After listening to Han Kaiengzi's explanation, Wang Pushi smiled and said, it seems that the little one wants to win a love match back. Kaiengzi, you have to be careful. Han Kaiengzi said, you must make fun of me even with Commander. I don't believe that I am better than a painting. Wang Pushi haha smiled. This is not necessarily the case. You will not stand this again if you say it. Han Kaiengzi has a foot. She also heard that many cultivators spend a lot of money to ask Chu Shidao for a beautiful figure, hanging in the immortal cave, and calling it go, not to be troubled. Well, don't say it. Look, start. No one is curious about this painting and calligraphy showdown. In what way will they be separated? I saw that Chu Danking has unfolded the painting axis on the long case. Gao Sheng, Li Qingshan, this painting name Hell Fu, I spent 3 months conceived, painted in 3 months. Extremely horrible. If not, I don't want to draw such a picture. If you are interested, you can still give up now. Otherwise you will be hurt if you wait. Chu Shidao stood on the high platform behind Chu Danking and saw the painting at a glance. He was also shocked and smiled. He was so relieved that Chu Danking not only inherited his skills, but also outperformed Blue in Blue. This battle, the outcome has been divided. Li Qingshan put a thin picture book on the long case. This book took me an hour to conceive, 1 day to make, 1 month to spread. I don't know how it works. You can experience it for yourself. Qingshan, you got the wrong book. Liu Kunfing was also anxious on the high platform not far behind Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan doesn't look back at the head, reassured, that's right. Since you are so obsessed with it, let's experience the horror of hell. Chu Danking screamed like a sword, pointing forward, and the paintings flew up. The blazing say color is full of painting paper, but there is only one kind of color, say, red, 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 and blood red. The red mountains of crimson say are strange. The boundless sea of fire is burning, the blood is red and the river is flowing. All the people who focused their attention on this painting were all shocked and horrified and crazy. This is a picture of hell. There seem to be countless evil ghost demon, in which endless suffering. Gradually, this illusion became real, and evil ghost jumped from the mountains, rushed in the fire, floated up in the blood river, and rushed out of the painting. Tall body, red skin, twisted limbs, hoarse roar, empty eyes, full of boundless grievances and hatred. 1, 2, and dozens of evil ghosts climbed out of the picture, as if they had climbed out of hell to avenge the world. At this moment, it seems like a nightmare comes true. There were screams in the stands, and many female cultivators changed their faces. Han Kaiengzi wouldn't be afraid. Compared to the murder of Ancient Twin City and Black Lotus Alto Lord, this kind of hell lacks some real feelings, just worried about Li Qingshan. Wang Pushi smiled and said, the breath from Infernal Path. This painting is very suitable for my legalist school. It can be used as a closed door for the old man. It is not easy for people to cultivate for 10 years. Li Qingshan is in trouble. Chu Danking remembered the situation when she was just beginning to retreat and paint. She often painted, and suddenly regretted rolling on the ground, shaming her head against the wall. Thinking of my 10 years of painting-taking cultivation, just out of the mountain. It has become the laughingstock of everyone, and will never be liked by female cultivator. He will go crazy, as if he is in hell and burned by fire. In the end, he injected this crazy idea into the painting and conceived this hellfu to draw the endless evil ghost. Li Qingshan, this is what you are looking for. On Li Qingshan's face, the smile did not change. He said, yes, I forgot to mention the name of my book. Suddenly, the face was swiped, and he waved his hand and said, come out, divine brush Ma Liang. Great amplifying divine symbol, a sudden burst of brilliance. With the movement of Li Qingshan, thousands of people's beliefs, wish power, collection, condensation. A teenager wearing a straw hat and a handheld brush appeared in the battlefield, with a big eyebrow and a straight face, standing in front of the ghosts, but without fear. Han Qianzi said, this is full of silence. Chu Tan laughed. Li Qingshan, do you want to win with your child? This guy won't be what you used to be. I heard that you are from the village. After being defeated by Li Qingshan, Chu Tan is unyielding, reckless, ready to avenge revenge, but just think about that thing, still cannot be displayed in front of everyone, just to bear with it. See, Li Qingshan failed to shoot, is a great joy in his life. Although other 100 younger brothers have not ridiculed Li Qingshan, but the thoughts in mind, like Chu Tan, how can such an ordinary boy have the strength to compete with evil ghost? Compared with the horror of hell's fu, this divine brush Ma Liang is indeed a joke. This is finished. Liu Kunfing was in a hurry. Sun Fubai calmly said, junior brother, you don't worry, Qingshan has its own size. Recently I heard a rumor. A rumor about divine brush Ma Liang. Li Qingshan, you are despicable. Chu Danking looked at the face of the poor half-length Ma Liang, as if to see the original self. Want him to drive the killing of Ghost General, there is a bit intolerable. Hidden? Li Qingshan was strange, but ignored so much. Ma Liang focused on his face, raised his magic pen and painted it in the void. Great power in great amplifying divine symbol, which constantly transforms his power. In the eyes of everyone, a gold Sei's boots slammed and stepped on the combat field. A golden armor deity wearing a gold Sei armor, holding Jinj's golden armor deity, walked out of the void, and Jinj pointed to evil ghost. The shape of the golden armor deity is simple and childish. There are even a pair of gold Sei wings behind it. It is like a heavenly soldier in a child's fantasy, but the momentum is not under evil ghost. Chu Tan, who laughed a lot, suddenly closed his mouth. Chu Danking Jiangda's Yui, is this not the ability of their painter? How can the characters from novel school behave like this? Chu Shidao said, Danking, what are you waiting for? Golden armor deity Tengdai unfolds its wings and rises to the sky, facing the rising sun of the east, swooping down and turning into a golden light. In the hands of Jinj, an evil ghost was pierced, and evil ghost trembled. Chu Danking reacted on time, and evil ghost roared and rushed to golden armor deity. Golden armor deity once again flew into the sky, holding Jinj, hovering back and forth. Liu Kunfing's desperation on his face turned into a surprise. Han Qianzi shouted, Qingshan, good. Li Qingshan is somewhat distressed by the power he consumes. This is not true chi. Use a little less. At this time, I can't take care of these things. In front of my girlfriend, I always have to beat this game. Ma Liang walked out of the void with the second golden armor deity of the god brushstroke. Chu Danking, today, I am going to use the painter's means to defeat you. Let you see and see, our novel school is amazing. Please put your wish power in my hands, come out. The monthly ticket seeking the devil. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 350. Chapter 83. Painting and dating. Original second golden armor deity, taller than the first golden armor deity, plus heavyweight, big waist and round waist. In the blink of an eye, like a sphere, the octagon golden hammer in his hand, with the size of a water tank, is moving like a drum to the heavy foot, rushing to evil ghost, like a roaring war chariot, crushing everything in front of him. Dozens of evil ghosts, unfolding the bloody mouth, screaming in unison, entangled fangs, pulling a sputum, dripping on the ground, sizzling like sulfuric acid, igniting a white smoke. Golden armor deity rounded his arm, the golden hammer creaked, accelerated to pinnacle, broke out, turned into a gold sail yuxing, flew into the distorted face of an evil ghost, and another evil ghost disappeared, but more evil ghost, rushing from the golden hammer that fell to the ground, rushed to the golden armor deity that lost the weapon. Golden armor deity leaps in an incredibly light gesture, like a black cloud that suddenly rises, and flutters to the evil ghost group. Hey! A heavy muffled sound, a big earthquake, and a shock wave. Golden armor deity directly crushed an evil ghost, but was also surrounded by a group of ghosts. The gold armor deity, which has been hovering in the sky for a long time, descends from the sky, and Ginge in his hand slides over a curved, looping arc, sweeping his head, sweeping through the throat, passing his claws, passing his chest, leaving a splash of blood all the way. 5 evil ghosts mourned to dissipate. Immediately after the resurgence, throw away the ghost claws, waiting for the next opportunity. This time attacked, but the airtight encirclement, tearing a gap. The golden armor deity on the ground, hit a roll, grab the hammer handle, stand up again, wave the golden hammer with both hands, and rush to the evil ghost. When the head goes boom at the same time as the brain pulp splits, the flying smoke of a blushing sage dissipates. At this time, an evil ghost from the back of the body, the corner of the mouth ruptured to the root of the ear, and the squat was enlarged to an incredible degree. A sword-like tooth, biting on the neck of a golden armor deity. The sharp teeth broke a few, but many of the sharp teeth, but in the sound of smashing corrosion, go deep into it. The golden armor deity rotates in place, trying to get rid of the sneak attacker behind him. The golden hammer in his hand dances like a wind, and opens a group of ghosts like a mad dog. The golden armor on his body adds a lot of scars, but there is no way to take evil ghost behind it. Heaven's circling golden armor deity also dared to kill evil ghost in the periphery and never dared to encircle it. Rescue companions. Otherwise the first time, will be caught by countless claws, tearing his thin golden armor. At this moment, a spear-size gold say arrow whirls through the eyes of evil ghost, leaving a gold say track with the air, the fleeting spiral cavity. The end of the hole and the track, is the third golden armor deity. The body is long, the back of the arrow. The bow of the gold bow in the hand is still shaking. In the stands, everything was screaming, and the screams stopped. And I watched as the group of giants fought each other there. Whoever thought about it, the novel school, which was ridiculed by them, the legendary painter who only likes to paint beautiful people, has such a terrible strength. Every evil ghost on this game has the power to slay the 8th level and even the 9th level chi refining warrior. The crazy momentum, even though Hantai is slightly frowning. On the other side, the 3 golden armor deity, the strength is even better, under the control of Li King Shanjing, killing evil ghost, not falling. This is not the kind of duel they have seen in the past, but the real fight. Combat field, became a battlefield for bloody fights. Chutan was dumbfounded. After the painful taking cultivation of this period, he made great progress and prepared to fight Li King Shan again. But he was not hit by the situation in front of him. His odds did not increase. Han Kaiangzi clenched his fist, shouted loudly, broke the silence. This is the man he fancy. Wang Pushi shook his head gently. I didn't expect even the method of novel school to play this step in his hands. It was also worthy of the Kaiangzi gimmick. Gudaran's vision was indeed true. Han Jun, though not speaking, but also shows the satisfaction of the god say. His fighting innate skill, in the small team battle, has been completely extended, almost perfect control of the battlefield. Liu Chenking slightly sigh, this is probably 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, a generation of generations. Even the Divo objects of Hua Chengzhen and Han Tai, the original commander group, are no longer special in front of them. Is it the world that will be chaotic? So will it be such a hero? Liu Kunfing disregarded the image of Patriarch, opened his arms and cheered loudly. The mind has been released for many years, Have you seen it? This is the power of Novel School. Grandmaster Yinian looked at little Anne again, but she saw no excitement on her face. It seemed that he was sure to win. He only held his cheek in one hand, and looked at him in 1,000 people. Li Qingshan, she will sometimes give her a smile, as if the fierce battle in front of her eyes cannot distract him from her attention. During this time, when she was looking for him, there was a little less. Grandmaster Yinian still felt relieved, but now it seems that nothing has changed. Finally, there is an invisible line that connects them, that is, the so-called fate. For this innate skill, junior sister, who is from one thought, he does not have any guiding confidence in doing this as a senior brother. I am afraid that the master has also seen this, so she will directly accept her, and everything will follow. Li Qingshan and Chu Danking's eyes crossed the battlefield. Li Qingshan's smile does not change. This battle is bullying. Chu Danking has not played real-time strategy games. Of course, this scene and the game are qualitatively different, but he is not the previous life that he, but the battle of Li Qingshan. Chu Danking is a little anxious, clearly that his overall strength is much stronger than Li Qingshan, but he can only watch Evil Ghost being killed by one, and he is helpless. Danking, you can see the roots of the mind. Chu Shidao's voice was introduced into Chu Danking's ear. Where is the root? Chu Danking saw the Straw Hat Boy at first glance, and his heart suddenly opened up. All this golden armor deity was born of him. As long as the boy was defeated, everything would be solved. Chu Danking waved a hand, leaving all Evil Ghost, abandoned the golden armor deity, turned into a crazy wave Jiao, rushed to Ma Liang. 3 golden armor deity, although with the help of Jing, killed more than 20 Evil Ghost, but could not stop the Evil Ghost army. Li Qingshan also put away a smile and finally found out my big weakness. Although the magic pen is good, Ma Liang is an ordinary teenager and an important medium. Once he is defeated, the golden armor deity will also dissipate immediately. At that time, even if it can be reunited, will Chu Danking still give Ma Liang the opportunity to paint? I am afraid that when it appears, it will be killed and consume wish power. At that time, the real victory and defeat has been divided. How to do? Then transform a defensive type golden armor deity with a shield? No, even if it can't be defended, Ma Liang has no more paintings, and the opposite hell map, obviously not doing its best, will be dead. Today's plan: only attack and attack. Ma Liang suddenly lifted the brush and waved it in the void. The ink marks of a black say stagnated in the air, and the wish power in the great amplifying divine symbol was consumed quickly. At this time, a piece of yin shadow will cover Ma Liang. Countless claws and fangs are in front of you, and the revered sea wave is photographed to Ma Liang. Compared with the group of ghosts, his figure is really small and poor. He is like all the children, calm and fearless for the group of ghosts. Hard to draw the latter. Ink marks in the air, turned into a road sword chi, for scattered chi. Compared with sword chi, the group ghosts seem to slow down and watch. Sword chi penetrates their bodies. The red jiao of the red sea is stagnant, and it collapses and falls into countless pieces, and it is turned to Ma Liang, but it is dispersed in the air. The cheers rang. Li Qingshan sighed. Who is going to admit defeat now? 3 golden armor deity, in a battle, blocked in front of Chu Danking's Hellfu, came out to kill one. See how many evil ghosts Chu Danking can call. Chu Danking clenched his fists, although in this Hellfu, with all the length and endless meaning, but it is not really able to summon evil ghost to fight incessantly. Even if more evil ghost is called come, it is impossible to escape the end of being killed one by one. It's you. Hellfu has a red light, almost illuminating the entire battlefield. The blood river in the painting suddenly began to flow slowly, and the fire is suddenly burning. Not good. Li Qingshan said. Hellfire sea suddenly emerged from the picture. The speed is so fast, and then swallowed 3 golden armor deity. The golden armor melted rapidly in the flame, blinking. 3 golden armor deity, turned into a fly ash. step the footsteps of those evil ghosts. The air paintings burst into a heat wave, twisting everything in the field, rolling the flames, and fleeing to Li Qingshan with unmatched and unavoidable momentum. Liu Qunfeng, who is about to celebrate, turned his face, as if the fire of hell burned on him, which has surpassed the means of a chi-refining warrior. Chu Shidao's face is reflected in the flames. Li Qingshan, look, this is the power of emerald blood painting. Although you are a day novel school has a brother like you, it is indeed a rare lucky, but with Danking Lan, you are still a bit weaker. The outcome is already divided. For the first time, Han and Jun no longer believes that Li Qingshan can win. This is already a gap in realm, not a tactic or strategy. Li Qingshan sinks into the water, her head turns sharply, and the fire burns to her eyes. Even if Ma Liang is driven to paint again, it is too late, and what paintings can block this endless fire? At this time, Ma Liang suddenly fell to the ground. Although it was not burned by the fire, it could not stand the high temperature of the flame. Li Qingshan has been a cultivator for too long, and it has miscalculated the susceptibility of a mortal boy. It is the house leak that falls through the night train. Is it true that the winners and losers have been divided?